Let me level that one up for you, Chim. I'll give him a perm ban instead. What is up, one and all? Welcome back and a happy Tuesday to y'all, because we have got a long, long Tuesday. That's right. You saw the brackets. You saw how it's cooking. We are going to resolve all of it up to the finals, which will, of course, be reserved for Thursday. That means we're going to have Dumu versus B to open the day. Later on, we are going to have Puppypaw versus Kiljardi. We'll look to fill in with Wham versus Cat Between, and then the winner of that up against Anathan, and then finally we should have the other semi-finals. So, plenty to sink your teeth into. That means we're going to be doing 6 series today, 2 of which are going to be best of 5s. If you're not subscribed, I do not know why. I mean, dude, we're delivering the content. Oodles upon oodles, and we already have the draft complete for our first live series of the day. We kick off with Dumu versus B. And as I said, like there is a gap of about 4 hours until the next series afterwards, so we'll likely fill in with Wham versus Cat, which that did play out a little bit earlier in the week. But we'll see how things shift around, because Puppypaw versus Kiljardi is at 5 p.m. CET. So let's have a look at the drafts, though. Because, of course, we're going to open with Scarguard. We are going to get to see Pigeon's view, and Frisian has been drafted again. But B got a solid one here. Mongols on Frisian is going to be vicious for Ben to deal with. And Ben didn't even get his hands on his Juji, his favorite Juji. No, instead, he goes to the Delhi, which will look pretty solid, actually, I think, for high view. Looking at the first map, it could be French, but I think the problem of Dumu's draft a little here is that he drafted French as if it was going to be for Frisian, and that's left him a bit questionable maybe for Scarguard. So I think we'll likely be seeing English on that opening map. B most likely is going to be going for the Chinese. I know that he rates Chinese/Juji quite highly on this map, but you're likely going to be saving Juji, I'd say, for high view. I think there it's going to be either high view or high view will be either Juji or Ibids for B. And Mongols just has to be the go-to. You could flip it around a little. I just don't know where you put Mongols instead of Frisian. I feel like it's by far their best map. By the way, guys, you just saw that pop up in chat. The sales are live. Blackout sale now up and operational. 70% off. But not just that. I think they slightly lowered the free delivery costs to get no cost of delivery for your order. On top of that, remember, the code KillerPigeon, next 10% off, works on top of the 70%. So take advantage of that today. They've got deals changing daily now through until Black Friday. I highly recommend these. These are the multivitamin gummies. In fact, I need to eat my gummies for today. Dude, I love these. They're great. They're so soft. I don't know if you can see that when I squish them. It's like, oh. I'm a healthy boy. What can I say? Sorry. So, like I said, plan to resolve all series today. In theory, the semi-finals should be good to go. Choom, shout out to him behind the scenes, has been working his ass off to kind of smooth that process and make sure it actually is in place. So theoretically, we should be good to go. Series to series to series to series. As tight as possible. If one of the semi-finals does have to be postponed till tomorrow, we will look to cast it before we go live for the grand finals on Thursday. But remember, Thursday, grand finals begin at 5 p.m. CET, so convert that to wherever you are in the world. But they're getting in lobby now. Having a look at what the draft was. Let me turn the music down a bit, because that's still quite loud. I think I may have been right, but we'll double check. Okay, sorry. Just getting message in the background, just confirm a few things. So, opening map. I can now pull up that data because they have picked the civs. It's going to be Juji Malians. Okay, yeah, so be content with the Juji. We saw Juji a few times on this map. I think B was one of the few players that really made it work. I think Ben may have ran it at some point as well in the earlier rounds. The thing about Juji on this map is they're a bit peculiar. The meditation garden value isn't really that high. If you're going to complete Tina Pro Scouts, China is just better. But I think B wants to keep China/Mongol option there for Frisian, right? He wants to kind of keep it a bit flexy there, because if you're definitely going Mongols, there's a world in which Dimu perceives a counter, right? I don't want to say Marlians on Frisian, that makes me want to vomit, but there's maybe something that B's worried about there. So by going Zhuji was more of the question mark. We said, like, you're probably going to go for Ironbeards on Highview, and you have to keep in mind, if B wins this opening map anyway, Dumu could force Highview first to fin the draft, right? So then B, in that situation, going to Highview, you have the potency of either China or Ironbeards. That gives you a lot more kick there. And then the leeway afterwards is you either have Ironbeards Mongols for Frisian, or you have China Mongols for Frisian. Either way, like, if he plays this correctly, B has a really scary draft for game 2 and 3. But let's get ready to go. Hope they don't have a delay. They know better than to have a delay. So, looks like we are getting into game 1 then. So remember, we're going to be opening on Skarsgård, the home map for this week. Whoop, whoop. We had an hour-long game playing as usually against Anathan. Yeah, I noticed that. Dry Arabia, though, right? Different map. Very different map. Dry Arabia does not play like Skarsgård. Excuse me, boys. They should know better. All right, we'll get that fixed game number 2. They should most definitely know better because it's literally in the rules. Oh, I'm getting to the point where I'm going to go beyond naming and shaming if this keeps happening. Guys, if you are a player who plays in these and you want to stream your POV, we literally went above and beyond talking to Microsoft and World's Edge to get you a solution so that you could stream your POV. But the trade-off is the broadcast also gets a 0-minute delay if you want a 0-minute delay. For those that do not stream the POV, it is a 5-minute delay. That's fine. But if you are streaming your perspective, it is not much to ask. 0-minute delay if yours is a 0-minute. Hopefully players can get with the process. It shouldn't be hard. We're in the 3rd week now, and this was resolved last week. But I'm hoping this is the final update that needs to occur. Because if I get 4 more weeks in and I still have to keep reminding people this, I'm going to have to start doing things. Gonna grind AoE 4 in the comps build? I don't know, we'll see. We might do like some challenge series. I don't think people do enough interesting challenge series in my opinion. Everyone goes for the standard one, which is like, bronze to conk or whatever, right? Missing other days of things like Snooper doing the only villager challenge, stuff like that. Or Crackety with his TC boom Mongols. Mongols all the way to conk. But like, yeah, I'd love to find some unique angles. Onabagisha only challenges, for example. Or, well, you call it Onali Bugisha. Haha, there we go. All right. So let me double check we're good to go on this. Oh. Oh, is that? Are we getting a remake? We might have a remake. All right, shout out to Ben and B, because I think they're, remaking. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's frustrating because I hope I didn't seem, overreactionary about it. But like, I mean, let's be totally real. It's a big deal, guys. If you're trying to broadcast a game, but like a POV is 5 minutes ahead, people are going to go to the POV, which makes it even harder to run tournaments on a profit. Well, not even a profit, breaking even. So, big shout out to Dimu and B for remaking on that. Big shout out to Chim for making sure they done that. Thank you, Chim. He's been an absolute superstar. Would not be able to do these weeklies without him. So, we'll get that sorted. Luckily, I think they got told early enough. I think they got told about 3 minutes in, so there shouldn't really have been anything about their builds revealed. The reason I was so annoyed when I was just talking about it a moment ago is because I hate being in a situation where I have to tell players to remake because they've done the settings wrong if they're 10 minutes in, because that could drastically change the game, right? In a way that's unfair to players. So yeah, I try to not have to be in that situation by emphasizing the players that this is the rules. So yeah, just a reminder, any players watching who are signing up, you are absolutely fine to stream your POV. But if you're going to stream your POV on no delay, you need to make sure your lobby has no delay. It's only the balanced fair approach to this. If you are not streaming your POV, if no one in the lobby is streaming their POV, or you're a player who streams your POV and wants to have a 2, 3, 5, whatever minute delay it is, then the delay for the lobby will be either what you've set your delay on your stream to, or if you're not streaming at all, default to 5 minutes. These are the rules given across by Microsoft. So yeah. All right. Looks like we're ready to launch again, though. So we should be in the game. Thank you, Dimu. Thank you, B, for restarting the series. Remember, guys, after this series, we are going to be looking into Wham versus Cat. And then we should have Puppypaw versus Kiljardi, the other side of this part of the bracket, happening in about 4 hours. So yeah, day is chock full. All right, I think... Are we close to live? How far out are we? All right, we're just going to hit go live. Oh, this feels like an El Clasico. StarCraft players meeting up in Age of Empires 4 for an absolute brawl in a best-of-3 single elim. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We have got Team Liquid's Dumu kicking off this best-of-3 with Marlians in the purple going up against 3D Clans B on the GG. Now, I don't know why he prioritized China over GG here. It might just be simply because it rhymes with his name, but he has looked solid with this pick. I haven't been overwhelmingly convinced by GG as a pick for this map, in particular if you have someone like China or Rus instead, but it can function. We're going to see how B is going to make it work here in a matchup against the Marlians. Scarguard is going to be opening a map. Remember, this map does not have any fish on it. The water comes into play much later in the game, something that Dumu will be familiar with, because just last night, his series on Scarguard up against Lash went very deep into the Imperial Age. But a Civ that doesn't have to worry about starving themselves of gold as much as others are would be the Marlians, right? Very content just camping in here, getting some pit mines out. Admittedly, the spawn is vicious. Yeah, this is not a fun spawn for Marlians with pressure coming in. And I expect pressure to be coming in. You know, B has options. He'll likely go Pro Scouts, and then he can either play into mass repeater crossbows, or he can rush Castle Age for the relics. The Castle Age rush play is less valuable because there's only 2 relics located on the mainland, so you then have to invest in a dock, invest in a transport ship. These are just extra costs that slow you down. Oh, wow. Look at that. Thank you, Madden. He's doing the marketing for me. The whey protein from your affiliate link is very cheap. It's only 0.6 euros per serving if you buy 4.8 kilos. Damn. This guy brought the maths. All right, there you go. Reasons to use Protein Works, guys. Exclamation Protein Works. Use that link. And if you do, you can be as much stronger than Dimu. I mean, we've seen him lifting his weights on stream, right? You could lift more if he has some Protein Works in you. Anyway, focusing on the game, we actually have got the Manta coming in. Nothing unexpected here so far. Medigarden wasn't great, but that was to be expected, right? So he gets 36 food and 25 gold in total with about 2 wood. Yeah, this is what I was talking about with GG on this map. The Meditation Garden is not the value point, but the Pro Scouts is. It's on the way in. He has got supervision on the mill, so it'll be in 20 seconds. On the other side, I wondered if Dumu was going to do the same, but he doesn't seem interested. That's kind of curious, because remember, with the Marlians, you can aggressively get into your own Pro Scouts. Not as quickly as UG, but you get more value out of it in terms of its potency, because your scouts will beat other scouts. Remember, the Warrior Scouts upgrade very cheap, very efficient. Gives you more movement speed, more base damage. You're a force to be reckoned with. And it looks like Ben is going for it now. Okay, so a little bit delayed here on the Pro Scouts, but it is going to start coming in now. I think maybe his eco was slightly a bit heavier on wood, but timing should align, right? I think he wanted to get the stables down a bit quicker to get the troops out. In fairness, Ben has done it a bit backwards to what we've seen from previous players with the Marlians on this map so far. Usually Marlian pickers on this map have been going stables first, getting out 3 to 4 scouts, and then queuing Pro Scouts. The logic being, you can attack the enemy scouts in the meantime. Yeah, very different approach here out of Ben. Pro Scouts has obviously been revealed. Yeah, a lot more Pro Scouts than I was originally anticipating on Scarguard, actually. I don't know. I think Scarguard will make a good map for regular rotations, But after this week, I'll be like, yeah, it's probably not default map material. This is the cool thing about changing the default map all the time, though, right? We can kind of iterate and discover what works, what doesn't. Because the thing about Skaargård is it's very pro scouts heavy, which kind of limits the viability of civs. We've seen different ways of it playing out, though, in fairness. We've seen, for example, French not even bothering pro scouts, just playing out to the map. Some civs do benefit from that. We've even, of course, seen Ben play HRE here yesterday, where, of course, he had to go walking out to the map. Because when did you last see Holy Roman Empire do pro scouts? And I know everyone's going to say 2021. Back when everyone was doing pro scouts. So B should just be going fast castle here. You don't want a long contest in the feudal age, not against these warrior scouts. You'll just lose. He's got a few spears to protect himself. Dimmu, meanwhile, I imagine he's going up to, what, 5, 6? I mean, he's actually building a second stable, so we could be getting pretty lofty on the count here. Cow Ranch is being added in, so the real goal has revealed itself. He wants to make his way towards that Fulani, as every Marlian player in the history of Marlian before him has. Horsemen initially are going to prove a little bit annoying here, though. That's an annoying slowdown, actually, for a guy who wants to start pumping very big into the cattle. In fairness, it won't hurt him initially because he has wheelbarrow queued, so he's actually stockpiling gold right now. Spears, whoa, B, that was not ideal. An overzealous move there. 3 units barely alive, 1 goes down already. So you won't be able to stop Dimmu from gathering here for very long unless you want to commit. And we have to remember, B's goal wasn't to commit here. B's goal was to distract and then tech up. He's almost ready to pull the trigger. Remember, Tang Dynasty gives you that 15% discount. God, I swear, playing against Warrior Scouts is still so annoying. Look at that health bar. Oh, God. I feel like, you know, I've been playing a lot of Friend Liberty recently. I feel like a dagger crossbow user trying to kill a tank. The bar just moves up, not down. It's pretty brutal. Dimmu is still flooding more of those scouts, so he will look to constrict the map. So although B is going to have his tech up on the way, the question mark is going to be how much food has he got to work with. It looks like he got a good initial haul here, actually. He wasn't too greedy. He took the nearby deers in front of his base, so he's probably sitting on, what, about 2,000 food or so there. That will get him out the initial lances, which will push Dimmu away. So at this point, Ben really needs to lean back towards his greed. Survival Techniques is coming in, so that's going to amplify. That's really important to have here, by the way, guys. With the Survival Techniques, you'll be gathering at a comparative rate to the cattle. How much tax are you getting from that deer? Not much. So for a start, I mean, you're not China. You're Zhuji, so you don't get the Imperial Academy. But the other thing to keep in mind is you only get tax when you drop off, right? It takes a long time to reach the... Oh my god, dude, I can't even click on it for you. Here. Okay, he has more deer than I thought. Yeah, so look, you get tax 1, and that's per every 25, right? So in terms of taxation value, deer is abhorrently bad. It always has been for China. That's the whole trade-off point, right? It's still really good for the food income. So that's why he has some active gold gatherers, and he already has his units active on the map. Shaolin Monks coming out. Lancers and Spearmen following this up, and Dimmu is building it into Sofa in Age 2. A curious choice, but I don't mind this. It's similar to the logic of playing Zhuji and building Palace Guard in Age 2. Eventually, you will get Castle Age, and when you do, that's an easily upgraded force already on the map. He could force drop-off. He could, but it's very micro-intensive, and I think players have talked about this before, that it doesn't really feel that value to do, because there is also a little bit of an animation between dropping off and going back to gathering, right? So you kind of just lose out on food to gain gold. The maths, to my understanding, doesn't really support it, especially when you think about the amount of micro required to do it, right? Like you could sit here, and you could be like, drop off, drop, 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 but then you aren't doing anything else on the map, right? It's very one-dimensional. So Dimmu, almost ready for his tech. I wonder if he just goes with a half Lani here. You kind of just need to get up in age, right? But the other issue is he's being slowed down by the fact there's now Lancers, forcing him to invest in the Donzos. Oh, here we go. I forgot Crackety's in the chat. He's going to tell us about how much he hates this build. I mean, Palace Guard, I get the desire for Palace Guard, but your opponent has started spamming Sofa. You made this? Oh, I thought you had an issue with this build because you prefer Palace Guard. Oh, okay, okay. I do think, by the way, like, Palace Guard wouldn't work in this matchup, right? Because it's Sofa. So if you try to run Sofa, like, if you try to run Palace Guard on Sofa, they're just going to slap you down. Spears Lancer just makes a lot more sense. Donzo reaction is actually very budgeted. Well played by Ben. Look at this. I thought he was going to have to flood Donzo's. It looked like he was prepping for it. Instead, he stockpiles and gets ready to go H3. Interesting, the Lancers are just scared of the Sofa here, right? Like, it's just because there's a few Donzo nearby. Muddies the fight. Behind this, walls are going up, so B looking to secure that second gold vein. He knows this game is not going to be over quick. One's if you think B's going to win game 1 here. Two's if you believe it's Dimmu. Because Ben is about to unlock his potency. He already has 7 Sofa in the field, waiting to be rapidly upgraded. This is a good start for him. On top of that, Shalamonks have returned one of the relics. Second one looking like it's gonna get blocked. Yeah, Dimmu. Oh, no way. Is he gonna glance it? Yep. He gets a glimpse of it. He'll be able to shift in now. So that is gonna be a denial on the second relic here. At least for the moment. But B, ironically, is using the Baldy Boys against Dimmu. He already has 3 more Shalamonks, and he's already on his way out to the islands. This is very well crafted. I find usually on this map so far, people have been inefficient on the relic gathering on Scarguard. B is on it, like a car bonnet. 12 minutes, and he's already got 2 of the island relics returning home. And already a Shalamonk on standby to go for that third. I don't know, man. This is pretty good for B. He's mastering the spears now. Musafadi reactions coming in, but Spears will be fine against that. And also he's scaling more Shalamonks, which I love to see. The Monks are great against what Dimmu has, right? Because for a start, they will beat the crap out of Musafadi and Donzos. The other interesting part is that you may notice Sofas are usually quite good against infantry because of a particular battle tag they have. The +3 infantry. Battle Monks don't have that. They are a Battle Monk. So they don't take the extra damage. They also come with 2 melee armor, and they attack pretty rapidly. And sure, you know, you can talk about the imported armors being very effective for Sofas, but this is still a 15 base damage unit. So actually, the Monks layered in do quite well. I wonder, is B maybe going to save up for double castle here? I mean, when you get all the relics like this, it's the most desirable thing to do. It's actually more efficient than just rushing a TC. Just go pagodas. It would give an opening to Dimmu, because obviously you're sacrificing your army scaling to do that. It feels like that's where B is going. Like, when I see someone build this many spearmen, it suggests they want to be greedy. Because that is a lot of spears. I'm wondering, Dimmu, does he switch into archers now? I mean, usually in this type of position, you'd think so, right? And he did just glance simply how many spears it is. So there's no way you want to try to directly contest this with Musafadi. Maybe he thinks that he can just ambush raid with them. Because the Muso production is continuing. And there it is, Mount Lu Academy on the way. So we are going to get the pagoda spam. 2 more relics, of course, on the way home already. In fact, wait, does he have them here? Wait, where's the other one? Huh? Am I blind? I feel blind. I got 1. But I ain't got 2. Oh, wait, it's still here. Wait, did... Oh, come on. It's such an awkwardly shaped island, he might not see this quickly. I just assumed he picked it up. I didn't even look that deep. It's weird, because sometimes you basically usually get like a V spawn or a line spawn. But obviously, because of the way the islands generate, it might end up on a slightly different island than what you'd anticipate. Jiangnan also on the way. So remember, you go Yuan simply to go back for Song. You don't do it for anything other than Pagoda, because Yuan Dynasty only gives you a 10% discount units. It sounds cool in theory, but in reality, you're just better off getting your hands on Jiangnan. One cool little pocketed strat you can do, by the way, guys, if you stock surplus, spam a bunch of units, queue them up behind, like this, because they will have that discount now. So when you bypass Yuan back into Song, that discount goes away clicking. But it's there for anything that you've already queued up. So it's a really cool way of just getting an initial burst value out of the 10% discount while going for pagodas. Some players complain about non-standard starting maps. I mean, dude, it's like, it's adaptation. I don't think I've ever been secretive about this. I'm a big believer in adapting to your environment, right? We shouldn't just have a static map pool. I think it's silly. This is a great way of gathering data on new maps and also discovering new maps. Like, you know, look at Pigeon's View, right? Pigeon's View, I think, is like the second or third most picked, if I'm not mistaken, this week. But if we hadn't put it in as a default map last week, it wouldn't have got picked. We had players who didn't even know what it was. Right? Remember the core series? Where he GG'd it 2 minutes in and he told us, oh, he didn't want to play Pigeon's View because he didn't know what it was. I'm like, what? Literally high view. So this is the thing, you know, people are comfortable with what they're comfortable with. That they've been playing Dry Arabia for 3 years. They want to play Dry Arabia for 3 more years. Take them out of that comfort zone and you might show them something new that they like. This is a big army from Dimmu, but it's Muso versus Spears. And on top of that, we do have Nesta Bees on the way for B. Can play back into the choke point. The Pagodas are working for his economy here. I mean, Dimmu, he kind of just needs to spread out a little here. Leave the Musafadi here. Send the Sofas around the flanks. Where is that Nesta Bees? First one is shuffling out now. Market has been broken. Smart move by Dimmu. He opens the floodgate here to get in. The Muso are going to start clashing. He's got the +2. Wait a second. What? B! Oh my god, this is a blunder. He didn't get the Blacksmith text. No Bloomery. No defense, nothing. Only a Nesta Bees to try and keep him alive, but I don't think that's going to do enough damage in small quantities. Smart timing by Dimmu. He prioritizes double tech. It's a 4 damage differential. He's broken him. What a read by Ben. Not just the 4 damage differential, it's the effective HP as well from local knowledge, right? That stealth to immediately get the healing at the beginning of the fight kept him alive in the initial burst, and now he's thriving off of it. Dives into the base. Muso cutting off onto the stone. Imperial officials going down. And B looking like he's going out in this first game. Barely holding on to that Nesta Bees, but at this point, the troop clump is not being targeted. It doesn't really exist with the way it's moving around here. So although he keeps the Nesta Bees alive, damage most definitely done to B in this game. He's behind over 10 economy. He's up against Fulani. He does have Pagoda, but there's only so much that the Pagodas can do for you here. Especially when you're hemorrhaging more villages like this. Sophus just relentlessly targeting him down. What a timing, man. The most drastic difference I think I've seen in Blacksmith techs in this tournament so far. And you know what? It's going to get even more brutal. He's got Military Academy on the way to keep the Zerg pumping. I think it's crazy as well to think that B got caught off guard so easily with Blacksmith techs, considering that you're playing a Civ that can also supervise to rush them up. He never did. Getting an Imperial official over here, right? Which is what made this fight so damn difficult for him. And now it would take the recovery arc of a main character in an anime for this to work out. He's still just gathering the food here. Those are villagers dying, not Spears. Oh my god. Well, we said, based on the draft, it kind of felt like Dimmu needed this opening win to really unravel things for B. B just having a solid draft going forward. China, Mongols comes to mind with things like Frisian. And I imagine now, because he's going to be down a game, he's likely to go Frisian next to try and recover it. So I wouldn't say B is out of this based on the outcome of game 1, but Dimmu, confidence instilled with this type of victory. He hasn't GG'd yet, but I'm not really sure how you easily play back into this now. In fairness, your opponent, you know, he can be held back if he's just mass Sofa with mass Spears. The problem is still in the melee tech difference. It's still a 2 damage difference between these Musafadi and these Spearmen. And remember, Musafadi have a quicker attack point than Spears. Looks like he's going to back up. I mean, funnily enough, Dimmu, this would be the perfect time to switch into Archers, right? Instead, I just noticed he actually went 2 TC. Oh no, this is going to be a flashback to Lash. He's like, well, I'm in the driving seat. No rush. Let me just back up. I mean, I think this is a matchup you play with a little bit more urgency, though. Right? Because in this particular matchup, like, your opponent does have Pagoda. He has 4 relics, potentially 5, because you haven't got the 5th one, right? So you know it must be in his base by now. That's a lot of income. And Juji is no pushover in the late game. I'd say they're one of the most buff civs in Imperial Plus. Especially when you consider that the main changes around the university techs was a nerf to infantry, a buff to cavalry, and a buff to crossbows. Now, with that in mind, Juji have really good crossbows if you go for the Juji library tech, and they have access to incredibly flexible and potent cavalry options in the late game that get buffed further by Dali horses. Not the full 20% they're meant to get, but it's still a buff nonetheless. Looks like we actually have a play onto water now from Dumu. Interesting. I mean, he must know the relics have already been grabbed. He's probably going to go for a Sacred Site victory instead of trying to brute force in. I mean, Nestabees do make you a bit paranoid, right? When you're trying to dent a base, knobs are still ridiculously effective at defending. They're not as potent as they were, but I think their saturation makes them better at defending base choke points than mangonels are, for example. There we go, Dumu on the way up. Why does Dumu allow B to recover? Because he thinks he's far enough ahead, he could just go for a bigger advantage, right? And this is a big advantage. Going into Imperial Age, getting the elite techs, getting the extra blacksmith levels, it's going to be the same nightmare again for B. On top of that, B might have Goda, but you know, if he has to get into a huge gold churn, he doesn't have an insane amount of income to work with. We do have Sofa raiding him. Nice hit onto the eco. Good scouting as well. We've seen Ben do this before the cavalry. An absolute scourge. Spears will be able to clean him up in this area though. We do have him patrolling around, so he's getting a read on the island areas. He's going to need to get out here for the Sacred Site if he wants to start to starve B. Granary transition caught in its infancy here. So Dumu is just trying to buy time. We're likely going to be seeing hand cannoneers as a transition here. Musafadi gun is just insanely effective here. Yeah, this idle time is stinging him. I mean, this is the thing. B has gone free TC to recover, but guys, you need to be cognizant of the cost of this. Not just building the TCs, but now the burden on his economy. He went from spending 150 food a minute on villages to spending 450 food. He has practically nothing left to build into units or tech. He needs these farms up, and these idols being forced is ruining his transition entirely. In fact, he's so early in the infancy of this TC play, he's not building a lead. He's actually further behind than he was when he began this. I'm wondering like what B's route is meant to be. I guess Nesta Bees buys you some time. And Dumu does still have to resolve that problem. But he's in age 4. He could just build cannons. We do have those elite techs coming in, guys. The melee tech, we talked about it. It was a big deal in the last fight. Is Dumu just going to stick Musafadi? Also, how the hell is he hitting that village? I mean, you could. Musafadi actually are just very potent at this point in the game. You have to remember, when you tech, you scale your torch damage as well, and your opponent only has wood walls. That's why B's now doing this. Yeah, these stone walls are absolutely mandatory at this stage, otherwise you die. Imperial armies burn through palisades just so quickly. And we also have elite army tactics on the way. I mean, funnily enough, you know, this is a matchup where in these comps, elite army tactics won't feel nerfed. It'll feel just as good because, remember, this is going to give him +4 melee armor against spears. Only spears. Right? The Nesta Bees are going to be annoying, but the reason why I say EAT will not feel nerfed despite that is we have to remember that Nesta Bees got nerfed. Nesta Bees do no longer get the gunpowder attack for free. So they went from 8 damage to 6 per attack. So, yes, you know, it would have been nice to have had your 20% health of elite army tactics, but against this particular comp, you don't really feel the pain of losing it. No? Am I wrong on that, Crackety? Oh, sorry, you're right. 8 + 2 to 6. Wait, was that in one? I can't remember if did they change extra and pop. You're right, yeah. It was 8 + 2, which I think ended up being, was it 80 damage? Oh, sorry, no, 8 + 2, yeah, 80 damage. And now it's down to just a mere 48. It's a pretty big hit. You are correct. Yeah, now that you say it, my brain is like, oh yeah, it was 8 and then plus the 2. I still think they're better than the mangonels, though. At least for the beginning of Castle Age. I think mangoes feel better in Imperial now, probably. But yeah, Nesta Bees at the beginning of Castle is like a defensive maneuver. Still better. Oh yeah, no, like I just said, in Imp, mango's better. In Castle, for the strategic holds that we see China has been doing for years, for example, I actually think that's where Nesta Bees have an edge now over mangoes. So biology on the way. This game has truly slowed down. Oh, you heard it here first, guys. Nesta Bees suck. Crackety, he may just be angling as Juji main to get them buffed, but he sounds very upset right now, and I'm not gonna lie, as a guy who hates Nesta Bees, that kind of makes me happy. Not gonna make him. That's true. Actually, yeah, we need to nerf Zhuganu. That's the thing you like. So Dume moving out to the islands now. Yeah, a bit of an awkward map now that I think about for Marlins in the late game. I question it for like the mid game, but the late game sucks a bit unless they can snatch an opponent's gold, because these island veins aren't very good for housing around. So very hard to get a good pit mine there. So walls up. Very aggressive in Dimu. He still hasn't captured the sacred sites. He's playing with his food, man. This is dangerous against Juji, though, especially with Pagoda spam. If you play with your food too much here and you don't go for your sacred site win condition, there actually is a risk that Juji just slaps you in the late game. Because if you're going to spam Mustafadi, your whole goal there is your zerging, right? If B spams Shaolin Monks, if he manages to survive into Imperial and get mass Shaolin Monk pump going, you can eradicate the Malians. Even the Sofas will not fare well. Sure, they've got 4 melee armor. Can go up to 5, right? But the Shaolin Monks can get up to 25 damage, I believe it was. Sorry, 22.5. If you go Ming, I believe it goes up to 25. Walls are up. Bombard's on the way, though. B only just teched up. He is weak right now. Dimu is looking to exploit that. And B, wait, is he looking to counterattack? This feels very odd. If he's going to do this, he needs to delete these buildings and build another stone wall behind this to buy time. Because the siege has arrived. The wall... Wait, is that the right... Is he going to... I think he'll just about get through there. He should get through there. Spheres are going to start raiding. Moment of truth. Okay, yeah. Just enough wiggle room. I don't think he could have went left side, but right side he'll be able to break in. Spears in position, though. The Nesta Bees are marching over now. Flurries are coming in, and that is going to make Dimu hesitate. You know, funnily enough, I actually think B could have parked here and probably hit as the units came through, but I think he just wants to buy time. He doesn't want the wall to break. Switch now coming in. Dimu going to shift to the east side. Sacred Site's still not locked in, though. Finally, he's got the Monk over here for the third. Shallow Monks. Not being queued still. It's just Nesta Bees. Nesta Bees spears to defend. The awkward thing about like the Nesta Bees play here is you're eventually going to have to come out. And when you do, spears are not going to hold long. You know what? The funny thing, guys, is if the Dragon's Raw Tech from the Juji library didn't suck, he'd actually have a really good solution to the Musafadi with just spears. Bit of a meme when you think about it that way. Muso in again, though. Dimu. It's not quite Sofa, but these are eliteed Musafadi, so they'll do a lot of damage here if not mopped up fast. Elsewhere, the Nesta Bees slightly exposed, though. Many of them falling, so good reaction so far by B. He's mopped up most of the Sofa. The Musafadi are heavily distracted on the outpost on the east side, but cannons are coming. Villagers are being lost. B, he just lost about 20 villagers. Oh my god, he's not cleaning up quick enough here. The Musafadi, we talked about this elite army tactics. Look at that. You do 13 damage. Meanwhile, he has 7 melee armor on a unit with 135 HP. You are not killing these guys. This is brutal. Dimmu, 4 bombards, 3 more in queue. He knows how to deal with the Nesta Bees problem here. Oh, man, B. He couldn't get to the Shallow Monk phase. He couldn't get to that deep late game. It's almost like Dimmu was dangling the Imperial Age to make him fall victim here. But I think now it is conclusive. We thought it was done earlier. Dimmu took the tech approach. This is now undeniable. Sacred Sites are locked in. B just doesn't really have a leg to stand on. I mean, he doesn't... He did just get elite army tactics, so that could balance this out a bit more. Once again, though, the blacksmith differences and have mangonels queued up. And the very expensive adjustable crossbars that come with them. 2,200 resources to make it a real unit again. Nesta Bees are going to try to move in, but guys, the bombards are not the quickest solution, but a solution nonetheless. Remember, they deal siege damage, so the range resistance doesn't mean squat for Nesta Bees. 3 hits and they die. Or even quicker if you do this with the sofas. What? Oh my god. B once again trusts the choke points and regrets it. Oh, this space. Historically, when you're usually trying to play like this, it becomes the biggest boon. The choke points their own base, making it hard to penetrate. Has time and time again in this game 1 proven to actually be his kryptonite. Dimmu just so phenomenally experienced at finding ways to exploit that detail. You do have a little bit of a raid on the other side. There you go. Wolves are helping. This wolf just has to kill 30 villagers and... Okay. I imagine B's holding on until he's out of gold. Either that or he's just processing the loss. Spears are barely keeping off the farms at this stage. We have got the Nesta Bees moving in to counterattack that, but the bombards... We have Age of Siege, guys. Oh my god. 7 bombards, 5 mangonels. Make it 6. B's like, but there's a unit in the game that has my name. And it's OP. I've got this. B, buddy, I think you may have been playing too much Age of Mythology. Because short of a lightning storm, I don't see how this turns around. You guys know that B is ranked 1 on the ladders in Age of Myth? Oh, primary TC being sieged now. He has at least got the Temple of the Sun really far away, right? I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, okay, he has been toggling. That's really sick. A lot of players just end up leaving it on one form, but you want to be toggling between Divine Defense and Maneuverability of the Divine Haste. Because remember, Divine Defense gives you an extra range up to 9. Still, 9 doesn't really compete with the match 9 of the Mango and the 10 of the Bombards. Oh, wacky opening game. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Were there moments where you thought maybe, just maybe, B was going to slimmer back into this? Or was this always thumbs up for the bald boy, not on the Juji? Let me know down in the comments. I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh. Bit of a vicious opening game there. I think the key moment in that one genuinely was the blacksmith difference. 4 damage difference between them is crazy. So let's go ahead and we'll open this up with Juji versus Malians being a win for Ben. So 1 point away from knocking B out. Remember, we're still in best of threes for now. So, yeah. Blacksmith upgrades are not fair, I guess. Okay, so I think B's probably going to go... Does he go Highview here? I think he has to go Frisian just to get a point back. Highview, I mean, you're going to have to address Highview at some point, but at least you'll have a clearer picture of what your opponent's going to do if you go Frisian next. I think they're getting into game now, so we'll find out in a second. Oh, we forgot to pay out last time, didn't we? We'll open predictions for this one. Give you guys 2 minutes. Oh, wait, they just got in lobby. Okay. Well, hopefully they start quick enough that I don't have to restart the predictions, but we'll see. What should B have made to beat that composition from Dimism? I think maybe just keeping some Lancers pumping on the flanks would have helped him a bit more. He's very defensive. I think, like, genuinely, his comp would have been fine for that defense if he actually had Blacksmith upgrades. He lost that game because of the big dive about 8 minutes earlier? 6 minutes earlier? Where he had 0 Blacksmith techs and Dimu had 4. And Crackety's not wrong. Zhuganu inadvertently got buffed by an extra, was it 2 damage per arrow, I believe, Crackety? So yeah, Zhuga insane. Zhuga like the peak late game now for Zhuji. Alright, we're just waiting a sec to be able to get into game. B, I think, has restarted his game. Yeah, I think B's just restarting quickly. But yeah, like, the reason why Dimu's on mass siege at that point is because he's that far ahead, agreed. Like, you don't just go Imperial and be like, I'm going to build 15 Bombards and Mangonels. Like, that loses you a game, right? It's just, at that point, B was just stuck in his base. So Siege, you have to go Siege to just get him out, essentially. But yeah, I think he could have held, like I said, if he had those Blacksmith techs, and then he could have transitioned later in the game. That would have been a more balanced game, right? But they just became frantically panicked in the end because of the earlier loss. And we are going to Frisian, as expected. B, he thinks there's more value in having Mongols than having Chinese for Highview. So he's going to go Chinese up against the French. Don't you just Chamber of Commerce here and you just poke, harass over time, right? I mean, China's still pretty potent on this map, though. Alright, speed up. Just a few seconds out from live. Oof, did I really just watch that happen? I mean, well, he's not 1-0 right now. Let me flip that score, but he might be with an opening like that. 1-0, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. Midweek muster. Game at number 2 between B and Dimu. Dimu already on the opening. He did at least snatch away most of the sheep, but there is a risk now on the follow-up that B could get a majority sheep haul in a game where he desperately needs it. This is single elimination, best of 3, and he is already at death's door. Can Dimu close it in 2 with the French, or can B get us the full distance with the Chinese that are a powerhouse on Frisian Marshes? Let's find out. So, step 1, I think Dimu probably has to go Chamber of Commerce to kind of get a bit of extra eco going, but that's dangerous because it does open up B to just be able to get away with his own greed. One of the tricky things about this matchup, if we were playing like a dry Arabia, I'd say French have some semblance of hope up against China. The problem on this particular map is the safety of the corner. The corner spawn with all the sheep that this map spawns makes it very painful for French to attack. Right? Usually French on this map try to play the mid-map, play a trade game, and then play a little bit deeper. It's not like when you play on a very open, exploitable map where you're trying to do as much damage as possible in the first 5 or 6 minutes. It's very hard to find that damage because even diving near these TCs is excruciatingly painful for the French, remember, because of the fact that they end up getting hit for 22 damage every time. We have a Rax opening from B. Interesting, considering, yeah, he didn't scout the resources, so I don't know if this is a delayed outpost play. We have seen games where people go for a Barbican drop. I don't know if this is necessarily that. But the Spears, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to stop anything here. And Dimmu, it's not going to be the cock. He's going for the sock. Intriguing. I mean, I guess the worry is if you trade, your timing on your initial knights is really weak, and your opponent can just greed a bit more. The B. What was this final haul? 24 sheep versus 14. Yeah, so Dimmu kind of needs the presence of School of Cavalry to get him out on the map. I wonder, is he going to try to turn this into a TC game? It's not terrible for French, it's just not great, right? Like, Song Dynasty is insanely good. 15 seconds to produce a villager. But in fairness, when you go for 2TC with French, like, your villagers are produced every 17 seconds. Dimmu said he doesn't believe in Chamber of Commerce. I'm not often a believer. I think this is the one map where it can make sense to me. It's a difference of style, though, because when you go School of Cavalry, you immediately have a burst of knight production. But when you go Chamber of Commerce, you're basically delaying your knight production by a minute, minute and a half, because you then have to gather the wood, you have to build the structures, which take 30 seconds with one villager. But the power is that you're meant to have a stronger surge a few minutes into the feudal. But I agree, like, I've been on record saying that the issue with giving up School of Cavalry is you're saving 150 wood to get into the production, but you're also amplifying the timing, right? It's not just that this is now already built. You save 30 seconds at 150 wood. It's the fact that you produce every 29 instead of 35 seconds. So in the opening minutes of the game, where French knights can have the biggest impact in small quantity, you're essentially sacrificing your timing. So you have to have a really good map for trade and good follow-up resources to kind of engage with. Otherwise, Chamber of Commerce feels lackluster. It's why I haven't been a fan of, like, for example, Beastie, I know likes to do high view Chamber of Commerce a lot. I don't like it. And I don't think I've seen him win that often with it against highly skilled players. So, Dimmu. Nice now being queued up. B did go for the outpost rush. But this gold is safe. Right? So if you just go archers now, you can play under the fort gold and still produce. Yeah, this outpost feels so aggressively behind enemy lines, right? Like, if it had been forward resources like a double gold spawn, this would have been a sick play for B, but the golds couldn't have been further apart for him. Dimmu, very fortunate with the spawn in that regard. Dimmu already looking to hunt on the other side, but B, of course, will not be out in the gold. Beautiful perk of being Chinese. Once you have the Imperial Academy, you don't care. All right, once you have Imperial Academy, you don't need to touch gold unless you're going for like a castle rush. You can just gradually get your techs, everything you need, off of taxation. To a certain degree, you can even scale Zhuganu off of just taxation. Especially with the ludicrousness of you pretty much spending, was it 20 gold for a Zhug? And you get 8 gold back when it's in range of the Imperial Academy. I don't understand the logic. It's so ridiculous. I will keep moaning about Imperial Academy until it gets nerfed, by the way. Did you guys know that when you research a blacksmith deck, you get 64 gold back if it's in Imperial Academy range? I.e. almost half price on your blacksmith decks? The archers are out. That means any follow-up outpost shenanigans are not going to exist. That's great. That's the problem, Crackety. It's too good a value. The rebates are real. It's only one night so far for Dimmu. He is actually going into some horsemen. I think it's more just because he's not on gold yet, right? And horsemen could potentially clear the outpost, but realistically, he could just play on the forward gold. I don't know if he's a little bit paranoid of maybe a Barbican rush here, but now that he's got archers, he shouldn't be really fearing that. China has some of the weakest landmarks in the game. Huh? I think people... okay, when people say that to you, I think there's a deep concern underneath it. Like, Imperial Palace actually was not necessarily terrible, it's just the clock tower was too good. And you are not telling me that Chinese is feudal and Imperial landmarks are bad. So Villager Pool coming out from Dimmu. Although, wait, he micro... Oh, no. He clicked all the wrong villages. Oh, you saw that as well. 3 times he clicked, 3 times he selected the wrong one. But it's okay. Dimu says, it's fine. I'm going for 2 TC anyway. I mean, maybe... Did we just do 3 TC here? Quite possibly. B's build is a little bit confusing to me. He's going into Horseman. I mean, sure, it counts the archers, but now you know your opponent has gold access, right? So you could be running headfirst into Knight Archers. I'm a bit lost in this one. B, he's got the blacksmith timing, but this isn't your standard Chinese blacksmith timing. There's no Barbican. So unless this is a very delayed Barbican drop, I'm not really sure what his win condition is in his eyes. TC drop is on the way. Could the timing line up here? I mean, no, because Dimu does see him. And he's pulled an appropriate number of villages. He's got archers in position already. It's 15 villages rushing this up. TC will go online. I mean, the good news is it's not going to be free TC. The bad news is Dimu is already reacting with full infantry comp, which counters this, especially when you're defending in this type of position. So spears plus the archers. I mean, B has to dive in now. There's no negotiating this. There is one knight already clashing. The spearman a little bit delayed to arrive. Pulls to the backside, but that means the knight can just contest them there as well. And the town center is up. Villagers will get the shivs out. It's going to be a peasant rebellion here. There's B. He's not going to be able to easily crack this position. He does at least get a few eco kills for his troubles. So the villagers are going to try to shuffle home in a questionable fashion here. In fact, he might lose 1 or 2 extra. Yeah, not the cleanest retreat out of Ben here. So he is behind by 3 villages, but guys, this is not doomsday o'clock for the French. They have 2 TC, and B has not gone for Song, extra TC, or anything. He needs to kill this town center to be in the clear. Dimu? Wait, Dimu? He's got idle villages here. He just needs a quick drop off. B has got a lot of horsemen. I wonder, does Dimu... this is tricky, actually. The food, right? Like, he needs to essentially get into mass spears. Archers alone isn't good enough. But you can only really afford archers with this current economy. So he needs a minute of unharassed time. If B reads this and keeps poking, then Dimu is going to have a very hard time navigating this mid-game. But I don't think B can just chill back. So, like, one thing that would be really sick here, siege engineering. Instead, though, he's gone for the Barbican. Wait, what? Horsemen are going to contest. Spears a little bit ambitious in their goals there. I'm starting to wonder if B had to slow down here. Like, before that dive, I was like, man, you should have gone for the Barbican. But now this fallback plan, I mean, I guess he's worried about the knights raiding him. So this allows him to at least keep contesting. And also it means the 2TC doesn't, like, overwhelm him that quickly. But it almost feels like he had a kill point here. Siege engineering instead into double ram would have broken this TC. And at that point, Ben would have been starved, right? Because I think Ben has, 6 sheep left over. Remember, very early on, we discovered he was like, what was it? 12 sheep versus 24. Is B going castle? No, we've got Shug on the way. Okay, so he is going to go for the egg cracker here. Well, I think the point there, Baltoon, is like, can Dimu even afford spears on 2TC if he's idled on the second there, right? That was my thought process, is like, if you siege engineering supervise, get it in like 10 seconds, build 2 rams, and crack him. It feels like that should work, right? But yeah, in fairness, going back for Zhug, always the safer option. It does mean that Dimu survives the initial onslaught, though. He has got fishing, he's got a decent amount of food income, Archibald is building, and he has got knights in production. He's at least hitting his tech timing here. But Dimu wasn't a slouch on that either. He already has the Steeled Arrow. Undermesh yet to be researched, but he should be anticipating Zhug. In fact, he doesn't quite see them. He actually needs to prep it now because remember, he can't rush the tech like the Chinese can. They have to wait a whole minute. And this Zhuge ball is building fast. And Ben has to shuffle out now. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to creep villagers out to the deer. But I think he's a bit too paranoid about the horse. The problem here, though, is all of his backup resources at his base are on the ford. I mean, someone said earlier, Ben doing the Ethiopian strategy or role-playing as them. You're right, Crackety. He might be about to take a second rendition there, though. Unwillingly, because the only alternative is to build farms. And at this stage, against the Zhuge all-in timing, switching farms just kills you. It's starting to look more and more like we're going to get a third game. Holy crap. We'll have to see if Ben can defend this second TCB on the approach. Zhuge a little bit slow to shuffle in. Are moving in range now. Few exposed villages. Spears need to be dealt with fast here. Horsemen are going to give the body blocker. You need to try and keep your handful of spears alive, though, to deal with the few knights that are here. And Horsemen are going to wrap around the backside. So Ben, now attack clicking into the wrong unit here. He forces the knight reaction. Spears are going to keep chasing. But the gathering continues on. Dumu refuses to stop fishing. And TC is adding in a decent amount of damage up against these diving Zhuge. Where are the rams? Right? Like this is the problem right now, is he's got nothing to crack the defenses. And he just lost a lot. No spears left alive. A few knights here. B may have been a bit too overeager in this engagement. 5 knights now ready to push him back. Oh no. B, I can't believe this. I mean, 1 or 2 rams there, you're at least going to take the TC while fighting, right? Or maybe just more spears, but this looked questionable. Now forced to retreat, and that means that Dumu, at a critical point when he needs it most, can access the food. Man, and parking here is everything. Like, in some ways, if B doesn't want to build rams, it just makes more sense to sit here. Sit here, send some horsemen around the flank, and eventually, Dumu is just going to be out of food. Instead, he gets a revive here. He gets semblance of life again. Moves out for the fish. Berry's being gathered as well. B is going again. And I'm getting flashbacks to a certain grand final game. Only minus the Rams on the TC this time. How does this now work for him? I think you need more spears. I don't like the fact that B hasn't been producing spears. Dumu obviously hasn't been producing knights, but that's the gap in the economy. That's now going to get fixed. So as long as Dumu just keeps pumping knights, obviously he needs to see this. That's one of the key things is right now Ben doesn't have a scout. He's reproducing. But once he looks over here and just sees what is basically 90% Zhuge, all he needs to do is what every French player under the sun does. Select your stables and press W to win. Horseman raid. Ben. Trying to get a bit cheeky. I mean, I thought he'd get shivs out here. It's a little bit of chip damage done, but remember, Dimu's already 10 villages ahead. This isn't 2 TC from B. Instead, he's going Castle Age. The problem, though, is so is Dumu. He's already aware of what B is up to. And he's going to be astronomical clock tower. Villagers may need to consider shuffling away here. Dumu already aware of it. He's like, well, I'm here. I might as well build a few houses. I mean, they'll probably blow them up about 10 seconds, but screw it. He can play onto the back deer here, and he has scouted that. So I quite like the idea of just sending a few over to the deer. The whole idea, oh my god, I've said deer so many times, is that you want to diversify your resource grab so that when an attack comes in from B, it doesn't starve you entirely. Dumu's belly has been rumbling way too often in this game. He doesn't need it to happen again. Hold on. Dumu just reinvested into the knights. A little bit surprised by this. Tech up comes out. I mean, do you just cancel the archer production? You're not really in a position to counterattack here. You need the age up. The problem right now, I think, for Dumu is that he doesn't have that many knights to upgrade with Royal Institute, but it just makes the most sense to play into the third age now. Because otherwise, if you lag behind, you're not really in a position to counterattack right now. The Zhuge mass will just hit too hard with veterancy. So if you just wait in your base and you don't tech fast, your opponent's going to go for relics anyway. I know, Dimu's trying to avoid the farm transition as long as possible so that he can maximize his resource intake into army. And it's going to be a Guildhall game. We have got the Juke +2. So that against an unarmored unit would be 21 damage. Against these knights with the 4 armor, you're still going to do a lofty 9 damage per Zhuge attack. B. Looking to constrict him. Starts to dive the primary. We question if this man wanted to kill TCs. He doesn't. TCs don't bleed. French archers do, though. He's just trying to buy time, man. He's going to have to make the stand on the Guildhall. B knows. He sees it now. Villagers on the tree line have to shuffle away. He has to engage. There's no way you can wait for veterancy here. He might be able to get the knights, but the veterancy for the archers, you're going to have to fight in 20 seconds. The B just circling. He's already got a second wave of Zhuge over here, so he can poke at additional villagers. That is going to bait the army to fight, but that allows a catch-up here. A few more troops keeping an eye on the eastern flank. Dimu is playing Ring of Roses in his own base right now. Question is a pocket full of poses, a pocket full of death. I don't know how he's done this, but Dimu has somehow evacuated the dance floor and got himself a breather. 20 seconds until the veterancy is in. However, I don't know if it's going to change anything here. He has 25 archers, nothing else. I mean, it's a good thing he has Guildhall because he has no gold gathering whatsoever. I think this is over, guys. There's a point at which Zhuge just don't lose, right? As long as you're using them, and you can see B is active on the map with them. Dimu is just trying to find some way to exist in this game, but the problem is when you go 2TC, when you have 70 plus eco, some of them are going to end up a bit exposed here. North side fishing is also exhausting very quickly due to the fact there's 30 villagers here. B, ironically, even now could just go for rams. I don't think he's interested in doing so, though. If Dimu was hoping knights were going to be his way out, he's in for a sore awakening, considering there's now crossbows. Crossbows that you will not be able to identify in the Zhuge mass. You see them now. Now watch them run into formation. Where'd they go? Oh my god, that's such a cool magic trick. People right now are pausing the stream to try and, like, point to them. There's one here. Oh, wait, no, that's a Zhuge. There's one here. There we go. That's a crossbow. Now I understand how the assassins in Assassin's Creed do it. Just blend into the crowd. It's a big boy crowd at that. B marching north. He knows where the food is. Home is at least safe, but Dimu has ran out of safe gold. By the way, if you were able to spot the crossbows amongst the Zhuge when I zoomed in, remember most players play out here. Or here. So good luck with that. No, mangoes won't reset you in Castle Age. Not against Zhuge like this. They'll just dive in and kill them. B. And back up here. Dimu does catch him a little bit discombobulated. Wait, he knows it's Guildhall, right? He shouldn't be hesitating too much here. I mean, you need to fight or you're going to lose troops, right? Starts to engage. Knights are going to stick to their targets. Dimu, there's no way. There's no way B loses this, right? I mean, it looks like he's losing the fight. A forced retreat here. The archers are trading phenomenally well. Palace Guard are now coming, but slow from B. Not a big surge like you're looking for here. So a lot of Zhuge give their lives. Military numbers are now quite even. However, the knights are going to become less effective. It is mass crossbows for B. 24 already. But the space gained. We do have some idols on the backside. Little raid here looking for the villagers. Dimu is sneaking into the center of the map now just to try and avoid the plague. I mean, I'm impressed. Ben, he should have just been dead here all that idle time. The villager losses. B was in the driving seat, but he never went for relics. He never really found that killing blow. I'm impressed that Dimu had, what, about a minute and a half of idle time with, on average, about 30 villagers. And yet still has somehow competed. However, without knights now, things get a bit scary. I think Dimu needs to consider horsemen at this stage. Do you have the Nestabis finding more villagers? Nestabis, sorry, the Zhuge Only small groups though, so not enough to really kill them. He's going to shuffle onto the fishing of the Chinese now. Archers are going to be in the trade out again. Remember, this is starting to turn into more crossbows though, so archers do counter this. This is the thing that B needs to be a little bit careful of. He now has substantially more crossbows than Zhuge. So if Dimu just keeps pumping archers, he has a very efficient way of killing you. Because remember, he doesn't have great long-term food access. What he does have is plenty of wood here and here. So if you give him a beneficial situation to scale archers in, that's how Dimu can actually win. We'll eventually need that farm transition as well, though. B already getting deep into his own. Second granary coming online. Aren't archers good against Zhuge? Yeah, you'd think. No, you tend to just get shredded. You're like this idea of skirting the range doesn't work out. Zhuge have 4.5 tiles, whereas archers have 5. The problem, though, is that when the mass is this big, an extra 0.5 doesn't matter that much. Still somehow not dead, but also now playing for relics. Be important for the gold massing because he's going back into knights. A little bit surprised by this. I think this should be mainly just for raiding. There's way too many crossbows to directly contest. And a keep drop coming in to make it all much more cost efficient for Ben. I think Dimu needs to start raiding. He's spending way too much time just dodging this issue. He needs to attack. I hope that's what these knights are about, for his sake. Maybe I don't. I do like game freeze. Yeah, diving 4 knights in to kill 1 nest of bees is not a worthwhile trade. Arbiter now. I mean, he needs it for the pass guard, right? But I think the confusing part to me is the fact that Dimu is still building knights instead of the horsemen we mentioned earlier. Probably because he thinks that this is like a better value prop because he doesn't have great food access. And he still has a decent amount of gold, right? So it's better than just pumping more into food and running out of that faster. Another keep drop coming in. And speaking of food, how's Dimu looking in the guild? Oh. Yeah, we have a switcheroo. He already spent it. I think the problem for B here is because he's still playing into a very static comp, it's hard to raid on these flanks. Palace Guard is going to change that, though. They have the movement speed to chase for these things. Does spot the keep going up. Won't be able to stop it, though. We'll have to contest it. Now, that buys time for Dimu's main base, and B is being very crafty about this. He splits off half the army to go north. Knights, wait, what? Ben? Exactly what we were talking about why you can't scale knights for the fight, right? Just a completely wasteful engagement for him. Oh my god, this looks so uncomfortable. Don't worry, guys. Those archers have a front line. 24 villagers, baby. Gamson's tech is coming in. I mean, in theory, the strategy makes sense for Dimu. The case is whether he's going to be able to get to that size where it really matters. Right now, it feels like he's struggling. A lot of his army isn't really quality, right? It's 65, but it's 65 with 56 of which being archers. And no, Dimu has not got any eco-tech upgrades at all, and he's now going farms. So a little bit surprised at this point. I mean, it would have been nice to have had the lumber upgrades, very cheap, very efficient. Remember, French get 30% more off as well. I'm a little bit flummoxed by this. I think he's just forgotten them because it would have been such a later point in the game than you'd normally build them. Archers are going to dive into the nest of bees. I don't know if I call this a worthwhile trade, though. He's doing his best to kind of spread his formation a little bit to make it a bit better. Not good enough. Not against Clock Tower. Guys, I'm telling you, the problem is Clock Tower. We just saw a game with Juji Nesta Bees where they looked like trash. I think Clock Tower Nesta Bees are still absurd for their health. Looks like that is going to be the denial on the gold. Rams, Nesta Bees moving in. Now, if he just shuffles in a bit with these knobs, he could actually eradicate the repair crew. Instead, he's going to have to back up. Not enough siege. Needs to build into more Rams. Has got a siege workshop nearby. How is this game still going? Oh, it might not be for much longer. Ben, losing villagers on the front again. Has at least got the crossbows to quickly react. It feels like B should have the ability to end this game, but Dimu is just worming his way out of this. Ram's now coming in, so gold could be denied. If this is taken out, he doesn't have a keep drop to protect any of the other golds on the map. Crossbows are now going to dive in. Villagers have to be pulled here. This is going to be expensive for Ben. And not a quick protection either, because it's Clock Tower Barrack. What? Come on. Like, I just can't. Anytime I see this in a game, no Ram should be capable of this much health. 555. And by the way, Siege Armor scales with that later. It's just vile. I mean, he might have had a chance of trying to hold that, right? If it was just normal Rams dying. So if you think about it, like, this Ram should have been dead. Another one should have been half HP. Archers are at least going to get a freebie up against crossbows, which aren't reacting, but this is bad for Ben. 17 of his villagers idled in a corner. He has at least got knights now raiding in. This is what we've been waiting for almost 30 minutes, for the French cavalry to go raiding. And that's all, folks. Not really the raid we were looking for. Imperial Palace also now on the way. Love this position from B. He's already got great vision. It's about to get insane. Remember, this thing is so lofty on its AoE vision that it can see essentially a quarter of the map. Watch the mini-map in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there are no secrets anymore on this map. Villagers in the retreat are going to get caught out. I mean, Dimu, please tell me he's got a lot of gold in reserve. 1,500. So if he can sort his food, if he can get into the Red Keep, there's a chance. It's not a great chance. I mean, there's no world in which you could College of Artillery, right? It has to be Red Palace. I think at this point, B just locks in Sacred Sites, though. Locks in Sacred Sites. He's got all his food set up anyway, and then he plays the Imp himself with a Great Wall Gatehouse drop. Dimu is finally into the Horseman we talked about earlier. So Horseman plus Arbitrary. That is going to force a Spear reaction. Spears do horribly against Arbitrary due to the Gambson's tech. We've got another pressure point here, Dimu. Pascal dives coming in. And guys, Yuan is now activated. Dimu doesn't have walls. I mean, before this, the Pascal haven't really been that threatening due to the kind of close to standard movement speed, right? But now they're moving essentially like cavalry. Farm's starting to get idled out in a situation where Dimu needs every ounce of food he can get. Follow-up wave of sieges on the way. Rams, crossbows, Nesta Bees. And so many times we wondered, is this it? Is the game over? And we're there again. This feels like it should be the killing blow. B has basically popped himself. He's got Imperial just around the corner. And with Supervision, these crossbows can be upgraded like that. Farms also on the front side, a bit exposed. Ben is going to have to defend them. Horsemen need to target that back line. Tries to shuffle back. Now getting in range of the Nesta Bees. He might make a stand here. The Arbitrary going to be exposed. So Knobs, open fire. Pavis has to be dropped here. Horsemen trying to push this back. Only a handful of them left, but they're into crossbows. So should be able to stab down another Nesta Bees in theory. But the pathfinding here not working out well for him. Extra wave is going to arrive, so it looks like he is going to be able to hold again. However, B is now an age up. I'm bloody impressed, man. Dimu should have been dead so many times. So many lesser players would have been, but he keeps finding a way of holding on. I do have to wonder, though, are we at the end of the road? You know, if this wasn't Guildhall, but instead Royal Institute, you'd maybe feel a bit more inspired. You'd have, for example, the biology tech. You'd have the crossbow strips, gambesons, all these things in, right? Instead, you can get gambesons, sure, but you're missing the attack speed buffer. You're missing the extra health on these horsemen. So you can't even play a light Imperial Age in Age 3. And that means the real difference is about to become clear. Elite techs are being queued up. I imagine a Uni's going to be dropped alongside this, and we already have hand cannoneers on the way for B. But don't fret, folks. Don't be disappointed, because what that means is that we are going to get a game 3. As soon as Dumu accepts reality. I mean, in fairness, B refused to accept reality, right? he's just returning the favor at this stage. But, like, you're a French player who can't really access gold, right? This vein just ran out. And all the others are not safe. Remember, the Imperial Palace sees him. Any attempt to walk out into these golds will be seen. Oh, man. What a crazy game. Let me know what you guys think. Like, at what point in this game did you think Dumu was dead? Because each and every time he seemed to wiggle his way out, but the body bag has finally been zipped up and he has been sent to the morgue. We are gonna get a game 3. Yeah, let me know what you thought about this game in the comments. Like, would you have survived that many onslaughts? Did you think the GG was going to be happening earlier? And if so, when? And I'll catch you all in the next video. Damn, series delivering. So we're going to get that game 3. Let me mark it up as a win for Mr. B. So that means we're getting English or Delhi versus Iabids or Mongols. I think you Delhi this up, right? And B has to go... B is definitely going Iabids. There's no way you punt Mongols here. What would you do? I think English would just do TTC and Delhi would just dominate you. So we're probably looking at Iabid Delhi for the deciding game. English, just English? Yeah. Well, like, you just do TTC and don't come out, right? But, like, IU have a really good timing to just rush Castle then and rush Relics, I guess. Delhi Iabids is a bit more nuanced at the moment, right? Because I think a while ago it felt like Delhi could just win that, but now, I don't know, I've been leaning more and more Iabids. If they play into the Growth Wing, they can contest you. Desert Raiders are insane. So, like, it does feel like Ben's best chance lies with English and B's with Iabids. English against IU is 1 TC fast castle with King's Palace. Yeah, can work. What, you go Abbey of Kings, right, and you just have the heal? You could maybe go Council Hall if you get all in by IU and feel you'll need the defense, but, like, realistically, you should just be able to do the King. King used to really feel bad because when Iabids were doing the Desert Raider wing, like, the Desert Raider just immediately countered the King. Right? But maybe with Growth Wing you can get away with him. Typically goes 1 outpost. Depends on the gold spawn though, right? I think that's going to be really telling. If Dumu gets like a back gold spawn, he can probably just go with the King. But if there's a forward one, you have to go for the Council Hall, right? Oh, sorry, you're talking the other side. You don't think like Iabids try to rush him if he sees the English playing? I guess it's hard. This is the thing that always annoys me is when I'm like, yeah, you just need to send it on the English or they outscale you. It's like, how do you? That attack speed aura is the most obnoxious thing in the game still. But agreed. Yeah, agreed against the Lombos. It's always been that way, right? But the tricky part is Iabids don't like that because they don't mind going and gathering for 1 stone drop-off to arrow slits a tower. They don't want to have to arrow slits 2 towers, right? That's horrible. All right, they're getting in game now, so we should be ready to go in a sec. What about making Mangonel Nesta Bees even a bit bigger and Horsemen even more range? I'd have to think on that one more. I don't think they need to be bigger per se. I think what needed to happen to Mangoes and Nesta Bees at the beginning of Castle happened. Get 300 wood, make a little stone wall cage next to White Tower and kill landmarks. Oh, Jesus Christ. That did, like, you've been subscribing to Baltoon games. That is literally a Baltoon strategy. I still remember when he'd done that with Ottomans and it made no sense. Remember that game, Baltoon, on Hill and Dale? Where it's like, I think it's against the Bastards, you're like, I'm just going to build a little base here away from home. And you ran in it for like 10 seconds. You're like, oh, he has more archers. I'm leaving. Oh, can we do predictions? I mean, I have mods. They can do this job or get a real job. Kappa. So that was a win for B. You got both? Whoa. You have a real job? I'm just here trying to make a living streaming. Oof, which is actually technically my life as a freelancer is like 8 different jobs now that I think about it. Social media manager, influencer manager, content creator, video editor, presenter. Oh god, Jesus, my life is not easy. My life's a mess. Anyway, let's go. All right. He locked it in. It's going to be Ibis Delhi to decide this. Game at number 3 between B and Dimu. It comes down to the line. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to Pigeon's View. That's right. We took a newly improved version of High View, and then we improved it even more. The new spawns are, chef's kiss, more on point. We've got 5 relics. We've got berries spawning in full. We've got gold veins, double gold veins, always spawning. And all the qualities that High View should have. If the devs are watching this, feel free to reach out and talk to us because, you know, High View sucks in the default game. This is miles ahead. Then again, I don't hold my breath at this stage considering that Lipany still hasn't been fixed. So Delhi Ibid's quite an interesting matchup, right? Like typically you're going to be seeing Growth Wing here out of IU, and then there's going to be some Force Pressure and Feudal. I'm curious to see how Delhi are going to do because when we were seeing a lot of Delhi and Ibids last, would have been back when we had the old Tower Victory build. But now we have the Dome of Faith build. Now, this is interesting from B. He's gone for the Dervish Wing. We've got logistics, and this is pretty sick because of the Dome of Faith build. Dome of Faith means that you just want to go Ghazi. You don't want to have to go Archers. The Dervish play requires Archers to contest. If you just try to go Ghazi and your opponent goes Horseman plus 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, he will win that fight due to the fact that this tech up gives a permanent AoE healing aura to your dervishes. Man, what a sick read. We could have a very, very scary game for Dimu. Now, the good news is he's going to know about this very quickly, right? He can scout it. He can see the wing. It should be quite obvious. There's no way your opponent is going advancement wing in H2. We're not on a water map. But this has me a little bit worried for Ben. Because he's going to have to transition first. And the problem is, like, the thing you have to transition into sucks against what your opponent's going to be doing. Because this was going to be Horseman versus Ghazi, right? Great for Dimu. A little bit annoying when Desert Raiders get added in, but you can kind of contest that. Now it's going to have to be Ghazi and Archers versus Horseman. Because you need the Archers to counter the Dervish. But that means that your opponent now has the Horseman to counter the Archers as well. It's a pretty good situation for B. In which matchups do you think TOV is better? Typically the ones where Zhuge can appear. Like China is a pristine example where you'll feel a lot better doing Tower Victory. I think Tower Victory can make sense as well against like Malians. It's not too bad. But I'd say in the majority of matchups, maybe like 75%, 8%, Dome of Faith is just very good now. So, tech up complete. B's about to come through as well. And it has been scouted. So he knows about the Dervishes. And there should be an immediate stables play. And there you go. Cool thing about going to the stables, the thing that just kind of makes it a little bit OP, is this isn't just a 1-unit building. Remember, he can build Horsemen, but he can also build the Desert Raider out of this. So you can build Cavalry and counter cavalry out of one building. It's a very powerful element of the early game for Ibids. Something that players, when IU first came out, weren't proficient at using. They were more focused on castle rushing. Players have gotten incredibly good now at understanding the complexity and the advantage you get out of these early production buildings. And there's the Horseman reaction on the other side. So how does Dimu resolve this problem? Pro Scouts would be kind of cool. He'll be able to keep his eco condensed at least. Sacred Sites is going to be tricky, I think, in this game. We already have the Desert Raider also queued. So didn't even go for the Horseman first, he went for the Desert Raider opening. Makes sense because you've got double Dervish, so you can actually just poke and prod and trade well even into a Ghazi with that amount of heal. Where are those Dervishes? Are they just... Oh, of course. I mean, you don't want to be running them into the enemy base, right? So find a duty for them, and he finds the perfect thing. A nice old deer shove. Well played. I think B has been watching the Canadians' replays. Because they are infamous for doing this exact type of thing. Both elements, actually. I mean, they're the reason why everyone started laming deer so much. And then on top of that, we know they've been spamming the crap out of the dervishes recently. So outpost going up. B is just going fast castle. Okay, a little bit surprised, actually. I thought he'd try to play the Age. I think you can play the Age quite easily here. Flash going to come in, but I mean, that Desert Raid is fine. Like, this is such a wasteful effort by Dumu. Damn, he even gets sniped by the range form. Well played by B. Because this is the thing, it's double heal, right? Like, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. And wait, why did the Gambas just get reset? We already done them. Huh? Did my admin just pay people? Was it Crackety? This is the best part. No one knows which admin, which mod it was. We'll blame Crackety though. Alright, so we got Skull Spam coming. This does mean that Sacred Sight's going to be locked by Dumu. Like, in some ways, B has given Dumu more than he should be getting here. And I think the reaction is going to be, what, Growth Wing? A little bit interesting that he exhausted the berries, except one. I think this was a reactionary choice by B. Otherwise, you would have, like, you know, you would have left all the berries, right? So it should be Growth Wing, but he saw something he didn't like on the other side of things. So Sacred Sight's locked in. What does Dumu now do with this? I mean, you could try to follow and mirror the castle rush, but if you do that, what are you gaining? Relics will already be taken, right? And yeah, there it is, queued up. So 2 minutes out. Remember, because he went Dervish Wing, he already has that presence on the map, so you need to make sure you're pumping more units to block that presence. Otherwise, this is going to unravel real quick. Alright, one's if you think Dumu's going to win this, two's if you think B's got it. Because I'm looking at the spawn, I'm thinking about the food that B has. He still has 11 sheep as well. He doesn't have to come out quickly. Dumu may need to go in though. Dive's going to come through. Trying to reach those dervishes, just not easily done, right? Like, you have to actually surround, pinch them, kill them. That's why I say the archers are the counter, because the AoE heals, they retreat. In conjunction with the fact that they give the camel on ease, makes it impossible for you to get a kill on a moving dervish. Sacred Sights are locked in. I think Dumu is going for that fast castle. It's the correct call here. It'll be House of Learning. You're probably going to be... I don't think you necessarily want to be going into Lancers here because Ibids, right? We could we... Is there a world in which he goes Compound Defenders? I think that's kind of wild. You're at 32 villages. You wouldn't be able to afford the keeps for like 5 more minutes, which is just terrible. So House of Learning just makes the most sense. And we could even then see camels versus elephants. This is so frustrating, man. Like, you can't even justify this for chip damage. Look at their health. Power of the Dervish. Attack up almost complete. He's spamming Desert Raiders as B. Are we about to start a step our way through the battlefield? I think we might be. I mean, it kind of makes sense to just produce more Desert Raiders, right? Like, you have to wait for the tech to complete, so you might as well pump additionals, which you can upgrade. Desert Raider. Oh, is at least going to get pinched. Shiv's out, though. I mean, not a terrible idea, right? With the Camelanese there again. Just not something that Dumu wants to commit to. Behind this, House of Learning is now on the way. But he doesn't quite have enough gold to get into this Camelance. Funnily enough, the Desert Raiders he queued up is why. Doesn't have the veterancy coming. Doesn't really have any true castle potency yet. Yeah, the idol and the gold was actually well done by Dumu. I think he could have committed to that fight earlier and killed the Desert Raiders, but he didn't want to. He saw more value in just forcing these villagers to walk away than to just commit in and kill 3 Desert Raiders. So, it's going to be a shuffle away now. Tech up is complete. Sacred Site timer is down to 7 minutes. We're going to see what Dimmu wants to do here. I mean, he's got mass stables. Is he going to play into Lancers? Homeblade's the first priority, suggests that's where we're going. I mean, you wouldn't do this for meta arms against Camel Lancers. It is pretty ballsy to try and just out-ego chow Knights. Camel Lancers at that with Knights. Moss drop coming in, so B ready to shuffle out for those relics now. He realizes with the tech up that Dimmu isn't trying to constrict him. So what this means is, like, the decap is going to happen, right? Ben is not treating this as his win condition. He's going to give it over. He thinks he can play this out in Castle. I am a little bit surprised by the Lancer choice, though. I mean, 2 or 3 not too bad to raid, but ultimately you need to get something prepped to defend you. Because the Lancers and Desert Raiders are on the way. Dimmu. Man, what a timing. We talked about the relic race, right? We thought that Ben was going to be hung and dry on it. He's got 3 relics. This Dervish play is not paying off for B. He goes for the decaps instead, and I think that's all relics almost accounted for, right? I mean, B is down here. In theory, he should be able to make it a 2-3 split in favor of Dimmu. Is Dimmu, like, he's legit just sending Lancers, mass Lancers. I thought he'd be transitioning off into something else, like maybe Spears to defend him. But he just thinks he can beat it. I mean, he's got Blacksmith techs coming. It's kind of interesting, actually, because I mentioned Camelanese makes it really hard to fight, but something to keep in mind is Lancers have 20 more health, and they're also going to have substantially more damage here. He's going to have 5 more damage than B's. This is a repeat of Game 1. Remember, in that Game 1, the pivotal moment was that Dimmu prioritized Blacksmith techs, B unable to do so. This is happening again. Look at the stat difference here. Right, yes, you lose 4 damage, but whoopty freaking doodah with the home blades, you're going to wallop just as hard. 22 damage on one side, and look at what he goes up to. He's now at 22 damage. It's about to get another 1 damage on top, while he also has the 20 extra health. I can't believe this. Camel Lancers do not counter Lancers, not in this game. That is wild. He just needs to make sure he doesn't lose too many Lancers while scaling, and he should be fine. Because remember, B does have an economical edge in theory. I say in theory because Sacred Sites, Relics, these type of things kind of skew it a bit. Not to mention Ecotech. Double E. Oh my god, it's... Alright, B should have had an economical advantage, but he actually doesn't. What a civ. The difference a year could make. A year ago, Delhi were like, kind of okay, but Iabas were OP. Now the other way around. Lance is diving in. Villagers in trouble. Dimmu. Does he know? Does he glimpse it? He just dodged vision there. However, he's going to find a small group over here. 7 villagers that need to run away fast. Could dive through. Gate is being rushed up. But the Lancers are going to be there first. So, only a trimming. 1 villager goes down. The Camel Lancers can't contest this. It's way too many Lancers in Ghazi right now. Reinforcements have arrived. That's going to force Dimmu to shuffle away from this. But behind this, we have got elephants and crossbows on the way. And B has been baited into a one-dimensional comp. So what does he do to get out of this problem? I mean, step 1 is actually raiding. He needs to be doing some eco damage. That's the only way you're going to survive what's coming. Right now, though, he has to react with everything he has because of what we mentioned about the stats here. The Blacksmith's, or rather lack of it, means that the Camelanese is irrelevant here. He will lose to Lancers in equal numbers for the Delhi. So he has to outnumber in his own base. But that means his cavalry just aren't doing anything. At this point, you kind of wish you'd just gone for Spearmen to be more cost efficient. I think he also has a food issue, right? Okay, no, he hasn't exhausted the deer yet. The berries on the front kind of concern me. But he has retracted berries. The deer is still kind of okay. But the food issue is a different type of picture, right? The other side, it's forward spawning. But here, it's very condensed in one location. And if you're scared to fight Dumu's army directly, that means he can attack that one location and idle you out. Lancer's spending a long time burning through this bloody wall. We'll finally bring it down. Behind this, though, the elephants haven't even joined the party yet. They're vibing. Like, this is so demoralizing for B. It's like, yeah, we kicked their asses. Lancers, hooah. As soon as he comes near Deli's base and sees what the real comp is, he has nothing for it. If you had, like, at least mass Desert Raiders, in theory, I think you can actually beat the... You actually beat most of these things. Crossbows will be a little bit annoying, but, like, you can, in theory, beat War Elephants, right? If you have enough Desert Raiders. But, like, when are you ever going to have enough Desert Raiders here? And there's the revelation. Hey, honey, we're home. Wait, why are you running? You can't run, not from the mahoots. Extra 10% movement speed is going to allow him to quickly shuffle across this map. B now trying to get into crossbows, because, guys, crossbows really is the only solid answer to War Elephants. You'd think mass spears? Trust me, no. Mass spears dies to War Elephants too. Another annoying thing about this matchup is you can't rely on Mameluke's bravery, because obviously, like, 850 health on a unit to get one unit buffed is a terrible exchange. Right? This tech here, Sans Mamelukes, tends to be better against, for example, Zergy Civs, Marlians, Japanese Yumi. Not great against Deli. I think B maybe on the verge of curtains closed here in midweek muster number 3. Dumu with a very strong push in. But not an easy path ahead of him, remember. Because after this, he'd be facing off against either Puppypaw or Kiljardi. It doesn't get easier from here. Flash coming in. If he doesn't hold here, this is over. And the elephants, the crossbows, will give no quarter. Be trying to get enough range together to defend his own choke points. Currently outnumbered, outgunned here. 14 crossbows versus the 9. The elephants aren't even joining in on the party. So they're going to be invited now. It's so bloody hard. Yeah, he just took out that Desert Raider from half HP. Camel Lancers basically get 4 hit. This is done. Elephants will continue to plague every game that Deli appear in. Well, we talked about Irobids and how there's maybe ways to win this if you play the H2. B tried something different that he envisioned as creative. But Dumu just so quick on the reaction. Didn't panic when he saw the Dervish. Didn't overdive. Didn't overshow his hand in that early game. And it got him here. Old Deli would have been scared of the Castle Age situation. They would have feared it. And now they pit her off. But not this beast. This war beast. Elephants with the Scholar Spam has given Deli a new look on life. And it's that Castle Age looks good. And we have to remember in this series, these guys don't typically GG quickly, so we could be here another 10 minutes. I mean, credit to him, B has got a lot of crossbows, but I see like a bigger issue now. You don't actually have a front line. And it takes you so long to kill one elephant. Okay, Dumu's overzealous with that elephant a little bit. Still. Crossbows on crossbows here, right? 14 versus 16. Both sides do have a healer. So B is going to get a stay of execution. I think Dumu played that a little bit sloppy, but that's because he doesn't care. He's going for H4. Oh, this Civ. This is not okay. Pulse of the Sultan. He's like, wow, B's really been struggling with those elephants. Be a shame if we gave an elephant a gun. I love that as well. Dumu intentionally feeds the scholars so the crossbows survive longer for a better trade. So what's B's way out, guys? I guess there's always There's always a chance that Asta trips over the Ethernet cable and Dimu disconnects. That can maybe work. I've got kids. They can be overly energetic sometimes. Short of that, it doesn't seem very likely, right? In fact, I'm kind of curious. Does B just GG the moment the age up completes? He wants to play it out. I mean, respect for it, right? You might as well in the situation. I've seen the clip of Dimu deleting his whole arm. True, anything is possible. I mean, we live for the comebacks, but this would be the comeback of the tournament. Peach trying to get the Desert Raiders together with the crossbows to hold. Probably aware that it's going to be the gunpowder elephants on the way, so Desert Raiders, your best way of dealing with that, really, alongside crossbows. I mean, the crossbows aren't going to be that impactful, though. It's about the Desert Raiders because you need to run him down and surround him. Otherwise, he's going to kite away with a gunpowder, right? So you're kind of stuck between going either Desert Raiders or going Horsemen. And if you go Horsemen and your opponent happens to still be spamming Lances, you're just dead. There we go, guys. It's balanced. 9 minutes for University Techs. Woohoo! He hasn't got many scholars garrisoned, has he? No, only 3 right now. But we'll fix that, don't you worry. Oh, this is a good time to remind people, by the way. This is just the first live set. We have got several more live sets today, so we will probably check in on Wham versus Cat. That's the only one that wouldn't be live. But in just over 2 hours, we have got Puppypaw versus Kiljardi live. We have also scheduled later today for Anathan versus the winner of Wham versus Cat live. And then we might have Dimu versus the winner of Puppypaw Kiljardi live as well. Unless B can change the script drastically. Sacred Sight's now locked in. We've got keep drops as well. I don't know, man. I think Dome of Faith needs to be nerfed. I don't think that's even a hot take. It's so awkward because I feel like if we nerf Dome of Faith, we're going back to Tower of Victory just being ridiculous again. There's just something so polarizing about Delhi. I think their ramp up at the beginning of Feudal is too good. Especially when you consider what the win conditions usually are. Sacred Sites, right? Well, Dive coming in. B finally finds a fight he can win. Actually, a pretty good fight to win. I mean, every little counts here, right? That is going to give him the villager lead. Surprised that Dimu ambitiously committed to it, but in fairness, he is returning fire here. The Elite Lance is chasing onto the eco. He's like, fine, if you're going to take some lives of mine, let me return the favor. Textiles will at least keep them alive a bit longer here, so B not going to lose as much with this raid. And Sacred Sites are at least now being decapped. And funnily enough, Dimu is not cancelling the keep. Well, for good reason. 23 villages. Wait, he could lose like an extra 10 from this. Oh my god. Oh, this is a keep built with bodies under the foundation. The elephants have arrived though, so some of those bodies are going to be Iabids. Castle goes up. 15. Make that 14 villagers get inside. Double elephant here. Double the power to hold this location. The Desert Raiders will not be able to contest this. That is 780 HP on what is meant to be a vulnerable ranged unit. And now we see the real picture. This is the true Delhi army. The thing that Delhi players have been waiting for this whole time. And yeah, biology is still 4 minutes away. This is just War Beast tech. 780 health. 1062. Oh my god. So what a good friend of mine, Loader. How is this even balanced? I mean, in fairness, B has Desert Raiders, right? So if he can eventually find his way up, Desert Raiders are also Imber as well. because they get buffed by biology and incendiary arrows, right? It makes them very, very strong. And then the silk bowstrings as well. But I don't know if B's going to survive that long. He has to make a stand here. And it's just impossible to pull down a single war elephant. His own outpost is griefing him here. That's army wiped. That's game, set, and match to the Brit. Commiserations to B. He did make it deep enough. I'm sure we'll see him in midweek muster number 4. The invite is going to be there in his inbox, but it's going to be Dumu carrying on into the semi-finals, waiting to see if he's going to be matching up against Puppypaw or Kiljardi. All that still to come. Oh my god. Well, that was a beatdown in the final game. KP wants to nerf all Cav? Hell yeah. Let's make range units just OP. 1 second. Okay. Wait, who won? It was... Surprise, surprise. Really not a surprise. It was the Delhi. So, Ibids versus Delhi. And that was a win for Mr. Ben. Okay, so we can have a look at the bracket. And that means that Dumu has beaten B. Oh, do I do the live update? Wow, put in the extra effort. So that means that he's going to head through to the semifinals where he'll show up to either a Puppypaw or Kiljardi best of 5. On the other side, Anathan knows his opponent, but we're going to be checking out the replays of Wham versus Cat. Because we've got a little bit of time to burn as the Puppypaw versus Kiljardi set is scheduled to begin in about 2 hours. So, what we'll do now, I'll update the bracket. And I will also get the Wham versus Kiljardi. Wham versus Cat set rather ready. So Scarguard, Coastal Cliffs, and Cliffside. Let me reset that. Scarguard, Coastal Cliffs, Cliffside. Boom. Reset the draft. Let me pull the draft for Cat and Wham. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Let me update the title. So yeah, guys, we should have 5 series today? I think 5 series. Not bad. And most of them are going to be live. So let me update this. Yes, it was a 2-0. Dude, I need to build this new PC soon. Everything is so slow like this. Probably quicker if I actually exit the game for a second. Oh, snack break. You know what we do for our snack, guys? It's cookies and cream time. Hell yeah, Protein Works got us covered with the Om Nom delicious cookies and cream. Let's get a nice big chunker of that. So there you go. Wait, what? Dude, it didn't up... Oh, god damn it. I hate it when Photoshop does this. Where you hit save, it saves, but then it doesn't save. Give me a sec. We'll update the score. 11k for Doom and somehow lost the original bet. Can a mod give me 12k match? I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know. The Peanut Outrageous bar. I don't think I've tried that one. You know what the play is? You know what the play is, guys? Let me show you what the play is. The play is you buy the protein bars, and then you buy the peanut bar, and you dip the protein bars in the goddamn peanut bar. I would be doing it out here, but it'd be very messy. And I haven't got like a fridge nearby. But that's the play. I've done that with the deep chocolate chip. I need to start doing it with the salt caramel one. So, is Photoshop being a noob again? It is being a little bit of a noob. Give me a sec. So yeah, we should, I reckon, this series, Wham vs. Cat playstyle-wise, I think it actually could go long enough that we'll slide very smoothly into the next set. So we'll see how it goes. But for now, let me get ready. Let me load up my game and we'll hop into the second set of the day. Oh. What do you guys think? Cat or Wham? I mean, Cat, dude, Cat's been impressing. You remember that 2-0 over Crackety? That was really clean from him. Ah. But yeah, Chum, are we checking to see if the well, we have to wait until after the series at 4, right? I don't know if is Dimu going to be around late enough to play his semis today, or is he just going to do that tomorrow, I guess? Well, I think Cat has some really cool aggressive strategies, right? And Wham's a bit more defensive. I think that's where Cat's edge could be. And this is interesting. Opening map Scarguard, it's Abbasid versus Chinese. I'm curious what Wham's thought process is here. Abbasid, yes, OP, but this is a Pro Scouts map. And ABBA don't really do Pro Scouts. Sorry, I'm just really enjoying this bar. ABBA color should be slightly changed. What do you mean? What, the flag? You don't like the black flag? The Pirate Nation? I mean, you've got ABBA flag just pitch black, right? You can't see it. And then you've got... Oh, in the draft screen. Yeah, because in the draft screen it's like, doink. I mean, but I love that Zhone's very easily viewable. But then, like, if someone uses the KPig Zhone emote, you're like, is that just a white flag? Are they just surrendering to us right now? All right, let's hit the fast forward a little bit. All right, we might be in for a banger of a set because this seems to be the slayer of the known. 3D Cat up against Wham. One and all, welcome back to the channel. A best of 3 between these two fantastic lads. Wham with the OP Abbasids, and Cat has gone for the Chinese. Now, Abbasids, I say, yeah, they're good. They're solid on most maps, but we are on a very different map here. Scarguard. The name of the game has been Pro Scouts. And I cannot remember the last time I saw an Abbasid player do Pro Scouts. So curious to see what Wham has in mind, as if I don't already know. Let's just, yep, go ahead and get that out of the way. Eco Wing already on the way. Imperial Academy on the other side. This is interesting, actually, because this matchup can just turn into a TC boom race. And guys, China is no pushover in that boom race, right? I think they actually start to get to quality units a bit quicker than Abasses typically, because the problem is they tech too fast while mirroring the TC play, right? If they were a bit slower on those elements, you could just scale camels and take over the game. But I'm wondering, does Cat even go to TC? Or is this just going to be simply a Pro Scouts play into Fast Castle? Because I could see that being quite valuable here. Wham, of course, is going to be looking for a good second TC, and I'm not really sure it exists. You could TC the corner, which is kind of sick, right? And then build farms around the backside here. It's about as safe and secure as you can get. In fact, yeah, that's exactly what Wham's doing. Look, he's already shoving the deer in. The TC drop's going to be here. Meanwhile, Cat. There's that Pro Scouts we've come to know. And I don't know, guys, do we still love Pro Scouts at this point? Or does it just kind of get boring? I mean, this is the nice thing, right? Like, I'm still proud most of Pigeon's view, the high view we added, because we had a whole week of Pigeon's view, and I don't feel like it got boring. And although I still enjoy Scarguard, basically everyone's just doing Pro Scout games, right? So it's a little bit different. But I definitely feel like Pigeon's view just delivered an absolute slam dunker. Like, we've seen it more this week, and I'm just so happy about it. Those are the type of maps that, like, will become frequent additions to everyone's tournament map pool, I think. So interesting. Instead of getting the gold, he gets the wood instead. So a little bit before the facing. I guess it keeps it close to the main base as well. Cat did go for a single horseman. Nothing too heavy, though. He just wants to deny Wham the vision of his scout. All right. One's if you think Cat's going to win this. Two's if you think Wham's going to win it. We've seen the opening plays. We can kind of see the picture being painted here. This is going to be fast castle from Cat. Right? I mean, he's adding the archery range, but I don't think he's committing to the age. Then again, this is the guy that built Dark Age Marlian Spearman and Ram Rushed Krakody on Cliffside. So there's what you'd expect a standard player to do, and then there's what Cat would do. Oh my god, he's going to send it. Yeah, we've got Barbican. So I thought he might try like some sort of fast castle build, but in fairness, they're going to play this matchup the way we've typically seen it on almost every other map. For those that have not seen much of Chinese versus Abbasids, you can turn it into a TC boom game, but the more popular thing at the moment amongst the highest level players is to go into a all-in Zhuge Ram Rush timing. So Barbican's going to enable him to get into the Zhuge pump. He'll have a quick timing on the blacksmiths, and then what you want to be doing is you want to be opening with usually Ram or Steeled Arrow, right? So considering there's already a defense force here, you want to be going Steeled Arrow first, and then you will get Siege Engineering prepped for the double hit on the TC. Wham will at least have the advantage of going for a retracted TC instead of a forward one. Had it been a forward one, it's very painful to deal with the Chinese pressure, but this is at least going to give him a good defensive position to try and hold from. Opening-wise, a bit of ringer rosies here. That commitment to trying to deny the scout, he's not going to be able to get it, though. Yeah, good reaction. Cat sees the Spearman coming. You wouldn't get past that alive. And Juke already on the way. So Wham already has the right idea. He knew this was going to happen. He's got Mass Horsemen being pumped. He's even adding in archers now as well. However, the thing that he cannot rush as a transition is tech. We don't have blacksmiths yet. Meanwhile, Cat already has Steeled Arrow on the way, coming in 20 seconds. We have the Imperial Examination, because of course when you want to play into mass Juke, you're going to need every ounce of gold you can get. And the Pro Scouts play means that Wham's Horseman strat will eventually be able to starve out the Return of Deer, but it's not able to do so early enough that it kind of ruins his economy. This is the benefits of going Pro Scouts against 2TC. Your opponent just can't get Horsemen out to deny your play, right? They come way too late. So you can already see by the scattered deer on the ground, Cat is pretty cozy to sit here for a while. And also just has more coming home, right? Like Wham, I'm not sure why he pivoted left side here. I guess there was deer here originally, but he forfeited the one side that he could block. Archery ranges, I mean, the problem with trying to scale into Juke here is, into archers versus Juke rather, is you don't have the extra health to make it a bit better of a trade. You don't have any upside as the Bastards here. Just your raw economy. Stupid thing about Camel Archer and Zhugnu matchup is the value of Zhugnu over Camel Archer is only 11% more. Interesting. And like individual Camel Archers are more useful than individual Zhug. Camels are pretty damn strong, guys. They do what they want. They answer to no one. Except maybe the bigger camel. And no, Pro Scouts cannot pick up a ball. That was an exclusive single-player experience. Thank God. Can you imagine just one scout can pick up 2,200 food? Whereas deer is 350? That would be wild. So much around the south side here. Cat already has Undermesh on the way, anticipating this timing. Wham is at least going to have the Undermesh himself, but no Steel Dagger to play with. Backstab is at least going to come in. Just trying to extract 1 or 2 kills here or there, right? You just need a small number advantage to surge. Cat is a little bit overextended, though. I don't like this. He doesn't have enough spears. He just saw the Horseman mass. He's trying to react to it now. I mean, funnily enough, this probably would have been the best time for Wham to try and attack as soon as the Undermesh came in. This delay, however, could actually end up benefiting Cat. I think in Wham's mind, his mindset here is actually delaying him is fine because I'm 2TC, he is 1, right? So if I'm delaying him, I'm building a bigger eco lead over time. How about 8 scouts can pick up the ball? How about the ball can pick up the scouts? Bench press them. I don't know the value of doing it, but... Yo, that's what... No, I know the value. Every time ball kills something, he gets more food. Extra 200 food. So you could, like, force feed him spears. Tell me that would not be cool. You plump him up like a fat turkey at Christmas. Shoot with the poke here. The backstab is coming in. This is a big fight. Wham, able to march through. Horseman on top of him. And no escape for Cat. Army going to be lost. A big blunder here. He didn't bring enough spears. The Horsemen are going to be able to shove him back. And an overwhelming lead now for Wham. And one that he can push. I mean, this is tricky. Cat behind this. He was being greedy. He was trying to start stockpiling towards Castle Age. It's probably his only out now. 8 more Zhug and Q. Things are resetting slightly, but when the dust settles, it's 47 to 27 military. Still 14 horsemen to keep pushing forward with. Remember, the archers move quicker than Zhug, so they will gap close to catch up eventually. Cat trying to utilize that choke point to minimize the surround. Has got a few horsemen coming out of his own, so we'll be able to make it back home. But this is an uncomfortable position for Cat. Bend over the barrel. And you know what you do when you're in an uncomfortable position while playing Mash Zhugnu? You build more Zhug. I mean, this is kind of unhinged from Cat. Because, like, realistically in this position, a player on the other side would expect his opponent to go Castle Age. Probably, right? Like, what else can he do here? He just lost a huge clump of his force. You know, Wham's on 2TC. Pushing again doesn't really make much sense. Cat thoroughly disagrees. He may be writing checks his body can't cash. We're going to find out. Zhug, once again, stepping out very aggressively. Wham has done something a bit weird with his production, though. Is that gaps in the gathering? Because he should have more horsemen than this. Archers will be able to trade out here. Zhug and new count is close enough, though, that Wham won't win that fight. What just happened? Oh my god, Wham! He stopped pumping the horseman. I think he had a gap moving out to the new deer site. And as a result, he was missing the front line. He needed to keep pushing. Meanwhile, Cat's got all the food he needs underneath the TC. His villagers lose no time walking anywhere. The idle time is what's killed Wham's push there. Whereas Cat, happy as can be, these villagers don't have to move a day in their life. Right? They've skipped leg day every single season for 15 years. They're built like a triangle. An upside down one. Oh my god. It's crazy to think Wham has like 15 villager lead and it just is kind of a shrug moment now. Zhug and new count up to 33. Wham only has archers and archers will not beat Zhug. Good dive in. One horseman to delay things a little bit, but even that in mind, 18 Zhug versus 28 archers, you'd be surprised how close the fight's going to be. Villagers have to shuffle away. Wham, he's gone for a tech. Wait, really? While being pressed like this? I mean, Military Wing will give him an out with composite bows, but are you going to be alive upon arrival? Archer's being clashed with him because you went for that Castle's play. That's 1,800 resources that did not go into a reboom here. So Cat now with a heavy lead. 35 Zhug and climbing. I mean, this is ballsy. What does Wham really get? Instantly, he'll get 2 Camel Riders, kind of worthless against Mass Zhug. Will get shredded. He'll then need a minute for composite bows, 30 seconds for boot camp. You know, in theory, I see what Wham is playing for, but in reality, I see weaknesses. Look at the gold placements here. He's going to need to search a bunch of gold in reserve. Otherwise, he's going to get starved out. Cat needs to be like the dog with the bone, weirdly enough. The cat with the laser pointer. Don't let go. Do not stop chasing. Relentless. And we know this man is capable. We've seen it in tournament games before. He sends it like not many would. Siege engineering on the way. And that will be confirmation of the send. 30 seconds out for Military Wing complete. A shuffle now to the south side. 36 villagers gathering gold. He's built a good reserve. But now the question mark is the other issue food? Because he doesn't have much left in reserve. Basically 1 normal deer stack worth. Villagers also in a bit of a pickle. Able to dive in, finds a few picks. Shuganu now conversion towards the archers. It's only 23. He hasn't scaled more of them here. He's going to dive into the production. He sees the tech up. It's complete. Camel Riders come out into their immediate death. The horsemen are diving. Villagers still idled out. That's a huge chunk of the economy. Almost half just not working for Wham. Lancers have been queued up, but there's going to be a price to be levied here. Army has been wiped out. No spimmin coming, but Cat, look at the timing behind this. He's almost castle himself. The veterancy will be the big difference here. Veterancy plus the 2 range, which he can rush. Wham, in a bit of a bind here, running for his life, but the Zhug! Cat already knows. No escape from death. Textile villagers should have to keep running here. But where are you really going? There's nowhere safe. Meanwhile, he peels off to hunt for more. He finds the villagers on the south side. Cat is everywhere and anywhere all at once. Any position you are utilizing, he is in. The only safe pocket in the corner here. That can only be for gold gathering. Wham needs food. This guy is crazy. I don't know if I call him Cat as much as I'll call him a litter of cats at this point. Wham is over here doing the ratatouille. Meanwhile, we have the catatouille coming from the Chinese. The aggro to beat all. The eco lead that was worked so hard for by Wham has now been reduced down to just 4. Castle has been mirrored. Food access is still looking better for Cat. Wham is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get his hands on this triple deer stack on the east. Cat, fast on approach. He's even got the scouts coming in to snatch more away. Lance is queued up. If Wham had the food, I mean, this Lance account would be absurd. He'd be in full control, but that is the signs of a desperate man. When you see someone queue a Mangonel, you know they're up Craps Creek without a paddle. Stood Arrow 2 is about to come in. Veterancy as well. Good read by Wham to realize he can't fight here. I just don't know what the hell you're meant to do with a Mango. Remember, Zhuganu will just shred this thing really quickly. He has 45 Zhuganu, guys, which means if all of them attack once, this Mango's dead. You can only reduce range damage down to 1, and they attack 3 times. Yeah, Zhug kind of got buffed by the Mango's health getting nerfed, right? I mean, it's an alright hit. I feel like I'm being a bit harsh with him, but the reality is like you need so many Mango hits to now win this. And that one was not an alright. He killed, what, 2 Zhuganu, injured 1. Dive comes in. Mango can be targeted. Zhuganu. Oh, Cat! He misplayed that. He attacked the knight first, has to back away. However, the villagers are running through the battlefield here. Shiganu are going to be repelled for the moment. But Wham's eco once again under pressure. At any given time, about a third of it not working for him. And more Lancers now arriving. Are you kidding me right now? This game. Behind this, Lancers were raiding into the economy again. The gold has to be gathered here. I'm surprised he's not gathering from the south side, though, instead. Lancers barely holding on. If he forfeits this area, it's going to be curtains closed. The Mango overexposed this time. The dive's going to come in. The Lancers will hunt it down. The Shiganu hang around for the villagers. And that's now Cat. 10 eco up. And Mango down. And no hope for Wham. Cat is doing it again. He takes the opening game win against a winner of Midweek Muster. Can he stop Wham from keeping the streak alive? Can he stop Wham from making every grand finals for Midweek Muster? We're going to find out. Insanely well played by Cat. So, game 1 goes to him. Road to Redemption has to activate now for Wham, or he will be out. We run single elimination formats here. No forgiveness. Oh my, oh my. And we are going to Coastal Cliffs next. HRE versus Marlians. Trying to think if Marlians do well here. I mean, I feel like nothing does that well against HRE. How would you play this? Sorry, I got people asking about my influences on deals. I'll respond to them later. They're in America anyway, so they probably won't get back to me for a bit. Whoop. All right. The Kitty Cat's back, and he's leading the series against one of our reigning champions of the Midweek Muster. That's right, Wham, who won the very first edition, may not even make it to the semi-finals here. 3D Cat has got the HRE. One and all, welcome back to the channel. This is a tough one. I mean, HRE, the OPC of the scariest civ in the game. And Cat, you know the way he's going to play. He's going to play the new gen HRE, Feudal Aggression. Let's see if Wham's able to hold. Looking at spawn, it's at least a good start. A bit of a retractor gold here. The follow-ups are a bloody nightmare for Wham, though. Unless he wants to commit into a defensive landmark, it's going to be a difficult struggle to try and get additional pit mines. Yeah. Of course, Cat's going to do a spear rush. Guys, we're talking about the man who the other week against Krakody went for a Donzo rush in Dark Age. If he sees a potential aggressive point, he'll go for it. And you have to remember, this is Marlians. They're going to build loose buildings, so spears will have impact. The crazy part is ever since they added the marching drills by default, even after the nerf, it's still 1.31 movement speed on these spears. So Wham's going to be forced into archers as an opening, which is not great. Because Cat could just play into horsemen. He could do all pikes. He could actually do all pikes in this game. With this opening, this type of opening really sets you up nicely for all pikes. Because your opponent goes archers, then you go horsemen, and then he goes for the Donzos. But the Donzos that are usually quite favorable because they have the extra 10 health and the +1 armor aren't, because all pikes completely mitigates that. Outpost rush with it as well. Cat. Oh, he's looking to go archers then. Yeah, you made this type of play so that you can go archers in H2, so your opponent can't go for javelins. The alternative is he's just going to fast castle behind this. That's also feasible in this matchup. Right? You rush it so quickly and you just play for relics, but a little bit dangerous as Marlians can just start spamming things like spears, play you in the mid-map. Alright, ones if you think Wham is going to win this, twos if you think Cat's going to lock it in. It's quite early, but looks quite good currently for Cat. We're going to speed this up a little bit because we need to get to the point where Cat is making that choice. Mansa Quarry is going to be the choice on the other side, so Wham's going to have a little bit of gold trickle. Pit Mine has also been paying him a little bit back in the meantime. With his outpost up, Wham is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get access to this again. And because the spear's already, you can't just do things like going for the Warrior Scouts for the great healing to take this outpost down. Villager is going to be shuffling home. Yeah, I really do hope Cat commits to mine work. I think mine work is still being slept on in some of these games. It's very all-in, but actually suits Cat's playstyle perfectly. And there's the Archer's forced. Ah, he's going for Arcad. Okay, in his defense, well, actually, it's not perfect. If the gold was one closer, I totally understand. It would have been like the jackpot Arcan, but I don't think that buffs the gold line. Does get him berries, though. Berries, which recently got buffed. Got the tree line as well. Ah, man. Mine work too risky in solos? I'd dispute that. I think this whole, oh, it's too risky, I don't like that thought process. If you have a strategy, a timing in mind to win the game, would you rather put 70% of your power behind that strategy or 100%? If you see it as your win condition, it should be 100%. Is Arcan safer? Yes. Does mine work get you a more decisive win? Yes. It opens different types of doors. And ever since they buffed the prelates, now buff 9 villages instead of 7, you can afford to get away with pumping 2 extra prelates while playing feudal all in. It doesn't actually hurt you that much. Not for what you gain. I mean, it's not just the 150 wood you save 50% on your blacksmith tax, right? It's ridiculously powerful. The timings as well. Arcan gets you a higher win percentage. Well, yeah, but that's like because it's situational, right? The point around that is it's like going Regnitz gets you a higher percentage win rate than Burgrave. It's like, yeah, because there's people using Burgrave in the wrong situation. I think this was a good position for mine work. I'm going men at arms. I mean, your opponent has built archers, javelins. I kind of get it, but men at arms in feudal age is kind of dirt. Unless you can pump them real fast. And the problem I'm seeing is Wham. We talked about this pit mine being cursed. Well, he just got given a jackpot. Because Cat slowed down the pressure point. We now have double pit mine coming up, an outpost here. If Wham just built his production in this little choke point here, which he's starting to do, this is going to be very difficult for Cat to break. Chapel gives the ability... I think you guys are misunderstanding. Chapel may give you the ability to pump units, but so does mine work. You just build prelates. It's not that bad, trust me. The problem I see is sometimes when people play mine work, the way they do it wrong is they sit under their base. They just don't do anything, right? If you play mine work, you go out to the deer here, you go out to the boar, right? Like you play forward infrastructure and you push your opponent. I think with Vortex returning to AoE 4, you're going to see him show a lot more things with mine work in the coming weeks. For now, it's going to be Cat under pressure. Wham decides to shuffle up with the ranged units. First archers and men at arms are arriving. Yeah, a little bit surprised it's men at arms over horsemen. I mean, the problem here is Cat has already committed the racks, right, from the opening outpost rush, so he kind of just feels invested at that point. This backup. I mean, Wham. Wait, what was the stone? It was really just the arrow slits. Okay, he's actually fortifying it, so he's worried Cat is going to send it, which makes sense, right? Like, you just saw the archer blobbing. You saw double archer range. So now he just needs to hunker down. Wham could theoretically hold with, like, mass javelins and a handful of Sofa. Obviously, he has to get the count, but the other thing to keep in mind is, like, yeah, Arcan is buffing your economy by a lot, but guess what? Double pit mine plus the Mansa. That is almost 300 extra gold a minute. And then you add in the fact he's got a few ranches online already. The eco gap between these two isn't as large and as substantial as you'd think. Especially when you consider that the HRE have, what, 17 villages? Okay, he has got them down here as well. 25 villages. It's not even the full 30 in range for the 40% buff. Cat. I mean, this is either Castle Age or this is all-in men-at-arms pump. I love the fact that Wham has actually gone for Sofas. I think Sofas do get slept on a lot in Feudal. They're situational, but there are moments where you can whip them out and they just dominate. They still get a healthy +2 infantry damage. They're still very high base damage. If your opponent isn't in a position to build spears, which is kind of weird actually because Cat should be able to build spears easily here. But if they're not in a position to build spears, Sofas can dunk. I think the problem right now for Cat is he hasn't scouted. Well, he has, right? He's got the outpost. So it does feel a bit weird to me that he bothered even going MAA in the first place. He built like 2, the archers arrived, then he never saw more, right? But we now have a transition. He's going back for the spears. Siege engineering. It's a Cat special. He's looking to crack that egg quickly. And in fairness, it makes sense. Wham hasn't reached the scale point of having a lot of Sofa yet. He just has javelins. However, I love this from Wham. Pocket economy. He needs to try and catch up to the gathering rates, the HRE. How do you do that? Well, they're on berries. Berries are pretty good, right? They're at 0.69, 40% buffer there. Puts them at, I believe, it'll be about 0.85. Wait, is that right, mathematically? We can run up to 0.7, right? So it's 2.8 extra. So, sorry, they're at 0.95-ish, right? Which is very high. But if you go out onto the deer, you're at 0.85, I believe it is, 84. So you're really, really competitive, actually, against the HRE's buffed economy. And then on top of that, we still have these extra details. The cow ranches adding in an extra 75 food each. He does reveal what's coming. He sees the rams. He's going to get a little bit of poke damage done here. Needs to be careful, though. That's a lot of melee, and javelins do not handle that well. Outpost's going to get garrison. Wham! Just spamming up the javelins, right? He has to first to deal with the archers before he moves on to the melee line. These A-clicks are kind of killing him because he's attacking into men-at-arms, right? Which takes about 2 flurries to kill with a slower attack speed. So that's why he was forced back so easily. However, it's a thin front line. Only 2 spears, 3 Sofas. Sofas can absorb a lot of archer blows here. And it looks like he's trying to clown car. I mean, Cat. You're on the wrong season, mate. Season 9 doesn't look kindly upon clown carring. The delay on attacking really makes it hard to utilize for cheesiness. I don't think this is working for Cat. I think this is another thing about when people go Arkan, and it comes back to what we were saying about like you play out with the pockets and whatnot. Because like the interesting thing here is like if you went for Minework over Arkan, you'd have an ability to play pocket ecos and you lean food. Instead, you have to lean wood, which engages you into archers, and then you have to think about going farms. So this is the weakness of Arkan. Like, we are at the point of the game where Minework would have been substantially stronger than Arkan. Wham. Now in chill mode, he's going into Sofa, which is a bit ambitious here. Considering Cat has the correct read, he's going into spears. Like, realistically, Wham should be going into... You just build even more range? That's kind of crazy now that I say it out loud. What Wham needs to do is basically avoid the big fight and get the tech. And the value in these Sofas then is that you will be able to upgrade them very quickly. Remember, it only takes a mere 30 seconds for that upgrade. Then you add in the port armors, and they're just not going to die. In the meantime, these Sofas' job should be to wrap around Cat's base and keep him in his base. So you're not even really looking to use them per se for the fight. You're just looking to use them as a threat. Looks like he did reveal the mass spears, so funnily enough, he has queued up 1 or 2 archers. Sofas are going to get a freebie on the flank, though. He's going to force the Spearman to react now. Wham. A little bit gluttonous into his approach with the Sofas here, but he has peeled the spears away. That's really smart. Check what happens. Men-at-arms left in the front line, but mostly it's just the archers, which means that you are able to counter out the unit. So Javelin's starting to hit the unit they need to here. More Sofas now arriving. He still has the group peeling off on the east side. Cat just getting outmaneuvered in these mid-fights. Really well executed there by Wham. I 've 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 ' So what does Cat do to get out of here? Because I feel like we're reaching a point where you're either going to tech or GG. Playing along a feudal doesn't work anymore. You've let it play out too long. I mean, pause that for. He is at least getting a good engagement here. However, I see a very big wave of Sofa coming in on the flanks. We've got a small group here, second group here, third group coming in behind this. And the problem now is Cat has practically no spears at a point in the game where he has to play forward. And there you go. Look at that. He's built 4 prelates. So much for that Arcane value. I mean, you're always going to end up at this point against, like, Malians, right? They just have too much passive income that they get very efficiently compared to you having to put into farms, right? Tough one here for Cat. I think we're going to a game 3. And if I'm not mistaken, based on their drafts, that game 3 isn't going to be cozy for Cat, right? He drafted HRE, Byzantines, Delhi, English. Wait, is that right? No, that's a bug draft. Because they both got English. What's going on there? All right, we'll have a look when we get back in. Someone's bugged with their draft because they both listed English and Delhi. So I think the code... And Byzantines. Oh, wait, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. I'm looking at bans. I'm a moron. So he has Juji and Mongols left for Cliffside. Meanwhile, it is Rus or Ayabids. I think that's really hard if Wham just plays Rus there. You just Kremlin drop the center and it ruins the Mongol timing, which I think Cat will lean Mongols there. Even the Juji, it ruins their timing. But we're going to speed up. Grand Finlani now on the way. And Cat, he's reinvesting, re-upping, looking for an in when he should be looking for an out here. Tech up complete. A lot of javelins that can be immediately upgraded. And the archers are getting queued up very quickly here. The veterancy already in. Cat is going to have to push in. He's going to have to maintain aggression here. He can't back away. The problem is there's not enough spears. The sofas are in. The upgrades are coming through in just 5 seconds. At that point, it should be curtains closed. We are going to go to a game 3. Whew. Sushi's alright against both civs. On Cliffside, I think you just Roost Kremlin the center. Does he play Ibids instead? Against Juji or Mongols, playing Ibids would feel very Gamba. Because if you're if you get bad spawn with gold, you're just screwed, right? So I think we're probably going to be having Roost versus... does he go Mongols? I feel like on this map, it's probably better to go for Juji. Because, like, if you suspect Roost, you can't really rush their gold. They don't need to go to gold, right? They just gather passively. Let's have a look. Roost Mongols. Okay. He's going to try to do the gold thing, but I don't know. I feel like Juji would have been better here. This strictly feels like comfort pick for Cat. Because I think he still has more Mongol games than anything else. One sec, I need to send a message quickly. Just give me a sec, guys. How many days overdue? 26, okay. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I'd deal with that now. What was the result in the communications channel? Say Puppy 1-2-0 versus me and Micah. I thought. Did they miss post? Let me have a look. Oh my god, dude. In-game is so cursed with AoE4 right now. Let's have a look. Yeah, me, like, he completely, like... I think Chum already accounted for that anyway, though, on the... Let me double-check on the Liquipedia. Yeah. Chum's on it like a carb on it, mate. He's already sorted it. I don't know. Canadian education system struggling these years, I guess. I don't know. Whoops. Papa was like, well, I won. Does it matter what the score was? A little bit. Yes, me and Micah did take a game. We took the opening game. It was really impressive. All right. Let's get ready for the next one, though. Okay, so... Mongols versus Roos. One and all, welcome back to the channel for the deciding game between Cat and Wham. And both of them have got absolute comfort here. Wham loves the Roos. He swears by them. He will probably pick them as much as he can. Cat, I don't remember the last time I didn't see him with Mongols if it was available in a draft. He absolutely loves this Civ. I think it might be his most played still. Curious to see what he's going to be able to do on a map like Cliffside. A very small map, so theoretically you can get a rush going. And, well, that's an interesting sacrifice. He opens Scout. Why? I mean, sheep is important, sure, but against old Roos, I get it. Against new Roos, not so much. Remember, Roos no longer get bounty for shooting deer. They get bounty for gathering resources from you, from the food. I mean, this is quite the gamble. I guess maybe he feels like he can't play the matchup otherwise, because this can very easily backfire. I've seen Cliffside just really weird sometimes with the spawns. And also, you're coin flipping on the direction your opponent goes in. Like right now, what could have happened there, Cat? He makes the right call to the pivot south, but he can't go for that top corner. So he's going to end up with, what, probably about 18, 19 sheep. But Wham is okay, guys. Yeah, look. Oh, my God. He missed some. Yeah, so this is going to end up being 16 sheep for Wham. He's absolutely fine here. And because you went for a double scout opener, you can't go for an outpost rush. So, like, I think this is the conundrum in my mind. I don't understand the play, because if the concept is you sheep starve him, this only works if you follow up with an outpost rush on his berries and his gold. But you're not going to get that timing because you sacrificed a villager at the start of the game and also moved your TC. Like, he's behind 2.5 villagers right now. That's absurd. We're only 2.5 minutes into the game. Oh, man. I don't know. I'd love to pick Cat's brain on this because I just don't really see the value in the play. It feels like he was just coin flipping, which is a ballsy thing to do in a deciding game. Credit to Wham. Well, I think he began the initial rotation at the start and then went up here. It almost feels like actually what Cat needed to do was come around the back of the calm, which he'd done, gone in a bit deeper, and the second scout, his second scout stopped here instead of going up here. I think that maybe was a bit of a blunder. I mean, Wham's probably over that territory by then, but if you're going to go for the sheep starvation, you have to take risks. He'll be okay with Stonevilles. This is a fair point. But if you're putting all your stone into TC production to catch up, right, you're not stopping your opponent from doing anything. He could go for feudal aggression, he could go for fast castle, and he's got Golden Gate, right, which is going to amplify his economy further. So while it is cool, yes, he can go for the double production. Remember, it's 124 stone each. So you're going to be missing that initial double Keshik pump, double Archer pump. This is just not going to be an option if you're trying to recover your economy like this. Very curious build. All right, hear me out, guys. The play... No, you can't get the double scout. That would be cool, though. Pay for the second scout on a delay. So Distan now on the way up. Wow. He gathers a little bit of gold on the front side. So he did set up the mining camp. This should be a stables drop then. He's going to open with a knight. And the deer shoving. Cat says no. Of course, Wham would try for this. There's a little bit of chaos there to stop him from getting the full value. Cat is still very much focused on how do I stop him getting food here, right? But the numbers don't fully support it. This is going to be 2TC either way. And that 2TC play, yeah, he makes space. You want to shove this deer down once more, potentially, and then you could drop a TC here. But he might just simply bridge the gap or like close the gap here, build a TC here on the edge of all the deer, and it stops any charging here from Keshix later. So, about that stone for double villager production strategy for Cat. How does it handle 2 TC Roos? My feelings are probably not very well. Cat needs a recovery arc, because I feel like this opening has put him on a path to loss right at the beginning. He's probably going to have to link Keshix. I think that's your only option here. You have to raid, because oh my god, is that greedy. Good god. Wait, is Cat mirroring 2TC? Wham could prep a stables, guys. I wonder if he's going to go for it. He's going to find out soon, right? Like, he should see the wood line and be like, hold on a sec, what? 2 TC Mongols. It's been a hot second. The problem's the timing, though, guys. Like, look at the difference here. The TC's almost complete over here. Cat's at least doing a good job of laming the deer all around. But the second TC now has to be built, right? So you're probably going to be, what? 1.5 villages or so behind, maybe 2, probably 2, compared to the Roos's timing here. And I am wondering, like, are we gonna get any pressure, or is Wham just gonna rush castle? Yo, what's up, Yulo? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Thank you, thank you. You enjoy that ad-free viewing experience over 100 hours a month. You're definitely going to skip a ridiculous number of ads for that. Thank you, thank you. So, TC coming up. Wham should be now 2 villages ahead when this begins. Cat does still have the stone production. And historically, he has loved doing the double TC pump to try and like deal with these weird openings for Mongols. But we have survival techniques on the way. And I think Wham is likely just going to rush castle here. So he could have went knights, but the problem with going knights is like, your opponent is going to have double TC to protect him at this early point. If you just wait a little bit later, you can go for horse archers instead when he has way too many villages to keep safe in the TC. And although horse archers die quick to the town center, the point is there's going to be a lot of villagers that won't be able to escape. If you went for a knight against Deerstone, you'll just get Benny Hill. They'll run away. If you go horse archers, they can't escape. So yeah, it's pretty cool actually. Cat is now going for the archer ranges, but this timing is going to be very late. The only upside is archers are decent against horse archers. However, they're usually decent when they're in the same age, not so much when they're behind. Puppypaw as well. That is going to be a vile hunting cabin. In fact, it's Wham playing. I'm surprised we actually haven't had more than one hunting cabin already. Historically, they like to open with 2 very quick hunting cabins to get gold generation. So you see the difference I was talking about when you choose to invest all that stone into villager production, right? Like, imagine how many archers he'd have pressuring the map already. Instead, it's 8 minutes in when he gets his first group out. Behind this, the wall's going up. Wham! Well, the Khan's going to try to stand his ground here. I don't think you can, though. Even if the archers get here, you can rush the wall up. Khan almost getting the kill there, but unable to do so. And the wall is going to be going up successfully. Scout also gets the kill on that Khan. And then gives his life to distract. Villager should theoretically die here, but what? 1 health. Doesn't even get the kill. And now Wham, just a little bit of gold, and he'll be on his way to castle. High Trade House seeming most likely here. Probably going to drop it next to the Wooden Fortress. Yup, because guys, if you do it here, it also becomes a drop-off location for the deer gathering. Yeah, so snugly tucks it in there. Get your numbers in, folks. Castle Age on the way. Cat, meanwhile, he's doing what he always does. Siege Engineering. He wants to ram this. So, bit of a problem with this ram timing. Not only is your opponent already going to be Castle Age, but you're going to end up targeting the TC really far behind, right? The issue with that is your opponent can put everything here to counterattack you. It's even worse than that, though. Like, Cat is going only raw archers, and Wham is going double stables already. He's got early knights coming in. I'm still trying to figure out what Cat's win condition is with this push. I mean, we've seen him make some wild ram timings work, but this one feels sour. Knights being upgraded. He's just going to spam knights because, like we said, horse archers will get countered by enough archers, right? Knights won't. Before it was about how do I dive into his economy. Now it's about how do I deal with this army on my front door. Keshiks are on the way. But these Keshiks are not going to fight well into Vet Knights. We have got the Clown Car shenanigans. Wrong patch for Cat. Just going to hide inside. I think if Cat had actually just tried to send it on one TC, he would have found more success here. Going 2 TC and then coming back for Archer Spears when you know your opponent's likely going Castle is weird. Maybe he suspected that Wham was going to play full into Age 2. But you need to confirm that, right? Confirm before committing. There we go. 3 knights will chase away this army. Keshiks are at least on the way, but Wham also has men-at-arms coming. Remember, these Keshiks are not going to trade favorably into knights. Walk trying to go up. Nice pull away there, though. Wham not giving a single eco kill over to Cat. Cat, like, if he had spears coming alongside this, like, this is how you can tell he didn't suspect Castle Age. Because if you suspected Castle Age, you would have added in a few spears alongside the archers, right? I mean, men-at-arms would have still countered you, but you could have at least kited those. And high trade house, by the way, 147 gold. Sven, very close. Yeah, this is a bit of a fizzle out. It's a bit of a bummer, actually, right? Like, game 1 was so crazy. Cat, the way he done that to him, you're like, wow, okay, no, Wham might be in trouble, but Wham, it feels like in these last 2 games, didn't really have a real threat point coming his way. Cat, cool opening maneuver in game 2, follow-up questionable. Game 3, opening questionable, follow-up even more so. I think Cat just didn't know where he was at in this game. He thought he was the cat in the hat, but he was actually the cat in the bin. And now it's time for Wham to take out the trash. Castle Age Knights about to arrive upon a 59 villager Mongol economy. And there is not enough room for everyone to be safe. So, that means Wham will continue on through to the semi-finals for a showdown with Anathan that will be taking place in a few hours' time. Yeah, that was a bit... Damn. I set high expectations with that opening game. I was like, damn, this series is going to deliver. Unfortunately, a bit of a beatdown in the end. So, let me update that. Wham with 2-0. And we've got... 1 second, let me check something. So I think we've got about an hour until Kiljardi versus Puppypaw. Okay, yeah, just double check things. I don't think we can move those series up. I don't know if Dimu is available. Oh, wait, no, he needs the winner of Kiljardi versus Puppypaw. I don't know, I got a creeping feeling that Dimu versus whoever wins that series is going to happen tomorrow, not today, but we'll see. If Kiljardi wins that series, it'll probably be tomorrow. If Puppypaw wins that series, it might be today. But I know Ben usually hops off within like the next 2 hours, right? So we'll see. fact, let me just double check. We could check some previously played games. Obviously, the outcome's going to be known for those now. So, just a reminder on the brackets, guys. As I said, Puppypaw and Kiljardi will be playing in an hour live. That will be covered on this channel. Dimu versus B, finished. Wham and Cat, finished. In fact, let me actually update those via the chart. It was a 2-1 for Wham in the end. A 2-1 for Dimu in the end. So Anathan versus Wham, and then Dimu versus either Puppypaw or Kiljardi. Did I cast B versus Voldemar? I have not cast B versus Voldemar. Do people want that? I mean, the outcome is known, right? But we have got an hour to fill. I don't know if the games were interesting, per se. That would have to be the catch now. Were they very interesting games? Or he said -8? What do you mean? -8 what? Huh? Rogan? So the exact times, by the way, I think I put them in my Discord, which is why you should be on that Discord. We have got the series scheduled in for Kiljardi vs. Puppypaw, 5 p.m. CET. The winner of Series 1 and 2 should be at 6:30 p.m. CET, i.e. Dimu versus either Kiljardi or Puppypaw. And then it should be Wham versus Anathan at 8:30 CET. So a nice bloody long day. What do you guys reckon? Who's gonna win those? Who are we gonna see in the grand finals on Thursday? Do you think? Is it gonna be the Canadians again? I mean, there's some strong players in there, right? Anathan's looking pretty hot. Anathan versus Wham. I feel like Anno versus Wham is maybe a bit more beneficial playstyle wise for him than Anathan versus Puppypaw, right? So that might give him a bit of a better chance. But I mean, dude, Wham has been looking on fire. That guy's been rapid rate of improvement always, but you know, he's kind of at the point where like, we talk about Puppypaw. We bigged up Puppypaw, obvious reasons he made Wall Law, but I don't know. I think Wham's got the capability of taking it. Obviously, Puppypaw was able to take him down in last week's midweek muster, but I think they both agree a lot came down to that opening game with that slip up from Wham, which should have been him 1-0 up, and that drastically changes the way the draft then has to be approached. I'm just looking to update the Photoshop image now, if it bloody lets me, for like the 4th attempt. So that should, fingers crossed. Don't know why Photoshop does that sometimes, where it just blanks it. There we go. So 4 series left to play in KPM M3. How you guys been enjoying the action, by the way? I think what we do with the time now. We could, because I don't think we'll be able to get the series earlier, because I don't think Puppypaw's awake yet. Or is it work? I don't know. Whatever it is. Like, basically, I think he's busy right now. We could cast some pub games, or we could cast Voldemar versus B, which happened already. And the outcome of which is very clear now, right? So it really comes down to what people want. I do need a sec, though, to grab some water. Because I brought everything out. I brought my caffeine out. I brought my protein works out. I didn't bring water, which is not very smart of me. So I'll probably have to go limp inside in a second. I'm curious. I'm quickly going to check Voldemar versus B and see if the data is even worth checking. Needs more than a second? Wow. Thanks. Thanks for mocking a cripple. It's just, honestly, I'd expect more support from my mother. But no, instead I just get abuse. Alright, let's have a look. Okay, we wouldn't be able to watch B versus Voldemar anyway. The data is corrupted. Why? When you're trying to run esports events and you just have match history that corrupts, it's not exactly what I call helpful. Okay, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to run ads now, and then when I'm back, we'll probably watch a pub game or two to cover the hour. Let me see what's going on now so we can like maybe set it to hop in. Who's Vortex up against? Let me have a look. Is it a good matchup? He's up against a rank 31. All right, so I'll leave this playing in the background with. I can do the player perspective thing, can't I? Yeah. So I'll leave on the player perspective while I quickly limp inside, so you guys have some action happening. Okay, I have a minute literally until I can do that. Bring Freya out to entertain them. Yes. Turn my daughter into a dancing monkey for an hour. God bless. Be careful. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I'm kind of aware it's wet. Do you know how I'm aware it's wet? Because on any given day when it's wet, I almost kill myself twice. That new gen fancy freaking... my brain today, what the hell? That new gen fancy decking really paying off, you know? Okay, so let's have a look here. Toggle score off. All right, I'll let this get in. I'll set it to track the players, and then I'll quickly pop inside to get water and whatever. Lethal that deck in? Yeah, you don't need to tell me. Okay, so I should be able to go. Well, they said they improved this, so maybe it'll be smooth. We'll do that. All right, guys, I'll be back in a second. Oh, I need to turn that tournament logo off as well. Defaults. All right, be right back in a sec. Wait, why is that stop working as well? Oh, for God's sake, it always does this. Right, trim is fine. Transform. Center the screen. Just flies off the bloody screen for some reason every once in a while. Okay, there we go. All right, be right back in a sec, guys.
نتعرض للقاذ. صوبوا جيدا. لدي مهمة. العدو. نحن في خطر. نحن تحت القصف. أحدهم يطلق علينا. سأفعل ذلك. يعجبني ذلك. ما حاجتك؟
شيد جيدا.
لدي مهمة. ما حاجتك؟ جيدا.
مرحبا.
بالاستعداد. اطلاق. كلا.
Yeah, well, that fucking hurt. Fuck me. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. Called it. Wet decking, slip, and my foot goes flying down to grab myself from the fall. That hurt. Hello, Codeine, my best friend. Now I'm a little bit fucking paranoid that's set things back slightly on the recovery because I'm not meant to put any weight whatsoever on it. Which then also amplifies the concerns because I've already been told the risk of things like arthritis and bone death. So I'm in a really positive mood all of a sudden. Let's look at the positives. The whole Deccan was wet.
ما حاجتك؟
Luckily not wet enough that I don't think it's fucked my cast. Although I don't know if what I heard was a crunch noise or what. That's now where my paranoia is. I feel like it would hurt more if it was a real crunch, but why do we not see any of the other deep water fish on the minimap? Probably because my pile of shit OBS has decided to be a giant douchebag again. There it is. Don't know why it does this.
لدي مهمة. أراني راكب الجمل
There you go. Oh, that may have just given it away.
أجل.
I mean, what are we looking at here? Fast castle, he only has 3 camel archers.
أنا فرحة.
Horseman as well. Jesus, Vortex is screwed, right? 3 pawns. Oh, sorry, 2 versus 2. Okay. Oh, fuck my foot.
استعدوا جميعا.
I mean, he doesn't have enough camel archers to hold this. What did I miss, guys? What did Vortex try and do here? Did he try and send it in feudal with mass spears against Coca? He knows better. Because him and Lucifron played mainly Japanese on this map. I'm a little bit shocked that he tried to mass spear, or was it the Horseman? He killed left pond off Japan. Okay, but he then lost to what? Mass Horseman plus Shinobi, right? Because like you basically end up going spears because there's Horseman and then Shinobi slap you down. I'm guessing Yellow built a crap ton of Shinobi. Yeah, like you need to get camel archers against Shinobi really fast. Because you have nothing else to kill them. Like Horsemen to get destroyed by Shinobi, Spearmen get destroyed by Shinobi. So if he didn't actually have camel archers coming quite early, and he knew his opponent was going castle, this was always the outcome. Wait, you went military wing? I mean, it can make sense on water maps because you can build a ram. I just don't think it works that well against Japan anymore because if you build a ram, they'll have like 2 Shinobi already. And 2 Shinobi will beat 2 archers. They'll just shunshin in and kill. Yeah, okay. Well, GG. That was an easy peasy. Oh, fuck me. Dude, I'm super paranoid about my foot now. Really paranoid. Like... Should I be worried that's done like serious damage? We're like, what? 3 weeks into recovery? Or is it 4? 3 or 4 weeks in. Call your doctor? Welcome to my country where you can only call your doctor in the morning. So, yeah, about that. Nothing to be done about it now. Yeah, Fatism doesn't really work with me. I actually hate Fatism. Remember how often I say is what it is a cringe statement? So although it's meant with good intent, I absolutely hate Fatism. It's bullshit. Which exact bone is broken? The talus bone, which is a very complicated bone. I feel like if I'd done damage, it would hurt a lot more, but I'm not sure. Americans have been told Europeans' healthcare is perfect. Well, not perfect, but we don't have to vacate our house to live into a cardboard box after being treated, if that's what you mean. The talus bone is this very, very fun bone. Very complicated looking bone with a lot of blood flow that goes around it. Hence why words like arthritis and bone death were thrown around a lot in my consultations alongside blood clotting. That's why I literally have to take basically what's it called? Anticoagulants? No, the opposite. I basically have to take blood thinners every single day. So yeah, it's this fun bone right here. Fun. I mean, you need to get seen first. That's true. But I also don't have to pay ludicrous fees and then get given the painkillers as if I'm being handed Smarties. So it's a balance, right? Update won't probably make a difference. You remember what you're saying. So first thing first, you call tomorrow. Yeah. Caster's expectation that you'll put weight on it occasion. If you're not in crazy pain right now, you're all good. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. How long does it take to heal? 6 weeks in a cast, 6 weeks with a boot. How did I break it? Climbing. I was going to have a video going up on the YouTube, but my editor would rather sit and play Rainbow Six Siege all day instead of doing his editing. So, yeah. Wow. I'm in a sour mood suddenly. Jesus. So, let's see. What else can we get to cast here? Because we've got, what, about 50 minutes until the next set. So we can cast some pub games. Vortex playing, Louis playing, Gully playing. Who's Vortex got this time? Okay. Jesus, I feel like so semi out of it today. I don't know why. Doing that definitely didn't help the mood for the day. Wait, isn't this the guy who just beat him? Pretty sure this is the guy that just beat his ass. We can't watch M-Lord Beastie versus CSO Louis. They're playing custom games and they've privated the data. So, yeah. What was I? Yeah, I want to check if this is the same guy for Vortex. Fuck. Yeah, this is the rematch. Order of the Dented versus Delhi. Fudge me. Guess we just chill cast until we're live. I don't know. I feel like demotivated towards casting pub games now. Ooh. Trying to be careful not to burn myself out in general. Like, I was asked if I wanted to host or cast for the upcoming EGC event, so I was like, preferably host where I can. Because I obviously cast AoE for 4 days a week now. And some of those streams are very long. So my thought process is like, I already watched so much 1v1. Oh, bloody hell. Super freaked out by that now. But whatevs. So, Order of the Dragon versus Delhi. I've got double scout opener as well. Really? On a map like Kill and Dale where you start deer, it's a little bit surprising. His scout rotation is kind of interesting though. He's trying to cut off Vortex from getting back with the majority sheep. In fact, he has the inline here, so he should be able to just maintain that. There's nothing in the corner, so that's actually a really good denial. Vortex got 12 sheep already though, and he's playing Delhi with inflated berries. It's like he'll be fun on the opening. The curious part is Vortex going to be doing TOV, or is he going to be doing the the Dome of Faith? I think if you do Dome of Faith here, it actually kind of gives some hope to the Order of the Dragon. If you go Tower of Victory, though, it's really tricky for them, right? I guess you can get away with either, because like if you do go Dome of Faith, you're building Ghazi, so your opponent can't rush Men-at-Arms. You could go Spears, but like the Spears are going to be slow and immobile. But my thought is maybe Order of the Dragon try to mirror Horseman. The only issue with that, obviously, being that the Ghazi can get healed over time, Horseman cannot. It's a really big problem. Dome of Faith it is. So, we should be getting just Ghazi spam. Win condition this matchup for both of them. Order of the Dragon, we're probably looking at Mind Work here. Or is he an Archon boy? I mean, the Archon doesn't really get you much. Yeah, so Mind Work it is. Is there a world in which you just try to do like full infantry, spear plus archer? I don't know if you're quick enough for this though. You thinking of doing a 2v2 midweek muster at some point? Not particularly. I think in general, the entire scene needs to move towards team games for that to make sense. And the entire scene isn't moving in that direction. Even though I've said design and everything needs to for years, we still haven't. We're still a 1v1 game. So, like, if you think it's awkward to get some of the bigger names to play in the weeklies right now, when there's a 2v2 tournament around the corner, imagine how much harder that's going to get after this 2v2 tournament, which is probably the only team tournament of caliber to mention for the year is done, right? Then what? Then you've got a situation where, like, most of the top players don't see value in it because it's not $10,000, $20,000 or whatever. Instead, it's a realm that's good for, like, practice, right? Like, that's a really big driving point. But if the esports scene is still 1v1 driven, then there's no point in practicing 2v2s. So, unfortunately, no, I don't see a world in which the midweek muster does any 2v2 weeks. It just doesn't fit. Like, legit, you're only hearing people go, oh my god, like, you're a beastie Marine Lord to play against Louis CSO, because there's literally an EGC tournament happening on the weekend. If it wasn't for that, you would never see them streaming in 2v2. Sorry to be a bit negative about it. I imagine, like, you're someone who enjoys the team games, but if you enjoy team games and you're looking for a competitive, like, team game environment, sadly, those very rarely exist in RTS. And AB4 is very, very much 1v1 driven. Its viewership is 1v1 driven. Everything is 1v1 driven. And yeah, this feels like a fast castle. Because he's about to get a big drop-off, right? He's got outpost going up. So we've got FC OOTD against Delhi. It's pretty ambitious. The codeine ruins KP's mood? No, maybe, like, damaging my ankle further and then getting arthritis and bone death does that. I'm pretty sure putting pressure on my foot doesn't help my chances of avoiding those. So. That's actually an absurd Sacred Site spawn, by the way. Like, what the f... How have we still not just adopted the custom version of Hill and Dale, right? Like, this is kind of wild. I think this is like, so, I mean, we're in chill mode until the next, like, serious games, right, in 40 minutes. So we can use this to, like, discuss some things. This is why the map pool needs to adjust to the custom map pool, not the other way around. Like, players wanting, you know, players moaning that we're not doing dry raid every tournament, I'm just rolling my eyes. I think it needs to come the other way around. Like, devs should be adopting Pigeon's View, devs should be adopting Scarguard, devs should be adopting Coastal Cliffs. These are all great maps, and they should be in active rotation. Not the other way around. We shouldn't be locking ourselves to Dry Arabia Haywire, a terrible Lipany, a terrible Hill and Dale. Right? Because, like, dude, like, if this is the standard by which you practice competitive, and this is how you want it to be, that, like, tournaments adopt this, this will happen. And then there'll be molding that this one was bad, and it wasn't fair, and everything else. Right? It's like, I don't know. It is weird to me because we've had a good version of Hill and Dale for tournaments for a while now. And I say that as someone who's not even a fan of Hill and Dale. I actually hate Hill and Dale at this point. It's way too campy. So, like, the fact that then you get into pub games and you still get crap like this all the time is bad. This is a ladder game? Yeah, Valtin. Our next live series is in 40 minutes. Vortex just played against this guy on Four Lakes and got slapped pretty hard. So Ragnar's coming out. Vortex has got Sacred Sites locking in, and because the spawn, he's doing it quite quickly. Alright, what do you think, guys? One's if you think Vortex is going to win this. Two's if you think the unidentified Chinese player is going to take it. Because we've got, what, Knights on the way? Against Ghazi? I mean, could 8 Ghazi beat 1 Gilded Knight? I feel like you could, right? Because if he contests you, if he commits the contest, you probably kill 2 Ghazi, maybe 3, and then you run away in time. And then the prelates are just there to heal you at home. The Sacred Site countdown has at least begun. Jesus. Oh, man. I can't even dangle my foot after I doing that. I have to keep it rested up. Oh. It chose a hell of a time to do this to my foot as well, considering I've got tech conference for the next 3 days. So, fun. And we do have racks as well. Wait, really? Well, he doesn't know about the archers yet, right? So this is actually quite craftily played by Vortex. He already has archers scaling, 3 sacred sites locked in. The positioning also is just really frustrating for Teal, because you are going to get contested around the center area at all times, right? Like, basically, Vortex can defend 2 sacred sites and push your base simultaneously. That's really annoying. And because you're playing Order of the Dragon, you're terrible at decapping with solo forces, right? Like, you've just penned 1,000 resources on 1 unit. Now you need to build another one before you can go decap a sacred site. That's kind of in a nutshell the horrid nature of playing OOTD. OOTD could not play wide. I don't think I've ever seen this Civ play wide in a game and me be like, wow, they're really good at this. Spearman also now coming, so Vortex getting the appropriate reactions, and the spears from Teal gonna be feeling a little bit lackluster here, considering there's already archers in play. Steel Dagger has been queued up, and it is a Dome of Faith build, folks, so it's not going to take him very long. The walls are also now going up. A little bit surprised by that. I see Delhi players do this a lot, but you've got military infantry, right? Just use them to build your walls. So Decap's going to come in. I do think Vortex is being a bit complacent, but it looks like he's just trying to go castle himself now. The problem is your opponent already got 1 relic, he's got a 2nd on the way home, and a 3rd being grabbed. I think Vortex is way too chill in this game. I think there's a bit too much complacency actually coming out from the Spaniard. I mean, I get that he's worried about the Gilded Knights, but he just gave an HRE player essentially 3 relics. His intent is to go Castle Age. Like, the whole reason you rush Castle as Delhi here is to get relics. You can maybe get 2. Gilded Knight. It's going to be mirrored on his move. All right. We asked the question earlier, and that can be answered. In fairness, that Knight is already injured, so he should lose this fight. Yeah. Teal needed to start clubbing straight away to even stand a chance of getting out there. Oh. Problem is he's slower, so he's definitely going to die there. It's a pretty heavy loss for Teal, but considering what he got in return, I don't think he's going to complain. And wow. Okay, Vortex is playing very old school. I mean, there's value in Compound Defender because of the central location on the map, but the value isn't going to be there for about another 8 minutes? 8's maybe a stretch. 6 minutes? He's at 37 villages. 37 villages is not a really good point in the game for you to then go gathering stone for a keep, right? You need more. You need to be at least over 50. Comfortably over 60 is the best situation to be in. He might get... Oh my god. If he gets the 4th relic... Get me out. Ghazi. Gonna ride in. Double outpost is gonna be there. Villager does, however, get snatched. The Spearmen are trying to snack, but they're only hardened. No veterancy yet. Gilded Knights do need to get in, though. This is the tricky part about these wall-ups. Food-wise, Vortex still has plenty to work with. He's got the berries, the deer. So you've got the berries on the forward side. He actually walled this very nicely. Sacred Sites are once again locked in. He has got Lancers on the way. Teal does have a lot of relics, but he needs to get a follow-up here. And the Civ always just feels so weird. You watch Dragons and you're like, man, this was really good. I mean, like, if HRE was doing what Order of the Dragon was doing right now, you'd be like, damn, Delhi's got a problem. But they're not HRE. They are, weirdly enough, a very different Civ. The nuance is extremely different, in fact. Gilded Knights are at least bolstered up a little bit. We do have men-at-arms now on the way. But your opponent already has Knights. Like, weirdly enough, you actually need to vet the Spears, which he's not doing. I do like the idea of the Landsneck. I'm a bit disappointed he cancelled that, because I think that's actually a better shout here than going the men-at-arms. Because you can just clear the Spears straight away, clear the Ghazi. Ghazi don't get bonus damage against you. And then you can use the Knights to buffer the Lancers, right? And it's looking like he wants 2 TC. But that's a bit of a death sentence here. I mean, he did at least decap the Sacred Site, right? Vortex still needs to do something to secure that solidly. However, the press is coming, and if you're investing sideways into a town center instead of a standing army, you're in trouble. Remember, military count is really, really far from even. Like, sure, you got 6 scholars here, but you got 4 prelates, right? So balance that out, and you've still got Vortex with an overwhelming lead. Gilded Knights are a trap. I mean, I don't mind 1 or 2 Gilded Knights, but you shouldn't be spamming them. Because, like, especially in Hill and Dale, what are you going to do with them, right? They're just going to sit there doing nothing. And he did get that 4th relic, right? Oh, no, he didn't snatch the east side. He somehow got the north side one. That's kind of wild. I'm surprised by that. So he's pulling it back now. 4 relic remnants, not bad. Second TC a bit too ambitious, though. Vortex finds it at the perfect moment. Forces the cancel. And cancels a few villagers from the realm of the living. So where do you put this now? The deer is basically expired. You've got 1 deer left there. Berries are gone. A TC needs to claim resources, right? You can't just build a TC for the sake of building a TC. He's about to be out of food as well. He's going back for it again, but I just don't... Like, yeah, you have to mass farms here with 1 tree line. If Vortex just camps here, you can't do anything. Landsneck have now been queued up, but is it going to be too little too late? Prelate's not able to get over to heal. Spearmen are being peeled to now deal with those Gilded Knights. And they are vetted up. She needs to make sure he's not losing them first. So the Prelates are doing a decent job of actually maximizing the heal onto the Gilded Knights, but the support cast is starting to die off here. He's going to have to fall back. Vortex not quite able to break in to crack him straight away. TC is now complete. So Teal not dead yet. We'll have to come out again to deal with those sacred sites. However, Vortex has been very negligent with this one. Never walled it in, never even attempted to, still isn't. Instead, it's a Ford keep drop. That's coming in again. Archers as well. So, other time achieved here. This TC still just feels so odd. Yeah, so now he's making the creep out onto the deer. I guess this is less obvious than walking out and dropping the TC, right? Because Vortex would have circled in, he would have seen the stone gathered, and he would have questioned what the hell you've done with it. This way, at least, you're a bit more subtle about the play. There's nothing subtle about what Vortex is doing. He's going for the jugular. Siege Workshop drop with a keep. And he even just splits it up, right? Builds the siege at the same time. So we'll be done with that in a nice, fresh 45 seconds. And no hanging around. He sees the keep and calls GG. He got one over on the Spaniard, but Vortex quickly finds his revenge. Oof. Bloody hell. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything like... what does OOTD do in this matchup? I'm trying to think like what you're meant to do. Because playing Feudal doesn't feel great either. Even if he didn't go 2TC, I think he has problems, right? Men-at-Arms Spears. I think you can just do some Spears, some Horsemen. I was surprised he didn't do Horsemen, actually. For me, the tricky part is I almost feel like all roads of success, true success, leads to somewhere in the Archer form for OOTD. They always struggle to get there because they have to open melee, right? Just FF as soon as you see you have Order Drag. And I get called... Like, dude, and I get called negative. Huh? What about this Gully guy? How toxic. Oh. So we've still got half an hour until our next series. I'm hoping... I feel like once we're at the next series, things will mostly just roll through quite smoothly based on the scheduling, because we have about an hour and a half between each, right? So it should end up being Puppypaw versus Kiljardi into, I believe it was going to be Dumu versus the winner of that. And then afterwards, it'll be Anathan versus Wham. So it should be quite fluid once it gets rolling. Gully should learn how to micro... that's a fair point. I mean, Gully, Ez did almost take the water game off of B, so he can speak. Oh. Who we got online? Oh, actually, kind of curious. What's happening on Reddit? Do we do a little Reddit pan? It's got a tiny bit of time to work with. Sure, why not? Doink. I mean, I like I talked to some of the team game spammers, and like I believe this is accurate. I played a bit of team game off stream, guys. A few months back, I really tried to get into it, and oh my god, I just wanted to uninstall the game. Team games are not fun because the problem with team games is, for example, people just GGing at 5 minutes in. I lost count the amount of times my teammate would GG at 5 minutes into the game. I got to the point, it happened like 9 times in a row, and I just went, okay, I'm not bothering anymore. I need to play with randoms, sure, but like a lot of people are going to have random experiences, right? Like my experience with randomers in AoE 4 is 20 times worse than my experience with randomers in Dota 2. Even if I'm in the low priority queue. The problem with team games is teammates. There it is. I don't know. It's just, I don't think you should be able to... I've said this before. You should... If you're in a game and you want to surrender, it should be a vote to surrender. You shouldn't just be able to leave without repercussion. I find that really stupid to this day. Hey, look, there's our post. Wow. Whoop, whoop. Wait, what? The format is way to benefit the underdog, so MLord and BC aren't playing because they don't want to train me maps or lose too much. The format doesn't benefit the underdog. That's a dumb statement. I'm sorry, but like I'm sorry, but I have to call out. Like, the format does not favor the underdog. The format favors the person who prepares. It would only favor the underdog if you were like, if you're higher ranked, they get to pick your civ. It's almost like we're trying to drive players to train in the correct environment, to be professional players. It's a crazy concept, I know. But, yeah. Wait, what was this? Wait, I didn't know about this. Corvinus got an 8-point penalty? Players are encouraged not to surrender to keep their king alive for as long as possible. It's clear that Corvinus was trying to hide the king, not donate it. Interpret the situation this way. I didn't see this. Was it bad, guys? Do we have a clip? Was it bad? Yeah, I didn't really pay much attention to Outback Octagon, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this is a big pog. I'm trying to organize something, maybe like a show match, at some point in the tournament with the new Crusader states. So yeah, Hosen and Chile have been at it again. So wait, what do you pick? You pick Ottomans to be them. It does look pretty cool, actually. Oh, my foot. Didn't saw it's king gifting. I mean, I've seen some king gifts. I'd have to look at it. If someone's got a clip, I'll look. Wait. Did I just see that right? Did you guys give auto queuing to these? What? That's unthinkable in AoE 4. Unallowable. Yeah, the Civ starts with no landmarks. Instead, they have to unlock other factions' landmarks by calling for crusades from Christian kingdoms. This sounds very complex. I'm intrigued by it, though. You get pilgrims. Pilgrims give XP towards the next crusades. It's going to be cool to see. This is appropriate considering what we just watched. OD mains above plat. How much do you suffer from bad matchups? Hit conquer the season, but there's some matchup style playstyles that makes OT pretty life pretty terrible. I mean, I think I said this before, and I know some people could disagree, but like, maybe ranked should have a pick snipe system of some kind. I know one tricks aren't going to like that, but like, come on. The problem is we do have a game where fundamentally certain civs hard counter other civs. So what's the point? Like we heard it today. Like think of some of the hardest counters, like Ottoman Japanese, for example. What the hell do you do? You can argue the person still has to execute even to have a counter pick, but it's like it's kind of crazy. I think like at least at the conk rank, yeah, just have a one ban system. The only problem is that maybe complicates people who like go from diamond to conk because now they've got an unfamiliar system. But yeah, that would also then give more value to quick match, if that makes sense. The people who just want a one trick aren't going to be stopped from one tricking; they just won't be able to do it in ranked. Because yeah, I mean, like, dude, I don't think Order of the Dragon getting a one ban necessarily makes them playable, but at least it gives you some hope. Cat build War Elephant's Gulp. Oh no. Has someone done that yet? I don't think we've seen that in a game, but it does sound dirty. Actually, Old Gulp would have been better with the elephants, right? Because Old Gulp was like double the heal. Dude, how am I meant to read Ezra? The fudge. Oh, someone timeout Ez. He needs a timeout. I don't see a sub, so I don't defend him. Is the DLC worth it? The answer is yes. Like, actually, like, and this comes from someone who thinks we shouldn't have DLC in RTSs, but it's good value. I just hope the next DLC we get puts more value on the campaign side of things. Because, like, think about it, guys. This was the best-selling DLC in the history of Age of Empires 4. They said that. They said that very clearly. How much better would we have sold if there was more campaigns? That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Considering that historically, RTSs shift copies based on their campaigns. First they should hide usernames when in lobby. That would be cool. I mean, yeah, that's been needed for a long time. And the crazy part is they have no excuse for that not working. I mean, literally, they... Oh, Jesus. You hide the picks from each other, right? Until you've loaded in. So whatever mask you're applying to the Civ flags can just get applied to the players as well. It's not hard. Says you who are not an admin? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, on the donation. Greatest value of DLC of all time? Well, it's definitely up there. Like, it's totally worth buying. Ah, okay, okay. Now, I want your guys' opinion on this. Because this is a hot topic at the moment. Do you think that Age of Mythology should be allowed to be up for best sim strategy game? Do you guys know where I'm going with this? I think this one's maybe okay, but I personally don't think that remasters should be up for Game of the Year type awards, right? Like, for example, Crash Bandicoot 1, 2, 3 getting remastered, and that year they shouldn't be up for best platformer of the year. I think there should be a category for best remaster of the year. The question is whether Retold is different enough for it to be up for best sim/strategy game. This picture is hot. Dude, it's the confidence on that robot's face with the eyes. Right? Am I the only one, like, I don't know. Like, how do people feel about this? Do you think it's different enough? Because, like, Age of Mythology Retold is, in some ways, drastically different. But it also, you know, it's literally the same campaign. So it is also, to a certain degree, a remake. I'm personally of the opinion, like, I agree. If a game is seen as a solid, it's just a remaster, it shouldn't, like, you shouldn't be able to go up for, like, FPS of the Year awards or whatever, right? There should be a Best Remake of the Year award because there's just so many happening. Would love tournaments on the ladder. I love tournaments with the map pick ban system from EGC. So, but does he want the map pick ban system or does he want a tournament? Because I can speak to why you won't get the tournament format. There's just too many fundamental flaws in the queuing system. We just talked about a few, like how... Oh, so I need to turn this, getting cold in here. We already talked about some of them, right? The obvious ones, like, for example, people can Q dodge you, right? People can cheese a pick too. It's kind of problematic. I guess with the pick ban system, that would solve at least the later problem. But I remember someone came to me, they had this desire to have, like, a tournament based on ladder. It was just ladder games would be like tournament games. And I went, I'd love to do that, but the reason why I cannot is because of all of the loopholes people could exploit to get payout, right? So, like, there's obvious things like queuing at a certain time of the day in a less competitive region. We've seen players exploit that before. There's queue dodging, which has no repercussion when you're in lobby. And then there's obviously cheesing certain civs. So don't get the AOM hype. Oh, AOM is incredible, but AOM will never be the big RTS with one. The way that Age of Mythology could be the big RTS is with Age of Mythology 2. And that's why, like, I've been very clear on this. I don't think Age of Mythology should... Dude, my phone still hurts. Age of Mythology shouldn't be focused on a DLC plan of 4 or 5 years. It should actually be 2 is being worked on already. That's the way that you hit a home run with Age of Myth, the sequel. I don't think they should focus on milking it for 4 or 5 years like Microsoft loves to with the like, you know, the remasters and the definitive edition stuff. I think that would be a huge mistake. It would make some money, but I don't think that's how you get like the next big RTS in your roster. AOM 2 is. And having Q dodge because you got Hillendale need a short game. He's still Q dodge. Shame him. By the way, guys, we have got about probably 10 minutes, maximum 15, until the draft begins for Puppypaw Kiljardi. So that'll be next up for us. What's the win condition in Imperial? What do you guys think? Which one would you like? So my feeling on what the patch was meant to be doing with Imperial is it was meant to make the first option there the desirable one, right? I feel like the changes to Siege and the changes to University Text and everything else, the goal with Season 9's patch was to make building up a high value army and winning the main fight more impactful. I think it was meant to make spamming units less impactful. Raids kind of still really good. Control of Gold Vein's about the same as it's always been. Sacred Site win or gold control? That's true. You have been playing a lot of Delhi. Microsoft don't want to ban the original AOM players by abruptly releasing a sequel. I mean, you wouldn't be abruptly releasing. If you started development now, you'd be ready in like 2 to 3 years, maybe 4. But like, that's the thing. RTSs don't develop quickly, so you can't just sit on your ass and take your time starting up AOM 2. That's my take anyway. Cool, blimey. Spot the Delhi main. I beat this guy yesterday, Plat, as well, after a 1-hour game. He told me elephants are OP and what was the fun to play with an OP Civ. I mean, he's waffling a bit, but like I don't know. He's giving a like story, but what I'll say is like he began with this, like elephants are OP. Whether you can get to them, not right, debatably different, but elephants are broken. The stats do not make sense on them at all, especially when you're in Imperial Age. So yeah, elephants most definitely need to be nerfed. Oh, that's a good point, actually. The Midweek Muster. 23 hours left to register for Midweek Muster number 4. If you are a player, aspiring pro, whatever, make sure that you have registered the 4th edition of Midweek Muster, as it will close signups tomorrow by now. So basically this time tomorrow, it will have been too late. So if you want to sign up for these, make sure you are signed up now. Don't wait around. This is number 3. If I go to the home, I'm always terrible at this. Dude, like, I swear sometimes Start GG is just a pain in the ass to navigate. You can go in here, just go Midweek Muster. It'll bring them all up, and then you can just choose number 4. No Scarguard is first. Do you not like Scarguard? What's your problem with Scarguard? Oh, because you always lose that. I mean... Next up, our first map. Wait, I just clicked forward, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, we're good. Next up, our first map is going to be Himiyama, actually. So next up, we're using EGC Himiyama. We've got Lipany in there as well. We took out Frisian and Coastal. Scarguard will rotate to the normal. Pigeon's View is going to stay for now. Haywire can exist there, I guess. I mean... This is the thing. I know it's EGC variants, but now we have the majority of the map pool being ladder, so there should be absolutely no complaints. A special attendee next week. Next week, we actually have... In fact, I can show you right here. I'll show his name. Vortex! There's our boy. He's going to be there. He's signed up for week number 4. So yes, Vortex making an appearance. And then all the familiar faces have signed up as well. I've got some new names in there. Sinfixor. I think Alien might have signed up before, but didn't quite make the cut. Zalim, Trakor, Stopper. And then, of course, the top 16 will be invited. By the way, Chum, apparently, did Crackety reach out to you? Because he was molding about the loss of points to Bit Cousin. And then, yeah. Oh, Rhodes signed up as well. Nice. Everything is fine. Okay. It's like, did he lose points? Or not? Himiyama is an interesting map. I like it, but when I play it too often, it gets questionable tournament. It should be fun. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I don't see too much of it on the ladder at the moment. And then I think Himiyama has enough divergence in gameplay style that I'm not going to get tired of watching it by the end of a week. And I mean, that's important for my own sanity, but if I'm not going to get tired of watching, if I'm confident I'm not going to get tired of watching it, it should be a good sign for the viewers as well, right? So that's the good thing. So let me update tile, by the way, because we are... Oh, no, we're good on the tile. Jesus, my foot. I'm still really paranoid about my foot. Fuck. Wait, what? Every season AoE4 map pool sucks? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's simply not true. Did you not enjoy Altai season? I mean, the map pool is like... We'll probably end up rotating in Nagari at some point. I don't know why they brought back Nagari, actually. Considering that I've been told that the conceptualization is that they don't want to fix old maps, they just want to make better new maps. Why has Nagari been put back in? That doesn't make sense to me. Marshland is just poop on a stick, right? Wetlands was the better one. Yo, what's up, Jones? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hopefully you had a good stream. Wetlands was the one that I kind of liked, right? Because Wetlands is the one where the berries spawn near the ponds. That's kind of intriguing. But it has balance issues, like spawn balance issues. It's not consistent. Marshland, from what I remember, was a pile of crap. Like, it would spawn deer in tree lines and all kinds of... I remember casting a Pro Series game of Marshland, and the deer had spawned in the middle of the tree line. You could not reach them. Ezra wants full water maps. Oh, I got it. Well, I mean, Ezra's a toddler as well, right? So he can't count beyond 3, right? He's only a little kiddie. So he's like 1 boat, 2 boat, 3 boat, yay. Can't have land. There's more units with spearmen, men-at-arms, horsemen, knights, archers. Whoa. 5? Oh, sorry, you got to build your fishing boats. I was talking things you have to, like, know what they're doing. You know, you see a fishing boat, you don't care. It's the things that can kill you, you know, that I'm more worried about on the water. As an old SC2 player, I always felt that water maps were the most micro skill. Yeah, I mean, like, I wish... I've said this. I've been so vocal about this. I just wish AoE 4 had a mode that was faster. Like, a simulation speed increase. I think that would be sick. But, like, it doesn't exist at all. Sorry, I was checking something. Alright, there we go. One cool water map? Are you telling me Skyguard's not a cool water map? There's value there. I mean, our current map pool has, like, decent water elements, right? Oh, in the map pool. Got you. Like Nagari's Idea map? I don't. Hot take. I think it's very hard to balance the backwater. I actually think Four Lakes is a bad map. And I know some players are going to hate me for saying that, because some players love that map. The problem with Four Lakes is you have these interesting shenanigans that happen in the first 5 minutes of trying to sneak onto someone's water, but then it reaches a point where it's locked in. And at that point, you just have safe food economy that can't really be harassed. And I don't like that design. I don't like you just having safe resources, you know? Like, I'm a very big believer that you should have to, like, engage with the game to get what you want. And I think 95% of the time, at least, with Four Lakes, by 10 minutes, the person is just locked into their ponds. Very rarely does it change. It can change, but it's very rare. And it just kind of makes me... It makes me look at fish the same way I look at English farms. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like, this is way too easy and safe. It's a big cheese map. Yeah, but there's some players that like swear by Four Lakes, and I'm just like, what? They're like, they take Four Lakes over Frisian. I'm like, huh? Or they take Four Lakes over... They take Four Lakes over... Atoll, or they take Four Lakes over Kawasan. And I'm just not... I'm not convinced of that. I'm like, that is wild to me. I can't get on board with that. My brain is just like... Huh? Alright, I think we're getting ready. Let me see. Is the draft begun? Because we're just a few minutes away. Oh, Jesus Christ. Still paranoid about my foot. Won't take a break and meditate and chill a bit and come back for the next live cast? Whoopsie. Sorry, Jay. I saw that a little bit late. Nope. We're past that. We went mold mode and whatever. I mean, so here's the conceptual issue of, like, going and taking a break. Twitch doesn't really support that concept. Because if you go offline and then come back online, you have to build for the viewership up again, sort of thing, right? It's counterintuitive. I do imagine that on average, full-time YouTubers have a better... What's the word for? Not psyche or whatever. Better mental health than Twitch streamers. I'm very convinced of that. We might all be chasing numbers, but like the way that Twitch makes you chase numbers is very fatigue driven, if that makes sense. I.e., you have to be live a lot for a long time. Alright, so we're still waiting. Probably about another 2 or 3 minutes before we get the draft going. Dumi just puts a YouTube video on and goes and has his lunch. Oh yeah, I've done that in the past, right? When I go to have lunch, I'll put like a YouTube video on. I'm not sure if people like just get really upset at that or not. But like, yeah, that Dumi does that for lunch and then comes back, right? But for example, we needed something to fit. Like, imagine if we had the situation where it was Dumi and B, and we had no other series to cast, and then it's like a 3-hour wait until we have our next series to cast. Put a full water map in the last edition of KPMM. Oh lordy. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Sushi versus Mongols? Sushi just slaps, right? Sushi just too good, man. What do you do against Sushi's Mongols? Build Kashyyyks? But you're on water. I assume you guys are talking about water map. If you're on water map, how the hell are you building Kashyyyks? That's so expensive. Maybe if you can get like some Mongol piracy going, in theory. Oh, and Nagari. I haven't seen the spawns recently. Is there any good Medi Gardens? If there is, then it's just GG, right? Like what you meant to rush as Mongols there, it's just such a long rotation. You can take control of the central pond, I guess. Scout him, and if you see he's doing it, you can outpost rush him. But the problem is you have to confirm that he's going for the central pond first. And if he's not, then like your efforts kind of wasted because you have to begin the spin and rush straight away. What do you open with as Sushi? Duke New, no? Well, I guess you're on water, right? So you open with boats, fast feudal or dock. I think you just go dock, right? If you're worried about central map control, you can just play dock in corner and then delay dock in center. You go spears what? As Yuji? Oh, so you're challenging it. I mean, you can challenge it, right? You're basically just doing what China does. I don't know if you need to, with how far away Nagari is. Corner has no deep sea fish. Okay. Okay, they did fully change that then, because I think it used to have like one deep sea fish, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, then you challenge spears. Because like you're basically just doing the Chinese thing, right? Which is like, if you know they're going to rush spears, you rush more spears. And if they don't, you then burn their dock. You go Mongol, spears of Mongol. Yeah, but I'm saying Juji can do that too. Right? It's no different than China. Like, conceptually, that phase of the game is no different than China. If you see your opponents, like, spamming spears at you, you just spam it back. Like, maybe there's a bit more of exhaustion once you reach H2, right? Because, like, China bounces back hard because of Imperial Academy. So you might feel it a bit more. Long way to your base. Okay, but like I'm not looking to contest your base. I'm looking to contest central. Right? Like with Jushi Spears, I'm just there to contest your contest of me. And then I can still go for like a dock, for example. Right? It's all about scouting. If I see that you've stopped production, I can stop production. Because like, if you think about it, when China does that to Mongols, it's pretty much, oh, I don't want to do this, but you're doing it, so we're going to do it. So then, like, at what point do you, like, do Mongols then have to go 20 spears to get an advantage? Because then you do have an advantage, right? Because the initial trees are worth 450 wood. So you can afford, like, 10 spears before you're going to have to start building a lumber camp. And then that puts you behind a bit as Juji. But, like, that's a lofty amount, right? That's quite a heavy amount you have to commit to. And if you go to, like, if you're willing to go that many spears, at some point, I'm just going to be like, okay, I'll just go H2 and build archers. Or Ravajug. Go 4 spears with double production and have faster feudal. Okay. And dock drop with upgrade spears. Can you actually secure the entire pond though, quick enough? So like, with that in mind then, what if we just done it the other way? It usually just goes fast feudal, right? If you go fast feudal, because you get it 15% cheaper, and your economy is better than Mongols, and then you come out on a delay, like build archer range straight away, build like 2 Jugnu, and you push back the spears, and then you get a dock, like you've delayed your timing as well, right? You maybe get 1 boat out, so that I can try to sneak onto the water. Sushi has the same speed like Mongols. They have a surge afterwards, though. Right? Could you potentially just, like, mass spears yourself and then burn the dock? I feel like you could, right? As Juji in H2. Because then you've just given him the rope to hang himself. Alright, where are my Puppypaw and Kiljardi? Because they should have started now, right? Yes. They should be going into draft in a second. Let me double check they're actually online. Kiljardi is online. This noob is in a game against Vortex. What is it with people queuing for bloody pub games 10 minutes before they're meant to be in a tournament game? So this is the professionalism I was talking about drilling into them, you know? But I said, like, I mean, I loved it. Like, this morning we went into Moo's chat, and I don't think he realized that it was 10 minutes until he had to play B. So he just chilled and talked with the chat. I was like, that's the correct attitude, mate. Because you might queue into core again and get a 40-minute game. Poor guy, he was getting Q dodged. So we basically need this game to resolve so we can actually get to our tournament series. Therefore, we are cheering for Vortex to kick the crap out of Kiljardi quickly. But it's Iab's Jones, so I don't know how Joan is meant to easily win that. Yes, we're waiting for live tournament games. So Kiljardi, this guy here in the red, is going to be playing in a BO3 up against Puppypaw. In fact, you can see that in the brackets here. And then afterwards, I believe we should have Dumu, as long as it doesn't take too long, available to play against the winners straight away. And then after that, shortly after that, we should have Anathan versus Wham. Wow. Okay, so what do we have? Let's switch over the view so we can actually see what they've built. God, the normal cast UI is cringe. Okay, wait. We've got the Outpost Rush Joan. Damn, son. Oh, look at the gold spawn as well. Yeah, this is vicious. He even brought an extra villager, so Kiljardi has to play the Age with mass spears. I mean, the good news is his opponent built range zone. Like, now that you see what your opponent's got, you kind of wish you went melee zone. Melee zone would have crapped on everything that Kiljardi's doing. I'm a little bit surprised Vortex did actually commit into melee, into range zone rather. Like, if you think about it conceptually, because he's going and starving all the gold, his opponent can't build Desert Raiders, right? So melee zone doesn't get neutered. The only thing that the melee zone doesn't want to face really is like mass archers, mass Desert Raiders. Your opponent's not going to build mass archers when you got knights. Your opponent's going to build spears and horsemen. Now, admittedly, Zone does get extra damage against light infantry, aka the spears. But when your opponent's blobbing spears, that's not going to be a very impactful difference. And on top of that, the horseman will kill Zone fast. We have 2 TC though. Damn! Okay, guys, how long has it been since we actually saw 2 TC Zone? I have not seen this in a hot second. Range zone means we go imp? No, dude, we're watching Vortex. You got the wrong guy. This guy doesn't want games to go beyond feudal. 2 TC, though. It's kind of wild. It's like he's trying to shove in the... Wait, okay, he's not trying to shove in the deer. I thought he was being big brain for a sec there. Animation coming through. Demo ship was a whiff. And we are live. Okay, Kiljardi should just be able to kill this TC. I think Vortex was too greedy here. And what was it? Was it Grove? Yeah, he went Grove. So, like, Vortex was definitely too greedy here. Rams are coming. It's mass spears, mass horsemen. Archer count is already higher. There's no way Vortex holds this. You could try and you just die. If Kiljardi wants to make it clean, he just builds 3 Rams right now. Very nice tech also coming in. Oh, so a quick warm-up before his showdown with Puppypaw, I see. Does feel like it's going to be a very quick warm-up. Mezcal? What's Mezcal? What illicit drugs are you trying to sell me on? See, my boy Kiljardi gets it. 2 Rams and you look like a noob when your opponent repairs. 3 Rams and good luck. Tequila's cousin. Huh. Well, here's the funny thing about that circle. I'm on codeine and I'm on blood thinners. I can't drink alcohol. Yeah, my life is pretty depressing right now. Horseman, able to clear the archers. Rams are in. He's just going to push past. Like, this is an easy bypass. He just needs to get the spears here. Like, the spears are actually getting baited right now. Vortex pulling that many away is really good for him. Sadly, the archer count is just too high against him. I mean, you know, Zhon's getting a decent amount of XP, so level 3 Zhon could come in, but I don't think level 3 Zhon matters. Level 3 range Zhon sucks against quantity, right? Like, if you think about the concept of level 3 Zhon, melee Zhon is really good against quantity, range Zhon really good against quality. And they are countered by the vice versa. So yeah, TC down. Congrats, Vortex. You have the exact same number of villagers. And no Zhon. Yeah, my blood thinners, I think I stopped in blood thinners on the 4th. I'm just hoping the slurp today doesn't do anything negative to the recovery arc. Because I'm meant to get the cast off, and if everything looks good, go into a boot. And that's when I can put partial weight bearing. Yeah, level 3 Zhon came in. Kiljardi kind of overstayed his welcome a little there. But it's because he's greeting, man. Like, what? That's so much wood. So what's the castle play here? I guess you could go Desert Raiders. He might just be forced to go Advancement, though. I don't know. I feel like Kiljardi was in a really good position. He just needed to back away. He got a bit greedy here. So Vortex is going to get a counterattack opportunity. But remember what we said. As long as you're blobbing like quantity instead of quality, Zhon is going to suck here. However, I'm seeing Desert Raiders. Yeah, I think Vortex wasn't going to get a good trade, but Kiljardi overcommitted. He overshowed his hand. He got the kill on the TC, and like an excited teen seeing a boob for the first time, he just couldn't help himself, you know? Like, he's like, oh my god, I got this. This is so easy. Right. And now, remember the gold issue? That's here again. Kiljardi hasn't triggered a tech up. He's just a mile behind. And yes, Anathan, well, Anathan, I got told, is Chum still here? I think the idea was to have Dimu and Puppy play afterwards. But I'll try to double confirm that. Kiljardi has snuck out for the food. He could also go for gold from here. We mean, yeah, what? There you go. Yeah, what the hell, Anathan? What the hell? Why you gotta write Kiljardi off like that? Puppypaw has to beat Kiljardi first. Damn, I know. Damn. You made me an accessory in your slander of Kiljardi. I did. Oh, no, there's the innocence. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't know. You know what you done. How dare you underrate this all-in monkey mode activate maniac. He just tried to send it feudal ram rush into a zone base. He'll do anything to get to a semi-finals. Anything. You might have to against Puppypaw, man. I mean, Puppypaw's on point. Right now, Kiljardi, it looks like he's about to get slapped a boot. Alright, one's if you think Kiljardi wins this, two's if you think Vortex wins this. And then if you said one, quickly take your glasses off, clean them, and then put them back on and try to re-answer. This is really, really bad for Kiljardi. He's not touching gold at all. Desert Raider spam wouldn't help you at this stage. There's just too many archers. And also, Desert Raider spam doesn't work once level 3 Zhon's in. It's 100 damage hit, right? That's practically your entire life on a Desert Raider gone. It will not save you. He has, however, got his troops in a raiding position. That could be good here. Keep in mind, Kiljardi's eco is alive, by the way. He has 3 fishing boats, and all the fish is gone. So, actually, he's much further behind. Uh-oh. He's about to be even further behind. He didn't even finish it! Oh my god, that is one tap from being complete. Kiljardi, he could have stayed in the outpost and tried to react with the army. I guess army just not big enough, right? But now, eco not big enough. Villagers get sniped. Vortex on point with the micro there. Yeah, this is over. Kiljardi doesn't really have anything. Oh my dear god. I don't think I've ever seen someone build that many outposts to protect a berry patch. Not in a hot second, anyway. 4 outposts to protect... How much food does that end up being? Well, did he get growth? He did, didn't he, right? So slightly more. I think it's like the 300, right? Sorry, 350, so... I forget, it's 400, isn't it? Yeah. So it is a lot of food, in fairness. Ends up being 3,200 food, but still. Vortex, now going Guild Hall. Alright, we'll speed this up. This is very clearly over. Kiljardi has so much wood. You can tell he's feeling starved on Hit Me Armor. I mean, he could have traded across for some gold, right? And then maybe snaked his way into castle. I think he just saw that TC and he saw red. Like, I love the fact that he all-in that TC to get rid of it. I just think after that, Kiljardi needed to calm. Just calm down, pull back, reset. Sending it into Vortex pretty much gave him full control of this game. Good cheap outpost against French? Sure, 2 outposts is reasonable. But 4? I mean, he must have had 20 villagers out here. It's the only reason he justify it, but there we go. GG gets scored. No comeback against that. Vortex, shout out to the boy, the Spaniard, for helping us get Kiljardi ready for his series quicker and not waiting around. Okay, so, with that in mind, we should be ready to roll in a second. Yep, draft underway. Haywire got picked. Wait, by Puppypaw as well. I'm very surprised by that. I thought he'd be a hater of Haywire. It's wild that he picked it as well because Kiljardi will thrive on that type of map. Like, Kiljardi loves the type of maps where he can just all-in monkey mode it, right? He's a very, very aggressive player. But we have the live draft underway, so let me pull that up on screen for you guys now. Boop. Using this woof? Wait, what? What am I on about? What? What do you mean using this woof? I'm confused. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm wilded out by the map pool. Like, the fact they went Haywire and Kalaga, this is going to be a crazy set. I'm excited. Oh, dude, my ankle almost feels like it's throbbing. Jesus Christ, I'm really worried about that. They practice for KPM M4. That's true. Haywire is still going to be in there. So, ban-wise, Delhi actually surviving a long way for good reason. HRE and Byzantines made it through. Wait, isn't Byzantines busted on Haywire? Because English is banned, yeah. Because Haywire, guys, starts you really close together. Open a map on Scarguard. China makes a lot of sense. Rus makes a lot of sense. They've both secured their pro scout shenanigans. Kalauga HRE can work really well on that map. We haven't seen the pick for Puppypaw yet. Maybe Japanese for Kalauga can make sense. A decent pick there. French can look alright as well. The Delhi is going to come out now. I mean, well, Puppypaw, he's basically going to pick a Bastards Delhi, guys. So, does he run a Bastards on Kalauga? And then either Chinese or Byzantine on Haywire. And that leaves Delhi for the opening map? Nah, I think you run China on opening map, right? Because, like, Kiljardi has Rus. Actually, no, one about. Delhi can play Pro Scouts really well. I think Puppypaw could... like, he has a really nice flexi in the opening game. And Kiljardi, yeah, I think he's worried about that Delhi pick. So Zhone. Zhone against Chinese is pretty bad for Zhone though, right? You can't really do anything to stop them. Maybe the fact that they're going pro scouts means you can seclude them. I reckon Kiljardi's probably opening the series on Skarsgård with Zhone, and we're going to be getting... Ooh, I was going to say Delhi for Puppypaw, but the Malians make sense as well. We've already seen some Malian picks coming out on Skarsgård, and it's been looking really good. All right, let's copy and paste that across. All right, what do you think, guys? Who do you think won the draft? Who do you favor here? Zhone a direct counter to Byzantines? It is when played right, right? Like, I think it's kind of a bait and switch. So we actually saw a really great game at King of the North from Kiljardi, where he countered Byzantines because he baited them into building Mass Limitane, and he'd built a giant blob of archers, right? So if you control vision, yeah, Zhone can counter Byzantines. Is that maybe Zhone on... I think... Maybe he goes Rus opening map, because I really think Rus are solid on there. The Pro Scout Civ, right? You play Zhone into Haywire, and then Kalauga's HRE / Mongols. That makes a lot of sense. Puppypaw has what? If your opponent's going to go Rus and you suspect that, you can play Delhi there. It's not too bad. You could also just play Chinese. Chinese or Delhi, because they're both Pro Scout Civs. Actually, dude, Puppypaw has made his draft very ominous for the opening map, if you think about it. He has 3 Civs that can play Pro Scouts very proficiently. Actually, 4. Have you guys seen the Hippodrome? No, I'm going to stop. Yeah, so he has 3 Civs that can very optimally play into Pro Scouts. And then, what? Kalauga. You could probably play Chinese there quite well. Malians is a bit questionable, unless you go... Wait, actually, Malians works quite well if you go for the central Saharan Trade Network drop. Gives you a staging point and gives you the big vein. And then... I don't know about Delhi per se on that map. There's only 2 sacred sites, right? Do you do Delhi on Haywire? I feel like you don't. I feel like Haywire is Byzantines. Byzantines or Malians. It's been a while since I've spawned Haywire in 1v1, though. You think China for Haywire? I think if he opens Biz first map, he's in trouble. You shouldn't open Biz. I think you open Malian or Chinese, because your opponent has Zhone. And Zhone can counter both Byzantines. Byzantines suck, by the way, on the opening map, because there's no berries. There's only 1 patch of berries. So Byzantines is terrible there. And if you go Delhi, Kiljardi has Zhone. Right? So you have to go Chinese or Malians. Now, Kiljardi could get very big brain about this and go, he's expecting Zhone first map. And then you'd be like, So he has to pick Chinese or Malians. What wins against those? And then I think you're quite content with Rus. Rus can be okay. Maybe you even just go HRE. Because then if it's Malians, you can pressure them, right? You pressure them early and then go for fast tech. And if it's China, you just fast castle. The only issue with HRE that I haven't been a big fan of on Skarsgård is that you have to make the extra investment into a dock to go and get the relics. Because only 2 relics spawn on the mainlands. You beat Dim on Haywire with Shuji. That was a meme. Wait, what were you playing as? Haywire, China, Rus. Are you... maybe? So you can both just defensive landmark, right? Nah, dude, you can't try to... you can't defensive landmark China. Because your timing will be worse. Haywire is in theory good for Rus because... Pro Scouts and then also the concave tree lines are really good for hunting cabin, right? But I wonder if you just go Mongols or HRE on Haywire because the short distance means you can rush your opponent really, really effectively. Landmark rushed me and I killed all Vills building it. Jesus. GG. Alright. Opening map. Let's see. Moment of truth. We're going to get Delhi Mongols. I mean, Mongols can win that matchup. You might even go Silver Tree. I just don't rate Silver Tree that highly because you can't get maximum distance trade. So probably Deerstone. Delhi have been looking really good with the Dome of Faith builds against Mongols, though. With the old Tower Victory build, I actually think the Khan Hunter gave an edge to Mongols to just kind of like, tickle and pull and build a lead over time. But I think Delhi are a bit favored here against Mongols. We'll have to see what Kiljardi can do. I mean, it's a Kiljardi comfort pick, right? We know he loves his Mongols. And that would, well, that actually skews things a little then, doesn't it? Because that means Kalauga is likely going to be the... You can go Byzantines, actually. They have quite a lot of berries there. And then the Chinese for Haywire. And anticipating that, Kiljardi would need to save Zhone for Kalauga. And then run Rus or HRE on Haywire. It's probably going to be Rus, but I genuinely think like HRE can make a lot of sense too. It's just, if it's China, you feel a bit frustrated because you can't easily dive them, right? They can just block you off. Reminder, by the way, winner of this goes through to the semis where they will get a showdown up against Benny Boy. In fact, while we got a second, I could quickly update that. Mongol Villager double production have value. We saw it earlier today from Kat. I think it's very situational. You need to kind of force a mistake and force your opponent to commit into early units, and then you build that lead. Is it live? Of course it's live. That's why we're waiting. So they're getting set up now. We literally have 3 live series, guys. We have this series, the winner of this up against Dimu, and then finally, to round out the day, we're going to have Anathan versus Wham. So yeah, pretty busy day. In fact, let me export. I thought I already exported this. Was it not? It didn't show Dimu. Oh, I haven't put Dimu's name in the next round. Sorry, guys. I'm a one-man army doing everything on one PC. I really need to get that new PC campaign going. Yeah, I'm desperately trying to find the GP motherboard partnership. That's the thing we're missing right now, basically. Whew. You'd think it would be a little bit easier to find a motherboard partner right now, considering they just released their X870 boards, and we're looking to build with a new AMD. So let me put Dimu in there. Let me put Wham in there. And then, hopefully... What do you mean? Britboy, what are you on about? Different streamers failing to raid you and thinks you may have them turned off. What does that mean? I'm confused. I'm very confused. What? What does that even mean? Dimu's struggling to raid me? Why is he struggling to raid me? Wait, let me check. Did someone accidentally turn anti-raid or something? Let me check that option. Task review requests. Is there something in there? No, that's not the right thing. We don't have the shield mode stuff on. What the hell? Oh, it worked. Okay. Yeah, I was confused by that. I was like, I don't have that stuff on because we don't exist in a directory where that's a problem. Basically, like just chatting in particular, streamers always have to have their raid protection because things get a bit dicey. Alright. But, there we go. We've updated the brackets. That is how things are standing. So, final quarterfinals is about to kick off. We're going to see who is going to make it through for a showdown with Dimu. I believe Benny Boy is going to be playing immediately afterwards. I believe he's going to be watching. Because I think he's already had his lunch. The Bull Boy is ready to unleash. But what will he be unleashing on? I mean, last time we saw Dimu versus Kiljardi in competitive, Dimu looked really bloody strong there. I believe the last time they actually clashed was King of the North. Puppypaw versus Dimu, I feel like that's a lot further back we have to go to see. And Puppypaw has been a very different breed these days. So definitely a challenging matchup for Ben, but definitely excited to see what he can do. And with best of fives, a lot more breadth to the format. I'm still tempted to inflate the quarterfinals into best of fives. It's just, I don't know if that's too challenging with open scheduling format. If people continue to like improve the workflow and are on point on making sure they're doing their games as quickly as possible, I think we could open it up to best of fives in the quarterfinals. The reason that would be really cool is what I want to do is if we're able to do best of five quarterfinals, we can explore having the... Hey, stop, Ben. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Welcome to the Bald Army. Thank you, thank you. We're actually keeping an eye on this series now to see who you're going to be up against next. But I was just saying, what I'd love to do is, if we can get players to be quite proficient at scheduling in advance so that things just flow very naturally without too much chase up or anything, I'd love to upgrade the quarterfinals to best of fives and then unlock open map drafting format from that point in. So that the home map, for example, Skarsgård, would only be for the round of 32 and round of 16, right? The reason I want to keep it there, at least, is because it's a good way of gathering data and feeling out whether a map works early on, and then we can get into a full draft format afterwards, right? So it fulfills what I'm aiming to do from a map iteration process. But we have our matchup for the first game. It's going to be Delhi versus Mongols to kick this one off. So yeah, Mongols kind of a bit tricky on this map. You don't really have a clean way of going to pro scouts, right? You have to play pocket economy. On top of that, the trade route is a bit rubbish, guys. The trade route, because remember, the trade posts are waterside. It's about, I wouldn't even say 2/3 of the map unless you trade to your opponent's side. Puppypaw is likely going to be going for the standard Dome of Faith build. It's really good on this map because for those that haven't seen Skarsgård so far, well, I imagine a lot of you have been watching Ben play it. It's a lot of deer. Pro Scouts leaned a bit heavier than I was originally expecting on this particular map. It's funny as well because we ran a tournament a few weeks back that was just Skarsgård because this is Avali's latest creation, right? And when we ran it, there actually wasn't much Pro Scouts going on. There was a lot of aggression, a lot of pocket economy, right? Moving out your villages onto deer, people raiding. We have reached a point where it almost feels inevitable to see like Delhi, China, French. French usually try to play those pocket economies, but if they need to go for the Pro Scouts, remember, that's a civ that gets a nice, healthy discount. So let me get predictions ready for you guys as well. Should we do the series prediction? Who's going to win the series or the game? The game is more work. I don't know if my admins are here. I'll do it for the game, and we'll see if my mods are here to update that each game, because it's a bit laggy alt-tabbing out of AoE4 right now. But fingers crossed, like I said, if I can just sort the graphics card and motherboard sponsorship, if I can find a brand to sponsor that, we'll have all the components necessary to do the new PC build stream that I want to do. All right. Chill vibes off. Let's get ready to run. Where did I put my phone? Oh, it's literally right in front of me. And we're off to the races. Final quarterfinals. Say that too many times, it's getting confusing. Of Midweek Muster number 3. In the pink, playing as the Delhi and looking dominant, we've got Puppypaw, the reigning champion of the Midweek Muster. And on the other side, looking to be the disruptor, the old man himself. It's getting towards bedtime for him, but he's looking to stay up late. With a beat over Puppypaw, it would get him into a semi-final showdown between the other old man in the scene, of course, Dumu. But it's going to be an uphill battle. He kicks it off with Mongols in the orange. Skarsgård is going to be the map. Plenty of deer, no fish to be seen. And also those tricky trade posts, unlikely to make this a desirable map for Silver Tree. So, what's the strategy? What's the play here? Back before Dome of Faith got buffed up so much, if you had this Mongol Khan element, you could imagine, or Khan Hunter rather, you could imagine a world in which Mongols just play mass archers and outrange and outmove Delhi to beat them. Now with things being more Ghazi leveraged, because of Dome of Faith all the time, I'm not entirely sure that build is as strong as I was originally expecting. We're likely going to be seeing Keshik up against Ghazi. The challenge with which is without Silver Tree, can you get enough Keshiks out to contest? Because something that makes Delhi really good on this map is their ability to grab deer. Pro Scouts is just going to be an absolute must and an absolute easy peasy if this is going to be your standard Dome of Faith build from Puppypaw. Kiljardi has gone for the rack, so he looks like he... Are we really going to see an outpost rush? I mean, in fairness, he doesn't know it yet, but it's actually quite a good spawn for it. Berries and gold on one location blocks the deer gathering of 2 stacks. The reason why you usually don't see outpost rushes against Delhi is because they can just pull villagers to delete it. And the reason you can't stop them is because of the Scholar. The Scholar can just pull out and heal them, right? So what you end up with is, we've seen it before, Delhi players will just get shivs out and fight the Mongols. So yeah, a little bit curious. I wonder if Kiljardi is just going to stop at 2 and his goal is to maybe harass the gold a little. it does have value, by the way. Harassing this gold, if it is Dome of Faith, you can stop your opponent from just scaling constantly into Scholars. So that delays their tech timings a little. Maybe Kiljardi just feels it's worthwhile because he's got Deer, but you have to remember, yes, you've got Deer, but your opponent has it as well. So yes, you know, your catch-up after investing is going to be aggressive, but their initial tech timing is going to be even more aggressive. And it is going to be the Dome of Faith build. Spears have arrived, though, and it is going to be the Outpost Rush. So Kiljardi looking to move out now, and you see exactly what I'm talking about, right? The problem isn't that you can't get enough spears to outdo the healing the Scholar. The problem is how long it takes you to get that many spears. And funnily enough, because of the position of this outpost, Kiljardi may be being a bit too greedy. Puppypaw could easily pull 9 villagers and torch this right now. I think the reason he's not is you want to wait until probably about 50-60% into the build. Because then, if Kiljardi has to cancel and rebuild, it's a lot of idle time for him. He might get this sunken cost fallacy of thinking he can complete it. And here we go. Puppypaw. He actually goes after the villager instead. Love that. Hasn't thrown the torches yet, so 1 hull, and that immediately forces the cancel. So Kiljardi, there we go. This is more sane, guys. Like, Kiljardi was betting it against the house, right? He was putting it all on green on the roulette table. This is a more calculated risk. This is like, yeah, I'm just going to put 20 grand on black. Good chance of it coming out as a win. Because Puppypaw only has 3 villagers on gold. However, that delay from Kiljardi means Puppypaw is going to get substantially more gold to put into cheap Scholars. Had he just gone for this originally, then Puppypaw wouldn't actually be able to get as much value. Deerstone on the way now behind this, so Puppypaw will have an edge for about probably 30 seconds. You're likely going to Gazi as an opener. I mean, you can begin archers to clear the spears, but the spears are pretty much going to be camping in the outpost. If we see archers as an opening, it means that Puppypaw really wants to reclaim his gold quickly, but you'd still have to basically get into a ram. It's very expensive, and that's why Gazi seems more realistic here. How do you guys vote in the end, by the way? Kind of curious. 81% for Puppypaw. Oh, so many Canadian fans. Poor Kiljardi. I mean, he's a very talented lad, right? Thinking about the maps they picked, for example, you've got this map, you've got Kalauga, you've got Haywire. I think these are all maps going to be played in a very aggressive tone. And every time I think this is going to be played aggressively, it does lean me favorably towards Kiljardi. Now, Puppypaw is no pushover when it comes to aggro, but there's also no denying that him and his bro do like that mid-game quite a bit. I do find Kiljardi polarizing that way, though, right? We've had plenty of games where he'll just try to send it in on you and end the game by 15. More Vortex-esque. But we've also seen Kiljardi can find himself in the weirdest of late games. Archer range is going to be reaction, so Puppypaw is going to look to bulk first before rushing out. A little bit surprised by this, right? He doesn't have pro scouts coming in too quickly, though. So the reason this makes sense is because he hasn't got additional gold gathering, he can't afford additional scholars. So you haven't got that typical unlock time on pro scouts that would make sense for just like going into cavalry. And he went double output. Okay, this is looking really cool. And there's a bigger deal now. Because Puppypaw went archers, if Kiljardi mirrors archers, he will outrange him, the Khan Hunter. We talked about this detail earlier, that in theory it should play out that way, but in practice we haven't seen it too frequently work. But this would be the game for it, right? The tech timings are horrible now for Puppypaw. He's got them on the way, they are free, sure, but they're not aggressive like you'd normally see out of Delhi. All because of that gold, and the others aren't great options here. Forward spawning golds means this is really his only bag. It's going to be double archer production on the way. Already has 2 out, 2 more to come. This is how you deal with the aggressive timing for the Delhi, right? Remember, they've got double production out of this 1 archer range. Stable's follow-up is on the way, but the Khan sees all. That's the Khan do attitude we're looking for Kiljardi to get an opening win here. He even has the Khan Hunter on the way. Yeah, and this is actually where the Delhi archers suck. Because now they have worse movement speed than the Mongol archers because they're defending the deer stone. And they're going to have less range as well. An extra 0.5 tar range, so now you can just poke. As long as Kiljardi doesn't over-aggro, he shouldn't really ever get touched. It's actually very frustrating to play against this. I've seen this matchup on Coastal Cliffs a few weeks back, and I was flabbergasted by just how good the Mongols looked. Has to be careful with the production, though. A little bit expensive, unnecessary loss there. Puppypaw only has a single torch here, right? So he's not going to be able to stop that double production. Khan a little bit ambitious there, is going to get sniped. So that's good. It means Puppypaw has hidden info now. But the problem is the transition was already seen. Kiljardi, now that it is Keshix is up against, I mean, he could go for cavalry, but we mentioned before that Keshix without trade, very expensive. More realistic would just be more archers, more spears. And you kind of just play slowly down the center, right? With the Yam movement speed and the extra attack range, that's how you can force a mistake out of Puppypaw. One issue he is going to have, though, is food will be exposed for him. It will not be for Puppypaw. So that means that Kiljardi is going to have to side invest into things like outposts to protect these deer areas in terms of Yam and also in terms of vision. Kiljardi doesn't have a blacksmith yet, right? That's a little bit surprising. I think that's where you can get a leg up here. Because usually around like 10 minutes, especially with this many archers, Kiljardi can bypass you and get blacksmiths first, right? He'll have to pay for the tech, but he'll get them aggressively quick. Yeah. I think Puppypaw needs to lean a lot heavier into Ghazi if he wants to take this approach where he forgoes the blacksmiths. It's on the way now, but with only 3 scholars, this is not going to be the insane tech unlock points we've been seeing out of Delhi time and time again. Like, reminder, guys, we're almost 10 minutes into the game with Dome of Faith, and he has as many scholars as you would with a Tower Victory build. Yeah, look at that. 2 minutes and 45 seconds per tech. Kiljardi. Well, he's going to have his Steel Arrow in 30 seconds. So a 2-minute window to make a play. Is there a world in which Kiljardi just keeps bulking archers as a result? Like, knowing that he can be this far ahead. It's dangerous because as you push into your opponent's base, there will be a window of opportunity where Undermesh comes in. But if he rushes Steel Arrow into Undermesh, yes, the Ghazi a little bit tanky, but it means Puppypaw's own archers are going to be doing no damage. Kiljardi looks like he's going to start making that move. Khan Hunter not being rallied with the troopers, though. It's going to be a little bit of poke here. Steel Arrow has been revealed. Puppypaw is going to look to commit in. The Ghazi get a great initial hit. Needs to be careful on the retreat. The Khan Hunter does by default get put to the back of the formation. Archer's now with the trade out. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated here. The Spearmen are coming in. But good focus fire by Puppypaw. Removes it before it's a threat. The Ghazi are going to be able to frontline and push this back, but there needs to be some Yam. It is in range, which means the Archers cannot gap close here. It's just Ghazi versus Archer. He's going to force him back in his base. And Kiljardi, a slip up here. Not enough Spearmen, no Keshix, no frontline to speak of. And the critical issue here is that Kiljardi played out of the Yam. Without that movement speed, he wasn't able to disengage from the Ghazi quick enough. Without the Khan Hunter, he wasn't able to engage initially faster there. Puppypaw, as a result, now able to stake a claim to the center of the map and start getting back onto gold. Mongol Outpost rushers might be back with this build, but they require succinct execution. Clean, perfection on it. And Kiljardi, that one slip up has now cost him control here. Keshik's now coming, but you've given Puppypaw a new look on life, right? Those blacksmith techs we were worried about before, not as much of a problem anymore. He'll be able to tone them down a bit, be looking probably about 1.5 minutes per tech on average. And here's what we talked about with the difference between these two. Puppypaw just has pro scouts, right? Whereas Kiljardi has to play out onto these pocket resources. Each one of these will offer him a very healthy 1,050 food. But it will cost him 100 wood every time, as he'll have to spam outposts. Signal arrow also coming in. So I think Kiljardi wants just enough Keshix to frontline, but he wants to bulk archers. which makes sense. We talked about the value points for Mongols here, and because Delhi don't have Tower Victory, they will lose that battle, at least in theory. Execution, as we saw in that last engagement, a whole other matter. Interesting that we don't really have like an additional scout in from Puppypaw to just return deer. He has been returning a few, right? Like he's been working his ass off overtime to bring it back, but he's even moved pocket resources now. Kind of like that. Puppypaw doesn't really know about the Keshiks yet, so he has to play this as if his opponent's static. And if his opponent is static, then he shouldn't be too concerned about being sniped on the deer stacks. Nice play here by Kiljardi though. In this matchup, only one side will look to munch on the ball. Very important to get these Keshik numbers up. Remember, military is about neck and neck here. 7 of Puppypaws is scholars. It's a little bit deceptive. Is there a world in which Puppypaw tries to snake up once he has about 11 scholars? He's got a sacred site that's trickling gold. I mean, realistically, with the length of the map, especially if you keep pulling deer back, you could get away with it. Veterancy won't take very long, right? Like at this stage, Veterancy would take you 2 minutes 13. He's going to scale it up further, of course. So you can get it down to, I think, about a minute and a half with the Mosque. It would feel greedy, though. Oh, hold on. We've got an exchange underway. Attack speed arrow gets activated. The Keshiks are frontlining. He's in range of the Yam here. Really good fight for Kiljardi if he can stick on top of it. There's a lot more archers in reserve, but Puppypaw needs to get them here. The Keshiks are absorbing a lot of these shots. Needs to kill a lot more, though. These Keshiks are not cheap, and it feels like that might not have been good enough. 36 archers left over, only 25 for Kiljardi. Now, for Kiljardi, the Keshiks are kind of a pseudo throwaway, right? What he needs is archers blobbing. Right now, he just doesn't have the numbers still. Surprised the second sacred site hasn't been yoinked, but now with the Keshiks in the field, it might be that Puppypaw's a bit reluctant. We talked about the idea of castle. I mean, he's starting to float some resources. It's seeming more and more likely here. But he needs to make sure he keeps a clear advantage in terms of Pew Pew Boys. I think what Kiljardi is experiencing here is the classic slip up against Delhi. Delhi is probably one of, if not the most punishing civ in the game for you making one mistake in the early game. Right? If you take an awkward fight, they have the tools, the means to pressure you in a way that can end the game fast. Sacred sites, these fast castle builds with Mass Scholar now, the effectiveness to blob fast because of their production rates, it's harsh. And Kiljardi walking up into that mid-map without a front line, losing as many archers as he did on the retreat, has put him in a very defensive position now in this game. He needs to raid. If he can't find some eco kills, we are trending towards a good outcome for the Delhi. And it is looking like that outcome is getting close. House of Learning now on the way. Textiles coming in. A smart read by Puppypaw. If you think you could lose a single villager, get it. Your opponent has built Keshiks. The likelihood is you will lose villages. How quick is that veterancy going to be? 2 minutes and 46. He's in position to pick up one relic quite freely. The second one a little bit further out there. No dock play. Right now, Puppypaw's focus needs to be on land. Because Kiljardi is going to try to attack him. He has to, right? Now that his opponent is teched up, he's got to make a move. Is there a world in which Kiljardi goes castle here? What's that for? Good raid. Puppypaw, no reaction, a little bit slow there. I believe the maneuver speed arrow is available, not being used yet by Kiljardi. He's just going to break away. So 2 worker kills, forces the army back, and able to push in to deny the gold. Okay, that was a beautiful 1-2. Kiljardi now in position, holding him hostage on this resource. The scary part, though, is what's coming. Veterancy is just 20 seconds away. Balanced projectiles, that's the +2 damage. Only 1 minute and 10. Puppypaw, he's laying the bait here. These Keshiks, they don't have that much ranged armor. And they're about to feel the sting of the Delhi backline. Veterancy in. Archers to the start step away. And no Yam here, so Kiljardi, it's difficult to gap close. A little bit suboptimal there. Puppypaw standing his ground longer than necessary, but back on the retreat. Villagers could be targeted here, but if Kiljardi does anything but attack the army, he will lose control of the game. Has to go for the trade out. But this is not a pretty affair. 42 archers to 35. The Keshiks get one hit on the entry. Puppypaw, if he trades his army to 0 for Kiljardi's, he'll have a follow-up advantage, but he needs to find food. Right now, Puppypaw doesn't have that much coming in. Is there a world in which this works for Kiljardi? Because it's looking good right now. I mean, Puppypaw, he can just about afford some more archers, but that means he has no answer to the Keshiks. Okay, this is sick. It's so hard to find this type of timing, so dangerous as well. But Kiljardi, he's walking away. At the convergence point, when he needs to be going in, he's ran out of steam here. Puppypaw, able to survive the onslaught, and now able to access that vital deer on the west side to keep him afloat. Damn, that was so close as well. I feel like Kiljardi was on the verge of the breakthrough. The food still looks abysmal for Puppypaw, right? In fact, I think at times he might not even have villager production always going. Wolves are now going to be going up, so he realizes he needs to slow things down, buy some time here. Kiljardi continues to move into the center of the map. It's even more critical for him now to keep momentum. Because before, he had deer to gather in the back. He still has some in reserve. Wait. Does Kiljardi not know about these deer? He sees one pocket. He doesn't see the other two. And Puppypaw may have pro scouts, but having pro scouts and using it are two different things. He doesn't have scouts. He hasn't been pulling resources. Remember, the double outpost denied most of the deer over here. That's why you're seeing him with under 300 food. He only has that much because of this last little retreat of deer on the west. Keep drop coming though. So Puppypaw, he might be looking to go into farms quite early. But the keep drop would cover him for that. However, Kiljardi, he sees it. He's going to look to seize it. Keshiks right in. Archers need to target this down, though. It looks like it's going to be a little bit too quick for Kiljardi to do any real damage. So castle goes up. A dive past this is going to be costly. Is he really doing this? Attack speed arrow gets activated. Keshik frontline's been removed. I think this is over. Kiljardi, I mean, he does have a tech play coming behind this. So in theory, that's maybe his recovery arc, but he just threw away the entire army attempting that dive. The only reason this isn't actually truly over is because Kiljardi has a tech coming and Puppypaw doesn't have food. That's the thing that is going to keep Kiljardi in this after those losses. I think we're quickly going to find ourselves heading towards farms here. He's pretty much out of food. He's got 58 workers. He's got village fortresses coming in 2 minutes and 40. Relic should have been picked up, by the way. It feels like a little bit of an oversight there from Puppypaw. He's looking to fix that now, so he's going to be able to grab it. Oh, no. No, was that a select all army? I think that was. Another keep drop coming. Kiljardi's like, what the hell are you doing here? He's going for a Sacred Site victory condition, but guys, there's a catch. This is not Coastal Cliffs. It is made by Avali. In some ways, it may remind you of that map. But there's a third Sacred Site. So this doesn't just get that ticking time bomb going. Kiljardi, like, what is your play now? You've got Keshiks coming, but your opponent is mirroring Lancers. I mean, he's found a sudden surge of food, right? Like, he has access to these deer stacks that were previously impossible. Kiljardi is snatching some of these food resources away, which is really good. In fact, he's snatching a lot, but the danger point, guys, is how he gets out. That's 15 workers behind enemy lines. This one feels weirdly hard to call. Like, Puppypaw seems like he's in a very good position, but in theory, he should run out of food first. Kiljardi is playing a very risky approach here, but he kind of has to now. The risk might be growing because Puppypaw is marching forward. Doesn't know where the eco is. He just knows he needs to find something. He could just camp here. Realistically, Village Fortresses is now coming in. He's about to be free TC. So actually the pressure is on Kiljardi to make a move. And we still have more stone gathering. At some point you have to be looking going, would Compound and Defender have been better? Kurotai is going to unpack, but guys, Kurotai is like the worst landmark in the game when you don't have an army. This is why like fast castle builds don't really work very often for Kurotai, right? It's just depressingly crap when you have nothing to buff. Right now, his army is practically non-existent. Lance is now arriving into the economy. Kiljardi, he has got that backup of food that I think he's starting to see now. But it's not well protected. Keshet count has at least scaled quite well. Puppypaw only has 3 Lancers here. The rest is split up across the map, but they are on the way. Veterancy is at least in for those Keshiks, but these archers sting. They got the +2 damage, folks. Kurotai unable to unpack straight away here. I mean, in theory, Kiljardi should be able to hold. And wait, was that the trebuchet? I mean, the Keshiks are winning out here, so Puppypaw may have been a little bit overzealous in his efforts. If he had all answers at once, it kind of makes sense, but I think he jumped the gun here. Also, the fact he hasn't gone for a War Elephant when he sees mass Keshiks is a bit surprising. Oh my god, he's still snatching the food. Farms are coming through, so Puppypaw is probably as vulnerable as he's going to get right now. This is the uncomfortable phase, right? He needs to bulk farms to stay alive here. Sacred Site win condition isn't ticking. He still has 1 missing from the checkboard. However, he is getting more relics. Kiljardi doesn't really have the extra economy to do that type of thing. And to make matters worse, with the Tower Elephant now arriving, he's about to re-access the berries here. And that is another 1,000 food for Puppypaw to obtain. Another keep drop also on the way to secure the deer. My oh my. Oh, Kiljardi has done a really good job of stripping away a lot of resources. The reality check here is he's also running out of food himself. Now, he does have the patches, so he'll have some longevity there. But the bigger issue I see is this is 1 TC versus 3. And Sacred Site now being locked in. Okay, so we're going to start the time bomb. Kiljardi, he does have 4, soon 5 traction trebs. With Kurotai buff, this will delete keeps quickly, and he needs to. This is his solution to the reboom of villages. These buildings, they gotta go. Got a layer of outposts here, so that will provide an extra trickle protection against an archer dive. The scary part to me is like, where's the counter to a War Elephant? And this is why I thought Puppypaw would do it sooner, right? Like, Kiljardi's comp doesn't really counter War Elephants. Keshiks plus archers. I mean, you could argue with good micro, Keshiks can counter War Elephants in that every time one gets injured, you pull it away, right? In practice, when these fights get a little bit chaotic, it's quite easy to just end up losing Keshiks here, there, and everywhere. Ooh, 2 relics on the ground. Puppypaw was greedy about this. I wonder, is there a world in which Kiljardi just snatches these away? He's playing for the gold now. He needs this gold. In fact, I believe he's exhausted all other gold resources, so this is do or die for him. Relics are going to be picked up by Puppypaw. He can go for the wall, though. Archers need to target that down. Instead, it's going to be a retreat. Kiljardi, he's going to unpack the Kurotai. But elephants have now arrived. Remember, he's burning all these buildings because this is paying him gold. This is how Kiljardi tries to keep his economy afloat while he's trying to access the gold. And that also goes true for farms. He could snipe these down. Instead, he's going to go straight after the castle. Defense arrow has to be activated here, though. The Kurotai buff is there, but the elephant front line is strong. On the Tower Elephants, a little bit overexposed. Almost getting through it. The War Elephant, a trickier one to unravel. Keshix trying to break through here. Is the count going to be good enough, though? There's still 10 in the mixer. Tower Elephants flopping. Extra coming in. The Relic still being held onto here. The Warlord not available for 17 more seconds. Kiljardi, he's exhausted his backline, though. It's only a handful of Keshix against mass archers. The Kurotai buff was sufficient to get through the front line, but the move forward here might be too dire, too costly. Archers targeting down the trickle of troops coming. The Khan is dead. The Kurotai unpacking, but the backline now accessible. And Kiljardi, he does at least have the siege to get through the keep, to get through the farms. But now the Elephant, well, it has a high fiber diet, and what is higher in fiber than trees? He could just take these trebs out. Sprint placement might be saving grace here. We have still got a trickle of troops. Kiljardi, I mean, he's got rid of the castles. There's still one behind this, though, and he's still 20 villages behind his opponent. He needs to do more. And right now, he's struggling to have any military to do anything with. Treb's now in trouble. The Tower Elephant and Archers moving in. And I think, surely that's got to be curtains closed. Gold access was great, but he's already burnt through it. He's gone supernova. From 4,000 gold down to just 700 remaining. He has no island access, no relics behind this either. Puppypaw has got more elephants coming. And this is so cool, actually. Kiljardi, it looked like he had just enough to push through there. Like, that was actually scary. I was actually impressed by how well the Keshix were dealing with the elephants. Courtesy of the Kurotai buff, right? But at this stage, elephants are feeling a bit uncounted. And what is up, Axel Dix? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate the prime sub. Remember, guys, if you got them, use them. It's a good way of supporting the channel. It means you don't have to worry about ads. And considering this is going to be maybe close to a 10-hour work day of streaming, there's plenty to catch. Well, Mango's on now here. Keshik count is looking good. I mean, Kiljardi, what's his follow-up play here? Because he's out of gold. Well, Puppypaw has way too much gold here. 3,000 in reserve. It's never going to run out. Kiljardi, he still hasn't gone onto the water. At some point, surely you'd think he'd go there for the gold, but no. Villagers now rushing against enemy villagers to try and gather wood over here. Center mass. Elephants have moved in. The Keshiks are going to try to contest once more into the breach. I mean, the Keshiks should be able to beat this. If the Scholars focus heal, though, maybe not. However, the Mango is making them focus on each other instead. Kiljardi continues to push. Down to 8 Keshiks, though. Make it 7, and folks, he has 200 gold income a minute. He can't afford to replace these. He needs to burn more buildings. Instead, the Mango's the one getting burned. Villagers take it out. And a good effort by Kiljardi, but the gold drain has sucked him dry in this game. The outcome is obvious now. That final Keshik pump was his final hope. And the problem is, with being multi-TC via the keeps, he couldn't just snipe eco to try and recover. He didn't go into the water. Didn't feel like he was able to, or maybe forgot about it. I'm not sure which. Either way, though, at this point, being Mongols without gold is an unplayable situation. Good effort, though. Shows you this could still be a tight series. I mean, yeah, Puppypaw, a lot of people came in expecting him to take the lead, granted. But the fact that Kiljardi made this game look so close, and if you think about that early game, if maybe it had been a little bit cleaner, a little bit less of a slip-up, we could easily be looking at the Finn leading this series on the opening game. Instead, he's going to have to dig very deep to make a recovery arc here. We've got mass racks on the front line, so he's just going to try to go to spears, but we've seen spears are kind of depressing to answer tower elephants, right? Yam at least can make you somewhat competitive, right? Because you have the extra movement speed to chase them. In fact, a long time ago, in the opening year, when Delhi Elephants started to become a problem, Mongols with their movement speed arrow and Yam were one of the really good civs at countering that play. My worry is you're now building spears into mass archers. Trebs. Oh, at least finding additional targets. Another castle. But look at the farms. Papa was like, well, you can't afford cavalry anymore, so I'm just going to build my eco as far away as possible. Why is no one building crossbows here? Because Kiljardi needed a front line, ergo he has to go Keshits because his opponent already has archers, so he can't do spears. And then on the flip side, Puppypaw, he's already into archers. So like the crossbows becomes a little bit weird. On his side, he probably didn't feel like he needed them against the Keshit count. He went elephants instead, right? Like, and he started lancers to begin with. The reason why like you don't want to go down the crossbow route is probably because you're so busy pumping cavalry on both sides, which costs gold. And I think both of them are aware that like this map just doesn't actually have that much gold on it if you think about it. Right? There's no fat AK vein waiting in the center like you would on Dry Arabia. Also, like Mongols can't really go crossbows against Delhi because Delhi can just get pakes. I mean, in fairness, he could have just played with Khan Hunter and it would have worked to outrange back the other way. But I think the issue for Kiljardi was always he needed a front line. Yeah, this one looks cooked. Tower Elephants. Take a bloody long time to kill. Spears are going to turn around for them now. A bit of miss micro there, Puppypaw quick to recover. At this point, you're just kind of trickling spears into their death, right? He does, by some miracle, get an elephant kill. Behind this, we now have Puppypaw massing up on lancers. Weird to see lancers up against spears, right? Men at arms actually would probably be better for Puppypaw at this stage. But at this point, it feels like the world is his oyster. He can do whatever he wants with it. Cool to see the Trebs trying to snipe out infantry, but yeah, you need a lot more than this. GG gets called. There we go. Game 1 will be a win for the Canadian. Let me know what you think of this, guys. Mongols versus Delhi. A bit of a tricky matchup for a while, but with Dome of Faith being the meta, is there now a way for Mongols to upset the OP Civ? Let me know what you think down in the comments below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. All right, game 1 done. It's going to be a win for Mr. Puppypaw. Let me mark that up on the board. So, Haywire or Kalauga? With his draft as it is... Sorry, I just need a message about something. There we go. So, with the draft as it is, Puppypaw still has China Byzantines. I feel like Kalauga's a coin flip. I think Kiljardi should probably be going HRE, but he's going to go Zone. And Puppypaw, I'm pretty sure the Canadians have played Malians there before. Malians is pretty good into Zone, right? Especially with this play where you just build a Saharan trade network in the center of the map to secure the big gold vein. So yeah, maybe Kiljardi's better served going into Haywire where it should be Chinese. I guess you could do Roost there. And then you keep the HRE open for map 3 so you don't get counterpicked and forced to go Zone. Let's find out. Looks like they're ready for game number 2. Moment of truth here. Byzantines versus HRE on Kalauga. So we did talk about Byzantines for this map, right? Because it's a lot of berries. Oh, yeah. Win that game. Puppypaw. Byzantines versus HRE on a map like this. I feel like Byzantines has a pretty good time. I'm not sure how good the HRE's Ark and Chapel placement options are. We're going to find out. He's doing it for us, kids. He wants us to see Haywire for the first time in the midweek muster. But to get us there, he has to overcome Puppypaw. And what better way to try and do it than by picking the HRE. One and all, welcome back to the channel. HRE versus Byzantines. Puppypaw, no pushover on this civ. And a good map for it as well. We are on Kiljardi. Plenty of back berry spawns for you to exploit for that extra olive oil. And also some centrals to push towards quite freely. Curious to see how Kiljardi wants to execute this one, because Kiljardi is a very interesting map. To anyone who watches Age of Mythology, it will be a familiar sight. We have got shoreline fish on shallow waters, so there is food eco for you to lean into on the left and right side of this map. The Byzantine and HRE, I mean, the crazy thing about these civs is that they're actually closer matched on economy than you think. So the reason is the olive oil, right? By gathering from the berries in the beginning, you have 50% more resource drain there, right? On top of that, you already have a system buffing you by 10%. So although it's not the 40%, the ludicrously powerful 40% of the HRE, you're already kind of closing the gap between the 10% that will scale with systems and the fact that you're getting 20% more resources via another type of resources, the olive oil. So as the long feudal goes on, funnily enough, Byzantines become a bit more favored, especially with Grand Winery, if we get to a stage where both sides are building farms around their respective landmarks. Although, despite all this, there's still some believers in Kiljardi. I love that. We got 68, 32% split. No water play, by the way. We've seen Kiljardi a few times in this tournament so far, and usually there's like these dock drops into a few fishing boats. Japan, in particular, very good at it. That is a greedy Kiljardi Arkin right there. I mean, he's learning from the Canadians. Funnily enough, last week, Kiljardi ran into Wham, where Wham played an insanely aggressive Arkin away from his TC onto stone. This isn't stone for a TC boom, but this is a deer secure, a tree line secured. The gold not quite in range, though. Puppypaw's going Hippodrome. Okay, this is kind of cool then. So we're looking at what? Lombo still with Horsemen that are just going to be amped up to 12, it feels like. Pretty smart, because your opponent is dropped on the tree line. He's likely going to be going to Archers and opening, and this messes with it. There is a world in which we do indeed see the Fast Castle Cataphract build here. You're going to open with a few Horsemen. You'll scale the Lombos naturally because you get them for free, and then you arrive at Catas. Pro Scout Hippodrome? Why? I mean, you could snatch these from his Arkin, but like in the grand scheme of things, why? There's a little bit more food on this map than like a standard map, right? Because you have the free stack of deer ×2. Wait, actually, no, that's right. It's 3 and 8, right? Yeah, so you've got 16, and then... Oh, you do have more. My brain. Is it 52 deer on this map? That's actually a lot more than I expected. No dock. Dock sucks. I mean, you're not playing as Japanese, right? Byzantines, HRE... I feel like the problem here is if Byzantines go for the fishing, fishing always looks weird on this civ. I mean, you can kind of justify it as long as there's no military pressure, right? But I think from Kiljardi's perspective, he can't go for fishing. Because if you go for fishing, your tech timing's much later, and it means Byzantines will come at you with Lombos, right? And Lombos easily just shut down the fish. So like maybe you could argue from Puppypaw's perspective, but because Puppypaw wants that presence in the early feudal, he himself can't go fishing. Some people have been going Keshiks instead of Lombos with Kata build for the early harass. I think it's bad. Against the, like, the situation it can work, but like 80 to 85% of the time you're going to be longbow instead. Because like the thing about the Lombos is like you now open Horsemen. If you add in Keshiks, what counters both of those? Spears. But if you do this Hippodrome and then you go Lombos, you can't Spears. It's just, it's that simple, man. I talked about this before. It's also just... I actually think the Eastern Contract needs a rework. It fundamentally doesn't make much sense. Either that or the other contracts need a nerf. Because if you think about it, a lot of the contracts require you to go different ways to counter them, right? From like tier 1 to tier 2. For example, with Western rather, you have Lombos which get countered by things like Horsemen, and then you have Lanceneck which get like countered by something different, right? You don't want to really build Horsemen into Lanceneck. That's silly. The counter, although it's in Castle, for Eastern is the same. Keshiks and Ghoulems both will get countered by crossbows. So, Horseman opening, Lombo follow up behind this. Solid 2-unit comp. If you see Limitane beginning, it's usually Javelin. If you see Horseman beginning, it's usually Lombos. Kiljardi. Well, he's got the spears here. In the wrong position, though. Horseman is going to be able to poke in initially. Longbows aren't too far away, folks. 25 seconds out. He has got archers coming, but, I mean, you're now building archers into Horsemen. Right? I almost want to say you do Horseman Spear instead, but I think he's leaning into the Marching Drills element of archers pretty hard here. I mean, this is scary though, right? Like, your Archon is so exposed, you're even building farms here. If you just lose control of this area for a second, the game is over. First longbow group out. I wonder, does Puppypaw rush the blacksmiths? You get Undermesh at a solid timing here. I mean, like, usually you need Undermesh to dive towards the TC. I guess you don't even need it here. Steel Arrow would make it pretty sick, though. Remember, the Triumph hasn't been used. That's going to be a big deal. 14 seconds of healing, damage. That's all you can need to shove him off the Archon here. I talk often about how Triumph is better just held onto instead of used, but this is one of those situations where one good Triumph starves Kiljardi long enough that the game will be over. And he's moving in for it right now. Kiljardi. Lombos are going to be able to access it. Triumph gets activated. There we go. Dives in. Immediately tries to counter it out. And in fact, it says Lombos have got this. Let them deal with it and dive on the villagers. Shiv's out, but against Triumph. It's a massacre. This doesn't work. The cavalry don't care. Kiljardi slow on the pull away. Somehow doesn't lose villagers for it, though. Now, hold on a second. Puppypaw. He has got more horsemen coming. He needs to catch the trickle of archers here, though. The Lombo count is low. Did this just fail? He's alive. And I'm quite surprised there. I mean, the horseman, he didn't finish any of the injured villagers, right? Not really. I think he got one worker kill, maybe two max. I think he had a work kill earlier than that. The Lombos are down, and I think Puppypaw, was he not gathering from the berries? No. Instead of moving to the closer one forward of him, he moved all the way to the back, so he was missing the second group of Lombos. Oh my god, I can't believe that. I mean, I think he can get away with killing the villagers instead of the army if he has the second group of Lombos going. But yeah, it's easy to just win the main fight. You activate Triumph, you can wipe everything there. Dive in again. Puppypaw. What a blunder. Kiljardi, it looked like he was flatlined in this game. That Byzantine timing should have killed him. Instead, this gap, man. And it's not an exaggeration to say that this difference in walk killed him. Think about it. It's double the walk. If he'd been gathering the berries here, he already would have had the olive oil. The pump would have been on the way. Lombos would have reinforced for that second wave of horsemen at least. Now things are scaling against him. Kiljardi up to 16 military. Only 4 for Puppypaw. Yeah, this timing attack has failed. He needs to go castle. And he seems to be astutely aware of it. Food, gold being saved up. Kiljardi's probably getting a little bit suspicious. He's only seeing 3 horsemen. This is not the big army to fight in feudal that he was promised. Well, the good news is we might get a free game series. All comes down to Puppypaw's food access. Got 5 sheep, so the deer nearby, secondary deer, berries on the backside. He can afford a Varangian pump. But I have a bad feeling he wanted to do cataphracts and... Oh, no. We're about to see a stress test of just how good cataphracts are. You can do Varangian with System of the First Hill. It can work. However, he has no blacksmith decks. So he's going to be taking 2 damage from each archer. And you have 15 less health than standard men-at-arms. Oh, yo, Marching Drills is going to be there to get him in. Puppypaw, no wheelbarrow here. Kiljardi should just be able to micro this to snipe down all the injured villagers. Easily be 4 worker kills. So that's going to end up being 3, but that's still an advantage. Remember, he's buffed most of his economy still. Over here we got what? I think it's like 25 villages in range of the Arkan. Kiljardi just needs to keep pressing now. Like, this should be obvious. At this stage, you should know your opponent's castling because you're not seeing an army at all. But the problem for Kiljardi is because he doesn't have a scout here, he's a little bit paranoid that he might be getting baited, right? Like, maybe he's going to wrap around the back, and then Puppypaw jumps in with 10 horsemen, 10 lombos. But now he has confirmation he needs to do damage. Ram's being built. And the cataphracts are queued. Spear count at 12 and scaling. What can the Cadders do? I mean, Cadders can be strong, guys, but don't discredit the power of Stabby Boys. 28 damage, which will actually be 24 pure. So if you have 10 spears and you stab through once, you've almost killed a Cataphract straight away, right? Gulp is powerful. Does have its limitations. Lombos need to snipe those spears. Good bait. Puppypaw draws him in. Kiljardi. Ram begins work on the outpost. He's trying to eradicate the Lombos. Only 2 of them left alive. Cataphracts are going to go in now. And the spear count, there's only 3 here. Gulp's coming through. I don't think Kiljardi has enough spears on the front line here. New wave is on the way in now. Villagers are being sniped. Puppypaw starting to fall behind on economy. And the Cataphracts are wasting time on the Ram. Now, what's important here is Kiljardi's in a good position. He just needs to make sure he doesn't split his troops too much. He needs to get enough spears together to contest. The problem now is the Cataphracts are looking to roam. Kiljardi, for God's sake. When you over macro wood, there's only one thing to do, right? I mean, in fairness, Puppypaw only has the capacity to really build Cataphracts here, guys. And Kiljardi's economy is good enough to just spam spears and rams. And Kiljardi should know about the back gold. It's been scouted. He's just looking to go in the front. His problem here is, like, if he goes around the back and trickles reinforcements, Cataphracts will intercept, right? So instead he's trying to go for the GG all-in timing. Another problem for Puppypaw, he never got that blacksmiths. These archers still actually hurt. Archers are going to do some real damage here. Triumph gets activated, but for what? Your army is practically non-existent here. 3 Cataphracts against the entire Roman Empire. In its holiest form here. And also, no stable setup behind this. So once the Hippodrome goes down, he needs to replace that loss as well. He doesn't have the wood to do so yet. He might not even get an extra Cataphract out. The final shun? It's not quite there in time. But he's out of production. Does Kiljardi realize that Spear's going to move in? Love that. Tries to stop him retreating. Funnily enough, doesn't work against Trample. There's a lot of Spears. Oh, no. Okay, has he hidden the stables at the back? There we go. Oh, my God. It's 1 stable, though, for Caddis, guys. This takes quite a while, even with the assistant, right? 25 seconds wait. Meanwhile, Kiljardi has, like, what? Double racks? Triple racks, producing every 15. You'd think this should surely be over. But this snake does not die. Puppypaw, shoreline fishing. That's giving him the food he needs to get into the meaty boys. Siston can only do so much here, remember. You've got the cooldowns to worry about, and he's running out of flasks. I don't know, man. This is shaky. The gulpers are running out fast. The flasks can't last forever, right? When you go for Siston, it's all about a timing attack. You have to do enough damage and get ahead so that when you run out of flasks, you don't really need them anymore. We're not at that point for Puppypaw. He needs the guzzles. And agreed. I think the problem with Kiljardi here is, and maybe it's the spawn that makes him hesitant, he hasn't really walled off properly, so he's keeping a lot of spears in reserve. However, some of them are now hunting. Took a while, but they are wrapping around the back onto the gold. In the meantime, some chip damage done though, villagers dropped, and all of a sudden Puppypaw ahead by 5 villagers. And the spears aren't really that threatening. Akratoy comes out. I'm starting to feel like Kiljardi's dropping the ball here. And Puppypaw might as well be a professional basketball player at this point because he's ready to take the pass and take the shot. Cataphract count is now stable at 7. Flasks are low, sure, but he's got a few Varangian in the mix. And Kiljardi is starting to spread himself thin across the map. However, villagers, Puppypaw. He got distracted. He gets shivs out. Wait, what? Against melee armor as well. Dangerous to do here. This game is so messy. Good striking. He's just targeting down all the injured villagers. Love that from Kiljardi. So back ahead by 3. Is Oliver hit worth going Hippodrome early? Yeah, it gives you like a timing attack, right? I think, funnily enough, like Hippodrome into Fast Castle feels a lot better than like Hippodrome Long Feudal quite often. Because you save 150 wood, you immediately get the surge out, your opponent has to react to the play. It does, in theory, sound very solid. Yeah, longevity, it feels weird. Really weird. This game still feels so hard to call. Because Puppypaw should have, in theory, been dead. Kiljardi's hesitance has given the Canadian a potential way back into this game. But that door may be about to shut. Regnit's Cathedral now on the way behind his base. Farm cluster looking pretty good as well. 25 up around the Archon. And remember, usually in this matchup, it's Grand Winery versus Archon. In a long feudal, Byzantines compete really well with the scaling systems, with all the olive oil they gather, but this is a Hippodrome game. Puppypaw had a timing attack, and I don't think he hit it. Gonna try to fix that now. Villagers being targeted. The Spearman always on his tail here. And yes, Kiljardi has definitely had some gaps. You can tell by the worker kill difference. It's a 6 worker kill difference, but Puppypaw is still ahead by 2. Would Burger have been better for this over Cathedral? I don't think you need Burger. There's relics on the map. You know your opponent hasn't been going for them. It just gives you your greed scaling, right? Meanwhile, how does Puppypaw compete? He's going second TC here. One thing I don't like for Kiljardi is the lack of wall still here. It's shallow, right? You can wall around this. It just feels like he's been playing a very openly exposed game. I know walling is much harder now. But especially against Cataphracts, it's very efficient, right? These units do not have great torch damage for their cost. Almost Rangian are going to be knocking the door. Puppypaw getting some freebies, and that is a terrible Seek Shelter. Yeah, not even enough room for the villagers here, so a few more going to go down. That's now a 6 eco lead. Rangian are keeping a lot of the army at home. Only a small group of spears are harassing. There's no way he loses this, right? It's kind of crazy to say, but Kiljardi, a guy usually known for that killer instinct, seemed to miss it. Rangian just able to spread out with a longbow assistance to the back. The spears aren't going to last long here. They have got the +1 armor. The vet archers, sure, they can tickle, but it takes a long time to kill. Elsewhere, these spears diving in. Great, but all you're going to do is discover just how screwed you are. That TC on the backside just got revealed. Kiljardi has not got the military breadth to strangle the map. He's behind. Regnitz hasn't banked any relics yet. Longbows are at least going to get mopped up on the west side, but they've done their damage. The idle time alone, let alone the villager kills on top, has put Kiljardi in the gutter. I am flabbergasted right now. I can't really discern fully, like, whether you call this error or forced error. it feels like Kiljardi was a little bit too hesitant. Maybe he's had a bad experience with the cataphracts. He had the right idea starving gold, just didn't follow through. But you can't take anything away from Puppypaw. These cataphract raids, he sensed the weakness, he sensed Kiljardi's overreaction, and used that against him to keep him away from his economy and chasing after the cav. I guess that means we're going to be seeing a 2-0 here. Winner of this going up against Dumu, and I know he's been sitting there taking notes, eating some popcorn. A weird but wonderful series between these two. Game 1, crazy. Game 2, just as bonkers. We have got some crossbows coming, right? Is there a world in which... Because we don't have groves, is what I'm thinking. Is there actually a world in which Kiljardi could sliver back into this? I mean, the problem for Puppypaw genuinely is Kiljardi has a boatload of farms, 27. Relics are now coming home. One already banked, second one on the way. If Kiljardi just spams crossbows here, in theory he holds. The problem is right now, most of his crossbows are not in his base. They're raiding eco. Good little hit here on the villagers. Blocks the ball. Does make him weak against a dive onto his farms though, and that is where Puppypaw is going. Crossbow count 6. 6 spears as well. Has to seek the shelters. So out of time once again achieved. Puppypaw. He peels. Brings the Varangian in. Cataphracts are going to hold back in reserve here. Lombos are sniping that back line of crossbows. Warlord's going to be used here, but the Cataphract should be able to walk away. Puppypaw able to exit the area just in time with the formation catch-up. Now trample through to the backside, so the crossbow count way too low here. Puppypaw with a bait and switch. Kiljardi now has to commit into the base of the Byzantines just to get some damage done here. Farms are idled out. Kiljardi is now down to a grand total of 0 food income. That has to be it, surely. I mean, the crossbows, this is the unfortunate reality. If Kiljardi had maybe not sent so many troops on a raid on the flank, sure, maybe they get countered by cataphracts. But at least you don't get dove at home. We queried this Archon in the other game. The fact that you have to keep map control or it goes against you. And here we are 23 minutes later with a lack of map control. An Archon like this will always punish. And well, Kiljardi, although we know him as a man at 30 minutes down to 6 eco to still try to play the game, I think at this point, the writing is on the wall. In his blood. I don't even know if 5 relics would have got him out of this, to be honest. Because gold wasn't really his problem yet. It was going to become a problem, sure. Maybe walls. Because obviously, at this point with this many Varangian, like, walls would not have protected you. But in the earlier raid attempts with cataphracts at, like, a count of 4 or 5, walls would have kept them out. Indefinitely. And then you have a very different game on your hands, right? Because the issue for Kiljardi is because he didn't have those walls, he kept chasing back home with his spears. Had he not been doing that, he would have been diving into that gold line early. He would have been diving into the second TC when it was being built. He would have had the aggression he's renowned for. Instead, he just gets to feel the wrath of the Canadian. At this point, the lad's probably just processing the loss. I mean, we've seen HRE claw their way out of deeper holes than this in the past. But Season 9's changes, I feel like, make it a lot harder in general for you to make that type of recovery. Which is good, because, quite frankly, it was absurd that people were able to kind of semi-frequently do that with civs like HRE in the first place. So a quick look at the brackets, and that'll tell you how things are going. People asking, we should have Dumu playing up against the winner this straight afterwards. The outcome is starting to look a bit obvious. After killing Hippodrome, all in on TC and win? No, because he has 3 landmarks. So you have to kill the TC, which has more health than the Hippodrome, and then behind it, this is in the first heal. So yeah, no, that Ram Rush timing doesn't quite work out according to plan. Puppypaw now to archers. Pretty smart, actually, at this stage. You know, you think, oh, you got Lombos, just build them. He doesn't have the olive oil, right? If you just go archers, you counter everything that Kiljardi has remaining. I thought we've got some stone gathering going on. I don't... Is this a keep drop to try and stop the raids? Because you need to build it. Oh my god, even more losses. So at this point in the game, it's actually meant to be really hard to get any kills. But yet he's getting more. Oh wait, did we really just have a patch drop in the middle of the tournament? I mean, I know we have it throughout the week, but surely Wednesday would have been the most sensible? He's going for the keep drop. This is do or die, and this is 100% die. Oh no, he doesn't even get to start building it before he's seen. Alright, well, commiserations to Kiljardi. He has, of course, got an auto-invite to week number 4. But the reigning champion of the midweek muster is on a warpath to that grand finals. The question now is whether Benny Boy, Dimmu, the bald man himself, can stop him. It's definitely not going to be easy, but Ben, a player with the prestige, with the talent, with the quality to do it. We should be finding out up next whether it'll be possible. I'm going to hit the speed up here. We've seen enough violence against Finnish people. We don't need to see more. Oh dear. Right. So, we have a new patch. Was this even confirmed anywhere? I can't... Was this actually confirmed? Because I can't remember that this was going to happen. Did it say in client that it was going to happen today? They dropped the patch, like, with literally no heads up. Alright, yay. Are the boys still good to play, Chum? So do I need to restart game? Is the patch live right now? Jesus, I need to turn the heating off. It's so hot now. Because we should have Puppypaw versus Dimmu now. And then afterwards, we should have Anathan versus Wham. Well, yeah, but saying, like, laid back, saying that the patch is going to happen at some point is kind of useless, right? That's like me going, eventually a meteor is going to hit the Earth again. It's like, yeah, statistically, like, if you expand that out over millions of years, yeah, at some point we're going to get hit by a meteor, right? It doesn't help. So, yeah, a little bit disappointing that there wasn't a heads up about it. I mean, it's a balance change patch, right? Right? It drops in half an hour, I believe. So it's not out yet. It's a pretty big patch. Jesus. All right. Let's have a look. There's a pigeon portrait? Okay, well, that forgives it all then. Did they do this to, like, make me not mad? That's not a pigeon. That's a robin. That's a Christmas one. Nice try, though. So. This is the one, right? Silk bowstrings and serpentine hotkeys. Okay, sure, whatever. Fixed an issue that caused players on Xbox. Crash, cool. Siege. Workshops have had their wood cost reduced. Springwood health has increased. Damage has increased. Counterweight trebuchet bonus damage versus buildings has been reduced. Bombard bonus damage versus buildings has been reduced. And bombards now get plus 50 against elephants. Interesting. All right, looks like the boys are drafting, so we will have another set. Don't worry, guys. So yeah, Siege has been tweaked. Colrun's can attack ground now is actually pretty big. So you can blind shot onto like villages beyond the tree line or something, right? Biology has been nerfed to what it was before. Yeah, I mean, that had to happen, I think. And hand cannoneers base damage has been increased. A little bit surprised by that. I felt like they had their niche quite well. Yeah, I don't like this because I don't know. I felt like we were getting to a point where units counted certain units and it made sense from a design point. Now we're going back to hand cannoneers are GG. And Elite Army Tactics has had its cost reduced. Fertile Crescent has been nerfed. Woohoo! And Camel Archer's damage has been reduced. Nice. So the bonus damage has also been reduced. I don't know if you need to do that for the light infantry. It makes sense for the base, though. They were too good against armored units. Lombo Mercs cost more. Javelins cost more. Flask cooldown has been changed. Gee, I wonder what type of games we could see that would cause them to have made that change. Nestor B's range has been increased to 7.5 tiles instead of 7. And the examinations tech that gives you more taxation to carry has been nerfed. Enclosure's gold has been reduced 1 every 5 seconds to 1 every 6 seconds. I mean, dude, you can make it 1 every 8 seconds. It would still be good. Network of Citadels. Yes! Screw this tech. Reduced from 20% to 10%. That's huge. Cannon bonus damage increased. Reduced rubber. Wait. Xbox gamers couldn't build massive Javelineers? Oh, could you imagine? Oh, that would have been total sadness. All right, so the draft is on way. We're going to hop in the draft in a second, guys. They're now doing it. Mongol TCs cost less now. Pog. And Great Bombards bonus damage versus infantry has been reduced. Got you. Wait, why do we have a separate one for variant civ changes? It's a bit weird to have them listed differently. Okay, so yeah, nothing too drastic. Oh yeah, they got rid of the bug where you could consecrate keep still, even though it's pointless. Oh, Dali Horses works correctly now, guys. It's not bugged anymore. That's actually pretty big. And what? Is Crackety here? Oh my god, dude, Crackety is gonna like get that guy a change of heart. He needs a fresh one. He just had a heart attack. Dude, Juganu were already broken with Ming bonus. They're gonna get like an extra +1 on top of the +2 they inadvertently already got. Juganu are gonna be insane in the late game now for Juji. They're insane. Oh my god. Dude, that I don't think that was necessary. That was 100% not necessary. Holy crap. I don't know why they made that change. All right, anyway, map draft. Let's just fill it out now. So, of course, we're going to have 5 maps now because we are into the semifinals. Let me... Yo! Wait, who was that who came through? What is up, boy? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Appreciate the support. Remember, guys, if you got subs, I appreciate the support. It helps the channel tremendously, especially when we get a lot more unique subscribers, aka people who sub themselves, because it gets us closer to unlocking a bigger slice of the revenue share from Twitch. It also benefits you guys, because then you don't have to worry about things like ads. Wow. All right, so draft underway. Remember, best of 5, we get a longer draft now, so let me just post that in, and then we can switcheroo across, because we've got the full picture. Oof. So, wait, why did the other 2 not come in? Also, update graphic. We are going to get some high view. No Kalauga. Kalauga got banned out. They also banned Haywire, right? Yeah, Haywire and Kalauga are the 2 that got banned out. Funnily enough, remember, in the grand finals, every map has to be played. You can't avoid it forever, I'm afraid. So... Dimu does get his Baldy Boys, Japanese at the end. He has Jean protected by the French pick. Jean also protects, is protected because he picked Delhi first. I like that approach by Dimu, the way it layers in with the Delhi opening to protect his later like French own synergy picks there, right? But Puppypaw, Order of the Dented is a meme, right? There's no way we're going to see that on any map, surely. I'd be surprised if we did. So wait, the patch drops in like 20 minutes though, right? So are they going to play a game and then have to update their game? Is that right? Yeah, there's like changes of note there, but I don't think the changes are like that insane that you spend half an hour like breaking them down. So I think we'll get ready for our games. It's going to be wild. So the new patch is live, right? That's what I'm confirming. The changes are already in. OTD on Cliffside? That's true. There's no Bastards, right? What else could you pick on Cliffside to counter that? Delhi, maybe? I think Delhi do okay. What else could you pick in to Order the Dragon? Well, French actually do okay as well, right? But French on Cliffside still always feels weird when I see it. They drafted before reading the patch. Wait, are they redrafting? Are they redrafting? Oh my god. I don't think so. Alright, they're just rolling with it. Oh my god. Alright, this is going to be fantastic. So... Demi versus Puppypaw. This will be Clowny? Dude, this is going to be a joy. That's all we need. Alright, so... guess they're getting set up now. What I'll do, guys, I'll run... oh, wait. I think the ads just ran. Twitch had the same idea as me. I would have ran more ads so you guys would have been safer in the game, but it is what it is. God blimey. So, reminder, by the way, we have this semifinals into the other semifinals. That is going to now be updated. Puppypaw has beaten Kiljardi. Kicked his teeth out. Let me update it now because we've got a minute or two. So, we will have 2 best of 5s today, and then on Thursday, we're going to have the best of 7 grand finals. Part of me wants to upgrade that to a best of 9, but I don't know. I feel like I need to make the semis best of 7s, which might be too much. This week, I need to figure out something for us to do in the build-up to the grand finals so that people are able to get in on time. Just trying to figure out what. Do I maybe just rerun the semifinals? Like one of the semifinals to build the viewership up for the grand finals? Because my thought was, like, in cases where, for example, sometimes the semis are going to be played on Wednesdays, if that's the case, I was just going to cast them from replays before the grand finals anyway. But this week, we're going to be doing it all, baby. Doing third place playoff as well? No, because the problem is, like, the way we've seeded the budget, it doesn't fit right now. We'd need a bigger budget. But, like, having something for third place, maybe make them play, like, a best of 3 or a best of 5, and there's, like, an extra... This is the thing, you can't make it too much, because, like, $50 is what third, fourth gets, and second place gets $75. So, like, if you offer them $25 to the winner to play for a third place match, then it's kind of like, what the hell? You basically get the same as the person who got second place, right? So it's a little bit tricky. I don't know. I just know that we need something in there, because last week the broadcast was... The official matches were like 2 hours and 2.5 hours in length or whatever. So, like, you know, the viewership didn't even really get time to mature before the tournament was over for that week. Yeah, it was a little bit weird from that POV. Okay, do we have the boys online? Because I can't see them yet. Let me have a look. I guess they're not on yet? Wait, what's this Season's Feast mode, by the way? Battle for third place? Yeah, but like my point is you'd have to offer them something. And like if you offer them $5 or whatever for that extra for that third place, like would they does someone like I mean maybe you get to come play a best of 3 for like $5 or $10, maybe. Maybe. That's extra money I gotta find though. Still like an extra $300 potentially. They could work out too. I'll have to think on it. It would be nice to have something just there before finals to build the viewership for people to get in, because like some people don't realize what's going on. By the time they realize, it's like, you know, it could be 4-0, right? All right, boys, where is the series? All right, they're in lobby now, so we should be launching momentarily. And then in terms of the scheduled start time, I think Anathan and Wham are probably on standby to kick into theirs straight after this one finishes. But if not, the scheduled start time for theirs is in, I believe, about an hour and 45 minutes-ish. Let me double check. Yeah, okay, so 19 GMT. So actually in an hour and about 15 minutes. So we'll see. Maybe they hold back a little bit. I imagine Wham's probably sitting here watching his bro play. Can you keep the prize money for third, fourth the same overall? Just change the ratio between them? Maybe. So the only challenge is like, we are in an open scheduling format. The challenge is getting those players to be available is the other issue, right? That's the tricky part I need to figure out. Because you can't guarantee, you know, it can sometimes be tough to guarantee 2 players availability on the first day. But now you've got to guarantee 4. That's the tricky part, I think. Yes, Pep. And by the way, that change was needed. English, like if you think about most English games, if you took an edge over English, certain civs you take an edge over, you try to end the game. Against English, you wouldn't try and end the game. You'd have to go castle age. That's lame design, right? And that's caused by the English attack speed aura. It made it way too easy for English to recover a game in their own territory. Defender's advantage is already a big deal in RTSs. But the thing with that English attack speed is it took it to the extreme. Still a little bit paranoid about my foot. Jesus. This game going to be played on the new patch? It is indeed. In fact, well, we've got a second. Share it around. Tell everyone that's happening, mate. I always say this, guys. My dream is to, like, by the time, like, Christmas has passed, we're averaging, like, 500 people watching these. That would be sick. The way we do that is letting people know it's happening, because I feel like there's still a big thing in general of like esports events in AoE4 happening and people not even knowing they're happening. Right? We have a lot of people. Like I've seen it even, you know, with like EGC, people turn and go, "Oh, this game has tournaments." Like, yeah. So Jimmy versus Puppypaw. Followed by Anathan versus Wham. Boing. Why doesn't BC play this or Marine Lord? I think BC doesn't like the ATR loss. And Marine Lord's just chilling right now. He doesn't really feel like he needs to play in these 1v1s. But I believe Marine Lord said he likely will look to participate after the 2v2 tournament. Because then, obviously, it's going to be back into 1v1 tournaments, so that's when these are really good practice. And it fits Marine Lord's MO. He's a big believer in the value of scrims over playing pub games, right? And that's how you can view these, right? You're playing competitive series. I've talked about it before. It's like these type of things are so much better to improve as players than playing pub games for like 6 hours a day. See what we got. Just want to check something else. I guess I'll put another here in the Discord. I don't know. Should I be saving the Discord at his for... Maybe I should save them for only Grand Finals days. That here is a pretty lofty. It's like 600 people. I try to be scarce with my at here's. Once a week seems reasonable. Okay, so boys are getting in the lobby now. What I'll do is I'll run another minute of ads so we don't have to, like, that should build a lot of backlog time so that we don't have to worry about it when we're in game. Actually, I'll do minute 30 because obviously going to have the stream delay, so boink. That's a good question from Marine Lord. I need to double check with the lads. Are you happy to start your series when the Moon versus Puppypaw finishes? I'm going to check with Anathan first because he's the loose one on this. I imagine like Wham is just sure whatever because he's obviously going to be vibing, watching his bro probably. I don't know if Wham's actually here. I'm assuming he is. When you do here, you feel like you get death threats. Yeah, you have to make sure it's worth it. But yeah, Chum, we should check on that because like I think it is like it was gonna line up nicely, but obviously the delay starting because the patch notes dropped means we might slip over a bit. But yeah, we'll have Anathan versus Wham after this series, folks. M-Lord and KP casting together. Yeah, dude. He'll cast in his French. I'll cast in my English. We're in the same call. Pure chaos. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so we should have a rollover of one or the other. Which, by the way, that means, guys, you're going to be getting probably about I estimate 2.5 more hours of stream time, maybe 3 hours. Oof. We commit. I'll say that. Because I've got to wake up early for a tech conference tomorrow. But I cannot go to bed without my dose of Shuji. I mean, of AoE 4. Fix an issue where Grenadiers and Juganu would get incorrect double benefit from Ming. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. Like, I missed that fix. Okay, so they buffed it to 20% instead of 15%. Okay, so yeah, Juganu aren't completely and utterly stupidly broken, but they're still stronger than they were last season. So, like, it's okay. It kind of balances out, you know? They did 5% more damage to the bonus. Yeah, but it's still a lower percentile advantage than before, right? Because Yuginu were getting 2 more extra damage than they were meant to from Ming. Whereas now I believe they'll get 1 extra damage. Correct me if I'm wrong. Push-ups. Oh. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I even added in a 4th. I really hope my foot's okay. I'm super freaked out about that today now. And yes, Dully Horses works correctly, because before it was like a 10% attack speed buffer. Now it's 20%, correct. Is Ben on the game? These boys are sitting in lobby for a bit. The damage got nerfed from 2 to 1. Yeah, so like, I mean, it's still quite strong though. Especially when you consider the bolt magazines. So like, especially against the right types of troops, it's still really, really good. I don't think it's a problem. I think Juji are absolutely fine in Imperial Age. Especially with Dully Horses working correctly now. They're going to be uber busted. Because remember, Dully Horses was only giving like half the intended value to all the cavalry. Especially going to be good for the Lancer build for Fast Castle now, because like your Lancers are going to be worth upgrading. Whereas before, you pretty much just gave up on even bothering. And skipped it. Update from GGG. What was it called? Type with your voice. Wait, what? Fair enough. All right, looks like we're in game. Let's get ready to go. So remember, map 1 is going to be Skarsgård. It's going to be French versus Mongols. This is usually reserved for Frisian. We're going to be getting it much earlier. Well, Puppypaw has Chinese for Frisian, right? So he doesn't care. Dumu... Is he thinking Japanese or Juji? If it's Chinese, you probably want to go... Actually, he still has Joan, right? I think it's either Joan or Japanese on Frisian for Dumu. All right, we're a minute out. Let's get ready with the predictions. To rock and roll. Pay out. Yo, what's up, Rajas? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome, welcome. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Hype it up. You know, the best time to do it is when we're in the games as well, because then you potentially have your own little piece of history on one of the videos going up on the YouTube channel. Which games go up, though? That's the challenge. All right, let's get ready. 2 minutes for predickies. Get them in. Got a gift a sub every game. Dude, that's a good strat. If you guys want to do that, I think we'll be well on our way to making a living off of streaming. If 300 people want to do that, I think we can make a living. I have a lot of broken things in my house I have to replace because Freya is a brute. All right, anyways. The pity trick. Blame it all on your daughter to get get the support. This tournament is so much fun. He's staying up past his bedtime. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We have got Team Liquid's Dumu going up against the Canadian reigning champion Puppypaw. Opening game, French in the purple and Mongols in the blue. This is going to be a fun one, actually. Historically in this tournament so far, this matchup has almost exclusively been reserved for Frisian Marshes. Occasionally, I think this week it's come up like once or twice on Skarsgård. Really cool matchup in theory though, right? 2 civs that are likely to play out into pocket resources on all these deer, and they're not likely to go pro scouts. I'm wondering if, because it's probably Keshik versus Knights, Dumu does go pro scouts so that he can play fully aggressive without much fear of his economy being raided. But yeah, this is an interesting map. You have got trade posts, so Mongols in theory could trade. It's just the distance is just over half the map. It's not great for it. So typically you are going to see the Deerstone play. But before we even get to that, we have to open with a good old-fashioned outpost rush. And oh no. The dream. The double gold vein in one location. An outpost that could block not just the double deer, but also the double gold. Actually make it triple deer. This is the dream for Puppypaw. No retracted gold behind for his opponent either. Now, it's not the end of the world. We've seen French can play out this hole. One thing that's going to make it tricky, though, is not only did the gold spawn forward together, so did the stone. And another way we've seen that French like to play this, another way we've seen that Dumu likes to play this, is to go for 2 TC. All the difference between the 2 Canadian brothers? Both of them have a similar propensity for the mid-game, but I'd say that Puppypaw is more of an all-in player, and Wham is more of a mid-game, late-game aimer. If you think of it like the Spanish bros, but then you move the point of the end game deeper, then you have a comparison, right? Where Vortex and Puppypaw are more like, and Lucifron and Wham are more like. That and Wham, like the left side of his head, if you look up, like, you know, if you go 3 centimeters from the middle and you look up at it, his hair flicks slightly differently there than his brother. Yeah, it's very specific that you have to look for it. So just 2 spearmen, and the outpost is coming. So he's going to have the full blocker. But you know what? I can't block that from taking up the screen. It's very important you guys know about that. 70% off right now. Quick. It's only the early game. It's only going to be a normal outpost uncontested. You've got enough time to click through to Protein Works and pick yourself up those delicious protein bars. Highly recommend them, and the meal replacements. Doing so actually is another way to support this channel, because they've been sponsoring us now for 5 bloody months. Whew. So Puppypaw, He's been very smart about this. He hasn't gone over the top. He stopped at just the 2 spears, which I really like. I think you don't need to go 4. Yes, you can look to get more spears later because it's going to be French Knights. But it's more important you get a clean tech up timing and get into the Arislets here. Question is, Dimu, is he going to try to rush this outpost down? If he was going to do it, he would have made the move already, right? Like, he already forfeited the mining camp, so likely he's just going to play without gold to open this. And that means we're going to get an Archer's beginning. So Puppypaw can now just prep the stables. The beautiful thing, actually, about playing Mongols here is as you tech up, you can be building the stables, right? Because it's something you have access to in the Dark Age. Deerstone it is. I mean, it has to be. Silver Tree just... I don't really know how you'd make it worth. I mean, theoretically, if you were playing against a very defensive Civ, you could build Silver Tree, walk it back here, and then trade to the trade post. Reminder, by the way, no fishing on this map. Doesn't exist. It's not that we banned it. It literally doesn't exist. So water doesn't really come into the equation until later. And yes, you are correct. They did just release a patch. Like, that's actually the craziest thing about this, by the way, guys. This series is playing literally as the patch drops. The first competitive series, 5 minutes after the patch is basically live. And I don't know if we're going to see TC boom from Mongols. It did just get buffed from 850 wood down to 800. It's still quite a tall order. Especially if you do it blindly against a Civ that's going to be trying to spam Knights. And we do see Dimu has shuffled out that east side. He waited for the archers before making his move. And now, this is pretty cool. He's building scouts, which can torch down the outpost. If you guys remember, it used to be horseman scouts to clear this play for Mongols, for the French. And then afterwards, he can go pro scouts, which he gets 30% off on, remember, courtesy being French. I don't know how that works. If you're French, you get 30% off. If you're in my stream, you get 70% off Protein Works. I guess that's the balance of the world. Yeah, so the cool thing about this, though, is like Dimu, now when he gets just a few knights, he can start roaming around the map, hunting. Puppypaw isn't likely to go pro scouts here. We don't very often see Mongols engaging with that. Yeah, and there's not even an improved version that would make it worthwhile. Like, the more I look at the improved version of pro scouts, the more sad it makes me. It literally just increases your damage more. And I feel like most people don't even remember that pro scouts increases the damage that scouts do. But we might actually be getting 2 TC, yeah. That's intriguing. I mean, Knights can struggle to raid a little bit against Deerstone, right? But the problem I see with this TC play is you can't keep a tight TC. You need to be wide, right? Like, down here would be incredible for him. Now would be the time to do it, though. Dimu only has archers. He doesn't have a single knight to his name. Improved pro scouts should allow carrying 2 deers at once. No, just allow them to get the board. No, I'm going to stop. It is 2 TC, though. I'm a little bit surprised. Wait. Okay, he's going to play it safe. I thought he might try to go wide towards the board, but he's probably paranoid, right? He knows his opponent's been gathering gold on the south side. He has to be expecting it. I mean, he's already some pro scouts, so it's kind of obvious. So, with that in mind, you have to play a safe TC before moving it away. Stables is being dropped, so we will be getting into Keshiks. I wonder if Ben could have maybe played onto his opponent's side with the archers, just do a little bit of pressure to open up with. It's risky, right? Like, in this situation, I mean, you'd think he'd just be able to do it because he has 5 scouts, but those 5 scouts exist not really to gain info right now, but to provide sustenance for the people. No place to attack? Well, not before the TC went up, sure. That's the thing. He doesn't, like, know there's definitely going to be a TC, right? Like, presumably this could have been Keshik opening, and then you're just running your archers into the meat grinder. All right, what do you think, guys? Is this going to be a win for Puppypaw or Dimu? 1's if you believe Puppypaw's taking it. 2 if you believe Dimu is. Because this is very different now. Usually in this matchup, you'd expect like the Mongols to be the one getting all the deer, and the French to be the one going 2 TC. Very, very different approach. If Dimu does scale knights quick enough, there is a breach point here. You have to remember that Dimu has been scaling more villages courtesy of his faster producing TC, and his opponent just went 2 TC. And although it has been buffed in terms of its cost being lower, it's still 800 wood to then spend more resources, right? So there is a window of op here where knights could do damage. Your opponent's already at 30 villages. He only has enough garrison spots to protect 24. Oh, sorry, 23. Puppypaw, is he waiting for the deer? Trying to maybe shuffle in? I am quite surprised by how defensive Ben's being here. Because he's still... I don't think he ever scouted the 2TC. He's playing like someone who expects to be attacked. And although he'll eventually be attacked, by the time he is, like, what's the eco lead going to be? Like, Puppypaw's not going to be weak for it, right? This is a weird game. I mean, you have to keep in mind the mental attitude around this game, right? Is that a patch just dropped. A patch that had some big changes, some kind of irrelevant changes, and some of the big changes were subtle, like the wood buff, i.e. the Mongols TCs costing 50 less wood. And I don't know if Puppypaw like had something plotted out ahead of time in his brain that he thought could work if it had a buff to it eventually, or if this is just him experimenting. I mean, it'd be a bit ballsy to be experimenting with it, right? We are in the semi-finals of a single Elim format. In fairness, it's best of 5, so you do have a little bit of runway to experiment with. Dimu is now going to move in to secure his gold again. Smart as well, like he's already scaled quite a few knights, so you can already see the drain there, down to 2,500 gold on that vein. So good timing before Puppypaw gets in position. This has revealed the mass archers and knights, so Puppypaw's comp looks a little bit undesirable right now for a fight. He will be able to adjust that over time though, as the eco scales upwards. Still, I am worried that Puppypaw just has no food. Yeah, like... What's the plan here? I think Puppypaw's been a bit too greedy with this, right? He has deer there. I mean, he didn't go pro scouts at all. I think he's on the last deer now. He's going to run out of food. And then you have to mass pastures after going 2TC, right? It's like, Dimu should have a very good window of opportunity to attack here. It's just a case of whether he reads it. Because right now, I'm seeing a guy who's still playing incredibly defensive. Puppypaw's only in trouble if Dimu attacks him. Dimu isn't attacking at all. Dimu will still have a window at this rate where like he'll just inherently go Castle Age with, you know, 25 row knights. But what's the eco lead going to look like at that point for Puppypaw? Nice. Going to clash here, but they are currently outnumbered. I guess he wants to get the final walls up before heading out. Make sure the Mongols can't raid. You can't fault Puppypaw for what he's doing here, by the way. This is really well executed aggression, just to keep your opponent contained. However, slight overextension there is going to cost him dearly, so 2 Keshets go down. Good micro by Dimu. That's a big edge, actually. Like, keeping those 2 knights alive. We've got Chivalry, which should be coming in soon at this stage. I mean, you're up to 12 knights. The reason he didn't have it sooner, by the way, guys, is he hadn't fought before this, really. So there wasn't extra health to be healed. Still Arrow no coming from Puppypaw. Chivalry has been queued up. And Dimu would benefit from getting into the undermesh. He just doesn't have a reason to yet. He hasn't seen what's on the other side. Puppypaw. Can he man a defense just before he reveals? This would be very important. You kind of don't want to give this info away for free. That posturing. Dimu, he still doesn't know it's 2TC. He must have seen it, right? Because the thing that has got me doubting it is that the scouts have been pro-scouting. They've been picking up deer. I'm not entirely convinced he's seen it still. Like, in theory, you should with 5 scouts, but I don't believe. Oh, the deer on the side. Outpost is being rushed up. He does now see this. There's a charge opportunity. There's way too many villagers here. He cancels the charge. That's really smart. That was really well executed. Dimu, the reason he done that is the charge would have ran out, so this gives him an opportunity to re-engage. Clubs him down. Puppypaw unable to get that outpost up. Villagers now running for their life. This is the eco lead, by the way. Love that micro. Peels a few off to deal with it. The spearmen were nearby for Puppypaw, though. Guys can corral them out of the area. So it takes a little bit of chip damage, but minimizes the losses. Should have been double what he lost there. Only 2 workers going down. Right, so I'm going to have to shuffle out. Dimmu snatching away even more deer. Keep in mind, Puppypaw can just go into pastures, by the way. Like, you know, against a different Civ, I'd be worried about the lack of deer long-term here. For Mongols, not so much. Do now have the undermesh. Khan Hunters are coming in, so Puppypaw is going to have the extra range over the French. He's not going to have the quality. And Dimmu looks like a man getting ready for Castle Age. A lot of gold being held in reserve. Dimmu, obviously with so many deer, doesn't have to worry about going into farms. Gold vein on the backside is about to exhaust. A little bit surprised he never played for the Ford 1 earlier. Because now you have to take more of a risk for your eco, right? If a few Keshuts get in here, you're going to be miles behind. I've got to sneak in here. Talked about that move across to the gold. The timing might end up perfect here for Puppypaw. The gold just expired. He just needs to hold for a few seconds. But Dimmu, did he know? I mean, Keshiks can fight this up against the archers, right? Needs to get more troops over. Knights are coming in now. Bit of a weird one to stand your ground on, but I guess Dimmu didn't want to have to run around the back of his base again. Instead, he's the one looking to press it. Royal Institute coming behind this. A raid over to the double outpost of Deer. Should be enough room here for all the villages, though, so not an ideal raid point. I wonder, Dimmu likely just back away, right? Play the age up, get the tech upgrades. So we'll be pushed back. Khan Hunter, extra range, able to get that 1 kill in the night. But we have a scary hold required here for Puppypaw. Only 12 spearmen to his name. There's 17 knights. By the time Royal Institute is complete, by the time Royal Bloodline's in, we're probably looking at 22 to 25 French knights. And the archers will also be upgraded. Puppypaw is not really in a position to tech. His food income isn't ecstatic. It's not crazy out of this world. If he does find the tech, though, Kurotai will be a saving grace. It's a way of essentially getting like a mini veterancy upgrade for free because your damage gets escalated. The question is whether he's going to be able to afford it. Ben is already marching forward again. Scouts are still snatching away even more deer here. Veterancy coming through in just 10 seconds. Puppypaw is still playing very aggressively into archers. Is a bit surprising. You're an age behind now. You know it. Spearman makes a lot more sense here. Guess he's worried about the archers just being able to wipe him. Maybe Keshiks would have made more sense, but then it's so expensive you're not making Castle Age, right? So he probably feels like archers on the defense has the best value. And then if he ever gets into the Kurotai with the veterancy, an immediate impact in the fights. He has got those upgrades now in. Steeled Arrow 2 as well. The Knights seem like the focus of this, but it's actually more about the Archers. The Archer difference is huge here. 9 damage compared to a mere 6. Kurotai now on the way. Has Ben got the timing right for this? Royal Bloodlines has not been queued up. Cantle Saddles has not been queued up. He doesn't have any value out of this Institute yet. He's going to start pressuring though. TC position confirmed. He does see the villagers trying to rush this up. That is going to force the fight. A little bit of hesitation here. He moves in with the archers. He needs to deny this. 1 or 2 knights are going to peel off. He sees an opportunity to go into the opening. Spearman trying to come in behind. There is no Royal Bloodlines here, but it's good enough. Puppypaw blocked from the tech. Archers need to trade out fast here. Wasting a little bit of time with the Keshik. The Spearman all rushing after just 2 knights here. Dimmu, what a timing on this attack. It's just archers left over. Puppypaw with only a handful of spears left to his name and no way of completing the tech up. The TC might be buffed with a new patch for the Mongols, but apparently not enough. What a timing attack by Dimu. Fully understood. Didn't even wait around for his text. Probably should have had them coming through. Candle Saddles would have been incredible here. But it doesn't matter. He's done enough damage. The archer count alone is still too high for Puppypaw to even attempt a tech up. 24 archers remaining up against 26 on the offensive. Knights are still hunting, and that is it. The reigning champion falling behind in game number 1. Dimu with the early lead. And a reminder that French Pro Scouts is still to be feared. Baldy Boy rising up. It might be past his bedtime, but he is looking to put the Canadian to bed permanently. Whew. That was a cool game. So, let's update that. It's going to be Mongols, more like, versus French, and a win for the Français. That was a really well executed timing attack, though. What do you call that one? I mean, it's about the TC literally just getting buffed, right? The Mighty Puppypaw might fall? Maybe. He's going to have to recover quickly here. Draft-wise, I mean, do you pump Frisian now? I think you don't have to. You don't rush that one. Probably he's going to go for Cliffside or Coastal. Thin the herd of options for his opponent a bit more. Cliffside or Coastal could work really well for Byzantines. Is there anything he's particularly worried about? I don't think Dimu's like this sense a Byzantine pick and react with Jaune. So that could work. I'm trying to think what we call that one with uploads to YouTube. Pro experiments with new TC build for the first time. Mongol TC build experiment for the first time, and then in a pro series on the thumbnail, I think makes sense. There we go. All right. So, game number 2, let's see where they're going to take us. It's going to be Frisian. Okay, wow. Yeah, so I kind of get it. In some ways, it should be an easy win, and the importance of taking that is that you don't give the draft momentum over to your opponent so that he can screw your draft later in favorable situations where you should just be able to win the pick, right? But Jaune versus Chinese is quite peculiar. Probably going to be looking at a Chamber of Commerce build here. Jaune, I find, is at least a better blocker to these Barbican Rush plays than the counterpart French. However, she hates Huguenot. Right, you go melee form, they turn you into a porcupine. You go range form, they just turn you into a shish kebab. It's really difficult. So curious to see if Ben can actually navigate this one. What do you guys reckon? Actually, we can do predictions, can't we? The predickies. So game 1 for Dimu. Game 2, Frisian Marshes, Dimu with Jaune. Puppypaw with Chinese. Let me get the predictions going for that one. I am poor. Don't be poor. Just subscribe. Then you won't be poor. You'll have plenty of bird feed. Of course, Puppypaw's. Not surprised. Of course, someone sees Puppypaw's Chinese and bets the house on the pointage. I'm not surprised there. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. Midweek muster number 3, game number 2. And let me flip that score because Benny Boy has earned it. Dumu leads this series against the reigning champion. This time, he's going to have to pucker up, though. This is not an easy one. Joan Dark up against the Chinese on Frisian Marshes. Very, very tricky one. China tends to have a good time in this type of matchup. Frisian, a resoundingly good map for them. And this player in particular, an overwhelming threat on them. Don't know if you'd agree. Maybe you try to give another Civ, but to me, this is Puppypaw's signature Civ. Through and through. He is probably the most scary Chinese player, or Chinese picker of it in the game at the moment. And he's off to a ball over start. Plenty of sheep going his way. Good grab coming out from Joan there. He actually played just enough into the center to grab a decent amount of the sheep away. There's still the reserve sheep, so didn't sniff that out. I believe he already picked up his own, as you kind of have to, because China usually will see yours first, which is a little bit worrisome, as we've already seen games in Frisian where the opposing player snatches away about 8 sheep from right next to the home base, and that is the difference. So how does Ben want to approach this? Because we've seen him play French on this map, and he likes to play 2TC, even into something like Chinese. China will usually try to send it with a full Zhuge Ram rush if you do that, though. It does take a bit of time to scale, but with Imperial Academy being buffed, with the amount of food you have to work with at home, the condensity of your taxation, it just makes it easy to pull off on this particular map. The nice thing, actually, I just noticed for Purple here, if this does turn into a gradual Barbican attempt, which we know historically Puppypaw and Wham love to do with China, you can't do a good Barbican on this map. The gold back spawn is about as good as it gets for Joan in this situation. There will be no shenanigans to block the gold. Ben, is it going to be the Chamber of Commerce? I mean, he's been on record saying he doesn't really believe in Le Cas, so it's going to be Le Soc. Soc, a School of Cavalry now on the way. Imperial Academy reaction. Yeah, if there is a map where you can make Chamber of Commerce work, it would probably be Frisian. Frisian's like the one map where I can be convinced of its viability. I don't think I've seen any other map in the rotation where it really makes sense. But has got his Knight spam coming up. Other side, Puppypaw likely to have to react very early with a Rax drop into a few spears here. Could even think about outposting towards the gold. But without stone, no hand cannon slits, Knights aren't really going to care. They will just pressure you. So what was the final breakdown on the predictions? 79% for Puppypaw. I mean, even after what Ben just done in game 1, that really does speak volumes to how highly coveted and highly feared Puppypaw is on this Chinese. I'm wondering, does he just maybe go 2TC? Is there a world? It's dangerous to do before a Rax, right? I think you need to get Rax because there is going to be Knights coming. You know that. And on top of that, it's not just the Knights coming. It's actually, ooh, that makes it trickier. Like, compared to just being up against French, right? You just build spears, but Joan will farm that up in melee form. I almost want to say you, like, just go into the stone and you build an outpost here, and you have hand cannon slits, which is really powerful. Is there a world in which Puppypaw just does a defensive Barbican? Because if you get Song, the cool thing is like you actually balance out. Actually, not even balance out. You get ahead, right? Because Joan doesn't have a quicker producing TC. Song would give you a quicker producing TC. But it looks like we might be getting 2 TC from Benny Boy here. First Knight already queued up. It's going to be on the way. Love this. You should always prioritize this first Knight. The value is immense, even against civs that have hand cannon slits that are usually good against those Knights. The added time you can achieve can mean the world here. Final sheep haul, 19 to 22. So only a slight edge there for Puppypaw. And also keep in mind, because Puppypaw is going to be more defensive, China versus Joan, you don't need the sheep as much as China does. You can always play out onto the fish, which we're already actually seeing out of Purple here. Barbican is going to be defensive, so Puppypaw accepts that there's no cheesy, cheeky plays to be had here. The second TC is now going to be Arash Dimu. How are we looking? XP-wise, shouldn't he be close? Well, he done School of Cavalry 3. He's been gathering for a bit. I want to say he should almost be ready for level 2. The cool way you can do this, by the way, is you wait until you've gathered the stone in the wood, then you go level 2, and then you get the build speed aura on all the villagers you pull for the TC. And there we go, range zone has been activated. Now, the question mark is, where does he want to place this town center? The most likely place is going to be here. Berries, deer, and the fish. And to be honest, it's not like China's going to stop you from taking that type of greed. The beauty is, because you still have this one knight that just barely scraped by surviving, you block any sort of greedy counterplay coming out from Puppypaw. Instead, it looks like he's going to get the Zhugnu ready. Zhugnu plus the racks also coming in. Ben, well, he actually doesn't keep her home to build the town center quicker here. A little bit surprised by that. Although it looks like he's almost changing his mind. Kind of has to. When you see Zhugnu getting queued up, I'm not sure if you glimpsed that, but maybe he suspects it with the Barbican. The problem with Zhugnu is they just shred you in this form. You have no ranged armor to speak of. But he's going to hang around for the boar. That's going to be an easy 50 XP in his pocket. And yes, these games are on the new patch. The patch that literally just dropped. Sorry, 25 XP. I don't know if you run for the other one. It's just so far away. Second TC coming in. The timing a little bit off with him taking the ball now. So not going to be able to buff this as efficiently as you'd like. Behind this, we do not have a mirrored 2 TC approach from Puppypaw. He's sticking to 1. The song will make it slower for Ben to catch up here. So there is a window of op. We'll probably see him scale up to like 20 Juke, a handful of spears alongside, and then you'll probably see the blacksmith timing for a push. Reminder, folks, by the way, this is the semi-finals, so it is best of 5. He's not on the verge of winning yet. But if he can bring down Puppypaw on Frisian, where, quite frankly, Puppypaw has looked unstoppable. Right, the only player you maybe bet against him is like Marine Lord, right? That grand finals, the way he's able to unravel him, not easily done. But Chinese, Frisian Marshes, Puppypaw, it's another form of beast. I believe he's ready to march out soon, surely. He needs to be quick about this, because if you wait a little bit too long, the night spam is going to really ramp up. It's scary because you have to remember your opponent is on shoreline fish. You have to suspect that at this stage. And wait, what's he got garrisons inside? Is that a knight? Oh, that's kind of cool. So Ben, he's got 2 knights, right? But one of them's sitting in the TC because he doesn't want to select all army at it until he eventually gets chivalry. That's actually pretty cool. I haven't seen people do that too often. That way he can't, like, you know, fumble, right? Because sometimes you just hit select all army and whoops. Whereas considering that knight is down to about 15, 20 HP, he's never really going to be of use to you in a fight now, right? Until he heals. And you don't want to be going chivalry now because chivalry is really efficient this early on. You want to be up to like 8, 9 knights. You want to have 3 or 4 of them injured. He could realistically use the Divine Restoration, but at the same time, yeah, it's a long cooldown, and you weren't expecting Puppypaw to be idle this entire time. You were expecting him to attack. Some might be wondering why the hell is China not coming out. You need to guarantee you have enough troops to just brute force it. Because if you walk out and you just kind of static on the edge of the base, what a French civ will do is they'll take their knights and cut your reinforcements. And that means you'll never reach critical mass. So Puppypaw has to make sure he's got enough to essentially go in, build 2 rams, break the TC. Nothing less will be good enough. Steeled Arrow now on the way. The way you do this typically is Steeled Arrow, in this situation, probably Undermesh and then Siege Engineering. He hasn't seen the archers yet, though, so he doesn't have a reason to necessarily fear that. Undermesh has been queued up by Ben, but this is slow from Dimmu. 50 seconds out. The good news is because there isn't rams yet, he should be able to get that tech. This looks like such a scary army at this stage. If Dimmu was up at like 9 knights, I'd probably be kind of shrugging. It'd be fine for him, right? Here we go. Undermesh queued up. So Puppypaw, he's doing it on a delayed timing here. The cool thing about this is it now gives him time to stockpile all the wood necessarily for free rams. Free rams is good enough to break a TC. Especially when you're forcing your opponent into a lot of archers. It means that Dimmu doesn't actually have many knights to contest that ram. So you have to sacrifice villagers. And that is something you never want to have to do, especially when you're staring down the barrel of a bunch of repeater crossbows. Fantastic at taking out eco. An ambitious shuffle around here by Puppypaw, though. Yeah, he's giving openings that shouldn't really be there. This right here. It's only Jeune Archer, but it could have been Knights coming as well to cut this. Instead, it's now going to be rounds being built up. Well, Dimmu, buckle yourself in, son, because it's about to be a bumpy ride. Steel Dagger on the way. But the ram rush will come before that point. His army is not looking that scary. 23 archers to defend against 44 Zhug. This Civ is just vile, man. This is always the permanent reminder of how disgusting Zhug and Inu are. You're about to see why. Push coming in. And Dimmu, how's he going to react? He has got some food in reserve. You have to shuffle back onto it. The villager lead, non-existent, though. Neck and neck at 50. Villager's just about getting out of range for the Duke and kill. Night Clash coming in. That's going to make the spears out of position here. Archers and Joan need to target fire this down. She's farming up. Remember, this is not melee form. This is range form. Range form doesn't benefit as much from that level 3 compared. Spear count is getting a little bit low. Knights are absorbing a lot of fire. The repair is coming through, but the villagers are now getting targeted down. Only 4 left working on this. The ram cannot be denied, and Joan will be sent to the afterlife. She's dead. Buyback comes in straight away. But the town center is gone. Puppypaw on a momentous charge towards victory in game number 2 here. Ben has at least got plenty of food left over, 12 sheep to work with. But the bigger issue is he invested in a town center to find himself 8 villagers behind. Dimmu, what's really the plan now? The spearman count is at least low, sure, but the Jiganu count as a result has gotten so high that a handful of heavily injured knights will not be able to contest. And yes, he did use Divine Restoration already. So no extra reduce of these heavily injured knights. No chivalry either. Ugh. You gotta feel for him a little bit. Joan could feel like a bit of an odd pick at times, and definitely feels odd to try and find the way out here against the Mass Duke. Just an annoying matchup overall for French or for Joan. The issue with this map is it's just so defensively oriented with the corner spawns that China just feels like a shoo-in pick, right? I almost wonder what a version of this map with less sheep would look like. Looks like the attempt to bring down the Skull Cavalry is at least going to be a bit of a fail. Chivalry has now been queued up. Remember, that back gold really is the thing keeping Ben alive in this game. He's already down to 1.7k. Knights having to charge in here. It's going to be decent XP for Joan. A little bit of hesitation. Doesn't feel like he can commit to it too long. Chivalry still some way away. And there it is. Level 3 Joan in. This is his hope. This is the only way champions get spawned. They are going to take quite a beating to bring down. Enough armor that it's going to take 175 shots. Well, divide that by 3, courtesy of Zhug. The champions are absorbing those blows initially. Archer with 15 damage does decent against the Zhug. In fact, you kind of want to front line with Joan at this stage, just because she has got that ranged armor resistance. Knights are gone. Archers are starting to be exposed, but check that. Look at the health for her. Just able to absorb so many of the blows, but still not enough. Puppypaw, 47 Zhug. Dimmu has got decent amounts of wood left behind him to work with here. Joan will heal up quickly so she can begin to absorb again. He needs to hold like this probably 2 more times, maybe 3. The problem, though, is you're up against Song Dynasty, so you're kind of on the clock. The eco lead already building to notable quantities for Puppypaw. No divine arrows, right? Yeah, he's used them all. It's kind of unfortunate. Remember, it's pure damage, so you can use it against the Rams. Archer's diving in. You really need to frontline with Zhone. I think he's a bit paranoid about losing him for good reason. A third of her health just gone. So here's the way out, guys. Dumu needs to get level 4. Oh, God. It kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Well, Archer and Juke count is even, but that's because Puppypaw is doing this again. It's Castle Age. This freaking build, man. Feels so toxic. And yeah, correct switch. Didn't go clocked out. It's going to be Imperial Palace. Oh, that's vile. Dumu, he snuck out. And with the Imperial Palace choice, Puppypaw, all he has to do is press one button. He presses one button, he wins the game. The upgrades you can do. No. The scout, the spy. Here we go. Tech complete. He doesn't even hang around for it. GG gets called. It's 1-1 in this best of 5. Puppypaw's Chinese continues to be everyone else's nightmare. Oh, what dirty goddamn Civ. Alright, so I don't think that one's uploadable. I mean, very clean execution, but very much just shellacking. And we've seen that so many times from Puppypaw. But the question now is, what are we going to be seeing next? So we'll mark up Frisian. Chinese versus Zhone. Was that? I don't want to say it was a throwaway fully, but like, was there maybe an element of throwaway there? Like Ben was worried about China deeper in the draft. China on Coastal can be pretty good. China on Cliffside. Maybe. It kind of feels like there is an element of that there. Oh, let's also mark these to fade out. So, French and Zhone. I mean, Dumu still has a lot of strong picks in his draft, right? He's got Delhi, he's got the Malians. I think Juji works quite well as well in this draft. Cliffside comes to mind. You can play them into high view. It's not too bad. Japanese is going to be curious. I have a feeling Dumu's saving Japanese for high view. But then like, the problem is you have to get the Roos out of Puppypaw first. I don't know if I really rate Japan against Roos there. Which Civ has the best chance against Zugrush? I'm trying to think actually off the top of my head which one I rate the highest. Mali aren't too bad because of Javelin Poke and you can just skirt them. English, not sure if English 2TC can work against it. HRE in theory have a good enough economy to offset it. I think French is better though than Zhone for a start. I actually think like HRE can probably handle the Zhuganu spam easier with just Horsemen with all pikes now, maybe. But I'd have to see that matchup. That one's theory crafted. It hasn't been really witnessed yet. Okay, did I pay out? I don't think we did. Let's choose the outcome. That's going to be a win for Mr. Puppypaw. Brings us to 1-1. Make sure you're parked in your seats, guys, because we have another series after this one as well. So we'll start predictions. 2 minutes. Go. Oh, wow. Actually, yeah. Okay, so we got this UG that Dumu had potentially there, but I have it's from Puppypaw. What was his other choices? He has Roos still. Was he worried about Juji against Roos? Maybe. That's right. Get those votes in. No one doubts the bald boy leading the bald boys charge. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to the Age of Empires action. We have got game number 3 of this best of 5 between Team Liquid's Dumu and Puppypaw. Puppypaw, our reigning champion in the midweek muster. Game 3, he's going to be taking the Ibids on high view. And Dumu is going to be going for the Juji Legacy. Not just any high view, though. A pristine high view. The best high view you could ever imagine, because this is Pigeon's view. A new and improved version of high view. 10 times better than the previous. 2 central sacred sites. 2 central trade posts. None of this campy bull crap where the game doesn't end for an hour long. If you want an hour-long game, you need to earn it. I'm curious to see what kind of meditation garden we could get here. That's vile, actually, if I think about it. If you medi garden drop here, you hit a bunch of stealth forests, some of the mainline trees, you get the 25 gold, the 48 food. That might be the best option. The alternative is you drop the meditation garden right next to the gold here. You're probably going to get about 20, 25 wood and 36 food and 25 gold. Yeah, so nothing insane in terms of meditation garden placement, but that was a little bit of a coin flip. You can get it sometimes on this map where the berries essentially spawn in range. Like, we've had spawns where the berries will be here and here, so the meditation garden will be able to catch both. Higher bids for Puppypaw, though. What? This, does someone want to double check the patch notes? Folks, we're playing this on a brand new patch that just dropped an hour ago. But I'm pretty sure nothing changed about Tradewing. What on earth? So Tradewing is theoretically very interesting. I've talked about this before, that Tradewing is genuinely you playing Gamba. Like, people say Gamba and they, you know, they say it with the meme attached, but truly this choice, you win or lose based on your first 2 ticket pulls. You need to be getting the military units. So against Yuji, he's probably thinking of going skirmishes, but I'm not convinced there. Right? Like, Yuji just got a buff to the Dali horses. It now functions correctly, so horseman spam is actually quite viable for Yuji and Feudal. And yeah, you could go for Desert Raiders, but whoop-de-doo, they're just going to die quickly to horsemen anyway. All right, guys. We're 40 seconds away from seeing if Puppypaw wins the game or loses the game. I wonder, is there a world in which this is some sort of ploy into 2TC? That would be pretty wild. Potentially possible here. He's got a backspawn and gold, so shouldn't be denied on the Gamba either. There is a world in which he goes trade here. Remember that you get a trade wing option. You get trade as an option, right? And if you walk and build a marketplace over here, you can trade exchange. You can even do half value, switching depending on where your opponent goes. Because if Juji are going to play in a Juganu, it's a slow-moving army. Moment of truth, guys. Is he going to win or is he going to lose? He got 2... What? Okay, I think that's like jackpot. He got double Bedouin Swordsman and double Stone. I am not even exaggerating. Look at this. We'll switch quickly into the thingy. Whoopsie. Look. You guys need to see it to believe it. He has great options here, right? He can transition into TC after initial aggro play. He got the double Bedouin as well. Oh my god. And the villager pulls underway. Double Bedouin swords. I cannot believe this. Dumu, like, he was going for the pass guard build. Because we know he does this a lot with Juji, right? It doesn't work against Bedouins. Remember, they get +3 melee. Oh my god. So he immediately has to change script and go into Juke. And this is where Ben is like, what on earth is he doing? Behind this, he's going to TC. Are you actually freaking kidding me with this game strat? And the outpost on top of it, just so he can camp here and slowly burn down the medi. He might have to give up on that ambitious idea. Juganu are coming. Now, there is a danger with Puppypaw's plan here. He already committed 1 ticket in. If he goes 2 tickets in and there's Juganu hit, you do anything that looks remotely greedy with your TC placement, you're dead. This is actually a really smart, quick reaction out of Dimmu. Yeah, I've got more Zhu coming. It's going to be a slow massment here. Bedouin do ambush him, though. Trying to move in. He's trying to actually target down the Zhu, because the Zhu are going to trade better here than the Palace Guard. So we'll be able to bring one of them down. A little bit surprised. Actually, Dimmu, it almost feels like that was his move to make, right? The scout was nearby, so he should have seen that. The Bedouin Swordman will be able to walk away. 155 HP on these bad boys, but heavily injured. However, they might be about to get reinforcements. We are 45 seconds away from the second generation. Puppypaw, he just bet the house, and he can now put his kids through college. But he wants a house with a double drive and a spacious garage. Let's see if he's going to get it. 30 seconds from the next roll. He did not buy into the TC. He is going for Fast Castle. Okay, Dimu needs to go into Rams now. This should be a blacksmith rush, because otherwise, you have nothing to stop him reaching castle. The Bedouin can still be annoying on the other side of this. Moment of truth. He gets one Bedouin and free food. I mean, I actually don't think that's a great roll for Puppypaw. He's got 18 sheep still and the berries, so he doesn't really need it. And he's going for it. This is such a wild game. So Industry Wing got changed recently, remember. It no longer just gives 1,000 wood. They switched it so that it's 800 wood and 400 stone. So now, like, he has the backup play of going into a TC. In theory, like, he's feigning because when Dumu looks and sees a growth wing, he should be a little bit worried if he needs a castle. The fact that Dumu's going for Rams actually gives him a kill point in this game because initially, this eco wing is useless to Puppypaw. It doesn't give you a defense strategy. It just gives you resources, right? That you can put to work usually on TCs. Now, you could use it to build production. You could use it to build siege. That doesn't really solve for the bulk of Jugendu and Rams coming your way. Scout going down a little bit problematic there. Dimu, it is going to be a clown car. He has used one of the tickets. He bought extra Bedouin swordsman. Villagers are going to try to cheese their way through this. Okay, I made a point of this. If Zhug are nerfed so that they can't clown car, why do villagers get to do it out of outpost still? That's wild to me. He's going to try to defend this. 2 villagers down so far. The Bedouin are showing up against Zhug. That's terrible. He even targets down the villagers perfectly timed there. Ram down to half HP. He has no gold access here. And the next one is in the blind. It's a risk. A risk that he's likely going to have to take here. So Dumu ahead by 5 villagers. The tech up is about to complete. Does he go for a marketplace? Puppypaw instead. It looks like he's going to be going just for a few Gulam to recover his base. Dumu may have to consider castle himself now. I mean, alarm bells will go off here, right? Zhug are wrapping around. Tech up just completed. No move on to the gold. It's Dumu. Can you really spam enough Zhug to bully Gulams? I don't think so, right? Gulams and castle, they're going to have 4 ranged armor, so you don't have that steeled arrow advantage that matters. He's going to keep shuffling around, though. Outpost attempts are going to be blocked. And he's going to build the Tower of the Sword. Oh, for the second time in midweek muster, it's happening. Pretty smart choice. Your opponent's gone mass ranged army. However, it's coming at a price. Villagers being dove here. First Gulam comes out. And the Tower of the Sultan is a slow build here, guys. The Bedouin aren't doing this fast. Zhug just trying to do what damage they can. Rams also trying to force a pop block. What is this game? Oh my god. So we've seen this once before, guys. I believe it was last week. It was Anathan, if I'm not mistaken. I think... Wait, was it Anathan or Puppypaw, guys? I think it was the Puppypaw Anathan series. It was Puppypaw against Anathan. Mongols versus Ibids on Cliffside. And it really did have an impact. Oh my god, we're getting to see it again. Dimu. He continued to invest in this age, but I'm starting to wonder if it was worth it. He has a 10 eco lead. I guess he feels like he needs an army to keep pressure on, so his opponent can't rush him now, but his win condition has to be Castle Age himself. Holy crap. What a game. Gamba Wing into Industry Wing into Tower of the Sultan. I remember I theory crafted that with the changes to Siege, this thing is actually kind of broken now. And I do stand by that statement. And everything I've seen so far supports that statement. It's really good, guys, because of the movement speed while kiting. Like, it's kind of like a tower elephant effect. And look at the range resistance. It's 95%. Springles used to be the problem here. Springles would ruin this strategy because Tower of the Sultan just died to Springles. Springles don't counter this anymore. They're range damage. They don't get bonus against siege. They will do like 2 damage to a Tower of the Sultan. Of course, the trade-off is you are definitely not going to be rushing Dumu's base for this. 10 villages behind. And Dumu now going age-free. He's doing so with the Shaolin Monastery. He has got mid-map control. This could easily be a relic rush. Check this. He's going for the bolt magazines. Pretty smart. Remember, the Bedouin, they are categorized as light. So funnily enough, the bolt magazines gives you +3 extra damage against the Bedouin defense. Is it Bedouin or Bedouin? I think I always used to say Bedouin and someone told me it's Bedouin. I never memorized that one because we so rarely see them. Was it Bedouin? I can't remember. Someone's going to be tilted in the comments later, I can tell. Deer being gathered, a lot of food coming in. First Monk is already out. Juganu have the veterancy coming through soon as well. Bedouin. It's Bedouin. Bedouin. So Bedouin. I think the Bedouin was the last one I said. Well, we don't just have Bedouins anymore, guys. We also have skirmishes. Those are good against the Zhug. As in what's Ben doing? Oh, God. You've been in my chat too long. More pressure coming in. More villagers dead. That's another 3 down. That's a 13 villager lead now. Relic's also coming through. I mean, we are at least seeing Puppypaw play towards those as well. Skirmishers are going to get a freebie on the pick. But you should be able to chase this down. Remember, you do get bonus damage against light infantry, of which you are. But you also are light ranged infantry. You have no ranged armor. So no protection against the shredders. Stab's coming in. Trying to do some damage now. Dumu. Can he maybe... I mean, he could just kind of camp here, right? So gold access is going to be hard. Yeah, please. If there's enough, we can go across the deck, please. If that's right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's my brother-in-law saving my life. Guys, early today, I slipped on my crutches because of the wet decking and thumped my injured foot onto the floor. So shout out to my brother-in-law. He's now placing some of our excess carpet on the decking temporarily so that I don't break my neck. All right, back to the game though. A lot of food for Dumu. Camel Lancers are coming in. I mean, this game isn't over yet, but Puppypaw has to make a move soon. An equal relic split is not going to benefit him here when he's this far behind. We do have enough wait, 2 TC. Did he get... No, he rushed jobbed it. So he might have got 1 ticket of stone, but he actually had to work for that. Guy, no, Puppypaw, why are you building an outpost? You have movable outposts here. Movable outpost better than static outpost. Come on, this is just basic logic, sir. He's looking for a switch into PG here. We've got the range 2 coming in, so he's aware that this is a problem he needs to address. Palace Guard will give him a quick gap close. The extra ranged armor means that this won't hurt much either. And the Tower's vision in Stealth Forest is abhorrent. No, guys, it doesn't. Like, here, I'm going to hit the follow because you guys asked for the specific as this. Try not to get motion sickness. You can tell that they are inside a wooden box and cannot see outside with vision like that. I don't know why they can't see. Like, really? Guys? maybe get someone to look out of the top arrow slits, maybe? But yes, they can't see. It looks like we have Mount Lu Academy on the way, so Dimu is going to be looking to get into those pagodas. Actually, here's a funny one for you here, guys. Shaolin monks are also incredible at taking out these Tower Assaults because they attack so quickly and so hard. The difficulty is, of course, getting on top of your target. So we do have Yuan Dynasty. Usually Yuan is just temporary while going into Song. Doing. Badoing, moving. That's gonna haunt me. Zhug are already here though, and they're heavily injured, so Badoing not able to do much. Zhug on the backside still proving to be a frustration, a thorn in Puppypaw's side. He's almost recovered the eco damage here, right? But Dimu could very easily just play into TC himself now. His eco will be a lot better with Pagodas as well than Iabid's in the late game. Iabid's get a very weak Golden Age. Meanwhile, you have Mr. Taxman here for the Juji. Looks like the little raided boys are going to be finished off. So we are getting a bit of a stalemate into a boom, right? Puppypaw has reasonable gold access. The big gold veins are going to be the next target here, so stone is a key thing to keep an eye on for keep drops. And we do have the Jiangnan now coming through, so yeah, Dimu, knowing this is going to be a macro game, he's getting ready for the TC transition. I like how there's a lot of frustration over the Tower of the Sultan vision. I feel like whenever you walk into these forests without a scout, you should be chanting, I'm one with the Force and the Force is one with me. You know? Pray that you can sense where your opponent is. Dimu marching forward with a very big army here. 54 Zhug. 12 Palace Guard and scaling. The pagodas really are paying off. Check this, guys. 62 food, 62 wood, 100 gold, and 25 stone. You heard that correctly. It's that bloody absurd. You end up getting, what was that, 3 times what you're meant to out of a relic. Pagoda is kind of like Juji's own version of the old school Regnants. March in, Puppypaw. He peeled the Lancers away, so actually quite weak on the defense here. He could at least maybe get some counter damage, but I'm more worried about the all-in coming here. Line formation, starts to dive in. He knows where Puppypaw is heading, but does he care? He goes towards the gold instead. Finds himself a villager, has got the torch damage here. Fire armor is going to make this slow, though. Other side of this, the Camel Lancers dive in, but there's already a few crossbows, Zhug, and spears here to defend. So good push away, not enough damage done, and a small group of repeater crossbows are now hunting. Villager's going to try to shuffle out the other side. The gold gathering in the corner. A dangerous position now. One that if he gets caught in, it could simply be curtains closed. Mango, backstab. Okay. I don't like this unit. Puppypaw. If the Zhug just dive in. Repeater crossbows. They open fire. One's down already. Second one to be targeted. That was not the counter unit. Camel Lancers now arriving, but what do you do? They're all injured. We went from Tower of the Sultan being the goated siege to the worst siege possible against Zhug. Villagers now in a bit of a pickle here. Dive into the economy. Out of time being achieved. Behind this, the Tower of the Sultan is trying to win the game. Wait, I just realized this. Why does the Tower of the Sultan have the wall defense enhancement? Tell me when this is getting on a wall. Anyway, back in the base, Zhug have invaded successfully. Almost a 15 villager lead now for Dimu. In fact, if he just realizes he's discovered a mining camp here, he could just eradicate the only gold income that's accessible right now for Puppypaw. Berry gathering on the east side could also get hunted soon. Does Dimu realize? He's starting to move in now. There we go. Just go for the workers. He's going to dive in now. There's already some injuries there. No textiles either. I mean, the only reason Puppypaw is still alive in this game is because Dumu is camping the gold instead of moving now to the berries. Backside of this, Puppypaw still hasn't pulled away. That's it. That is GG right there. I mean, Puppypaw, he's got plenty of gold to use his trade wing to get a bit more food, but I think he's already a bit too drained. GG comes through. I don't know whether I blame Bizarre or not. It was a bizarre game, though, but you got to give it to him. Ben, able to execute cleanly there and show you why he is feared on the board, boys. What do you think, guys? Do we blame the loss on the Gamble wing, or do we blame it on the industry wing? Was this just too unmeta to ever be meta? Or is Dumu simply better? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Okay. Ben leads again. This build is bizarre. I'm so free. I hate myself. I hate myself so much for that. Bizarre is B-A-Z-A-R, right? The spelling is very important to me. Show industry wing. Sorry, show Bizarre wing, industry wing, and Sultan, Tara Sultan. Oh my god, dude. What a build. Alright, let me update that. So that is Benny Boy now on match point. I think we're... Where do we go now? Oh, so let me update this. Wait, what's happened to my series tracker? That's a bit weird. So that was IU for Puppypaw versus Juji. A win for the right. I reckon Puppypaw is probably going to go... With this draft, do you just go Coastal? I mean, you should IU though. Your options feel a little bit limited. Might be safer to go Cliffside. Yo! What's up, Townhouse fan? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Appreciate the support. Much love, bud. Okay. Moment of truth. Coastal. And it's Delhi versus Byzantines. Byzantines have looked pretty good on this map, historically, right? Against Delhi. Depends on the spawn a bit. Unfavorable matchup. He prefers to go off meta since he's doing the same old dance, puts you disadvantage. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I've talked about this before. The whole concept of implied odds, right? If your opponent like looks the matchup is like, oh, you're gonna do this, then like if you are gonna do that, do you benefit from it? So I don't mind that thought process. Is he going to do it? Is Dumu going to have to stay past his bedtime for 2 days this week? One and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got one hell of an upcoming result here. Best of 5, single elim, and the reigning champion is on the ropes. He goes to the Byzantines to recover, but Dumu, looking to leg sweep him, has picked the Delhi for Coastal Cliffs. Now, there have been times where the Byzantines look pretty good on this map. We've seen some insane defenses. I think most notable were some crazy games we've seen in the past with Longbow, Mass Archers just to hold against Delhi Mass. But it's a new dawn, a new age, a different type of Delhi, one that likes to engage in the way of the Dome of the Faith. And I'm wondering, what is Puppypaw going to do about that? Because, like, I feel like Delhi has been getting through everywhere, whereas Byzantines has still remained a highly bannable civ. Now, times are changing, but as a result of that, we haven't seen too much of this clash on the ladder. I do think there's a few important things here, actually, to note, and it's going to be around Puppypaw's opening. Because he's against Delhi, people were asking me earlier about matchups where you still go Tower Victory. I think this is one of them. And here's why. Because you open Ghazi, that forces Byzantines into Limitane. And if Byzantines go Limitane, that means they are very likely going to be going Javelins. Javelins will lose to Tower Victory Archers because you just can't mathematically build enough Javelins to counter Archers. So we'll see if that's the way Dimmu is thinking, or if we've got some new age thinking with Dome of Faith. Big nerfs in the Biz in the patch. What was the big nerf? Was there, or are you memeing? I don't remember reading anything that seemed substantial. Is there a one in which you use Hippodrome? Because Hippodrome would be a cool way out of what I just described for Puppypaw. And then you have your Horseman that can kind of contest Ghazi. The tricky part that we've seen in this matchup is you have to get a really good big fight because you only have one pump of Triumph, really. Oh, that's right. Sorry, yeah, they increased the oil cost, right? Yeah, you're correct. So yeah, Longbows went up by 20 rather, and then Javelins went up by 20. So it does stagger your timings a little bit. And then Flask, yes, the Flask cooldown was doubled, you're correct. Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing Keshiks. I'll say that much about it. What the Oh, Puppypaw is adjusting on the fly. Guys, this is his first Byzantine game since the aforementioned changes to the Merc costs. So his adaptation here, he's ran a Grand Winery out onto the western flank for the 8 stack of berries, and he's immediately started gathering from berries at the start of the game. That's a very creative difference that's going to give him a very aggressive timing on his initial Mercs. Dimmu, he has the right read. This is Tower Victory. Okay, I think Puppypaw... Did he see that? He must have glanced it for sure. So knowing that it's Tower Victory, you probably are going to be going Western Contract here. Western Contract plus Horseman. I don't like Byzantines playing Javelins here. I remember I learned this very early on in the year when I was watching, I think it was Vortex versus Voldemar. And Voldemar just tried to cheese it with the Byzantine build went strongest. Vortex just built archers, blobbed archers. The attack speed difference was good enough that he didn't care about the Javelin mass. Looking for weaknesses on the spawn as well. Like, actually, as long as Puppypaw walls this quite quickly, he's very safe. He's got the berries here. He's got the gold here. He's got his Merc House coming down, so he's being very efficient about where he's moving his villagers when they are operational to do something. And the assistant is coming. The trickiest part about this is moving your villagers across here is a lot of idle time without Wheelbarrow. And you can't really rush Wheelbarrow. Oh my god. We have Eastern Contract. A rare sight these days, but maybe with the nerfs to the olive oil costs, a more done thing these days. Keshiks was the only contract that did not get nerfed. The other two, Javelin and Longbows, had their cost increased by 20. So yeah, double Keshik going to be on the way. Dimmu, he's going for that stables opening. Now, I do think that this situation, Ghazi versus Keshiks, and apologies, I thumped my mic. Ghazi versus Keshiks should be quite good for Keshiks. We've seen Mongol versus Delhi. It works quite well. But in Mongol versus Delhi, the Mongol player can pull all of his economy into Keshik production to do it. You can't do that here. You are limited. You are getting extra resources, but that means you are not able to just flood Keshiks with the whole power of your economy. So Ghazi should be able to outscale this if Dimmu puts all his resources into it. But the opening timing is really cool by Puppypaw, right? Because of all that gathering in the beginning, he's already going to have a double Keshik pump pre 6.5 minutes, I believe. Walls are now going up. Now the question is, did Dimmu scout this? I don't know if he saw it, because this is the tricky thing. If he didn't see the Keshiks running out, he didn't see the play. I'm assuming he ran this way, so he did get a glance on it. They honestly need to add like a flag to the Merc houses. You need to know what you're up against. Because he should be able to react into spears. And yeah, there we go. It is on the way. So he knows this play is coming. Starts to lose a lot of his wallop if that's the case. Now, I think maybe the goal here is going to be Fast Castle by Puppypaw. This is usually the way you want to play this, is that you go for Fast Castle off the back of Keshiks because your opponent can't keep pace. He's adding in Horsemen. Against spears? I'm not sure I like that. I mean, in theory, what Puppypaw's going to have going for him is pressure, right? Mascav and only Mascav. It's just like being a French player building only knights, right? You might not be able to fight directly, but you can raid like crazy. But Ghazi Raiders, the mirror. I think what's going to happen here is the spears will hold you in position, the Ghazi will flank. Opening raid though, Keshix. Not going to be able to get a kill. Textiles guarantees that. So good read by Dimmu. You understood with this play coming, there's always a risk you lose eco. Other side, of course, you're not going to see Textiles the same way. So the Ghazi still have a pretty good opportunity to try and snipe. I like this from Dimmu though. He's not being held hostage by the Keshik threat. He understands this play for what it is. Usually when we see Keshiks, I don't like using the word gimmick, but it feels borderline gimmicky. You're more reacting, you're more rather taking advantage of the reaction than anything. By going Keshiks, your opponent should be panicking, reacting to you, right? It's similar to how in French versus Delhi, we've seen Delhi players just starting to go Ghazi instead of panic reacting spears. It's like the Horseman Keshik aren't going to be able to chase away. Scout's going to hang around. He wants to know what's coming next. Dimmu does have a healthy amount of spears coming. And it is now going to be the Archer switch. Yeah, so we've done the dance. And now the longer the age goes, I think the worse it gets for Puppypaw. Because we are arriving at infantry. The more we end up in infantry, the better it's going to be for Dimmu. Because he has Tower Victory. Right? If this is Dome of Faith, he'd want to stay away from infantry. He'd want it to just be Cav. That being said, I mean, we are talking about systems here. Admittedly, ones that have not been connected at all, but it's still a 10% buff to his economy. So he is ahead of Dimmu, as Dimmu hasn't locked Sacred Sites. But that is about to change. First Sacred Site, now locked in. A little bit careless with the Spearman running out there, though. It's a good snatch. Dimmu. Scary enough with this spear count that Puppypaw should not be engaging. However, the Scholar, well, that's dibs. He's a freebie. Bit ambitious. Ben thought he could just walk across the map straight to the other Sacred Site. I think that might have been the key bindings working against him, right? Because he's probably got a key binding for spears, for Ghazi, but then he'd have the Scholar on something separate, so he didn't re-rally him. One's if you think Puppypaw's winning this, two's if you think Dimmu's taking it. I mean, Puppypaw's army is quite scary right now. I think Dimmu may have overextended. New wave is coming, though. So this is important. He scoured the Archer transition. He needs to back up now. Dimmu has got that second Sacred Site now getting locked in. So a lot of scaling potential for him. Horseman, Keshik are riding over there, but the army is reacting quickly here. Going to dive towards the Scholar. Archer's a bit exposed, but the Ghazi. I start whittling the backside. Keshik's just trying to sustain himself here, but the Spearmen are pursuing fast. He needs to just hit whatever he can and get out. Big expensive there, though. Horseman, Keshik's dying. He took out, what, maybe 3 Ghazi? And also in the retreat, check this now. Because he's running with Keshik's guys, he moves slower. In fact, this is doubly brutal. It puts Horsemen at the back of the formation, you lose them first, and then the Ghazi will be able to chase the Keshiks anyway. So it's a double losser for Puppypaw here. The best thing he could have done there is pulled the Horsemen away immediately. Love this, Dimmu. He says, okay, well, you're not going to run back into spears. I can just cut you off. Oh, but he loses the micro. He still should be able to chase. If he goes beyond this, it will give the catch up, but the longer this takes, the worse it gets. So remember, the spears are now further away. So Ghazi have to just line up here. The body blocks come through. Puppypaw in a bit of a panic, but Dimmu, it may have been a bit slippery, not the cleanest, but he gets the cleanup he needs. 4 Keshiks now only for Puppypaw. He's switching hard into archers, but Dimmu has done enough damage. He can now follow suit here. And Puppypaw, he's done with the age. He realizes this for what it is. It is a false cause. There's a bamboozle. It needs to be a switch up. Castle Age needs to be the target. He's not there yet, though. And this is the beautiful thing. When you've got all these spears with all these infantry, folks. Oh, look at that. I can get my extra eco safely, and I don't have to waste time idling villagers to do it. Oh, that's beautiful. Red versus purple? Red and purple aren't that close. I mean, like, there's worse culprits, right? Pink and purple. Green and yellow, maybe? I don't know. Actually, that one's not that close. Well, it is, actually. Blue and teal. Blue and teal, for God's sake. Oh, the wall. Oh, the timing on that. Oh, that has to be so frustrating. He was so close to hitting it. Another Keshik going down. Sacred Site control. Now much easier for Dimmu. Now, does he sense what's coming next? He has to be suspicious, right? He hasn't seen more troops out of Puppypaw. Alarm bells should be going off for Ben. Question now is, can he catch up quick enough? You just shuffle down the berries, so that gathering rate should be spiking here, right? 19 villages here, so you should be up to like 1,000 food. The Golden Horn Tower's already on the way, though. But if Dimmu senses this and quickly techs, or quickly dives, actually, there's some big potency. One thing I really hate about Eastern Contract is Castle Age. Because here's the thing about Castle Age, guys. What do you get access to when you go Castle Age? Golems. Do you not already have a men-at-arms unit you're going to spam? The problem with the tier 2 option for Eastern Contract is you kind of fulfill the role that you already have for your comp. You don't get something new. I've always found that quite the conundrum with the Eastern Contract choice. You can try to keep playing Keshiks. But that's the difference, right? The other contracts offer a transition to a new unit type that isn't necessarily counted. Whereas Byzantine's playing Keshiks, going into Golems, I was already thinking I probably need crossbows, right? Or I already have spears, so I'm going to deal with the Keshiks, they're not going to be a threat. And you switching into Golems, you're not going to have your Vrang anymore. It feels really weird. Golems can make mango? Wow, that would have been great in Season 8. Well, why make mango when you can make mango tower? Oh, this toxic piece of crap. No. Dimmu's like, okay, it's one of these games. Sacred Site locked in, boys. Let's just go Castle Age. Wait, now with English attack speed or being nerfed, does that mean it's no longer the most toxic outpost? Instead, it's the Byzantine outpost now, right? The Byzantines are the most toxic outpost builders. Look at that. Times are changing. Not in this way. House of Learning. Even without the mass scholars, Dimmu still values it highly. Puppypaw now having to shuffle his eco to the front side. He has to know this tech up's coming. What's the comp? What's the solution here? Are you just really going to try to archer blob against better archers? Doesn't sound like a recipe for success. The only upside, of course, is your opponent doesn't have many scholars, so he can't rush the tech. However, Puppypaw is yet to go for relics, and it looks like Dimmu is already in position to snatch 2 back safely. Was going to be free, but nice interception there by Puppypaw. That's true. He could hire elephants, actually. Tech up complete. He's going to march forward. He's not going to allow this decap to come through. Quite rightly, he shouldn't here. It's only 3 Keshiks. There's going to be a burn through attempt on the other side. Nice snipe. He denies the relic. And he's now going for them himself. So only 1 relic picked up for Dimmu so far. He needs to rush for the second. Extra scholars have been queued up. We've got men-at-arms, lancers on the way. And this is what I was talking about, guys. You are building a one-dimensional flood comp. And if your opponent is made aware of it too early, he can already be on his way to the counters. Can Puppypaw pull this off? I mean, the Flood isn't insanely quick right now. It does have a ramp up coming, though, with the extra food access. The question mark is Dumu actually pumping enough archery ranges? Double archery range, actually triple. Okay, so if he operates triple, he'll have enough crossbows to hold this. And we do have elephants on the way. Elephants is something Puppypaw has no solution to. In fact, if you just go War Elephant, Puppypaw's army does nothing against them. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the Tower Elephant choice. I think maybe War Elephant would have worked a little bit better here. But if he at least uses the Lancers efficiently to raid, he can justify the fact he didn't spend the time on a War Elephant. Looks like it's a 3-2 relic split. Nah, as long as Puppypaw actually gets this one. I don't even know if we've got a Monk on the way. We should have a Monk on the way. But I don't see one. So this could actually be a 4-1 relic game. That doesn't mean that Puppypaw is screwed. As long as he connects these systems in, he can be quite strong for that. Oh, no. Oops. It's not really as strong as an economy as it should be. Also, Olive Grove count is at what? Okay, that's actually not too bad. Up to 15, he's starting to get towards that late game economy. Tower Elephants got buffed. What was the change that they buffed? Exactly. What part are you talking about? I don't think they really got that buffed. Clash coming in. Yeah, only the ones... Okay, I was about to say, not these ones. Wrong ones. Clash coming in, though. This Archer backline is overwhelming. Frontline of Golems, Rangin spreading out, just trying to hold. The Lancers, though, the Lancers are the problem. There's not really anything in here to counter them. And also keep in mind, if Dumu starts to feel a bit friend, all he needs to do is frontline with the Elephant. The Archer crossbows will do nothing against that unit. 8 ranged armor and 600 health. And here we go. He realizes that Dumu just sends one forward. Puppypaw has to retreat away from this. Now, he did at least pull the relic back, so a little bit more economy to work with. But a big military question mark here. Limitane switch on the way. Dumu still has quite a lot of archers. Admittedly, not veteraned up because he doesn't have enough scholars, but that could be changing. Queues it up. Just under 3 minutes away. Puppypaw. Wait, what happened? Where did he lose villagers? What? Oh my god. Dumu, I think he had a lance around the back that hit him hard. So Puppypaw, so much for being spared from the pain here. Dumu, if he can keep this pressure up, he's on the verge of eliminating the reigning champion. No freaking way. Was it over here? I saw corpse down, so presumably the villagers were running out somewhere, got caught. And the Elephant's still unanswered here. Limitane are trying to trickle out. Dumu, he still does have food. He's got the deer in the center. He can't go for the boar, of course. He could be gambling and go for the north side deer, or he's going to have to go for a farm transition here. Upside for him, he can build into archers to buy some time. Like, I actually think he should be building archers as the most cost-efficient thing for him. He has loads of wood, not much food. But for now, Puppypaw will get an opportunity to bite back, and he needs to fast here. Dumu, I think he might have actually missed villager production at some point there as well. Farm count is still what? Yeah, 21. So he added in 6 more. It's double. Make that triple Tower Elephant, though. The problem is, have you got teardrop shields? No. So, yeah, Puppypaw, he just queued it up. He needs teardrop. He can't actually fight these elephants without it. He won't be able to gap close. Lancer. Oh! Doesn't want to give over that extra gold trickle. Elephants aren't going to start kiting back. The archers still not vetted up. In fact, it looks like by the time it comes through, they're all going to be eradicated. 5 seconds remaining on the timer, but the elephants and the men-at-arms of the Lancers might be able to still win this fight. Puppypaw, the problem here is he can clear up the MAA with crossbows, but he still has nothing to answer elephants. He's going to be forced to retreat. Crossbows are also slowing down said retreat. Look at the damage. He's going to back away now. So Pake's also coming in. That means crossbow and crossbows. Dimu will be favored. Right now, Puppypaw's potential edge is Limitane. He needs a lot of them, though. Farms are starting to come in small quantities. A lot of stone being gathered, so Dimu likely going for a keep drop to make this a bit more comfortable. I, for one, am thoroughly impressed by Ben today. I mean, reminder that Puppypaw is the guy to be scared of, right, in tournaments. Marino, the obviously known one, but Puppypaw really seen as the follow-up right now. Dimu looking like he's got his number here. As long as he can survive this farm transition, the elephants are very difficult to answer. 2 Sacred Sites is definitely not helping the situation either. That's a lot of passive gold, remember. He's getting 250 extra gold a minute after that. He might be regretting building his farms here. He has got more coming behind, though. We're getting operational. Sacred Site's still not really something that Puppypaw wants to sit on. Dimu does need to be a little bit careful with the elephant's positioning. The Limitane do now have the teardrop shields. He's moving them in formation, though, which is a big mistake. Finally shuffles them past. Puppypaw looking to chase down here. He needs to pinch them, though. He needs to go beyond. The men-at-arms are trying to block that opportunity, though. He's going to be able to extract one. Tower Elephant is just not able to exit, though. Dimu not able to get away. But the Limitane are now dead. It was only one elephant going down to clear that. Scholars are now here. Can Puppypaw break him? Keep drop now coming in. You either focus on elephants or you focus on the keep. What's it going to be? 2 tower elephants remaining. He needs to get in range for the melee. He just needs to start headbutting these boys down. And the archers, they have to fixate on the scholars, on the elephants here. Dimu is still not dead. Castle goes up. Another elephant down. But they done what they needed. They bought enough time. Limitane wave has arrived. Byzantines need to dive beyond this. What is this game? Dimu, by the skin of his teeth in this one. Puppypaw, he has got 1 Sacred Site, needs to lock a second, because right now Dimu's in a kind of camping phase. He doesn't want to come out. Getting old and strange up in the mountains. 35 farms, but obviously 8 of those not operational. Puppypaw is going to just shuffle in. No wall here. So Dimu's issue is he's got to keep, great, but he doesn't have protection for the backline of food. If Puppypaw realizes this and just wraps around, he could win this game instantly. Dimu now trying to get into Ghazi. Interesting choice considering the Limitane threat. Probably feels that tower elephants are a little bit slow to scale. Farms on the front line are at least being operated again. Yeah, okay, that is curious. You'd think Dimu, with how important the elephants were, he would have went Mahoots, because I think Mahoots would have maybe kept the elephants alive a lot longer there. But no. It's actually the last thing he queued up. We do actually have this really cool deck coming in. Force March is sick for just reinforcing and repositioning. Could be the difference maker. Oh boy, he's trying to get around that backside again. Dimu with a few idle villagers not working. Dimu finally shuffles them away. Tower elephants are standing their ground now as a result of that, though. And they hold. Limitane, they're dead. 1 elephant goes down, though. It's going to be able to shove them back again. The Ghoulims are wasting a lot of people's time here, though. Able to finally clear them up. Men-at-arms are being ignored. He's trying to dive in. He wants that elephant kill so badly. Not able to get it. And the Ghazi are revealed. Limitane dead. Puppypaw, he overextended. The crossbows are going to waste a lot of effort bringing down just a few Ghazi here. And the good news is that the Force March isn't in yet, so it can't be utilized. The raiding force has been shut down. Second wave is now coming in for Puppypaw. Behind this, the farm's once again operational, though. Dimu, his food income is competing with the Byzantines here. Oh, just a little bit exposed. Elephants are just going to start headbutting down the few Keshiks in the formation. What is this fight? Limitane are being focus fired here, folks. There's practically no spears left to deal with the tower elephants again. Oh my god. I can already imagine the rants from Puppypaw about elephants after this one. You feel like you should have won this game, but this unit has just stopped you time and time again. And look at the dive! He can't get it. He overextends again trying to snipe that. He has got a small eco lead. He has got the timer ticking on the sacred sites, but there is a growing risk that Dumu is going to weasel his way out of his hole here with a very strong army. Remember, guys, at all times, 12 of the 44 army here are scholars. And yet he's still holding. What was it? At one point, I think it was like 35 military to 88. Not just that, we now have village fortresses coming into the picture. So that little bit of chip damage that put him 3 ahead isn't really going to matter in the grand scheme of things. System level is at least at 4, so it's buffing his economy by quite a bit. Dimmy at this point has to be love and life. Farm transition essentially complete, right? The comfortable phase now arrives. Gold access, still looking good. He's got 2k down here. He's got another 3k up here. Top of that, 3 relics. He has what he needs, because the beautiful thing is as this game goes deeper, Byzantines lacking gold is going to be a problem. Delhi lacking gold, less so, considering they don't have to pay for all those techs. And still not fully out of the woodworks yet, though. He could actually afford to wait for Mahoots and then make his move. He's got 7 minutes left on the timer, 2 minutes for Mahoots. That's when you become very difficult to reach. I think maybe we're going to see another raid attempt by Puppypaw. What? He actually backs up from it. That actually would have been the golden opportunity there. Considering that Dimmu just exhausted the gold on the south side, or rather is close to, he's moving into the north side one. Boy, he has gone pretty hard into horsemen here. I mean, this is a scary army he's massing. I think he's realized the mistake is he's just kind of trickling troops trying to stop those farms. It's inevitable they are what they are now, so it's better to just cap your military and go. We're on the verge of that. 190 military pop. Horsemen. I'm going to start chasing onto the economy. We have got village fortresses operational, remember. So Dumu is going to start taking the lead on village account. Tower elephant count is now up to 5. I thought we might see some Ghazi, but I guess the Limitane obviously too much of a scare force there. Archer's a bit tricky here though, right? Like I almost feel as if Horseman is the easy peasy win condition for Puppypaw. I think we might find out soon. We have at least got War Elephants added in. That would be the solution. War Elephants are so absurd they can even beat Limitane. So he's going to start striking. Backstab is coming in. Puppypaw with a 2-pronged assault. Make it a 3. It's a surround. Dumu. He overextends. Backline in trouble. The Horsemen find the prime target. The squishy underside. Puppypaw is going to send him running, packing all the way back to base with a ticking time bomb on this map. In fact, that time bomb might not even explode. Dumu might simply have to concede. The Elephants trying to get away from this. 4 will shuffle home, but they are short a front line. War Elephant also not great here. Not up against this many crossbows in small quantities. Not going to work. And by God, I think he's done it. I think we're going to get a full 5-game series in the first semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 3. Scholars standing their ground now. A last stand at that. Crossbow should be able to easily eradicate the War Elephant. Are they quick enough, though? Frontline is fitting a little bit, but he's got just enough troops trickling in here. The crossbows, they're making sure they target down the injured elephants. God damn. I swear no elephants were harmed in the filming of this this movie. Okay, that's a lie. A lot of elephants have died for this. Number one goes down. Timu holding on by the hair of his chinny chin chin. But wait. No freaking way. Is that tech really making the difference? It's the houses. The houses with the archer shots. Well, it gets better state of execution, but he still needs to come out. Sacred Site timer under 4 minutes. Remember, this is a tech you get from House of Learning. It lets you garrison inside your houses. They also get substantially more health. Oh, that's incredible. Demo. Can he? No, there's no way. There's no way you get away with this. It's a good idea. He's going to pause the timer, but that type of sneak, surely never. So the Ghazi is going to be pulled off the site. Demu just needs so much time in this game. I don't know if that really exists anymore. His gold is practically drained. 1,000 left here, and then he's out. And those elephants aren't cheap. 600 gold, 400 food per. I mean, trust the guy who used to main Terrans in StarCraft to use bunkers to survive. Palatine school now on the way. Demu. Well, where are the signs of life now? He's getting the spears together, Ghazi as well, because he has to. Not because he wants to, right? He can't afford gold-type units anymore. He needs this decap, though. Without this, this game is over. With it, it might still be. Because now he's an age behind. Imperial Age complete. Demu. He's going to have to stockpile hard. Puppypaw, he's waiting for the army. He's not letting him have this. And Palatine, because he wants more Limitane. This gives you the Zerg. March towards the site. Demu needed to posture beyond, but he didn't. It's his last stand here. Only 2 elephants this time. A decent number of scholars, but not good enough. The triple mangonel siege comes in. Puppypaw has done it. We are going to a map number 5. And what a fight it required to get him there. Puppypaw looked dead in that castle age. It looked like Demu was just going to get away with the unthinkable. But he is denied here on the coastal cliffs. He will have to make that last stand, that last effort to slay the reigning champion on cliffside. Can he do it? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Is Ben going to annihilate our current reigning champion? Or is a recovery like this setting us up for a Puppypaw win and a back-to-back presence in the grand finals? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. Oh my god. We are chugga-chugga-choo-chooing the distance. The rumbling in my belly can be felt. Guys, if it wasn't for Proteins Works right now, I would starve out. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Take advantage of it if you haven't already. It's proof that it works. This strawberry and cream has been the thing sustaining me, and we're like, what, 7 hours live? I'd be dead hungry without it. So, we have a win for the Byzantines over the Delhi there. That gets us to a game number 5. What is up, my wonderful anonymous gifter? 10 gifted subs. You absolute legend, whoever you are out there. I appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone who's been subscribing. Keep it pumping, guys. I love to see it. We've cracked another sub goal. We're up to 260. I think I said my desire for the month would be like 350, 400. I'd be pretty happy with. I think we're kind of on pace for that. So keep it coming. It's valuable to you guys as well because we are doing these every single week. If you guys are new here and you're like, what the hell's the midweek muster? This is our 30-week esports circuit. This is the 3rd edition. We have got another 27 weeks of this. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays I am live on all those days casting here on this channel. So you 100% should subscribe if you haven't. Bare minimum, you should be following. And if you don't catch the games, don't worry. There are the VODs. And there is also the YouTube side where a lot of these get uploaded. So, we're getting ready to go now. Yo, what is up? Is that Der51 Got? I don't know. Does he go? Is that Does he go? Thank you very much, mate. You're an absolute legend. Appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Look at you. Love the support for the community. You guys are incredible. Weird how just KP stream stops on app. Wait, what? I don't know what it is. I noticed. So we had this the other day when a sub goal was cracked because it readjusts. My stream cut out for like 30 seconds, so Twitch could basically update my sub goal. It was very weird. Okay, so let's give out the predictions. What do you think we're going to see in the final game, guys? Because we are down to just 2 options. It's going to be Roos or it's going to be Roos, right? So we're probably looking at Roos versus Mali for Cliffside. I don't think you want to play Japanese there, right? Could you? I mean, in theory, I think Malians probably just feels a bit stronger, though. Oh, sorry. Did we not mark GG? There we go. So we need to update graphic there. There we go. All things locked in. Yo, what's up, Eagle? Thank you very much, mate. More content, more content. Damn right. We got you covered. We've been cooking. All right. They're hopping in the game now. Moment of truth. Moment of revelation. Game number 5. Roos versus Malian. So, yeah, nothing crazy. What we would have expected, basically. God, I feel like that game should be uploaded, but I just don't know what to upload it as. I really need to find a YouTube manager to handle those things. Title, thumbnails, optimization. My brain off the top of my head can't figure out what it is. Maybe I'll come up with it later. But yeah. I'm looking for someone for that role, by the way. Wink, wink. Okay. Game 5. 2-minute predicky go. Needs civs in the thumbnail? I don't necessarily know if that's needed. I think the importance is keeping thumbnails simplistic. Like you want 3 elements max. Another coding shot? I might need to. 500 viewers? Whoop whoop! Look at us go! Thank you for everyone who's been supporting, who's been tuning in. Keep the love, keep the support coming. It's appreciated. Was your nephew interested in doing the stuff? So, tricky thing with my nephew is it's a 16-year-old kid. Giving an op. I just don't think he wants it. That's why I'm trying to figure something out that makes sense. It's the thing about when you were a kid, right? You'll do like the minimum like his homework, but you're not going to go the next mile. I wanted to incentivize him by offering him like a share of what the channel makes. So that he'd want to grow up, but I think he's just too young to get it. All right. We are going the full distance, and what am I seeing in this game? Roos Dark Age Spearman. One and all, welcome back to what has been an incredible semi-final for week number 3 of the midweek muster. Puppypaw takes to the Roos to make his last stand, and Dumu will be in his way on the Malians, trying to block Puppypaw from being a return title yoinker. This man who denied his brother last week from being a back-to-back victor in midweek muster now is potentially on the verge of defeat here. And this is going to help him a lot. Oh my god, the Ford Gold Spawn. Dumu, this is painful. No one wants to run into spears like this. Yeah, a little bit frustrating. I love the fact that Dumu's still trying to build more houses here. See if he can get away with it. I mean, I expect this out of like Mongols, HRE, but this is very unordinary. Villager has been idled out a lot. House not able to be completed. Dumu just trying to waste some time here. So yeah, Ben just wants to get to H2 as quickly as possible. He can't really contest this now. It's not worth it to go Donzo. Because if you go Donzo, Roost get 20% more wood. They can just play into archers. And yes, folks, we have another series after this. I'm going to pull it up for you so you can see. We've got another series happening after this one. Wham versus Anathan is kicking off literally as this one ends. Yeah, we go in deep into the night. We're already 8 hours live. If you guys didn't know, we stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And we stream a lot. Just like these boys play a lot. Dimu, is he going to go Saharan? I feel like you don't want to, right? But Saharan would be cool if you can get it like out here to block the center. It's just a bit tricky. And what is up? Getting squanched. Thank you very much for the bits, mate. Appreciate the support. Oi, oi, oi. And reminder, this is the actual first competitive series on the newest patch that dropped 19th of November. Let's get me man set. Yeah, the problem is this gold is so obnoxiously far out there. I don't think you could do Saharan, right? Also, did he get kind of scammed? No, I think it's the same distance. No, actually, dude, his gold is further away. It looks like it's maybe half a tile or so further away. Yeah, this is brutal. Oh, man. This is so painful to watch. I mean, this has been an insanely close series, right? We've actually had a game 4 where it looked like for a moment Dumu was going to close it in 4. To come into a game 5 like this, with this type of spawn, Dumu is going to have to pull off something magical. I wonder, is Puppypaw, yeah, Golden Gate, he could potentially be going 2TC. That's painful for Malians because when you've got such an atrocious spawn, if this delays you harshly, you're just going to be miles behind with Roost going 2TC. And what is up, Zeltwanger? Thank you very much for the 100 bits as well. Appreciate the support from you guys. Upsides, at least. I mean, Puppypaw didn't get the disgusting spawn where you get like double deer boar on one side. However, he has got the boar and the deer nearby as you normally would on this type of map. Sheep could still favor... Well, it's looking pretty bad. 14 sheep ready for Puppypaw. Only 8 for Dimu. Yeah, both of them haven't been prioritizing the scouting on the outside as much. They've been more focused on down the center. And yo, what is up, Yarlock? Thank you very much, man. 1,500 bits. You're an absolute legend. Look at that. I think with Subtrain went up to level 6. I think it's about to expire out, but you guys are incredible. Keep up the sport. It definitely helps. I mean, my goal is to get to a point where we can basically feed my family off of content creation and then grow beyond and then do some cool esports things like we're already doing here. And every person who turns up, every person who drops a sub, every person who tells someone else this streams are going on, you help make that more possible. So another pitmine attempt on the backside, but that's not going to work out. He has at least got archers on the way. Thank you very much, Amigo Boda. Absolute legend with the prime sub. Question is, who's going to be subbing to who here? As in submitting. Because Puppypaw has had a strong opening, and the follow-up is exactly what you would expect out of someone facing Malians. He's going 2TC. Probably going to be on the deer in the back. You've just seen your opponents building archers. You can't go too wide here. Otherwise, you'll get punished. Damn, look at that. Subtrain complete. 23 subs and 1,700 bits. You absolute legends. Yeah, so at this point, Dimu needs to counterattack, right? You can't just go, oh, yeah, he came in and stole my lunch money. That's fine. I mean, I didn't want to eat today anyway. If I did, I just would have went across to KP's channel and used his KillerPigeon code on Protein Works to get replacement meals. That's fine, though. I don't want to eat. But if I did, I was going to eat that. No, he has to attack. And we have got Warrior Scouts being queued up. So, Puppypaw, as long as he doesn't get out of line with his placement, he should be fine. And I think this is fine. On the backside deer here, because archers aren't going to gap close quick enough. He could play it a bit safer. Wow, he is actually going to play it really safe. So it's going to be playing into the gold vein and the berries. And I am starting to think Dimu is looking at pro scouts. Like, he doesn't have much in the way of sheep, right? He's down to 5. If you have to now, after this delay in the early game, start pumping into cattle to eat with your villagers directly, 2TC is going to eclipse you. So it's pretty crafty. I think we might see Dimu trying to end the game with feudal. And Dumu's deer, yeah. His entire spawn has taken a questionable turn here, I'm not going to lie. By the way, guys, just a reminder, before anyone was like, this is outrageous for a tournament, a deciding game. How dare we? This is a default map. This is the same map. This is not like a special Cliffside edition. This is the one that you guys queue into on ranked. And it can still do brutal things like this. I mean, the Malians was an ambitious pick in the first place, right? What was the other pick we said Dumu had up his sleeve? I think it was Japanese. Japanese probably just don't play very well into Rus. You don't see it too often. You don't see much of Japan at the moment. They're a bit too one-dimensional. The tricky part with Malians, though, is on a map like this, you aren't guaranteed good pit mines, right? You get 2 that will usually be accessible, third one that's super far away, and then you're talking about central ones where the cliffs actually block houses. And yeah, we have got a deer shove, of course. Oh, no! No! He went pro scouts! The deer have already been yoinked. Oh, freaking Canadian things, man. So Dumu, I mean, he can still play for free deer stacks, but essentially Puppypaw has everything he wants. And he's not content with just that. He's now going for knights to contest. Good lord. There isn't a world in which we get Farimba, right? No, that would be crazy. So the issue with Farimba, this is something I really hate about its design now. Farimba doesn't work for rushing, in my opinion. Maybe if you're up against like Archer Blob, you can then go for the Freeborn. That's about it though. Instead, when you go for Musafadi or you go Javelineer, you basically want to play a long feudal to get an army big enough. So Dumu is probably going to want to attack here. He can't just chill and be like, I'm going to Farimba rush. This isn't the old Farimba. Remember, they changed it so that you get a unique unit type from it. But you don't get 5 units produced every X seconds. Spearman already being a little bit of a nuisance. Archers are nearby though, so he won't be able to stop him taking these deer home. The Knights is going to be a little bit more annoying. So his goal with these Knights, by the way, is he gets an opportunity to attack Eco, but he also forces Dumu to invest into Donzos. And Dumu doesn't even have the racks yet. He's trying to go ranches. So this is going to sting him. Behind this, Puppypaw, of course, is already starting to save up. We should have a high trade house coming soon. Maybe you delete the house. Maybe it's worth it. He might just settle for one on the ford, though. I'd be impressed if Dumu wins this, man. This is pretty harsh. This opening from Puppypaw was designed to brutalize a greedy Civ like the Malians. Yeah, I've got the Raxes being added in now. You know what I think you do here if you're Dumu? You actually scale Musafadi, and then you go for a Farimba. I know it sounds weird, like you want to build Donzos against Knights, but if you build Donzos, you don't have an army you can upgrade straight away. It was tricky either way. Puppypaw about to trigger the tech up. Some of the scouts are getting denied. Archers have to stand their ground just to get the food home. And we do have sofas coming. We know Ben likes to do this in the feudal age. But with the spears already here with the knights, questionable how impactful it's going to be. And the high trade house is dropped where we fought. Get your numbers in, folks. How big are we going? Is Puppypaw about to take HDH NFT to the moon? Okay, that was terrible. I'm sorry. When you call it HDH, it does kind of sound like a Web3 thing. Yes, the Roost Crypto. I mean, it's not bad. He didn't chop the tree line too deep. It would have been more beneficial if he leaned east side instead to leave the trees alive. Behind this, I think we've just got Fulani. A very slow and sad Fulani. By the time he completes that Fulani, Puppypaw is going to be over 20 villages ahead, which pretty much offsets the entire value of Fulani. So tech out complete. Knights are still being spammed. Sometimes you might expect someone to go Horse Archers. It's just a little bit dangerous. Your opponent could still go Javelins, right? I could see Horse Archers kind of working here, though. Especially now that you've got your opponent forced into just pumping Donzos. Walls are going up to try and minimize the Knight raids. And the high trade house number is going to be 144. Certified animal. Of course, the guy who's literally an animal would have got it. I mean, they do spawn out of this. So yeah, pretty decent. That's basically like almost 2 relics just there for free in a game where he has map control, right? So he can play for additional relics. And we have him going for Vet Archers. Ooh. As long as Dimmu doesn't lose economy here, which somehow he doesn't, there is a play for him here, guys. And that's going to be Javelin with Donzo. Because Puppypaw is going into Archers, he's kind of opening the door for it. 145. Sorry, certified animal. You're fired. Decimal points not usually included on the initial tick. So yeah, Monastery coming. I mean, everything is very clean by Puppypaw right now. He understands his timings very clearly. He's not fluffing it. All right, Invicta 33. Well played with the 145. The true legend. I mean, we don't hold it against certified animal, okay? You know, he's an animal. He doesn't have opposable thumb, so when he counted, he was... I mean, he had a paw, but he was actually like a thumb short of the correct count. Humans win again. But did Claymax get it? There was so many of you, I lost track. Good job, whoever got it. Pat on the back. Whoop, whoop. Look at this lead, though. We said it was going to be 20-plus villages. It is. And this isn't even a full Lani still. It's a 2/3 Lani. There you go. I'm getting even worse with the puns. So what's the recovery arc here? Your opponent's going Archers. You could just play Sofas. Sofa Archer for you is really good, right? You've got the Toxin Arrows and you've got Sofa Flood to deal with infantry. Even Sofas in the Spears, it sounds terrible until you realize like they're quite chunky and you've got Archers to assist, they'll clear quickly. Archers with Toxins will deal with Knights. There is still hope for Dimmu fans here. It's not over. Relics are on the way home. Puppypaw already returning one. Second one now to be grabbed. He's playing out into the boar as well. He's even going to find a sheep here. Wait, so if he's quick enough... This rallies to the Hunter Cabin, right? I always forget this, because this very rarely happens. It should, yeah, because you can do it with a Gur. So, oh... Yoink! Nice. That is a 2,700 food boar. Jackpot. Army's starting to bulk up though. Puppypaw is getting crossbows. So the Sofa solution looking less ideal now. We have got Mustafadi getting queued up. Dimmu, he can use these to potentially raid, but for the main fight, there's no real reason to have them. Your opponent's already building spears. And remember, Archers do counter Mustafadi as well. I think it's just Dimmu trying to play classic Malians, which is get your flood going, right? You Zerg Mustafadi to bulk your force, you bring Sofa to bring quality. But I feel like he actually just needs to go very hard into Archers here. Seems to agree. Poison Arrow now being researched, so minute and 30 seconds away. Fulani has at least been filled out now, but it's a bit exposed, right? The position isn't ideal here. He didn't build it behind the TC. Wonders, Puppypaw just build one ram. Build one ram, you're able to delete the ranches, right? And then you just make this a perma-grief. Blacksmith is also a tricky part right now. Puppypaw has an overwhelming edge there. He's going to have +2/+2 for ranged. Dimmu is falling behind, which is surprising for a Civ that usually has so much gold. And yeah, this is eternal sadness. He's having to spam houses behind this. He also, by the way, is down to 1 pit mine in age 3. At this point, it might be worth just sneaking out onto these golds, get a little bit of extra income. It's not ideal due to the housing. You can't put it all the way around the pit mine, but it still would be additional resources. He's going to block Sacred Site as a win condition, but Dimmu is close to the point where he's going to be forced to fight. Now, this could get interesting. If he allows Puppypaw to overextend slightly around the flank, he could overwhelm. Still a bit hesitant to engage. And with this many archers, he probably just doesn't like the fact that 2/3 of his army are light infantry. However, when Puppypaw walks like that... What? The freest of engagements. Never stare a gift horse in the mouth. Puppypaw. Well, we talked about needing thumbs. Apparently, he definitely doesn't have them. He is actually a real dog here. The paw's not quite grip around the side of the mouse there because that was a fumble of a walk-in. Dimu trying to counter-attack, but he needs to calm down. This was a good start for him, but it doesn't give him control of the game. Sofas are at least going to raid in, so some villagers are going to be sniped on the backside. Some out-of-time achieved there. Second wave is now starting to arrive. We've got more archers in the formation. Spear count not looking that great for Puppypaw. Only 8 on the front line. Sofas are at least being targeted down. However, the archer mass for Dimu is starting to win out here. It's going to force a reset. Puppypaw doesn't want to leave because the crossbows in retreat are going to die is the issue. Remember, archers are quicker. Doesn't really have a choice anymore. However, the eco advantage, despite that fumble, may be the real deal that matters here. Look at it. It's almost 30 villager advantage now for Puppypaw. Farms being transitioned into. If he completes this move up to 30 farms, curtains closed. Dimu exhausted himself on that push, trying to defend. Mass crossbows a weird choice? I don't think so. Not with these choke points. If you do spears, you counter Musafadi, and you do crossbows to make sure your opponent can't go Sofa, right? You have kind of given Dimu the route to success, which is just build archers. I would agree with that. But Dimu has been so paranoid about something else in the comp, he's been spreading thin between three. Instead of just going hard into archers with a small sprinkling of like Sofa, for example. It's like, yeah, I would normally agree, but you have to remember, Dimu is playing blind. Puppypaw just has full vision advantage. He can see what his opponent's up to. All's now going up. I mean, Puppypaw could just go to Imperial Age at this rate. 2,000 surplus gold. Naturally happens when you have high trade house, hunting cabins, relics, sacred sites, the whole kit and caboodle. Dumi needs an extra TC. If he goes for an extra TC, he's just dead. He needs to do damage. Like there's a point where mirroring TC is kind of redundant. You're just playing further from behind, right? What he needs to do is do damage. At this stage, think of it this way. Dimu has a smaller economy, yes, but that means he has less villages spread out across the map. Puppypaw should have more spread, which means a raid by you should be more impactful compared to one by Puppypaw. In theory. But he does need to find that opening, that opportunity. I think Puppypaw is just going to go in. Wait. Wait, what? They just got buffed. We've got Springalds. Yeah, these got amped up, right? They got increased by, was it 1 damage, I think? What on earth am I witnessing? I mean, they only get bonus against melee infantry, not against the range, guys. Keep that in mind. And yes, more health as well. I think they went from, was it 70 to 85 or 75 to 85? Well, I mean, in fairness, it is a blob of Musafadi, so in theory, they're diving in now. No local knowledge, so no heal at the beginning of this fight. Dimu! What's happening with the numbers? Musafadi around the backside. Springals are wasting their time on the wrong target. Frontline is starting to fail for Puppypaw, and this is mass toxin arrows on the back. He's spawning again! This can't keep happening. I mean, now you just move in to snipe out the Springals, right? They only have 60% ranged armor. Crossbows are forced to front line, and they will always lose up against these archers. I can't believe Dimu isn't dead when he's behind by 35 villagers. Even with Fulani, right? That makes up about 20. Then you add in the fact your opponent has 3 relics, you have the high trade house to balance out against the lack of pit mines. Then again, Dimu, he did take the cheap man's pit mines out here, right? 61 gold each. However, I think Puppypaw probably has reached the acknowledgement point of, well done, Ben. You're very good at playing RTSs. But macro don't lie. Age 4, just around the corner. And This has to be a high armory, right? With the way he's building his comp. You could Spaskaya, though, as a staging point. But yeah, high armory coming in now. That is going to give him the extra +1 range for the Springalds. I don't know if he's going to commit to that further. In theory, the idea behind the Springalds is smart here, guys. Because these narrow choke points, when you just try to flood infantry in, right? You just pierce through like 5 different units. Same difference in training is almost insignificant. What, crossbow versus archers? Yeah, but you're not going to have the same amount, right? Remember, a crossbow costs 120, an archer costs 80. And then these are also Marlian archers that have the poison. But these crossbows are out to get an edge. Elite techs are going to be accessible here. Mango spam coming from Dimmu. Ambitious. He actually needs to tech himself now. Maybe he sees the Zerg point, though. He's got military advantage, right? I guess if you wait, your opponent's going to get all his elite techs, all his Streltsy. So he looks instead to push now. Going to be marching. Mangoes, Springalds. So you better do a lot of damage with this flood through. That wasn't the damage I was looking for. Passe walls are so frustrating, guys. Like, the fortified ones double the health. It just takes too long to burn through with Mangoes here. So Dimmu instead is going to have to back up and go wide. He has started to stockpile resources gradually here. This is a siege race now, guys. And this is the funny thing. Mangoes are better at dealing with age 4 units than age 2/3 units, i.e. archers. Dimmu having mass archers is kind of actually beneficial into siege from the other side. His own siege is going to be more impactful because Streltsy are more costly for their space, right? If you think about how small the Mango Splosh is, you hit like 9 units, right? You hit 9 archers, that is going to be 720 resources, right? You hit 9 Streltsy, and that's going to end up being 1,620 resources. There's a burn through attempt at the back. Dimmu's buying time with this, by the way. Tech's just around the corner. Smart choice. Doesn't dive in. He's done what he needs to. He's bought time. Because although there's a keep drop in the center, Puppypaw still doesn't have Sacred Sight win condition. And his army is now reacting as far away as possible. This is a classic move. When you need to buy time for a tech up, you force your opponent to the absolute opposite side of the map. Puppypaw is aware that something isn't right, though. He's trying to react, but the For the Huntress is already on the way, and it's just out of vision. He's coming back again. The rewall. You need to react to this. Because if these guys get on the farms, it's pure chaos. For the Huntress, the timing might actually be perfect here. Dimmu, if he gets this defense up, with banker repairs as well, Puppypaw won't be able to breach. Meanwhile, the wall breach has completed. Okay, so this is where you want to peel off the Sofa. Sofa are much quicker here. Just send them in ahead of time. Send the Musafai to different locations. Going to force out of time on the farms here. Tech up now complete. Mangoes are here to defend. He's got enough troops in reserve, and he has got the beautiful Fort the Huntress to provide that useful stealth with the double strike. Or first strike, rather. Musafai love that. Easily deals with the spears. Sofa's raided. Puppypaw, that eco lead that he clawed up with, starting to be removed. Now just a 22 villager difference between them. Passe Ball's coming up. No, not this vile crap again. I've seen this before. I'm getting flashbacks to Anathan in the team tournament. This was a disgusting strategy. And this is tough. The Fulani is being harassed. Bombards are on the way. Dimmu needs to be quick about that. But Bombards, it takes 3 hits to kill a Mangonel. And these Mangoes are about to get buffed. Adjustable crossbars coming in a minute. Precision training is on the way. Dimmu still about 30 seconds out from that. Streltsy are at least reacting on the back, but the Sofa are going to do a decent job of trading into this. Yeah, a big reaction forced out of Puppypaw to defend against this raid group. Behind this, we have got TC in the corner, so not a situation now where Ben is going to fall behind on villages. Bombards have now arrived. Spearmen are moving in to mop up and ruin the cow. Bombard Wait, what's it attacking? Buddy? It's like when your dog's just staring at the door for no reason. What? I mean, they could actually just be attacking a keep right now. Mangoes are screwing up. But the timing, guys, the timing is terrible here. Adjustable crossbars is coming into 5 seconds. Fulani looking like it's about to crumble here. Demu, he's got the veterancy, the elite tech rifle for the archers coming. He already elited the Musafadi, the Sofa first. It's an interesting choice to not prioritize the archers. Manka repairs helping out, but not enough. Grand Fulani down. The bombards, well, they can at least start sniping out a few of the infantrymen. But the Cal have been released to the afterlife. And there's no, wait, there's no tree line here. There's no economy either, so it'd be a bit of a bait and a dive if Puppypaw goes in there. Mangoes, though. It's a lofty sum. No adjustable crossbars just yet. That's Dumu's next goal. Remember, that's the edge that Puppypaw has. His mangoes are notably more lethal than the ones that Dumu have to defend with. You get 1 extra burst of attack, and you also get the extra tower range. Still, a bit ballsy to step up to bombards like this. And we finally have local knowledge. I'm surprised this didn't come out sooner. Remember, this is the one that gives you healing at the beginning of a fight. So you heal 25 damage done to you. Very good, actually, against the mangoes in particular. Speaking of the mangoes, Puppypaw is in the wrong position here. Smush is coming in. Streltsy need to step back further than that. He's baited him into a terrible fight. Puppypaw has to back away. The Springles just... I don't think this was worth it. The archers, remember, they don't take the bonus damage from Springles. It's only melee. So he clears the front line, but loses his own way too fast here. Bombards continue to push this back. Weirdly enough, the guy who should have been the Bombards with the high armory, with the fine-tuned guns, is the guy failing to make that transition. Oh my god. Dude, Dimir is a miracle worker. Is this Ben in his final form? Yeah, I always talk about Ben just being such a talented player, but sometimes in the critical moment, it feels like something's missing. It's not quite there to get across the final hurdle. We know he's capable of great things. I think Marine Lord said something about this as well, where like Marine Lord said Duma will be in a perfect position, control the game, and then he'll just do something almost a bit weird to lose control. But here, he's doing it all right. From an atrocious start in this game. Look at him now. 5 bombards. Puppypaw struggling to mirror the play. The mango smush big. The Streltsy mass not fast. A horseman switch underway, but Dumu, does he sense it? He needs to be into Donzo here. Well, it is revealed early. Puppypaw, I think that's too soon. He needed to wait a little bit longer here. He doesn't have the biology either. So this is where Dumu just needs to start pumping Donzos in mass. But right now he has a problem. He hasn't even vetted them. So it's going to be a retreat. However, Puppypaw just revealed his strat. Behind this, the Fulani is back up and operational, guys, and he's filling out the ranches. He's clawing back in. Adjustable crossbars now coming in, something that was missing this whole time. Yeah, a bit peculiar to see him going for the Elite Musafadi over the Donzos. But I guess in theory, with the first strike, it's pretty cool. Look at the damage he does. 1 hit in is pretty much like you're running a spear into a horseman. Well, he's making sure that siege doesn't die easily. We even have siege works now on the way. Yeah, still no siege works for Puppypaw, though. And that's why it's making it so easy for these bombards to snipe him. Almost like a few Sofa are going to ride in. The Freeman leadership also giving the gap close. A key drop on the way, but the bombard's so close. Mangoes are going to return fire here. Bombards, they go straight after the keep. And the archers finish off the injured mangoes. Castle goes up, but immediately going to be going down here. Streltsy pushing forward, but the mango count still looking decent. Difficult fight. Puppypaw, he still has a lot of gold to work with on the map. But he's starting to lose control of the center lane. A big no-no in a siege ball. Gives your opponent immediate access to your base. Bombard Sofa is now riding in. Villagers in the front line trying to gather the stone for a backup keep here. Both of them pretty heavily into siege. Puppypaw maybe a bit too heavily into gunpowder. He only has 2 horsemen. The mangoes are still in play. This fight is getting absurd. Mangoes, if they turn around right now, that could be smush. He's a little bit hesitant though, right? Because credit to him, Puppypaw, he has got a decent number of mangoes that could hit you in return. Oh my god, it's 10-pin Streltsy. I mean, Bombard's not bad at dealing with this, right? It's not quick to get a kill, but from long range, it's pretty effective. Plus, you have the 50 against infantry, so it's 2 hits to kill a Streltsy. The Mango's already injured and basically gives you a cleanup. And the Streltsy are now diving in. I don't know if that was worth it for 1 or 2 Mango kills, though. The Streltsy still getting cleared by the Bombards. Now, the tricky part about this, guys, is we're kind of leaning towards a point where it could end up being Sofa versus Horseman. Sofa will win that fight, which means Puppypaw has to keep leaning quite heavily into Streltsy to keep Dumu away from massing that comp. We actually have a creep on the left side, on the north side, rather. Stable's being dropped here. He's scouted where the gold is coming from. This is big. Remember, they divided the map south and north. The only reason this game is still going is because Puppypaw keeps finding more veins. But now it's Dumu's job to make veins appear on Puppypaw's forehead. He snatches the gold away. We've got a keep drop coming in the back from Dumu. Can he get this up? Yeah. Yeah, he can. It's only 2 horsemen. So the key drop on the Sacred Site, he's going for a Sacred Site win condition. Oh. That's wild. Okay, I think Puppypaw has come to his conclusion with the new patch. Spearwolves are not worth it. He was producing them for a while, now he's like, I think I've had my fun with this. I mean, it makes sense. You're against mostly archers and Sofa, so you need to be against melee infantry. The theory behind it is kind of cool, right? Massimu Safadi, a good counter, but reality check just doesn't play out. So mirrored keep drops here. Dumu is going to just gather stone in the area. Dumu's army is a little bit lackluster though, right? The count's been looking a bit questionable. I'm wondering what's been happening behind here to just force that kind of stalemate. He hasn't fully reboomed the ranch yet. He was in the middle of the farm transition. Okay, so we have true late game economy, right? No, only 14 farms so far. This is absurd. 5 bombards, 7 mangonels now. And we do have... Wait, we have a night switch. Oh, that's sick. Pole axes, right? You have so much health with Boys 42 biology, and then the pole axes gives you the +4 damage. And with Dumu, he's going to have a very chunky front line here. Remember, he's finally going towards it. He's been holding these fights, even winning these fights without biology. That's now coming through. Not just that. We've got a javelin switch potentially coming in. Pretty smart. The archers aren't able to trade well into Streltsy. The javelins outrange them. Another keep coming up, so a bit of a slog here. Banker repairs will allow Dumu to buy some time with the stone he's also got. Got a break in on the south side, but I think maybe Dumu needs to be moving with more urgency here. Puppypaw is doing a really good job of just shifting the north and south side as he needs for things like gold. However, this is a limited play. Streltsy plus Knights burns you fast. You've only got 2.5k gold left, and then the next one is in the center of the map next to Dumu. Oh, yeah. You might have to reveal what the comp is fully right now. Farimo is just crazy, guys. Look at this, 1.58, and also he has the first strike. So if he finds villagers, farewell, sweet princesses. Basically takes 2 hits to kill them. Also arriving. Oh, dude, Puppypaw. Is this the situation where Spaskaya would have been better? I think so, right? You're against a Zerg Civ, but you don't have stone walls to keep them out. Admittedly, these bombards would have made it hard anyway. But still, farms on the backside get found. Villagers in trouble. Puppypaw getting idled out. And also, this is just creating more space for Dimu to get everything unlocked. We even now have chemistry on the way. These bombards are going to slap down anything in front of them. Interesting, though. They don't one-hit Streltsy. They're actually shy by 5 damage. Kind of frustrating, actually. But archers can always move in and finish that off, right? So there you go. Oh, sorry, no. It's 50% of the bonus, right? 62. So you hit them for 112. They have 18 health left. So Vet Archer, actually Elite Archer rather with Poison, will get that kill for you. Yeah, this is going to make it pretty hard for the Streltsy. I love the way that Dimu is doing this, specifically on this map, by the way. Cliffside has these very delicate choke points that makes mass cavalry very hard to utilize. That's why Puppypaw hasn't been able to just spring on top of him yet. Top of that, Puppypaw just kind of needs to hide how much into Knights he really is. He's doing a good job of actually dodging the reveal, right? He's usually sending Streltsy, which is slow to react to the Musafadi and the Sofa. But it means that Dimu might not be aware of what type of cav it is. He's already expecting Horseman. The Knights did just get revealed, though. Dimu, just turn and fight. A bit of a slip up there, though. Some freebies given over. More than should have been. Yeah, several mangoes going down. Great micro by Puppypaw. He's getting rid of the threat. I cannot believe how many siege weapons he took out there. It's still a heavy push to try and dive into, but he got rid of, what, half the mangoes here? Now, unfortunately, Numu has infinite gold. He's going to reproduce. But the concept was sick there. Puppypaw, he almost carved an opening for Streltsy Mass, but now he's in trouble. Dimu, he's sick and tired of this crap. He's moving in. Ben says, look, I'm willing to take my invite to the grand finals after kicking your ass. I'm not willing to spend another 2 hours live. I've got a kid who's likely to wake up in about the middle of the night. And I am an old man who's too deep in the evening to sip more coffee. He wants this over with soon. Gunners coming in. We also have the silk bowstrings. He was thinking about javelins, but this allows archers to have that same effect. Streltsy are going to be outranged. This game! Knights in again. We've seen this before. Dimu. The siege is crumbling quickly. Down to just 2 mangonels, 3 bombards. Puppypaw now leveraging the advantage in that count, but barely. A lot of it is injured. Musafadi need to break through fast here. 2 mangoes on the front line. Streltsy line. Finning a bit, having to give way. It means the mangoes could be reached here. Not able to get that wallop, though. How is this game still going? He's trying everything. Serpentine powder now on the way. It's like Knights are raiding on the gold, but this is just a race to get every last ounce of gold off of the map. There's barely anything left. Dimu has control of the final veins. Then it is simply passive income. Puppypaw, he does have 3 relics. He got a Sacred Site. He has the High Trade House for 160 wood. 160 gold, rather. He does have these hunting cabins trickling gold as well. Doing everything he can to stay alive in this game. No traders. In fact, mathematically, that number can't be right? How does he have 1,200 passive gold? I mean, maybe he spammed some tickets. He must have spammed some tickets, right? I'm trying to figure if that math adds up. He's got quite a few hunting cabins. Oh my god, he's spamming them. He's spamming them very inefficiently, though. You're not meant to overlap them, guys. Dude, he's going crazy with these things. None up in the north. Hasn't used this tree line yet. But he's used a bunch of the back ones, right? Yeah. Well, it just exhausted. He's down to half that. 600 gold, still strong, though. Not as good as the Marlian's passive gold. Surface on 9s now. Tanky unit versus Giga Chad Slayer. However, Puppypaw doesn't have the eco to get Knights anymore. scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I actually think Silk Bowstrings might be the difference maker, though. He needs to be careful with the Horsemen, but like to deal with Streltsy, sure, these Archers now have a huge range advantage of 2.5 tiles. Keep drop coming in will protect against the flank raid. So the Horsemen should be able to get the Mango snipes, though. That's big. Puppypaw, he still has his siege. He protected it. Dumu does not. Dumu. A lot of villagers lost to get his hands on as much gold as possible, right? But now the issue might be the raw food. He doesn't have a front line anymore. I can't believe this, man. It looked like he was on the verge of victory, but that scrambled moment with the mangoes twice, Puppypaw just creeping in with a few knights, getting rid of the ball of siege, has given him the keys to the kingdom here. I mean, in theory, Fulani should be able to recover you, right? Farms as well, but I mean, there's not really that many farms, guys. He has 16 in total. Keep soon to fall as well. I think we are at the conclusion here. Dumu has basically got one more pump in him, and the villagers get pinched perfectly. Are you kidding me? That's the round up against the mining camp. No delete from Dumu. So slow reaction to pull away there. More villagers being lost. I mean, it feels like he needs Donzos, right? I think Dumu's issue is he's been going Archers Mangoes because his eco isn't good enough to just dump a quadrupling of units out into the field to just die, right? So he's trying to be efficient with how long his units survive. What an insane final game. Banker Repairs has kept this castle alive, so Dumu does still have a little bit of gold to work with before he's out. And finally, oh my god, 44 minutes into the game, Dumu has gone, yeah, Donzos are pretty good. We finally have the switch. I really thought he'd be going for this sooner. Looks like Puppypaw is trying to be a bit greedy himself as he could, but Jesus! He's losing so many villages. And yes, these people are going to see Jesus. 67 eco to 103. And that's gold access now gone. So Dumu is going to be the one running out of gold faster. Puppypaw just found an additional reserve. 2,000 gold in his pocket. A keep drop to secure it. Ben's issue is he needs a lot of siege, and he doesn't really have the gold anymore. Are you freaking kidding me? 85 horsemen queued in reserve. Trying to see the way for Dumu here. He's just stuck with trash. I mean, in theory, your trash is quite good for poison, but like these Streltsy are, and the mangoes. And it's kind of like you need horsemen, right? You don't really want to build your warrior scouts against Roos horsemen, though. That's a losing battle. Good lord. Dumu. I think he's going to be forced to make that last stand, because here's the issue with the way his base has been built. One landmark down, 3 more on the same screen. Puppypaw has the kill point. Second landmark down. Dumu is out of time to buy. He has to make his stand here. Streltsy are just going to back up here. He's going to use them as a front line to protect the mangoes. And there isn't much melee force pushing in for Dumu here. Bombards need to be sniping out those mangoes now. Instead, the horseman will do it for them. Rides in. A little bit of panic reaction, but he just needs to clear the Streltsy to stand a chance here. Dumu, is he cracking this? Bombards are exposed. The mangoes back up just in time, though. Streltsy now having the front line here. Puppypaw, however, behind this has plenty of horsemen queued. 88 in reserve. Marshes spread out well. He's at least starting to snipe out this siege, and that potentially resets this game to a more even standpoint. His own Mango's now in trouble, though. Horseman right in. Siege gets mopped up. The Rams are now here. And the outcome is undeniable. He does it. Puppypaw will make it back-to-back grand final appearances. Dumu, the old boy, deep into the night, not able to come out in the end. But what an insane game between these two. Dumu with one of the most horrific spawns I've seen for a Malian player on Cliffside ever. And somehow, he almost still found a way to pull it off against a podium-level player in the current competitive field. Let me know what you guys thought of this one. Drop comments down below. Share these type of games around. Let people know the midweek muster is deep underway. 3rd week soon to complete, but still 27 more weeks to come. And I know we're going to see more Dumu. I've said it in the past, and I'm hoping I'm not jinxing it. I think Dumu has multiple times been on the verge of being back in prime form, dominating. And this set, the way he played in some of these games against Puppypaw, you could see it, you could taste it, you could feel it. Are we going to see Dumu make a big-ass run in 2025? Let me know what you think in the comments, and I will catch you all in the next chapter. Damn. Insane game. But, we are not done. That's right, guys. We have got another set. So, commiserations to Dumu on an incredibly well-fought series. Almost taking down our current reigning champion. But we have got one more set. Next up, Anathan versus Wham. The other semi-finals is going to be played today, now. In fact, I believe the boys are already doing the drafty poo. They've drafted for their first game. Where is their map draft? Do we have a map draft team? I cannot see their map draft. So I have a Civ draft, and we will load that in now, but no map draft yet. That should be coming to me shortly. And Anathan, I mean, dude, you know, Dumu, a previous man of glory, trying to rise again, and Anathan, now the new gen player trying to come up. Yeah, I think people should chill. I don't know why 100 people will leave because the game just ended. There's literally another series, mate. Anathan versus Wham will be just as epic. I promise you that. Because Anathan has been a rising star, man. He's been on a convergence point. Up and up and up and up. On the year that we, at the beginning, declared Louis MT's year to rise, it's actually been Anno's. To the point that we regularly just coined the phrase Anno Rising. Could he do it again? Are you taking a little break? I think the series is already underway. Or about to be. I think we just plow through. We're 8.5 hours in. What's another 2? How many hours of content a month? Oh, wow, that's a fair point, boy. Because we've gone 8 hours a day. This may end up being a 10-hour stream. And if you think about it, we stream 4 times a week. 2 of the streams can usually be like 7 to 8 hours long. The other one's 4 to 5 hours. So you're probably looking at like 25 hours a week, every single week of esports content. Bare minimum, this is the place people should be following with notifications turned on for them Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays. But if you don't like ads, you should probably subscribe to the channel because that is a lot of bloody ads you could be dodging right now. So the boys are in lobby. They're getting ready to rock and roll. Is Chum even here? I don't even know if he is. The funniest part is, guys, I've got to wake up in the morning to do a tech conference, which also screws the pooch on my plan of like how I'm going to go see a doctor about maybe making my injury worse. Yeah, my tech conference begins at 10 past 8, so in 12 hours. I might not get much sleep. Unless it's a quick series. We'll have to see. Anathan got his Chinese, and he's going to be opening with it here. So let me reset. I just realized the map draft did not reset. I don't know if Chum's around. I don't see their map draft. So we might be a bit blind on the map draft because I cannot spot that in here. Yo, what is up, John Voyage? Thank you very much. And Mr. Pessimistic as well. You absolute legends. Keep the subs coming. Also, I do see you, Bournemouth Jaw. Absolute legends. Keep those subs coming. It benefits you guys as much as it does me. Oh, absolutely incredible first semifinals. Thank you, Puppypaw. Yeah, I couldn't see the map draft for some reason. That was weird. So we are going to have... Yeah, we're 3 minutes out from live. So if you guys quickly want to grab yourself a drink, now is the time to do it. We are going to have 5 maps. Obviously, our opening map is going to be Skarsgård. We've got Kalauga, Cliffside, Pigeon's View, the better version of High View, and then finally is going to be Coastal Cliffs. You know, the funniest part is I haven't eaten dinner yet. I swear, guys, like I'm not even exaggerating. The Protein Works shakes help keep me sustained. Run ads? Yeah, we're going to run ads now, guys. I'm going to add, I'm going to do a 1.5 ads so you guys don't have to worry about it in game, okay? Okay, I can't. Because apparently it's on cooldown. It was just ran. I think it just triggered. We're good. What did Brits eat for dinner? I think my partner said that she had sausages and beans for me. I don't know if she's going to be awake to do them at this rate. Oops. She says a 15-minute deal in the air fryer, though. So, you know. Franken beans. Yeah, but not like the full potted one. I think she has proper sausages to cook. Nothing like meat and beans. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, blimey. But yeah, tomorrow I won't be live, guys. But remember, the grand finals for this is going to be on Thursday. 4 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. CET. So mark it in your calendars. You want to be here. Let's try to spike the viewership at the beginning. Because sometimes the finals can be a bit short. We need to think of something to extend them. Maybe have like a show match beforehand would be really cool. I don't know if a show match would be possible this week because I've got the tech conference. But in general, it might be a good thing to have. Because I think last week, the grand finals was about 2.5 hours long. Which was a little bit shorter than we were expecting. This game live, it is indeed. I'll play in the show match. Thanks for asking, Jesus. Yo, what's up, Bourbon Jerp? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Or Bourbon Jerp. Is it Bourbon? Bourbon? It depends what you're trying to be. If you're trying to be a chocolate biscuit or alcohol. What was the score of the other semi-finals? The other semi-finals was a 3-2 victory for Puppypaw. It came right down to the line. So, we'll do predictions now. Two minutes starting now. And thank you, YouTubers. Glad you've been enjoying the games as well. Oh, man. What a series. What a bloody series. And we still have another one. Yeah, Dimmy done incredibly well, man. He had me believing at multiple points that that was it. That the Puppypaw was cooked in that series. All right. We might have to actually get me stabbed with drugs halfway through this series, actually, because I have to have my blood thinners at like 9:30 or 10, so in about an hour-ish. All right. I feel like I need a mental reset. That first series was absolutely insane. And we have another Canadian for the second one. Wham! Looking to get back into the grand finals again. On the other side, Anathan the blocker. And he's got his most cozy Chinese to kick off the semi-finals of Midweek Muster number 3. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And thank you very much, Zeltwanger, for this sub. Appreciate the support. Keep that coming, guys. Whether you're watching these live or later, remember, if you've got Prime sub especially, that crap is free. Give it to me, and I will generously donate to you over 100 hours of esports action a month. And these are best of 5. Single elim, so full here, full eternal. Anathan being pipped at the post time and time again. Could this be his week? Or is Wham's opening on the Malians going to set him up for success? Pro Scouts and Pro Scouts, baby. You know what it's going to be. When we play on Skarsgård, everyone wants to get that bounty. Because remember, there's 74 deer on this map. That's a lot. And we could maybe explore a show match. I'd have to look into it, Camion. I need to check the times that I'm scheduled for the tech conference. So if we're having the finals at 5 p.m. CET, which is 4 p.m. my time, I might be finished with the tech conference at... I believe I might be finished at 2. So in theory, we might be able to squeeze in like a best of 3 between the loser of this and Dimmu, if he's up for it. I could maybe put like $10 extra on the line this time out of my own pocket. If they're up for it. But we'll see. I'll talk to the lads. Would be a nice way to build into it. Alternatively, if they like want to have a few more games, they're up for it. And then obviously, I don't think, you know, let's say for example, Wham, Puppypaw, they wouldn't mind starting later. Anathan and Puppypaw probably wouldn't mind starting later. We'll figure it out though. We're trying to just expand upon the finals Thursday to make sure it has as much action. Because we are sitting here on a Tuesday, 9 hours into the broadcast, and we still have a best of 5 to play. We're quite heavy on certain days here. I think Fridays and Tuesdays tend to be the longest by far. Imperial Academy is going to be coming in from Anathan. No surprise there. Other side is going to be the Mansa. And we already had the Deer shove in, so Wham is just trying to be a bit more optimal. He wants to open probably with the stables into initial scouts and delay his own timing onto pro scouts. The reason that's really important is it allows you to focus on starving the Chinese pro scouts play instead. Ooh. Tell you what, though. This has been a turnaround day. Swings and roundabouts. The early hours of the day, I was feeling pretty brutalized, especially when I thumped onto my my injured foot because of the wet terrain. I'm glad we've had a nice long stream full of incredibly entertaining games to reset the mind, reset the body. But somehow we have to reset our mind from that insane first semis. I have a feeling this one's going to be fireworks too. I mean, it's two ways that I view this. This is either going to be absolute fireworks or an absolute shellacking. I think Wham has done quite well historically against Anathan, but Anno is always just rapidly improving. This guy's on the verge of it, right? You can feel it on the verge of just starting to appear in the semi-finals of big tournaments. So how did you guys... Did we put the votes up? How do you go? Okay, so 61% for Anathan. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. We've seen his Chinese. He's a vicious bugger on the Civ. Anathan's Delhi Chinese, really to be feared. Very cool with his Roos fast castle builds that have started to come back in the meta as well. So tech up complete. We don't have a stables yet, but that's because, remember, you build the pit mines, you use all the straggler trees. It is going to be coming in now, though. 2 villagers, so he's going to rush it up a bit quicker. Anathan, meanwhile, will have a very aggressive Pro Scouts unlock timing. Remember, you supervise the building you're using already for food. By supervising it, you're going to accelerate the research speed to be 30 seconds instead of 1.5 minutes. That's a huge boon. And Anathan already now having the stable set up to start getting additional scouts out. So meanwhile, for Wham, the timing is all about getting the stables up, warrior scouts researched, 2 to 3 scouts pumped out, and then you queue up the pro scouts, right? You can't accelerate yours as 1 minute and 15 seconds, but what you can do is go and bully Anathan's. Yeah, Marlins has been very surprisingly popular here. I thought because of the pit mines, maybe less so. And because Pro Scouts is just so dominant, you just think of other civs that feel a lot better, right? Roos, Chinese come to mind. Maybe even French for the discounts, but credit to them, right? Warrior Scouts just insanely powerful with that extra movement speed. So easy to chase down their counterparts. I know, as a result, it's going to have to go into the Horseman to start pushing this away. A little bit annoying of a spawn as well, that 4 gold. Obviously doesn't need it much as a benefit because Imperial Academy is one of the most broken feudal landmarks in the game. The amount of generation you get out of this thing is absurd. It means that he can just rely on taxation and also build his taxmen very cheaply, so he doesn't have to be out in the gold where he'd probably need to have spearmen to defend it, right? And yes, this series is on the new patch. In fact, both of our semi-finals were on the new patch. So these two had a little bit of time to prep ahead of time. Whereas Dimmu and Puppypaw really just had enough time to read the patch notes and then jump right in. In fact, they drafted before even reading the patch notes. So other techniques follow-up coming in. Do we actually have that yet? Yeah. I was about to say, Anathan should. You just have to keep an eye on it because it just goes through so quickly with supervision there. You have the village coming up behind, so no population issues in the future. Spam and spam underway. Yeah. He's just going to flood across the map, right? This is kind of like the Dark Age spearman play we see against Malians, just obviously done in the Feudal Age. It has a similar impact. Your opponent has the pit mines up, right? But on top of that, he has all this deer that you want to try and block warrior scouts from gathering. It's a pretty cool idea. He could even supervise it, which, yeah, he's currently doing. So spearman coming out every 6 seconds, and look at the tax. Tell me this isn't, like, absurd to look at already on this building. He is spending 80 resources and getting 10% back while also getting the benefit of producing rapidly quicker out of the building. I honestly think that the Imperial officials are just so damn good. Maybe too damn good. And remember, they actually nerfed the taxes slightly, right? They've actually nerfed the Imperial examinations. It used to give 80 carry on the taxmen instead of the default 40. Now it's down to 70. It doesn't matter. That change is not good enough. The tax is still going to be too strong. And an outpost rush coming in. I know, Crafty, he already gathered the stone, right? Wait, did he sell? Oh, he bought the stone with the taxes because it's balanced, guys. I swear. The Barbican follow-up. Oh, that is sick. I love that. We've seen a lot of people try these Barbican drops and then they just get killed, right? You go outpost first and now you have a way of keeping your villagers safe. The arrow slits are just too strong here for the warrior scouts to dive. So yeah, instead of focusing on denying Wham food, he's looking to deny him gold. He does need to scout the east side, and it looks like he's already marching out there as well. Damn, this is a vile build by Anathan. Of course, Spears can now just move in to burn down the pit mine. Outpost at least going to be rushed up. He does have some stone trickle, right? Yeah, good toggle over there, so he's going to be able to get the static defense courtesy of the Mansa. This should stop the burn down in the pit mine. This is the whole point of it. And no, these are literally being played live, but I'd also question, why does it matter? Wink, wink. So Donzo reaction coming in. I mean, you can't protect this pit mine long term though, right? Like the Barbican is up. That also means Song is activated. It means that Anathan could actually just build a proxy base here with Juke, which would counter the spears. Alternatively, nah, who am I kidding? Oh, baby. He is looking to send him to heaven. Triple archer range drop behind this. Now, the trade-off of doing this is you don't get the double taxation like you would otherwise. What you could eventually do, I don't know if he's going to do it, but remember, the Barbican's now a drop-off location for taxes. So if you walk one taxman all the way across map here, with triple archery range producing, you'll make so much gold back. I doubt he's going to do it, but it's a little tip for people with Barbican. It was a change that subtly got snuck in there in the patch notes like 4 patches ago, I think it was. 3 or 4 patches. That you can now drop off taxes here. Ram's coming in. Dude, this timing by Anathan. So, reminder that China is OP, and I am sick of trying to remind people of this and them saying, well, no, come on. This Civ is scary in the late game, has really good surge in the mid game. Its early game is kind of nuts, as you're seeing here. I feel like this Civ's weakest point may now just be mid. And that's not because they're necessarily bad. It's just the early game has become so good. We do have the Fulani slowly getting ready to fill up. But you're seeing Anathan, I mean, he's flowing so much resource, he can make the same tech trip if he wants to. Now, though, it's all about Anathan's Rams. Which also, remember, can just keep denying the ranches. In fact, did he just scout that? I think he did. He went in for the outpost, he saw the sofa, he backs away, but he could just move over to ranches easily here. He's got enough Zhuge Nu to just frontline here and stop anything from protecting. Might have a counter-attack here, Wham. A lot of Donzos out of his base, but that means he's got barely anyone at home to defend. Only 8 military units potentially defending his home. What's Wham's attack point here? I mean, Anathan is gathering some gold, but he doesn't need to, right? Taxes, once again, could generate enough here. We have got supervision coming in. Hey, look at that. 64 gold back from 175 resource tech. What a balance and reasonables. Wow, I'm really in a salty mood about this Sif today. Ram is at least going to be contested at the ranch. Really important that he slows this down now because the Zhuge News are starting to mass up. Javelin counter is coming out though. Anathan, look at the eco lead though. This is brutal. 44 to 36. Donzos are at least able to block the goal. They are going to have to back up now, but the Zhuge Nu moving in. The Javelin, well, meant to counter, do if you stay far enough away, but also now the Cattle being exposed, the double ram. He's not going to dive in. He doesn't want to sacrifice more Zhuge right now, but this is starting to expose everything. Wham's made a mistake, right? He went for a counter raid with the Donzos, which means he has nothing to kill the Rams. I'm still trying to find those reinforcements, but it's so difficult when you consider that most of the units are produced here in the first place. In fact, it looks like he's posturing to counter this. Oh, no. Wham. He assumes this is an all-in on his base. This is actually an all-in on his army. Zhuge Nu, he circles around the back of the tree line to not reveal it too quickly. Wham needs to shuffle away fast. An ambitious reach by Anno, not quite able to make it work due to the scouts in the neighborhood here. But we're up to 21 Zhuge now. Anno still floating a lot of resources. Castle could really come in at any second here. Wham, meanwhile, getting a little bit close to the Fulani, but that loss of ranches, the loss of cattle, definitely reset him. So he's got Undermesh coming through, so that's where the Zhuge Nu won't really be able to deal with the jabs anymore. At this stage, I mean, Anathan has to be feeling it a bit, right? He's got a good eco lead. He done good damage, but he's not really in a position to keep straining this, right? There's a point where you can just keep trying to get juices out of the lemon, but you pretty much just reduce it to pulp. It makes a lot more sense now to go Castle Age and then just come in with better units. And there it is. Confirmed and on the way. Imperial Palace being built. The Zhuge Nu upgrade can be rushed here. He has got an archery range at home, which he could supervise, right? No, actually. I'm a bit surprised. Never brought the taxman down here either. But he will be able to supervise for the blacksmith decks. And yes, it is the Imperial Palace in the back. Not really necessary, but it's just in case Wham raids him. He doesn't want to get idled off his timing. Tech up now complete. I know, very defensive though. I think he could be posturing. Obviously, we have God Vision. We can see how kind of weak Wham is. I just don't think he wants to give a slight edge over, because that can snowball, right? You don't really know how close Wham is to his tech up right now. We can see he's getting ready for the Fulani, but he doesn't actually have the full effect of it yet. Anathan. Let the Palace Guard flood begin. Plenty of food to work with as well, right? Courtesy of the Pro Scouts play. Spinman upgrade also going to be coming in a few seconds. Wham's going to have a tough fight ahead of him. He's got some basing and retreat through, but not much in the grand scheme of things. There it is. Fulani Corral now coming in for the Canadian. Meanwhile, Mas Zhuge Nu also coming in for him, for his throat. Straight into the choke point. Zhuge doing the 7 damage. Not even the Javelins want to contest that. Spears are going to dive through. Tech up. Oh no, he forgot about the base. Zhuge coming in. Villagers being caught out of position here. He has to engage, but that small group of Zhuge are completely ruining him. No Fulani. No corral. It's been a corral around the base with the Zhuge. And a game of 1 win for Anathan. There's no coming back from this. It's 59 eco to 35. The standing army is non-existent at this stage. The Fulani incompletable. This is it. Anno opens up with a very powerful Chinese pick. And a reminder of why he's to be feared with this Sif. Damn. What a timing attack there. He sniffed it out perfectly. He takes the lead in this best of 5. We're currently on course for a double Canadian showdown again. Anathan, the only one that can stop it happening. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is he going to do it? Is this foreshadowing of a stomp from Anathan. Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next chapter. Really good start for Anno. That was a sick game. Let's update it on the score as well. So opening game is going to be Malians versus Chinese, and it is a slam dunk victory for China. Can he keep this up? Map number 2. Where does Wham take us with a draft like this? Could he be very unorthodox early on with something like Kalauga, for example? Seems unlikely. Yo, what is up, DB20? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. 23 months. Look at that commitment. 9 months streak. Absolute legend. Anathan picks sushi next. Want to see me do it again? I mean, your opponent has map pick, right? I think Anathan's probably thinking Juji and Roos. Sorry, I just marked Juji instead, didn't I? Whoopsie. Juji and Roos are interchangeable for Highview and Cliffside, right? I think Wham's probably going to go Coastal or Kalauga next. He's got Bassids. Do you want to throw them out that early? Let's find out. Delhi, Roos on Cliffside. Whoa. I feel like Roos have been doing quite well in this matchup, right? Recently. Like, you can't 2TC, but Fast Castle? Maybe? I think it depends on map. I think this might be a good map for Delhi, actually, because you can play infantry and just wall off the flanks. So it's very difficult for your opponent to really do anything. And thank you, Rajas. I'm glad people are seeing it, man. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is the value of these type of things. Weekday action, right? Great thing for people to come home to, right? After a long day of work, they just want to relax. This is what they can see. They can see some of the best players and the upcoming players as well. They can see the passing the baton. Like, we're so much in a situation where we have to wait maybe months that happen. And part of it is obviously the gaps between tournaments, but also part of it is just a lot of these players not having the opportunity to play against some of the best, to iterate rapidly, to develop their strategies the same way, right? And I think that's something I'm proud of so far. I mean, you can see it in the brackets as well. Some of the earlier results we saw, for example, Cat taking games off of Wham, incredible to witness there, right? Whereas most people just written him off against Wham. We had Myriad taking a game off Louis MT, almost taking a set. We've had some big upsets. We saw Crackety able to beat Beastie. Like these type of things that you get from these weeklies. It's all about opportunity and it's all about adaptation. We change 2 maps every single week. We shuffle the brackets a little bit. Yona and Kiljardi admittedly keep clashing with each other, but because of the way that we seed people based on a combination of their ladder rank and the ELO rank, on the tournament ELO, we get different results as well in a fair way. And I think that's important because playstyle matters a lot, right? Depending on the player, you might have a better edge. You might be like closely matched against Y player, but you keep going up against B because of the only ELO from tournament system for seeding. I think this is just something cool we've got different here. And we're going to be aiming to keep it fresh consistently. Guys, if you are a pro player and you want to sign up for these, by the way, you have got less than 24 hours for Midweek Muster number 4. Sign-ups close about midday tomorrow. So you need to make sure you sign up now if you're looking to compete. Top 16 from the sign-ups, alongside those that already made top 16 this week, will be selected for a total of 32. And then week number 5, I'm exploring a different drafting format. I haven't really had a chance to dive into it yet, but I'm thinking every 4 to 6 weeks, we try to do something different with either map or Civ draft. Main difference between ELO and rank. So one is based on the pub rank in the season, i.e. conk, whatever. And the other is going to be based on the tournament ELO, which comes from tournament performances. All right. That in mind. That's a rare sight. Anathan's in the series and he's not on the Delhi. One and all, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We've got game number 2 of our second semi-finals of week 3 of the Midweek Muster. Wham on the Delhi in the yellow, going up against Anathan's Ruthless Roos in the blue. Yeah, this guy was looking scary. He clocked onto these fast castle builds that were coming back in the meta now, back on the pup. Anathan was really the first switched onto it that I saw anyway. So really cool to see what he's going to be able to try and do to execute up against one of the most oppressive civs appearing in our pub games right now. Delhi with the Dome of Faith build. Oof. I mean, it's a good map for Delhi as well. With the Sacred Site spread like this, you can obviously wall in very easily with some infantry. He didn't get the jackpot spawn, by the way. There is a broken spawn you can get on this map. And that's where sometimes a Sacred Site will spawn here, here, and here. So they all end up on one side of the map. It is absolutely busted for Delhi. But this one seems more balanced. And it looks like we've got a deer shove. Against the Canadians as well. That's absolutely fantastic. It did come at a cost, though. It looks like Wham got more of the sheep. So he's sitting on 17. But, of course, he hasn't been touching them at all. While Anathan has. He's still got 13. 13 plus a deer shove. This is well and truly worth it. And in fact, did he get all but one? Yeah, one straggler got away, but this is still overall good. And he can even slay some of them near the hunting cabin if they get a little bit loose, because you will have the drop-off point here, right? 18 gold, by the way, from that hunting cabin. Bit surprised he didn't build it on the north side tree line. And if you're wondering, like, do you go 2 scout, do you go 3 scout? Anathan typically goes 3 scout, because in general, in a lot of matchups, he goes 2 scout. We've seen it before, especially on Gorge. He's a force to be reckoned with that opening. We had an incredible game where he took 80% of the sheep against a French player, and it made the game impossible for his opponent to play. And Wham's like, what the hell? Bro, you can't just steal our act, okay? This is what we do. Yeah, it's too close now. He can't even try to lame it a little. Anathan timed that perfectly. Credit to him. Anno, what's the strategy now? We've got Wooden Fortress coming up with gold. This is a pretty good spawn, or at least the way he's played into it, right? Wooden Fortress protecting both gold and the tree line. He could even short wall the center, or the front rather, if he's threatened by early Ghazi raids. And I imagine, like, is Anno going to even bother with spears? Or do we see some sort of fast castle-esque build? What do you get out of fast castle here, right? That's what your thought process has got to be, Roos. Because usually fast castle equals horse archers. Do you really want to be doing horse archers against Ghazi? In theory, it can work. Because you have very high base damage and they only have 2 ranged armor. But you're also going to get hit in return for 24 damage on a unit that has much less health than the Ghazi. So, I think we are going to see him play the Age. In fact, you can already see the stables being dropped here. That's true. New players will never understand the frustration of the bounty system. But let's be totally real. That bounty system shouldn't have been in the game from day one. It was always toxic as all hell. A bit of a raid in. I know. Ooh, the scout may have just griefed Wham there. Oh, but the villagers weren't pulled quick enough. Okay, so scout goes down. Ghazi takes a little bit of damage. That's overall really good for Wham, though. That early on, getting a villager kill. I think Anathan slipped a little bit there. He should have pulled the villagers slightly earlier, and then he would have had the perfect block. But we did mention this on the front side, right? Like, it was ambitious to build the house here, instead of just building, like, 2 tiles of wall. Behind this, he does know what's coming up next. He sees the spearman transition. So Anathan, it's going to have to be Knights Archers. Pretty much the El Clasico for Roos. I have a feeling, yeah, does he rush into it, though? Double stables suggest that Anathan's going to try to raid the flanks first, and then play archers afterwards. And one thing he has to be mindful of is, while he had to shove his deer in, Wham will inherently get towards them for free. It's going to take a while on pro scouts, but it has been queued up. Kremlin 2TC is no longer meta? No. The 2TC meta is mostly dead. Most of the time, you're going to see 2TC meta with something like Abbasid in the game, right? Abbasid is really the only civ that will consistently now go multi-TC. But it's yet to be seen if that's going to now hold up, considering Abbasid, with the most recent patch that dropped on the 19th of November, just received a nerf to their eco wing. They reverted the change, so the Fertile Crescent is only a 30% discount now. Scouts for Anathan. He's on point with his vision. He knows where his opponent's playing out the map. And greedy Wham, he doesn't have textiles. Upside for him is that a knight cannot 2-hit a villager. Downside is he might still get the kill. Wait, what? Okay, formation shuffle needs to be nerfed. I'm so sick of this now. We just had a patch. Can we patch that maybe? Anno does still get a kill, but it costs him a lot of health there. Scout on the other side is at least found. I do not think villagers should be able to shuffle like that. It gives them an insane movement speed boost that doesn't make sense. It's a good strike there. Anathan, I mean, a good idea, but unfortunately, I'm just too clean and quick on the reaction. Or change that so that 2TC is no longer meta. So for a lot, for one thing rather, people discover that like feudal all-ins is just more effective. Maps helped a little bit, but I think the other big thing is things like the wall changes. You can't just wall freely anymore. We were already shifting away from that meta before Season 9, though. It really came down to a lot more feudal presence in general in AoE 4 over the previous 2TC and Boom approach. But trust me, the wall change definitely helped guarantee TCs weren't coming back. And that's a fair point from Crackety. The Mango nerf in Season 9 definitely hurt it even further. I know. Got good tech timing here. Steel Dara coming in. Wait, did Wham not go? Oh no. History is repeating itself. Why is it always the Canadians? That is a wasted blacksmiths. You've gone Dome of Faith, sir, and you do not even have tech queued. That's huge here, guys. Steel Dara is already coming in for Anathan. That's a huge edge. Like, with this comp, you probably don't prioritize Undermesh. You probably go Blimmery first, but Blimmery Undermesh should just be there. I mean, it's a strong Civ, but I don't know if it's that strong without the techs. It's all going to get chased away for the time being. He's still trying to harass. Looks like he was able to chip a little bit of damage there, but no additional worker kills. So 1-to-1 so far in this game. Did Wham go for textiles in the end? He must have, yeah. Because he's slightly behind. He's behind a villager. Well, we do at least have him getting pro scouts, but I do happen to think the blacksmith techs are slightly more important. The good news is he might realize when Anathan attacks him with Steel Dara, because that's like a wake-up call sometimes. It's like the jolt. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. We were going blacksmiths. Then again, there's always a risk that he thinks he already has it all queued. And no. A little bit slow on the reaction there. Wham. Losing another villager. Almost two. Nice charge. That was sick, actually. Anathan. He intentionally charged because there was no brace now. Gets another villager kill. Gets away. Anathan, he's going to end up losing the knight in the end. So a bit unfortunate he wasn't able to escape, but he's looking pretty scary. I mean, the Massman is a bit spooky. Wham does have raw number advantage, but without the blacksmith techs, there's a big liability here. Also, we have Spearman now queued up for Anno, so he's doing the 1-1-1 build. Wham just remaining on full melee mosh pit here. Six sites are going to get decapped, right? He could contest this, actually. I think Anathan is overextended. He gets the decap. He needs to get out. Archers do have the Steel Arrow, but he needs to be careful. He's still countered by this unit type. Ghazi able to ride in. Archers start a step way. Looking good. Knights holding against the side of the cliff, which means the Spearman can't get through. Wham. He's sticking to his target for now. The Knights need to keep backing up here. Spears are starting to arrive, but he has to sack the Archers. A recharge comes in from the Knights. Spearmen are keeping honest to it, though. A heavy hit for Anno. A lot of Ghazi lost there, but a lot of Archers in return. Although, a bit of a weird retreat from Wham. So we'll even up a bit towards the tail end. It's still a military advantage for Wham, but it's not as big as you think, guys. High trade house is on the way, and Anno is realistically only behind by 10 military units. That entire fight went so damn good because of the Steel Arrow. These Archers were trading much better than the Ghazi than they ever should. Also, learning is going to be mirrored, so Wham. Not going to fall for the smoke and mirrors. He actually keeps up on the tech timing. Guys, chill. Wham is simply saving his blacksmith techs, so that when he has 20 scholars and he researches them in 12 seconds, everyone can make a Reddit thread about how OP it is. Okay? Wham is the hero we don't deserve. And high trade house. It's a bit of a baby level 1. Get your numbers in, folks. We got 2 small shrubberies. Pro Scouts is at least being leveraged. Yeah, Wham still no specialized picks. I mean, this might be the wake-up call because he's probably going to go and click on the blacksmith to queue up his techs and be like, oh, 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 oh. There it is. Oops. I mean, it's kind of weird, actually, that he queued up Bloomery and oh, no, 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 no. Guys, he hasn't realized he still doesn't have Blacksmith tier 1s. He thinks he's queued up Blacksmith tier 2s. Oh, this is vicious. It happens to the best of us, right? There, wait. Did he just realize? No, he just, oh my God, he just switched them around. I mean, like, I'm hoping he realizes and then just comes back in for Steel Arrow 2. He just has these queued in case. Because remember, you can't like queue tier 2s anyway until you research tier 1s. But he has gone double blacksmith, so he's kind of making up for it. Behind this, the relic race is underway. Wham already has 2 on the way home. Anathan now trying to play into relics himself, but will be notably slower here. I mean, Wham's army looks really scary. Anna's high trade house, 127 gold. Respectable, not crazy. What does he really have? He has a free eco lead. That was great. I almost feel like he should have kept raiding. He has been looking for targets. But I think Wham pulled most of his eco towards home once he got the Pro Scouts play going. Yeah, look, he isn't touching the berries because he knows this knight's still out in the field. So really smart read by Wham. With Pro Scouts, you don't need to be risky with your resources. In fact, Anathan's the one who has to take risk. Veteran see if Archer's coming through soon. I don't know if Wham really wants to commit to that per se. Crossbow's being massed on both sides, but Wham will have an edge, remember. He went House of Learning, which means he can get his hands on Pakes. Weirdly enough, hasn't been queued up, though. I'm trying to figure out what Anno's win condition is. This has to be 2TC, right? But I don't know what else you do at this stage. You've lost the relic race. And because it's relics instead of your opponent went 2TC, you don't have an all-in timing. Whatever Anno was going for, I don't think this was it. I almost feel like he thought Wham was going to all-in him in Feudal. When you go House of Learning over Compound, almost always now. Compound Defender just feels really lackluster unless you're at like 65 eco. Because you'll never really be able to start pulling like villages at a decent time to gather the stone these days. House of Learning just feels a lot better. Especially when you consider just how quickly you research everything. I know, more knights coming, but this is getting grim. He's just going to get flooded. Delhi with almost a 50 population lead now. Mango's even coming from Wham. I mean, not really necessary here at this point, but if it splashes him quicker. Ghazi have already been vetted up. Food is about to become very hard to reach for Anathan. Ghazi. Ooh. Well, it is 2TC. We called it. Knights are going to try to block the Ghazi raid in here. And in fact, did Wham see that? I think he did glimpse the TC, so he should know. Sacred Site's now locked in. He's already gathering his own stone. And this could be a keep drop straight in the center. In fact, a keep drop here would be vile. Gives him another 1,200 stone to work with and allows him to start prepping for village fortresses, which is his own version of TCs. I do think Anathan is dead. This army really doesn't need to feel that threatened. I think Wham is just waiting for 200 pop. If he gave Anathan like 10 minutes on 2TC, maybe. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad he's found this tree line on the backside because he just lost the big tree line. It's about as aggressive as you can get in this position. We already gave the gold in the trade house, 127. Golly, why don't you pay attention in class? Your grades would be better. Come on. "13 scholars as well. I believe he already got herbal medicine, so that is going to allow him to refresh these boys. Rapido. Well, we are getting a deep series, guys. We're 9.5 hours in the broadcast, and we've got at least 2 more games to go. Anno is trying to do what he can to stop this castle going up, but the cost would be too damn high. And you can't really forfeit any more of the map because there's no map left for you. Villagers idled out on the backside. A Lancer in there with a group of Ghazi. Front side of it. He's trying to strain Wham, fight him on both locations at once. He'll at least get in for the Mangonel kill. He'll barely get out with the Knights. With the crossbows now arriving, that means he's got no heavy cavalry. The keep drop is successful, and the GG comes in. Game 2 will go to Wham. We're 1-1 apiece in this best of 5. Oof. Quick strike back from Mr. Whamsicle. So, choose outcome. It is going to be a Wham win. Man, Anathan, it almost looks so good with the blacksmith timing. Like, the problem is, like, Frisian was like, why didn't he just play the Age? Why didn't he just, like, he would have beaten him because he had techs and you know, Wham didn't. When does that ever happen? The problem is, like, he should have techs. It's a mistake made by him, but you can't guarantee the mistake because let's say you see he hasn't got blacksmith techs and you commit in. There's a timing in mind that Anathan will understand in the game where the Delhi should have their blacksmith techs coming in, right? And even if he keeps being like, okay, they're not here yet, it's a bit weird, he's probably still paranoid that they're coming around the corner at that point in the game. So yeah, a little bit of a rough one for him. Means that we do get a longer series though, so let's see where they're going to take us next. We're going to Kalauga. Mongols versus Ayu. Ooh, this is a hard matchup for Mongols historically. We have seen some really cool builds around Deerstone in recent weeks though. Alright, sorry, send a message. Bless, I got one of my influencers like, dude, like, I really want to do this campaign or whatever, you know, like, whatever it takes. I'm like, the issue isn't, like, trust me, we're not holding up, buddy. The devs are a little bit slow responding. We're trying. Ah, oh, my ankle, Jesus. Starting to hurt a bit. I don't know when I had painkillers. Do you guys remember what time it was? It must have been enough hours for more codeine, right? I think. Definitely after this game, I reckon. Yeah. People are fickle, Smithy. Stop milking that. No, dude, it actually does hurt. Like, you don't realize. So, I went across some decking. Like, I was walking back out here because my studio's at the bottom of my garden. And it's like, it's the nice, not plastic, whatever it's called, decking. And it was completely soaked. So, like, the rubber on my crutch didn't stick. It slipped. And then to try and catch myself instinctively, I thumped my left foot down to catch myself. And remember, I broke my ankle. So yeah, just imagine how much that bloody hurts even in a cast. Alright. It's Kalauga time, baby. Let's rock to it. Game number 3 between Anathan and Wham. 1-0. Welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to the midweek muster. Second semi-finals of the day. Mongols in the hands of Wham, but he's in an uphill battle here, theoretically. Iabids, the Camel Masters, usually having dominion over the Mongol ways. Let's see if Anathan can dominate him here. So Kalauga, a very interesting map for this, actually. Do we potentially see fishing on the agenda if Wham doesn't open with a Rax, in theory? However, he has gathered more than enough wood. So we're going to see an outpost rush attempt. And considering the 4 gold spawn for Anathan, this could prove... Wait, no, it's not an outpost rush. We are going to get a dock drop. Okay. So remember, on this map, Kalauga, inspired by the Age of Mythology version, there is 9 shoreline fish split into 3 different areas up and down the river on each side. So 18 shoreline fish in total. I'm surprised, though, because in this matchup, you would think Iabids would go for that. Obviously, Mongols are like, well, if they go for it, I'll contest with Rax. So he's trying to take advantage of the expected plays here, right? Anathan at this point is probably like, why have I not been shot by an outpost? He's going to be going with the Canadians build here. Actually, funnily enough, Anathan tried this first on the ladder several months ago, but his build was very different. This was before the AoE heal to the Dervish. His focus instead was about moving out for relics and fast castling, so that when he fast castled, he's already in position to pick up and return relics. So it's very different, historically, his approach. But I'm wondering if there's a world in which he tries to play H2. It's a bit dangerous because Mongols have been leaning quite heavily into archers more recently. I'd say it's, at this point, on average, the most built unit. At least in mass. Sometimes you see Keshiks to assist, sometimes you see Spears to assist, but at the core of it, especially with the Yam, especially with the Khan Hunters, archers have been looking good for the Mongols. How you guys predicting? Let's have a look. So some heavy bias towards Wham. People believe in the Mongol ways. And we are going to get a dock play by Anathan. Opposite side, though. How many sheep are we talking about as well? 9 to 9. Yeah, this is really not that many sheep on Kalauga, by the way. But there's plenty of deer, berries, everything else, right? So it kind of balances out quite nicely. I wonder, Wham. He went Silver Tree, right? No, okay, I was going to say, theoretically, you could Silver Tree here, right? Could you pack it up, move it across there, and then you trade cross map. But it's very risky, especially with your opponent having docks set up. They both did end up playing for the center of the map, which is a bit surprising. Usually you play like safely at home. But I guess the concern there is, you know, you're giving a potential edge. Like if your opponent plays onto your side as well, they can just dock the center. Blimey, this is way too peaceful at the beginning. So, the reason why historically Iabids have taken a giant crap on Mongols, by the way, is because with the fast castle builds of Iabids, they would just go Camel Lancers. And what's your unique play for Mongols? Keshiks? Keshiks just lose to Camel Lancers. Do the Camel unease, the tech advantage. But more recently, we've seen Mongols with very aggressive Archer plus Spears timing, which does work quite well against Desert Raiders. Iabids trying to go this route. So, yeah, Anathan is playing this like he's feeling in the team game. The team strat is you can go, for example, Dervish and just scale Desert Raiders, or more typically they do Growth Wing and scale Desert Raiders. The whole idea is you just blob these boys, you roam, you rotate, you spank, and then you heal between fights with the AoE heal. He's got additional stables coming up behind this. This is the other cool thing. You can build Desert Raiders out of both of these, right? This is the kind of crazy thing is you just get 3 unit options out of 2 buildings, whereas most civs at this point have 2 options out of 2 buildings. Very big edge. You can kind of throw things out of balance in these openings for Feudal. Just like beginning. Be a bit rough for the Khan. Ambitious to try and take on the Desert Raider. The Logistics Wing, where is he playing them? Okay, you move them out here, one with a villager. And the other one is what? Parked at home? Where's the second? Am I blind? Oh, there he is. He's chasing. So yeah, once he's in range, guys, he's going to kiss the boo-boos better. Look at that. Khan now effectively doing no damage. Second Desert Raider is going to be arriving. Does Wham go for an archer ship here? Oh, he's moving on the west side to contest. That might prove pricey over here, though. Desert Raider able to find a villager. So Anathan going to be drawing first blood. Great start for him here. Just before he'd be back in TC range as well. Dervish is at least going to have to retreat away, so a little bit of idle time now achieved on the fishing. In fact, Anathan is going to keep going. He doesn't care. And Wham, yet to protect this side, has got the horseman on the way to deal with the Desert Raider. As long as the Dervish is coming, though, the Desert Raider can fight this, guys. Yeah, I actually think Anathan is just going raw Desert Raider spam, which works quite well now that they're playing Brett for map. With the heal, it means that horsemen are going to struggle to win this fight. He does see Wham. A bit surprised he didn't attack him. Gives him access to the gold. A little bit of a slip up there by Anathan, but he has a timing in mind. He wants to block the dock. So he'll fall for the gold for the time being. A worker for worker kill exchange so far. The Khan will not be able to protect this. Maneuver speed arrow to get away. Horsemen are now coming in, but 2 horsemen versus 2 desert raiders is a bad fight. You need to wait for the reinforcements. He's trying to snipe those dervishes, but it's so difficult to do. Remember, the Camelanese puts you down to 7 damage, and they have 120 health while also healing. These are so frustrating to kill. Archer ship is now on the way, at least, so that might give Wham a semblance of resistance here. Especially if he keeps hitting like that. The dervishes. Whoa, boy, whoa. Wait, Anathan. Playing with fire while setting fires here. Villagers are nearby, so I imagine Wham's going to be pulling one already on the way. You need to be very careful the way you utilize these dervishes. Lose one, and the entire strategy flops. Sure, they still have the AoE heal, but they don't have the focused heal. He's not getting spears. So it looks like Villager's going to come out. And it's almost like he was baiting him to do this. Anathan now moving in with the Desert Raiders. Not able to cleanly get the kill straight away. Villager is going to keep it alive. Demo ship is on the way. In the meantime, Outpost on the backside will protect against the Horseman raid. So Demo ship invested as well. I mean, he is at least going to full repair the dock, right? But that's an idle villager for a long time. Looks like there's going to be a dock loss on the west side, though. So Wham now with a very big fishing advantage here in this game. Meanwhile, it's going to be an assault into the base. Outpost in trouble. Harris that's being queued up. Looks like it's going to be focus fire to kill off the scout. So yeah, Anna gets a little bit of idle time achieved there, but the grand scheme of things, nothing gained. I feel like Anno's idea is pretty cool here, but so far Wham's response has been very clean. He's not being over gluttonous. He's not trying to take fights that his horsemen can't win. He's only engaging on objectives that are key to success, i.e. the docks, of which we have another one on the way. I know. Does he just tech up now? It looks like it. So we're probably going to be getting Growth Wing here. If he really wants to take this the full 9 yards, he would go Desert Raider Wing. But I think you're likely to see growth, because then if the game goes hyper late, that leaves you a backup option, which is Military Wing Imperial, which basically generates 530 resources for free each minute. Wow. He's not too far off his own castle timing. Army's not big. I don't know if we really see Kurotai here. Step Readout would be pretty cool. He's got a lot of fishing, so gold is his limitation. Step Readout fixes that problem. It's like an outpost attempted to go up by Anathan. In fact, he hasn't gathered enough to trigger the tech up yet. Needs to drop off the last gold. Moment of truth. He's going all in. This is really ballsy out of Anathan. The Desert Raiders haven't found sufficient damage for the investment so far. But I guess in for a penny, in for a pound, right? You've invested so much in this play, you might as well upgrade them and play fully into it. This is really ballsy from Anathan. I mean, in fairness, the fishing advantage your opponent has is temporary, remember, guys. Shoreline fish will expire. And when they do, Wham is gonna not have this extra flex of food. It does mean, however, you need to be very efficient in surviving the coming minutes. Next 4 minutes are not going to be comfy. Didn't Wham invent this dervish build? Not really. This dervish build, this type of one, I think has been going around team games for a while. And we already talked about this. Like, there was a version of the Dervish in Feudal that I had done a long time ago. Wham and Puppypaw have definitely been doing the most Feudal Dervish recently. So, step read out, right? Yes! Kurotai was just such a waste in this type of situation. You've got 25 military. Most of it is not on land. It just doesn't make sense. Step read out on a map where the gold feels a little bit exposed. You want to try to be sufficient and proficient with the more safe options behind you. Gives him a surge point as well. It matches his economy because he's got a lot of food. So if you didn't go for step readout, you'd just be floating way too much food still with not enough gold. Wham go for Sacred Sight. Both are in the water. It's possible. I don't think that's his win condition here, though. If your opponent's just going mass Desert Raiders, all you need to do is blob archers and go, right? Would have been good to have Kurotai against this, but you can still make it work either way. I'm wondering if Anathan is going to switch her into mass archers himself, though. Sultan's Mameluke's a really big deal in this exchange. He also does have the stables ready to pump Lancers, so probably get double Lancer Q. And then the question mark is whether it's going to be archers. Has at least queued up the veterancy of those Desert Raiders as you'd expect here. Archers are on the way, so there you go. Confirmed in. No Lancers, not even a single one. Well, look, Dervish. Ridiculously close, actually. But yeah, the snatch, not successful. Anathan, unable to grab a relic straight away with this Dervish feudal play. Not a great start for him. Yeah, if he doesn't get relics quick, this all falls apart. This is not a great start. Desert Raiders are going to engage. They don't have the veterancy yet, though. It does take out some of the horsemen, but I mean, Wham kind of wants to throw those away, right? This is about archer spears. Speaking of which, Anathan has got his archer upgrades coming in slower than Wham's. Wham, of course, having a big edge in quantity already, as you'd expect from someone who just has so much extra eco on the flanks. I wouldn't be surprised if Wham now just drops a temple. Play for the relics yourself, right? There's no rush. He does have step readout, but because you have step readout, you also have so much gold you can afford to. We actually have a claim on the center of the map here for the deer. Well, this makes sense, right? Once he's exhausted the gold, he'll need this for the gold location as well. Maybe a bit ambitious with positioning, though. I know. What is this one Dervish doing? Alright, being ambitious in life. Looks like it is going to work out. Because Wham... Oh my god, the one spot he can't quite see. New outpost attempt, this time with 4 villagers. Camel Lancers are arriving. Anathan is not done yet. Archer mass looking big enough to contest here. And Wham has to back off from the area. Villagers to be lost on the retreat. Okay, so Ano... clawing his way back into this. Crossbows also trickling out. Not ideal. Lancers will have the armor, the +2 ranged armor to dive underneath the TC here. Yeah, just a bit cleaner on the tech timing there, right? The undermesh coming through. Sure, there's the steel arrow too, but not giving the ability to fight there. Not the Lancers in the mix. So Anathan at least staves off control of the food in the center. Stops Wham from getting that. And Wham in a bit of a tricky position here. He has 8 fishing boats and only a 3 eco lead. Relics are finally being banked. I mean, Anathan is economically ahead 3 minutes from now. Right? The fish is almost gone. He's pretty much exhausted this shoreline. This one was exhausted by villagers working their ass off. This doesn't seem very feasible. There's this one. Like, this is the final one, I think. Right? Because he's basically drained center. He has got retracted. But he hasn't even set up for it yet. Ones if you think Anathan's going to win this. Twos if you think Wham's going to win this. We have a Minga now. Interesting choice, but your opponent has started to go crossbows. We have got Scud launcher mode. Wait, why? think that was a misclick. Yeah, okay. Wham was already aware it was coming. I mean, Anathan did kind of ruin the play by opening with a shot onto the blacksmiths, but good read by Wham. He shuffles his wood line away. He's on the south side now. Dovish. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, it's a cheeky relic race here. I mean, in fairness, the Lancer can come back to deal with this, right? So realistically, Wham should not get this relic home. Then again, Anathan might be a little bit distracted. Double mango. I mean, instead of focusing on the relics, he's focusing on the kill. Got a wide wrap to try and get that home, so it's going to end up being a 2-for-2 relic split. Mangoes will begin to scud. Wait, did TC take any damage there? The number doesn't seem correct. There we go, adding up a bit better now. We've got mango on mango coming. First, it was Puppypaw versus Dumu. Now it's happening here too. That's coming in. It's triple mango though. It's the wrong thing. A little bit underwhelming to begin with here. Lancers are going to start charging in. There is a lack of speeds from Wham. And that's a problem, because Desert Raiders against Meta Arms, actually Desert Raiders hold quite well there. Camel Lancers as a follow-up, really scary. And that Mango barely alive. Archers dive in, that's gone. Anathan now going to stand his ground. He's got the triple Mango advantage here. Front line already failing Wham, and Anathan looking to dive underneath the TC. He needs the damage here. Not able to find the eco just yet. He's going to peel it back. Mango's able to hold that backline hostage. The TC is going to start opening fire on the Maginiques. Yeah, so now Anathan can just park here and start to hard siege the town center. That'll give him a clear win condition. The way this fails is if he overextends. His opponent doesn't have an eco lead. We talked about how this is a finite resource on the flank as well. Down to 400 on the food here. Damage adding up for sure. Needs to be a little bit careful though. Mango in range. Nice ambush there. Anathan a little bit slow on the reaction. Does he even realize? I mean, he sees it through the fog, right? So he's getting hit by it. He just doesn't care. He commits in. He's going to have to back up a little here, though. I think, yeah, he needs a spring on place. I'm surprised it took this long for it to come through, but it is now on the way. The tricky part for Anathan in this game is Wham started with a forward tree line, so he still has his safe tree line at the back. It's going to last a really long time here. We do have Trebs coming from Wham. Pretty smart to deal now with that annoying outpost, but also Trebs are not too bad at sniping out infantry, the Mongol ones in particular. What's this gone? I think the issue for Anno is he needs to find buildings to burn. Right? Stop that production re-ramping. Because Wham's just throwing trash at the front line. Right? Or was archers, so spears. Now getting more of a quality backline. The other scary thing is whenever you try to commit things like outposts like this, your opponent can now just benefit from the bounty, right? Like, you built an outpost, you invest in a spring on placement, very expensive, and then he kills it and gets 50 resources for doing so. There's a way to raid in here, though. Yeah, and this is smart. Peel to the backside, look for the economy, force the reaction, and that means that Wham is going to have to give over the front of his base. Mango's marching forward, Desert Raiders moving in here. Anno just going to start wailing on the village in the back line. Archer reaction is at least good. So no losses there so far. He's going to keep shuffling to the back. It feels like he's a little bit distracted here because the Mango War is forcing a lot of quick reactions. Yeah, so actually Desert Raid is pretty underwhelming in the end there. Didn't find the damage we were really expecting. Every time they would... I mean, he's just kind of locked into range form instead of melee here, right? I think there was some opportunity to get melee and just instantly kill villagers. He just didn't really take it. Come on, Lancer. Ooh, hold on. Well, immediately flops dead, but does give him the Mango edge. It's now 4 mangonels, but oh my god, pull a villager, please. That is not a healthy siege line. 1 full health, 2 at death's door, and 1 going for a midlife crisis. Sacred sites have now been locked in by Wham, though. Anathan, by some miracle, was able to sneak out before he was seen here. The fishing, it's a long return to pay off. East side, I think, is pretty much gone. Yep, 75 food left here. And he's got the safe pocketed one on the south. A long move for that. Man, this game is tight. Kalaga's an uncomfortable map. I actually think this map delivers. I wasn't sure at first, but this is pretty cool. We've seen some very unique, different styles of games on this map so far. Imaginiques. Oh, the blind punts. It's like, okay, calm down, mate. There's not really much here. It's still just a go. It's almost like he thinks that Wham's going to come back. Why would he ever come back for this tree line? It's so unnecessary of a risk when he's got that fat tree line behind him. I wonder, could we maybe get a backstab with boats here? A bit tricky into mangoes as they do get bonus damage against ships, but go to pressure your opponent, you've got a demo waiting on the backside, that could just wipe out these archers. Imaginique's moving in again. Oh my god, the damage adding up now. Switches in the normal form. Still attacking the TC though, and the Horseman from the east, Wham! He has 19 of these! Has to stand his ground with the archers. Can he protect the mangoes though? Attack speed arrow is going to get activated as Wham goes to the dive in. But the mangoes haven't been cleared yet. Army just trying to hold Anathan's. He keeps the mangoes up. The Horseman have failed him here. Wham! That was a one-time maneuver. He doesn't have the type of economy to immediately reboom that. Fishing is drying up fast. Mangoes being exposed. Villagers on the front line as well. Anathan is starting to build a lead. 10 eco ahead now. Dive continues through. He sees weakness. All siege removed from the equation, and the mangoes can go back to work on that town center. I know we'll have to reset again, but he's clawing a lead here. Ahead by 12. It's really starting to show in the economy. A point where it needed to. Farm transition now underway for the Ibids. Still no pastures on the other side of this, and the berries marked on the map are a bit deceptive. There's not many here. The village is being pulled. I mean, it doesn't really hurt his economy anymore, right? Because he has that type of advantage. Just needs to keep pulling back the injured one to repair in time. Oh, almost griefing. Man, this garrison force is hurting me deeply. The villagers just aren't working. It's 11 villagers idled inside here. And now he's diving. He's looking to commit. Textile's coming through soon. And it's hands. He's almost set it ablaze here. Archers aren't going to dive by. Villagers are going to struggle to repair this, guys. Meanwhile, the Mango's always being repaired just in time. He's brute forcing this. Mango now coming out. Nice attempt at a dodge, but Anathan going to lose a few. Villagers now repairing, but look at the Scud. Remember, the incendiary shots reach to the back. They spread. It's not a lot of damage, but it adds up when your villagers are injured like this. Wham has lost the primary TC. He's going to try for the repair. No! How? Like, what? You're hacking. What? I don't know why that works for so long, but somehow he slivered it out of there. By the skin of his teeth, but more eco being lost. The town center had to retreat. The Mangoes are still here. And Wham, he's found the food for one more Horseman pump, but it's come at the cost of everything else in his composition. No backline. No real siege. Only one Mango. He's at least going to get a good trade there. But hold on, the Horseman. Wait, what? He sent them to raid. I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, Anathan is breathing down your neck right now. Desert Raiders are already reacting, and they will be able to mop this up. Holy crap, what a crazy game. Villagers pretty much just standing their ground like, yep, just keep gathering, boys. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Shimmy on for it. Wait, why are you gathering together? Stop doing that. It ends up being, what, one villager going down, I believe that was? Wait, did he even? No, he didn't even lose a villager. All farms are operational, right? Not a single eco unit going down there. Wham. Well, he's trying to pump again to Horseman, but there's a point at which you can't do this anymore. He's tapping every resource he can find. Military Academy now on the way. Yeah, Secret Sight's still not being decapped yet, but finally the Desert Raiders are moving in. Light Junk is not going to stop that decap at all, so that is the win condition for Wham removed. And now he just needs to find eco kills. It's his only way. Doc's not going to get denied. You could try Demo Pump here. But Anathan a little bit paranoid. He's going to back up just in case. Step Redoubt just finished off the goal vein here. He's playing very dangerously into the west side corner with a lot of his economy at this stage, right? We're going to be talking about, I'd say about 30 villagers over here. And Horseman is so hard to pull off at this stage of the game. I think Kiljardi's cool for this, though, in that there's so much food spread on the flanks that you can kind of make a few attempts at this. I've been very negative about his attempt to do this because I do think it's difficult to pull off Horseman in Castle like this. Especially when your opponent is just flooding Desert Raiders. Speaking of which, I think they are getting ready to dive. Yeah, he's going to look for that mango. Another wave coming behind here. Remember the crossbows, they do alright, but don't get the bonus damage against these units. I know. Now diving underneath the TC again. Awesome reaction coming in. There's still a handful of Desert Raiders here to hold that back, though. Anathan, not the cleanest of dives with these Desert Raiders. He's starting to expose eco. Wham's defense force has been reduced to a rabble at this stage. More villagers may now be in trouble. Another one goes down. That is now a 21 villager lead. This is not clean. It is dirty, but it is working. And wait, I know. Mate, calm down. Yeah, you're here for the berries. This is not pull the villagers and burn the landmarks. Jesus Christ. He's about to lose it. Oh my god, that was... yeah, that worried me for a second. I thought Anathan was about to throw away the game entirely. Archers here. Villagers being pulled for the repair, guys, but there's the Lancer, there's Desert Raiders. There's not much of a front line here. Even more villager losses now for Wham. In fact, he's pulling more! I mean, you've got Techstars, right? But within reason, son. How is this game still going? The villagers are going to save him from death. But a few of them had to die for that. They've become fertilizer for the meadows here. 36 worker kills to 15. Wait, was he trying to... Really? Anathan's like, oh my god, I'm out of food. I really want more berries. And oh no, it's the Tower of Memes. Only it's not really a meme here when your opponent doesn't have much. Okay, maybe it is a meme. It's not a bad choice when your opponent doesn't have mass horsemen anymore. But obviously, Wham's been spamming that. Now that he's going back into like archers, crossbows, you could probably get away with a Tower of the Sultan. Man, Anno just needs to accept that he needs to build farms. He's also got deer over here, but I guess he's worried about the docks still blocking him there. Yeah, Wham's eco is still better on food because he's got the boar and the deer. However, he's starting to get found on these flanks. This is just a race to see who runs out of food first. Like, Anno has got an eco lead, but he has bodied a lot of these fights to get it. And we have 2 TC now. Okay, so Anathan reaching a scale point for his comp. Keep in mind, by the way, if this goes Imperial Age, he still has the growth wing to get the extra 10% gathering rate, right? Like, which is really scary. We don't see it very often, but when it does make sense for a build, it is brutal how effective it can be. Because you basically end up becoming a Bassad's Golden Age, which is really powerful. Still raiding. Oh my god. Ironically, Ibis can wall while Mongols cannot, but yet there are no walls for the Mongols to worry about in this game. Kiljardi is not an easy map to wall. And yeah, Wham basically just loves wood tech. I mean, what does gathering more food get you guys? Running out of food quicker? Let's be real. Isn't Mongols bad in Imperial Age? No. They're bad if they're being attacked, but they're actually very powerful for their units in Imperial. It's just usually there's going to be raids coming, right? And Mongols can't protect against raids. I have a lot of scrambled fights all around. What the What? Why are there pastures here? I'm losing it, man. He's like, well, my base isn't really my base anymore. I'm just going to build whatever I can, wherever I can. Oh my god. Also still once again trying to hit those farms, but good reaction coming from Anathan. It's now 31 villager lead. Keep dropping the center as well. He's looking to make this a bit of a wood drain. I can't, man. This game is absurd. I mean, maybe Kiljardi will become boring after like 200 games and people will figure it out. But right now, if this is the type of game you get on Kiljardi, oh my god, more of this, please. I've now got the farm starting to be boomed upon. Third TC for Anno. 24 farms deep with free TC. This has turned into a macro game that Wham was not prepared for. He doesn't have the wood in reserve to go for his second TC himself. He's just got to pump pastures. Ibis is a tough opponent for Mongols. Sure, usually for a very different build though. Like this, this isn't the standard route to doing this. This is a very different game. He's not going to go 4 TC, right? No. That would be silly. Right? That feels silly. You're at 100 eco already. There's definitely no need for 4 TC. You'll probably just keep the stone for the castle repairs. You have greased axles on the way. I mean, you would have thought it would have been worth having earlier with all the mango spam, but sure, whatever. We're there now. Ram coming on the west side, so it looks like this pasture is going to be put out to pasture. I feel like Anathan is winning this, but at the same time, it's like so rattly impossible to end for him for some reason. I mean, surely you just flood spears now. Your opponent's got crossbows, he's got horsemen. It sounds uncomfortable, dude. I hate building spears, but like spears is actually your golden ticket here. Where's Wham's win condition? I mean, his opponent does have a lot of economy. And also, Anathan has kind of taken a lot of the safe resources, right? So he's going to be on weird tree lines soon. So maybe like a small group of horsemen could do a lot of damage there. But you're also having wood issues, right? You've got a small tree line left. He's got a second one, actually, in fairness. So he has a bit more lifeline here before he plays a bit too wide on the map. And yes, Iabids do have phalanx tech, but if you think about Iabids' gameplay in general, the unit that they build the least of, out of all the units in their roster, is spears. They just... If you think about the builds they lean on in Feudal and Castle Age, spears just never make sense, right? You go Camel Lancers, you go Desert Raiders. You don't need spears because you already have a different form of anti-cap. Mobile form. In this type of game, it would be the solid play. We do have Trebs now coming out from Anathan. The outpost crawl is real from Wham. And now we've got mass horsemen from Anno. but Wham seems to have been tipped off about it. Spamming spears is even raiding the backside. Desert Raiders are at least now reacting to that. We've got a lot of stone being gathered right now. A lot being used just to keep the castle alive. Wham. He hasn't got many spears to defend this army, though. And the Rohirrim Riders are on the way. 17 horsemen springed. Men-at-arms line only 8 strong. Tries to peel them out of location here. Wraps around for the flank. Goldvane's going to make it difficult, though. Instead, he looks for the freebie under the siege. So one trebuchet down. And is he just going to bypass the economy now? I mean, if you can find it. Good luck with that, though. It doesn't exist here anymore. And as though he's pushing in with the Desert Raider wave. Mangoes are a problem now for Anathan. He actually doesn't have a clean solution unless the horsemen can get in. But instead, the horsemen are looking to get in the economy. A lot of villagers back here, simply unguarded, but Anathan looking at all the wrong places. Yeah, didn't want to dive the TC, didn't want to be under range of the Yam. So not able to find his target just yet. And Anno, I mean, essentially just has a lot of dead weight military doing nothing right now. However, he might be about to find Wham's core here. 26 villagers on the west side. Yeah, he's not phased, right? Like, he still has the keep protecting him in the center, so Wham kind of incapable of committing quick enough in, but he's going to try. Give him march forward. Meanwhile, raid comes in onto the pasture area. He still needs to deal with this army, though. This is a big problem for Anno. Wham. He's finding those scalps. Still 120 eco to 70. And wait, what? Anno. He knows about the gold. Instead, he's going for the TC. He raids in. Villagers having to shuffle away. Some being killed off as well. More outposts being spammed behind this as Anathan is trying to make a safe place for everyone. Meanwhile, Wham. He's camped on the farms, but it's not the full extent of Anno's economy. We can see that he's 56 farms deep. However, what Wham does get out of this is payday. Bounty, baby. Gold and food for taking these all down. Oh my god, this is so much resource going into Wham. It's not improved bounty though, so it's not out of this world outrageous. And Anathan has been building a second wave of horsemen behind this. Is it enough though? I mean, just look at the raw military count here. Spearmen are starting to surge upwards. Anno kind of missing the archer mass he needs. I'm starting to have my doubts. Anathan, this game looked done. And now it is just not the way we would have expected here. Wham. Plenty of spears to hold back the incoming horseman wave, and Anathan running out of time to deal with this. If he can survive this wave, that should be Wham essentially out of resources, right? The gold over here, still 2k, but food? No, what I'm on about, he's got plenty. Wood is a limiting factor for sure, but food is never going to run out for him now. Bloody Mongols. TC's getting torched. Anathan, he looks to attack. Wait, where are the spears? The spears aren't here! I am at a loss right now. He has 17 spears and only 4 of them in the fight. The horsemen surround at the perfect time. Anathan, can he wipe quick enough here? The mangonels are still alive. The horseman count starting to fall down a little bit. Wham, finally the spearman wave arrives. The mangoes have been lost for it. Dive on the backside though. Crossbows are finding the villagers. A blocker as well. He uses the seek shelter against him. More farms shut down. Anathan, that 1700 food number is cute. It's not going to last long here though. I mean, looking at the farm count, he's got 47 in total, but the worker count on them, only 16 now. I think that's it. Anathan in the driving seat for so long in this game. Well, he's now going to be put in the baby chair in the back. It's time to watch and see how Daddy Wham drives. Oh my god, what a turnaround of a game. That's it. He forfeits it over. GG gets called. Wham! Now at match point. One more, and he will be into the grand finals for another showdown against his brother. Anathan needs to get it right all the way, and I cannot believe that. This game has to be such a mind fragger, a discombobulator for the thought process. Can Anathan find a way to reset mentally and recover? Let me know what you think down in the comments, and we'll have to find out in the next one. Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, my foot feels freaking... It just doesn't feel right. All right. So, let's mark it up, baby. I think that one is like the uploadable one of the series so far, right? I'm not sure about the other two. That's a rare sight. And yeah, game 2 wasn't really uploadable. Game 1 was just a very clean Chinese push, but that one is. Sup, ducks? How's the baby doing? Ah, he's doing well. It's 1 month old now. Well, actually, close to 2 months now. He's doing well. He's chill. Freya's a little bit jelly. A bit too jelly, shall we say. So let's have a look here. So let's mark this up. That's going to be a win on Kiljardi for Wham. Yeah, I hope you've been well, buddy. Ibid's left side. English versus Juji. Are we getting a 5-game series again? Juji used to be kind of hard counter on this one. So I'm just getting spammed out by a bunch of things. Okay, one second. I have to respond to that later. Oh, okay. So let's pay out on that. So that is a win for Mr. Whamsicle. Do you just play 2TC here? Against Juji, though, they can all-in you, right? So you're probably going to have to play the Age. Maybe you open Lombos, force a reaction, then go 2TC. So English for Wham, Anathan on the Juji. Lombos beat the Jiganu spam. Yeah, but I think you can play into Horseman now. That 20% buffer is pretty big, and English did just take a 10% attack speed loss, right? Is Abby viable against Juji? It can be okay. I don't think it's terrible. I think Lombos just make more sense to apply pressure to your opponent straight away, though, right? Yeah, screw you, Winston. In the middle of my goddamn tournament. How dare you? How dare you? Are there any games that have been heavily impacted by the patch? I'm not sure. Not so far. I wouldn't say anything insane. Oh, this might be one of the biggest ones, right? If it goes late enough, definitely. Let me flip that score as well. Oh no, wait. Do we need to do my injection? Shit, we need to do my injection. I just realized it's 10 o'clock. I'm overdue for my blood thinners. Oh, I gotta get stabbed. Am I not already in enough pain? Guys, it's definitely been 4 hours since I said I took my drugs, right? Twitch has reliable. I'm pretty sure it has. Maybe I hold off. It's definitely been 4 hours. I try to minimize my codeine dosages. Don't need an addiction. Well, actually, like, we'd done it before the last series for sure, right? It was in the chill time, so it's before 4 p.m., I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's before 4 p.m. Yeah, because we had the Vortex game playing, and then I had to go. Then that's when I thumped my foot really, really freaking hard. I guess I'll suffer an extra 2 hours to be safe. I mean, you're allowed codeine every 4 hours. I'm pretty sure it was. I'll play it safe. It says take 1 to 2 tablets 4 times a day. So realistically, we should have a 6-hour gap, which I think we're at, but I'll play it safe. 7.5 Loratabs? No, the Zapane, the 30 milligrams of codeine and 500 milligrams of paracetamol. What's that? I had to quickly ring Emma. Hello! Welcome to the stream. Have you subscribed yet? No? Fix that. Anyway, yeah, I had to quickly ring Emma because she might have fallen asleep, which is really awkward because I need to have my blood thinners daily. Especially on a today, like today. Okay. Let's get underway. Wham leading this series now for a showdown opportunity up against his bro, Midweek Must number 3. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We got Juji, Anathan. A decent spawn is going to need a good one because Wham is going for the 2TC Council Hall build. This is a bloody strong build. So really cool opening here. The reason why you don't go for the Abbey of Kings is you want to make it look like you're all in pressuring and it keeps Anathan at home so he doesn't have a very clean Juganu timing to ruin you. Looking at the spawn as well, I mean, this could be, like, what? Just back TC behind, so you won't even have a quick ram point to attack into. The tricky part about your opponent going lombos like this is he can camp underneath his TC, build a TC behind here, and when you try to wrap around with Juganu, he can cut you off. Curious to see how Anathan wants to try and execute this matchup. English did just take a nerf with the 19th of November patch to their attack speed aura, and on top of that, Juji just got an attack speed buff for their horsemen on all their cavalry. They work correctly now. And alright, I will get my drugs soon, apparently. She's currently feeding little Ezra. Maybe I'll forgive that. So, Medigarden, what are we looking at? 25 gold, 25 wood, I believe. And that's going to be the 36 food. That's not bad. It's not crazy, right? But it's 86 extra resources at a very early point in the game. Is Anno fast castling? My god, he is. Zoom, zoom. Alright, so we're going for Relic Rush here. I mean, makes sense. Your opponent went 2 TCs English. You're not going to dive him. That never tends to end well. And also, 2 or 3 Lombos is not going to stop a Shalamok. He will kick the crap out of them. Especially in the Stealth Forest where you can't really see what you're doing. It's a pretty cool idea. Has Anno scouted all of the relics? All but the safest ones. So he knows where all the mid-map relics are at least. And he has that one to fall back on. Sheep count looking really good as well. He's got 11 compared to the 10. So plenty of resources to work with there. Wham. Is this just going to be the one longbow build? I think it is. He's trying to be very efficient about getting that TC timing. So one longbow just to try and poke and prod and be a little bit annoying. His goal here is to force a reaction out of Anno. If he forces a reaction, it delays Anno's real win condition, whatever it may be, in this case, Fast Castle. Does it mean the meta never been more fun? I'd say we are like entering some of the best metas of AoE4, for sure. The one before the patch, this one as well. Like, Fast Castle happen, right? But they're not just every game like it was in year 1 or year 2, whichever one it was. And like TC booming has started to really go away. In general, I like the direction AoE4 is going in. And yeah, as much as I love the 5-game series, I don't want 2 40-minute bloody games because I've got to be up in 10 hours. Actually, sooner than that. It begins in 10 hours. I have like no time to sleep. So second TC. Wait. Okay, that is dangerous. I'm going to call that the Stevie Wonder TC. He's at least chopping the trees to open up a bit of vision, but you're blind here. You don't see a thing. It's got soul. That's what's important. A lot of deer, a lot of wood nearby. I guess you're actually saving on a lumber camp in a way, which is kind of theoretically good. Anno isn't going to rush you here, per se. He's going to go for the relics quickly, right? So Wham's got the 2 TC, but he only just built it. It's going to take a very long time to scale that lead. Anno, meanwhile, is going to be rushing out into this map. Shallow Monster is up. Monkey Boy's on the way. Oh, I'm sorry. The player... You know, you're right, Puppypaw. Puppypaw, what? You usually like reds. You don't care if I do this. Maybe I start enforcing blue and red on the players. I don't know why we don't enforce blue and red on players in comp lobbies. In fact, because Winston's here, we're going to moan at him. Winston, why can I not just press insert key and it work? Look at the minimap colors. This bug has been in the game since Capture Age began. Please fix. I would like to use blue and red, but I cannot. Talking about the Stealth Forest? No. The Stealth Forest is fine. Wham is gradually revealing everything. This is where Winston has suddenly disappeared. Like, oh, sorry, guys. Gotta go. It's late here in Spain. Sips on one of the Red Bulls. So we've got the berry gathering now. Anno has ran out of sheep, so slightly worse gathering rate. But we've got 3 shallow monks, right? He should be rushing these down. Ooh. Okay. Wham almost walked back in range. That would have been a bit awkward. It's going to be a drop and run. No! The plan is starting to fall apart. He has at least got the other relics which he can grab. It is 3 shallow monks. Are you kidding me? We've got the triangle walls. It's been a hot second. You'd think we're in a game against HRE. Scout does see this. He ain't right and blind through those stealth forests, so this chase down is actually big. He's hitting him regularly enough that the shallow monk isn't able to trigger his healing. Lombos do need to sliver slightly in range here, but he should be able to do so. There's the interception point. 2 more Lombo shots come in. Spear stab through, so big loss there as Shallow Monk. And now the berry's also at risk. Anathan has got Lancers on the way, but it's double spear. He's going to have to idle himself out here. He does, however, snatch the relic on the east side. So 1 home, a second one on the way here for Anno. Make it free for the glory. Anno, nothing to really eat right now. He's got no sheep. Wait, what? No, he has 7. Where? He knows he has 7, right? Anathan? I don't think he knows he has 7 sheep there. Okay, most of them are quite low. But there's 7 sheep right there. Oh no. Another Warlord attempt. Well, this would be the good one, but it's actually still on cooldown. I mean, the monks need to be getting these home. He's still only 1 relic banked here. Run, little monk, run! Nah, there's too many Lombos. That's another one down. Okay, so Anathan has no food, but he could have food. I know where the food is. I won't starve for it. I don't know why I'm voicing over him. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're meant to put, like, wheat or rice through these things, not mutton. Oh my god, Anathan, no. I think he's got about 300 food, maybe 400 in total there, because some of them were down under 100, but there's like 50, there's 110, 31, 11. There's food there, damn it. And he's not eating it. Finally, he's back on the gathering, so onto the deer, but those relics still haven't been banked, guys. Anathan starting to take a bang to the knee here as villagers are starting to flop dead. What is it with buildings shenanigans for Anathan? Guys, remember when we had Anathan versus Puppypaw, where Anno lost because Puppypaw had 4 units building a Tower of the Sultan behind it from a different angle? This is like the same thing, against a different Canadian with his economy instead of his military. It's happening again. Ignores the Shallow Monk, heads to the backside. He knows where the Gathering is. Anno. No, not the Sea Shelter! Out of all the ways you could be losing right now, it's all unraveling. And behind this, Wham! Slithering closer and closer to castle. Relics have at least been banged. That's upside. Anathan has gold. Don't know how you ever get you on here, though. This army still just an absolute nuisance and more villagers being found. Only upside is there's not an insane amount of longbows, so not able to just insta-snipe each one. But it's still a scaling lead now. 17 villager lead for the English. Castle Age about to trigger. He also already has his farms. He doesn't have to worry about the sheep going missing underneath the giant cogs because he has farms already. Damn. Oh my god. Puppypaw and Wham, can you stop, like, being so good? Making all the grand fun. Nah, I'm kidding. Next week's going to be a sweatathon. After what we just saw Dimu do in the series up against Puppypaw, and the fact that Vortex is signing up next week as well, I don't know, man. Like, we are on course for another Canadian showdown, but I don't think it's going to be happening every week here. Monk's playing for more relics here. Anathan just trying to offset the huge deficit he faces here. But Wham is like, yeah, I'm definitely leaving, guys. Yup, you're safe to get your resources. Definitely leaving. He's not leaving, is he? Outpost will at least give an early warning sign to Anathan, but Lombos are quick to strike, so you need to be quick to move away here. Luckily for him, the injured villager was the one shuffling out. Tech up complete, though, and it was a white tower, so we now have knights on the way for Wham. Anathan, he aged up first. He did get his relic advantage. Great, but yeah. Hey guys, do you know why Zhu do these fast castle builds so frequently? Because they're aging. Oh god, we're 10.5 hours in. Give me this one. Get it, guys? Because the Asian. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. We've got a blocker on the west side. This relic will not be easily grabbed. So 4 relics. If he can get pagodas, great. He has got Mount Lu Academy on the way. Wait, his economy can scrape together a bit with this. Over Wham should have a lot of flood coming in the next 2 minutes. Wait, do I really need to explain it? God damn it. Well, we have got mass lancers intercepting. Wham! I mean, he built a good lead here. But this game's getting a little bit slippery. Farm transition's looking good, so long-term food should be good for him. Is he just going to hunker down and play for a later age, maybe? I mean, yeah, this is now 5 relics. We've got pagodas as well. It felt like Anathan should have just been dead here. But Wham, things drastically slowed down, right? The veterancy delayed coming in. The extra farms really seemed to cost him dearly here. I think he's just playing for Imp. Jiangnan's coming in, so Anathan is going to be able to go back for the song. His own farm transition going to be underway. One's if you think Anathan's winning this, 2's if you think Wham's got it. This game just got really weird. I mean, it's a 30 villager lead. But pagodas, man. Pagodas. These things are freaking absurd. Look at what it does. It turns what should have been 80 gold into 100 gold, 25 stone, 62 wood, and 62 food. That's nuts. Usually a relic makes up about 2 workers worth of gathering. These make up like 6, I believe it is. Ridiculously potent. For the time being, Wham is... Oh, for God's sake. We didn't nerf them hard enough, guys. They're doing it again. Well, I've seen this strategy before. Let me just wall myself in and not come out until I'm Imperial Age with maximum population and somehow enough gold to be there. On only 1 vein. Smiley face. This 40-minute game is just for you. You know... Both of them. I'll DQ them and invite Dimu to the grand finals. They're like, KP, you're so close to the 12-hour cast. Let's just keep going. Oh my god, and both of these are actually pretty brutal in the late game, right? English late game needs no introduction. Zhu Ji with the changes around the cavalry can actually be really volatile. The oh, for God's sake. Now, the good news, guys, is that Pigeon's view, unlike High View, doesn't suck. You might be going, what? I thought this is High View. No, notice the trade post location. Notice the sacred site location. If a player wants to end the game, they can end the game here. If a player wants to sit in a corner trading, too bad, you're going to have to come into the mid-map. Thank God we made this map. So Wham, at this point, could just secure sacred sites. Maybe build a keep there. Go for the play. In theory, eventually they will have to come towards the center here, especially with the 8k veins. Is there a world in which he just plays Berkshire to secure one of those veins in a staging point? I mean, giving up the wing guard, though. Oh, it feels wrong on a deep level. Wow, he's going to try to assault this. Crossbow spears, and he also does have a lot of resources in reserve. Anathan is still not ready, guys. He went free TC. He doesn't have the full farm transition. This is going to hurt. I know. Now building the spears. Not really sure why. Crossbow spears are going to be marching in. Siege Workshop being built on the front line. Good luck with that, though. Raid is going to hit to the tree line. Anathan just trying to rush up some defenses here. But look at the hit he just took here. 53 eco and fallen. Compared to 90. Wham! In the driving seat on this one. I mean, where's the army, right? Like, he's trying to get his spears. He doesn't have that much food income in general. The berries are about to exhaust. He's spending half of his food income on villager production alone. And this is Anathan's last hope. He needs a keep drop right now. Crossbow count is holding on. Lancer count down to just 6. And you're trying to build this in his face. It doesn't seem like it's going to work here. Crossbows are going to have to retreat away. It looks like actually the static defenses keep him alive. Anathan not dead yet. And I'm about to be because I need to be stabbed. Were we right side or left side last time? The shrug is really encouraging. Thank you. I guess we'll go left side. Oh my god, the bruises are so big. What have you been doing to me? I feel abused. Go, go, go. Okay, that one wasn't too bad. I've been ghost, people. Someone remind me at 10:20 I had my blood thinners after this game. Thank you, love you. You might be able to put my food on now and just leave it in the microwave so I have something to eat when I go in. Much love. The hidden hero is behind my 10.5-hour stream, folks. Siege Workshop now in the center. We're getting Imperial. And Anathan is getting the granaries going. This game isn't over yet because even if he runs out of gold, which he's not going to, by the way, because he has 2k sitting here, 4k sitting here, he also has Mount Lu Academy, remember, which allows you to get away with an outrageous amount of taxation. No, I don't need you guys to call 999. I need us to hit 999 subs. That's what I need. Wow. It's time. Imperialize ready to go. Moment of truth. Wingard or the Berkshire? Berkshire secures the 8k and oh my god, not just the 8k. Oh no. He's going deep. Already prepping the trebs as well. He's going to try to force a, what, maybe landmark here? No, there's way too many landmarks. But just taking out the TC area is going to ruin Anathan. He's still so far behind on the villager count. Pagodas are making up for a decent amount of it, but he's got a mountain to climb here. And that mountain is called Kiljardi. I know, we're 10.5 hours into the broadcast. I really need to eat. I'm allowed to make all the terrible jokes I want, okay? You could tune out, but where else are you going to go? You're stuck here. Just like Anathan is looking stuck now. Trebs. Going to begin sieging. We have Nest of Bees from Anathan. Wow, look how much damage they've done. I'm pretty sure the Trebuchet could kill the Nest of Bees quicker. And so will the Berkshire. Nice tree line. Good luck touching it. He's going to be breaking in. Elite Tech should be prepped very shortly. We've already got 600 gold sitting in the bank. Let the siege begin. The only upside right now, Anathan, at least build the pagodas behind the primary. Farm count is looking decent. He's doing a Voldemar farm. 32 in total. Wait, but does he have... Okay, he's at least supervising, so that works out well. What the Puppypaw, bro. Like, it's in your name. Can you not help your brother out here? He found an entire pack of wolves back here. No. Oh, is there anything that's going to go Anno's way in this game? That's 2 relics about to be lost. What is it with people losing so many villages to wolves today? What is it with the Canadians losing so many villages to wolves? That's another relic on the ground. Trebs are moving into slow siege through this. As long as he just gets elite techs, right? Anathan is not really in a position to hold this at all. Why doesn't Anna make units? What does he make here? It almost feels like he needs to somehow sliver into Imperial. He's trying to bulk units, but I think he also has a production issue. He doesn't have enough buildings behind this. Yeah, he's trying to rush them up in the corner now, but they're dying quicker than he has them. That's why he doesn't have units. And oh my god! That dive gives hope for Anathan. Is it going to be enough, though? We've got the levitating bombards now showing up, and that is going to be the counter to the Nest of Bees. Already targeting them. Anathan, he has to get this fight, though. Spears, still only veteran. Elite Tech is coming in soon. In the meantime, Bombard deals with one of the Nest of Bees. Second one on its lonesome here. The Golden Hat crossbows are in, though. The DPS a bit too high. He's got the attack speed aura looming. And I think we can confirm 20%. Wait, what? I thought this got nerfed. Okay, it's a UI issue. I think it's meant to be 10% now. It should just be gone. Get rid of it. That aura sucks. It's stupid. It's over the top. It's the reason why Anathan won't see Game 5. Okay, it's actually really not, but still. Push coming in. An admirable attempt to hold by Anno, but the fatigue is setting in here. Half his base is just erased at this stage. Crossbows essentially making their last stand. The extra raw HP on the Spearman making them very hard to kill quick enough here. And the Trebs, Bombards slowly making their way through this base. But actually also just making it difficult to go in and trickle troops onto the Bombard. Oh wait, so Network of Castles is still 20%? Alright, that's dumb. Winston, you still here? Nerf it, 10% go. It's time. Got you, Winston. Dude, can we agree it should just be 10% flat and then 20% when you have a Citadel? Network of Castles is too damn good. We have mass longbows though, and this is tricky because the only thing keeping Anathan alive is trash and crossbows. Longbows deal with both of them. I mean, we can get see silk bowstrings before this one is over. I don't know. I know he's trying to find a way out of this, but over time, remember, this is an attritional war now. He's burning through the gold sources. The only upside is that the pagodas still haven't been targeted yet. Wham, in theory, should be going for those next. Or you could just go landmark victory, I guess. Ambitious. You know there's probably more landmarks than this. It's kind of crazy, actually, the game isn't over yet. Anno is slowly recovering the eco deficit. The problem is, how does he ever get to Imperial in this game? I'm just not personally seeing the picture. So it looks like, guys, we are going to get a rinse and repeat of week number 2. Wham and Puppypaw in a best of 7, and Pigeon's View is in the draft again. Can you guess what's going to happen? No, he wouldn't have that happen again. Funnily enough, actually, if Wham focused on Sacred Sites right now, he'd probably have a ticking time bomb to just finish this game. But I think it's done anyway. Lombos are in. Anno will have to settle for third, fourth. Well, I'm going to see if we can maybe organize maybe like a best of 3 between Anno and Dumu ahead of the finals. I don't know, maybe I offer like an extra $5 or $10 to the winner. It's something for fun, to build up hype for the grand finals on Thursday, but dive coming in. Last stand here. As soon as the castle goes down, the floodgates are truly going to open on this. And that looks like that might be the final hit. Bombard about to reload. Castle barely holding on, but the trap plus the bombard shot should be good enough. Keep down. Anathan, no big, strong standard defense to assist the defense anymore. Trebs are trying desperately to snipe that bombard. But I think the writing is on the wall, and it's been written in Anathan's blood. The question now, folks, is are we going to get a back-to-back winner? Is Puppypaw going to slay his bro for the second time? Or is Wham learning his lessons from the timeout? Cool game, though. But in the end, the Belarusian can't pull through. The pagodas cannot be OP enough. What do you think of this one, guys? Do we need to see that English attack speed get nerfed at its core? Should network of castles be 10% and citadels be 20% total? Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oof. Looked a bit shaky. I don't know if he looked shaky as much as Dumu looked great. Don't take it away from the ball boy. He played really well. I think the last 2 games of that series are quite uploadable. I think we had like 5 games that were definitely uploadable today that come to mind. Yeah. What a long day of AoE 4. I know, right, guys? So that means we're going to have a best of 7 on Thursday between Puppypaw and Wham. That should be live at 5 p.m. CET. So 4 p.m. UK time. We'll organize the details. I'll see if we can sort of show match, maybe a best of 3 beforehand, and I'll aim to go live at, like, let's say 2 or 3 p.m. my time. Probably 2:30 my time, so 3:30 p.m. CET. But if you guys haven't already, you should be following the Discord and also have a follow here with notifications turned on so you know when we're live anyway. I always post out in the Discord with what's happening. It's a great community. Go be a part of it. Also, if you're an aspiring player, you need to be in there as well to communicate with us. But ! Discord will get you there. Easy peasy. But yeah, we'll figure out exactly what the plan's going to be. The grand finals, of course, will definitely be live around about 5 p.m. CET. It just comes down to whether we are able to organize a show match beforehand, and then we fold naturally in. But big congrats to Puppypaw and Wham for making another grand finals. Commiserations to Dumu and Anathan. Dumu, especially this week, came so insanely close. YouTubers, I'm going to love you and leave you. Twitch, we're going to find someone to raid. Remember, guys, tune in here Thursday when we will have the finals for Midweek Muster number 3. The last one between these two delivered, and I think this one will as well.